Chapter 1. Hello, are you here for a real-life meeting? In the city of Chuan, as Shen Hao stepped into the CF, he glanced around. A well-trained waiter approached him, wearing a professional smile. Sir, are you alone? I have someone I'm meeting. Very well, please follow me. The waiter led the way, and as Shen Hao trailed behind, a whirlwind of thoughts filled his mind. How had he, a time traveler, found himself reduced to the realm of online romance and face-to-face meetings? In his previous life, Shen Hao was a beleaguered worker entangled in the grueling 996 work culture. Perhaps it was the weight of his burdens that led to his transmigration upon arrival. He awakened the essential system of a traveler's straightforward sign-in system. Each time Shen Hao completed his sign-in, he would receive an array of random rewards. However, what brought him greater joy was the favorable financial situation of his new family. His father owned a small company while not extravagantly wealthy. It ensured a lifetime free from financial worries for Shen Hao. Harboring a deep disdain for the 996 lifestyle, Shen Hao decided to embrace a laid-back existence, contentedly becoming a homebody. He spent his days indulging in video games and savoring the pleasures of life. Though his parents occasionally nudged him about marriage, he paid little heed, as they were merely seasoned individuals offering casual advice. Recently, however, Shen Hao had met a girl in a game. After conversing for some time, they discovered they both resided in the same city. She took the initiative to invite him for a meeting, setting the time and place. They had not exchanged photos or videos beforehand, opting for an unmediated encounter. Shen Hao had experienced face-to-face meetings in his previous life. Though the outcomes were often less than desirable, the most memorable one involved an unexpected encounter with a man, which nearly led to an awkward situation. Today marked the time he had agreed to meet the girl. Following the waiter's lead, Shen Hao recalled the girl's description of her attire for their meeting, a white outfit. Long hair. His gaze swept across the seating near the window. He paused momentarily. At that very spot sat a tall, elegant young woman. Though she appeared to be lazily reclining against the backrest, her exquisite figure was undeniable. Her legs were crossed beneath the table, and the tailored pants beautifully accentuated her silhouette. Delicate gold-rimmed glasses perched atop her petite nose, adding a touch of sophistication to her striking features. With her head lowered, she was engrossed in a book, seemingly impervious to the world around her. In that instant, Shen Hao felt an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat. Casting another glance at her attire, he silently commended his fortuitous luck. Who would have imagined that a casual flirtation in a game would lead him to such a stunning beauty? Was fortune finally smiling upon him? Hello, you must be Xiao, right? Here for a real-life meeting? He indicated to the waiter that he had found his companion. After the waiter departed, Shen Hao, wearing a friendly smile, approached and seated himself before the young lady. Hearing the sound, Xiao lifted her head, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as if she were trying to recall who this person was. Upon gazing at her face directly, Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback. Having only seen her profile moments ago, he had thought it was stunning enough. However, now, sitting directly across from her, he realized how shallow his previous thoughts had been. Her exquisite visage, devoid of any makeup, bore a subtle frown that conveyed the perfect touch of disapproval. The fair complexion accentuated her high-cold aura, rendering her even more breathtaking. Nevertheless, despite her undeniable beauty, Shen Hao was no lecherous fiend. He averted his gaze slightly, allowing a more radiant smile to grace his face. Xiao, I must admit, I didn't expect you to be so striking in reality. As he spoke, Shen Hao retrieved his phone to display the chat history between him and Xiao. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Goose Farm Pig from the game. My real name is Shen Hao. Meeting in person? Upon seeing the chat history on Shen Hao's phone, the young lattice brows knitted tighter, her cool voice emerging from her lovely lips, tinged with a hint of perplexity. Indeed, that would be me. Shen Hao nodded, feeling a flutter of anxiety in his heart. Surely, this girl couldn't be dissatisfied upon seeing him in person. Based on his appearance, it seemed unlikely that any girl would be so quick to dismiss him. Just as Shen Hao's heart raced with uncertainty, speculating whether he had been subtly rejected, Xiao, seated across from him, fell silent for a moment, her cool gaze appraising Shen Hao as if contemplating something significant. Xiao's real name was Lin Qingxiao. Although she was not particularly familiar with gaming, she understood what meeting in person entailed and had perused the chat history. Lin Qingxiao could surmise that the boy before her had likely mistaken her for someone else. Just as she prepared to clarify the misunderstanding to Shen Hao, she interjected, "Well, regardless, meeting is a form of fate, let me treat you to a drink." Unable to decipher Lin Qingxiao's thoughts, Shen Hao summoned the waiter, selected a coffee from the menu, and placed it before her. "You needn't overthink it," he added. "I've simply been cooped up at home for too long. If I don't venture out soon, I fear I might become like a neglected plant, which is why I agreed to this." "Cooped up like a mushroom?" Lin Qingxiao tilted her head slightly, her cool voice resonating. "Why not go to work? How should I explain?" Shen Hao scratched his head, pondering her question. "I suppose it's just a simple lack of desire." Lin Qingxiao paused for a moment. She had encountered many men who feigned charm before her, yet Shen Hao's candidness was refreshing. After a brief contemplation, she replied in a calm tone, "You are quite honest. That is one of the few virtues I possess. Aside from my good looks," Shen Hao responded, a proud smile spreading across his face at her remark. "Work is merely a means to earn money and fully enjoy life. Now that I possess the means to relish life, I should wholeheartedly embrace its beauty." What an intriguing notion. Lin Qingxiao nodded slightly, her curiosity regarding Shen Hao deepening. Driven by an inexplicable emotion, Lin Qingxiao gently stirred her coffee with a spoon, her cool voice breaking the silence. "My name is Lin Qingxiao. I'm 25 years old, a master's graduate in management from Harvard, and I run my own company. Aside from my lackluster skills in gaming, I have few shortcomings." Shen Hao's spoon clattered into his cup, producing a distinct sound of collision. He looked up in astonishment at Lin Qingxiao before him, utterly taken aback. Chapter 2. A peculiar feeling, to be honest. Gazing upon that exquisite visage before him, Shen Hao gently uttered those words. Yet, a singular question lingered in his mind. Did the venerable Nuwa secretly enhance Lin Qingxiao when she sculpted her? It was one thing to possess such beauty, but her intellect was equally remarkable. However, her gaming skills were indeed lacking. With this thought, Shen Hao regained a modicum of confidence, grasping his coffee spoon to maintain an air of nonchalance. "Indeed, you are quite impressive. However, every individual has their shortcomings. For instance, take me. I am handsome, yet possess nothing else," he remarked unabashedly. Upon hearing Shen Hao's unpretentious confession, Lin Qingxiao, who had maintained an aloof demeanor, could not help but reveal a fleeting, enchanting smile, which quickly faded. "Surely, you were not mocking me just now?" Shen Hao observed the subtle shift in her expression and inquired with curiosity. "Not at all," Lin Qingxiao replied, shaking her head. "Very well, I shall tentatively take you at your word." Shen Hao chose not to press further, but instead shifted the conversation. "Truth be told, I am not particularly fond of going out. I prefer to indulge in gaming and engage in activities I enjoy from the comfort of my home. Had it not been for your invitation, I likely would have remained indoors. If I were unattractive, would you still have come?" Lin Qingxiao blurted out instinctively. "Of course." Shen Hao nodded. "It has nothing to do with your appearance. It primarily hinges on my willingness to venture out." Upon hearing his words, an unprecedented notion flickered in Lin Qingxiao's mind. Why could she not refuse the responsibilities thrust upon her? Like Shen Hao, why could she not pursue her desires and relish the life that rightfully belonged to her? As Lin Qingxiao became lost in contemplation, a sudden notification sound from her phone jolted her back to reality. Shen Hao, seated across from her, offered an apologetic glance as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he turned to the side. Lin Qingxiao's curiosity piqued. She glanced over as well. At the adjacent table, a girl clad in a white t-shirt with long hair glared at Shen Hao, her face contorted in anger. "Aren't you Xiao Xiao?" Dumbfounded, Shen Hao turned to Lin Qingxiao and asked, "Is that you?" "I suggest you approach her now," Lin Qingxiao replied without addressing Shen Hao's query, a charming smile gracing her lips. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. She was intrigued to see how Shen Hao, who appeared so composed in her presence, would navigate this unexpected situation. Shen Hao exhaled deeply. "I apologize. I seem to have mistaken you for someone else." After offering his apology, he turned and walked toward the neighboring table. As she watched Shen Hao take a seat across from the girl, a wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over Lin Qingxiao. This marked the first time she yearned to converse with a boy. She wished to hear more of Shen Hao's trivial jokes and to discern his future intentions. A particularly unique thought surfaced in Lin Qingxiao's mind. What if this time Shen Hao's date turned out to be a rather awkward affair? After he took a seat, he called the waiter over to place an order, only to feel the weight of the waiter's curious gaze flitting between the two tables, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. The girl sitting across from him placed her handbag on the table, her expression still tinged with residual anger. It was evident that she had meticulously prepared for this meeting, with her makeup and attire thoughtfully coordinated. However, Shen Hao couldn't help but make a comparison in his mind and lament that, in every conceivable way, the girl before him paled in comparison to Lin Qingxiao at the adjacent table. Upon this realization, he instinctively glanced over, only to be taken aback by the fact that Lin Qingxiao seemed to be watching him as well. Clearing his throat softly, he dispelled the clutter of thoughts and offered an apology to the girl in front of him. "I'm sorry, your outfits are quite similar, and I mistook you for her." Regrettably, the girl appeared unwilling to accept his apology. She scrutinized him with a frosty demeanor, her expression softening slightly as it fell upon his face, secretly thinking, "He is rather handsome. What a pity that after all this preparation, he can't even recognize me. I was so invested in this." With that thought, Su Xiaoxiao stood up and walked towards the exit. In her mind, a gamer like Shen Hao, who rarely ventured out, would surely spring to his feet to stop her. She believed that, given his looks, she could easily take a seat again. Su Xiaoxiao had her own strategies for dealing with someone like Shen Hao. However, as she held her head high and stepped out of the CAF, observing the bustling crowd outside, she suddenly realized that he hadn't followed her to plead for her return. Turning back to confirm, Su Xiaoxiao was infuriated and promptly hailed a cab, angrily flinging the door open and leaving. Inside the CAF, Lin Qingxiao observed Su Xiaoxiao's retreating figure and once again picked up her book, feigning indifference as she inquired, "What was that conversation about?" She seemed upset. Shen Hao replied nonchalantly. Lin Qingxiao nodded, redirecting her focus to the book in her hands. "Why not try chase after her?" "I won't. I'm not particularly adept at that sort of thing," Shen Hao chuckled. Lin Qingxiao nodded, having also noticed the striking similarity in attire between herself and the departing girl, and understood why Shen Hao had made the mistake. "Are you interested in artificial intelligence?" Shen Hao asked, glancing at the title of the book Lin Qingxiao was holding. "Yes, our company may be venturing into that field soon," she replied with a nod. "Speaking of artificial intelligence, I must take this opportunity to reintroduce myself." Hearing her response, Shen Hao sat up a little straighter, intrigued. "My name is Shen Hao. I once published a paper on the evolution of artificial intelligence and its ultimate form that can currently be achieved in SCL. Which paper did you publish?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Qingxiao's eyes. In order to advance her business, she had diligently acquired a wealth of knowledge in the realm of artificial intelligence. That paper, published a year ago in SCL, is arguably one of the most thorough analyses of the field of artificial intelligence in recent years. Indeed, Shen Hao nodded. "This is one of my passions, yet after publishing the paper, I did not pursue further research." "Why not?" "That paper has already caused a tremendous stir both domestically and internationally. The content is still regarded as the pinnacle in the field of artificial intelligence to this day." Lin Qingxiao was even more astonished upon hearing this. Chapter 3. How about you be my boyfriend? There are two reasons. Shen Hao wore a somewhat proud expression. First, after the publication of my paper, I realized that no one could truly keep pace with my research and ideas. Second, a new game had just been released, and I became engrossed in playing it. Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Lin Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting smile flickering in her cool, clear eyes. Who would have imagined that the paper, hailed as the beacon of the future of artificial intelligence, was merely a casual endeavor tossed out by the man before her during his leisure time? Nevertheless, Lin Qingxiao harbored a tinge of skepticism regarding Shen Hao's seemingly fantastical claims. After all, she had familiarized herself with some research topics. Even if Shen Hao's statements were half-truths, it would still be a rather alarming situation. Contemplating this, Lin Qingxiao set aside her book and turned her gaze towards Shen Hao. "Could you elaborate on your previous research?" "Certainly," Shen Hao nodded. During a previous attendance check, he had received knowledge pertaining to artificial intelligence, And for convenience, he had placed the system's reward, an artificial intelligence known as Red Queen, at his residence. Unfortunately, as Shen Hao had just mentioned, the knowledge in his mind was exceedingly advanced. Currently, there were no scientists in the world capable of matching the concepts described in his paper. Shen Hao, feeling too lethargic to elaborate further, had pushed this matter to the back of his mind. It is widely acknowledged that contemporary artificial intelligence primarily relies on preset programs for interaction. True artificial intelligence, however, should possess an independent mode of thought. Only then can it genuinely provide the conveniences required by its users. After speaking for several minutes, Shen Hao's throat grew parched. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxiao listened with rapt attention. With her intellect and prior studies, she effortlessly concluded that Shen Hao was not merely boasting. He genuinely had profound insights and research in the realm of artificial intelligence. Observing Shen Hao's calm demeanor and eloquent discourse, something within Lin Qingxiao stirred. "My apologies. I need to use the restroom." After consuming several cups of coffee, Shen Hao felt a sudden discomfort in his abdomen. After apologizing to Lin Qingxiao, he rose and made his way to the restroom. Upon his return, Shen Hao sat across from Lin Qingxiao and, with a smile, took out his phone. "Miss Lin, since we've had such an enjoyable conversation today, shall we exchange WeChat?" Glancing up at Shen Hao, Lin Qingxiao did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she set her book down. "What is your reason?" Hearing her response, Shen Hao lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before looking at Lin Qingxiao with a smile. "It is simply because Miss Lin is beautiful. I believe that even if I were in a different place or approached in another manner, I would still muster the courage to ask Miss Lin for her WeChat." Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Lin Qingxiao nodded. Her face partially obscured by the book, she raised to her cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, a gentle warmth began to linger near her earlobe. "Do you express the same sentiments when encountering other attractive women?" "Certainly not," replied Shen Hao, brimming with pride. "Miss Lin, rest assured, I seldom venture outside. Thus, it is indeed my first encounter in over 20 years with a girl as captivating as you." The warmth swiftly blossomed within her. Lin Qingxiao instinctively elevated the book in her hands, seemingly attempting to shield her face from the sudden blush that had risen. The other patrons, of course, had taken note of the enchanting Ice Queen seated there. Yet, throughout the afternoon, none dared to muster the courage to approach her. But now, witnessing Shen Hao effortlessly melt her icy demeanor with just a few words, even sharing a cup of coffee with another girl, left the onlookers in awe of him. A true exemplar. After regaining her composure, Lin Qingxiao retrieved her phone, displaying her QR code on the table. Shen Hao smiled and picked up his phone, poised to scan it when a slender finger suddenly tapped the screen. Lifting his gaze to meet Lin Qingxiao's, Shen Hao appeared puzzled. "Adding each other as friends is also an option, yet I might require a small favor from you," she said, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous smile that starkly contrasted with her previously frosty demeanor. "Absolutely," he responded before she could articulate her request, promptly sending a friend request. Using Lin Qingxiao's phone, he accepted it and stood up, waving goodbye. "Until we meet again, Miss Lin, should you need anything, just message me on WeChat." With that, Shen Hao turned and left, basking in the envious gazes of the other patrons. As she watched Shen Hao's retreating figure, a smile once again graced Lin Qingxiao's lips. She retrieved her phone and glanced at the screen, where Shen Hao's name was displayed at the top. A flicker of delight surged within her. In Lin Qingxiao's life, her interactions had predominantly been limited to family members or those who approached her for various ulterior motives. These experiences had taught her to adopt a demeanor that repelled others. However, today, she encountered someone entirely different from those she had known before. Although Shen Hao often indulged in frivolous banter, she could discern a sincerity in his tone. Whether he spoke of simply wishing to save her life or other matters, there was no hint of artifice. Searching for the SCL journal, Lin Qingxiao found the paper Shen Hao had mentioned, and, as expected, the author's name was unmistakably inscribed as Hichao Shen. Upon seeing this name, her joy intensified. A sudden idea sparked in Lin Qingxiao's mind. In recent years, her parents had begun to express concerns over her lifelong companionship. In the past, Lin Qingxiao's mindset revolved solely around the notion of making do with whatever came her way, even leading to minor disputes with her family over this matter. However, now Lin Qingxiao found herself presented with an alternative choice. "Madam, the gentleman at your table is already married," the waiter informed her. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Qingxiao, who had risen to leave, nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the exit. A pristine white Bentley had seemingly arrived outside the CAF, and, as Lin Qingxiao emerged, a tall woman clad in a blue uniform descended from the driver's seat to open the door for her. With a slight nod, Lin Qingxiao retrieved her phone and located Shen Hao's WeChat. After much contemplation, she cautiously typed a few words on the screen before pressing send. "How about you be my boyfriend?" Chapter 4. Artificial Intelligence after sending the message. Lin Qingxiao turned off her phone screen and spoke coolly. "Head back to the company." "Understood, President Lin." The driver, accustomed to Lin Qingxiao's temperament, did not inquire further and promptly started the car, steering towards the Lin Corporation's headquarters. As she gazed out at the bustling crowds beyond the car window, Lin Qingxiao clutched her phone, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washing over her. Had she been too abrupt? Shen Hao had so decisively rejected Su Xiao. Perhaps his willingness to add her as a friend stemmed merely from the enjoyment of their conversation. Now, having sent such a message, did it make her seem frivolous in his eyes? In that moment, the usually composed and formidable Lin Qingxiao, who could stir the currents of the business world without a hint of emotion, found herself unexpectedly apprehensive. She unlocked her phone, multitasking between managing other messages while keeping a watchful eye on the chat with Shen Hao. "Why hasn't he replied yet? Could it be that he truly thinks I—" Even after arriving at the company building, there was still no response from Shen Hao. At that moment, the once self-assured and proud Lin Qingxiao grasped the essence of anxiety and uncertainty. "Perhaps he is just busy. I shall wait a bit longer." She switched off her phone, exited the vehicle, and stepped into the elevator. Today, the employees of Lin Corporation suddenly noticed that their typically aloof president appeared to be grappling with some issue. Her expression was notably darker than usual, as if the atmosphere had shifted before an impending storm, causing the entire administrative department to feel a palpable drop in pressure. Meanwhile, Shen Hao returned home, casually tossing his phone aside without a glance at the notifications. As a recluse, he had grown accustomed to the myriad news alerts flooding his device. Messages from others, however, were a rarity. It was precisely this habit that rendered him unaware of the unease permeating the Lin Corporation, as its employees remained on edge throughout the day. As he logged into a game, a flurry of invitations popped up. Shen Hao accepted one and entered the room, where a rough voice greeted him. "How was the meetup today, Hao Ge?" "Yeah, Hao Ge. Is Xiao really as curvy as she claims?" "Hey, Hao Ge, you're online so early. Don't you guys get it yet?" "True, haha." The speakers were all old teammates of Shen Hao, well aware that today he had ventured out solely for the purpose of meeting Su Xiao. As they teased him, Shen Hao chuckled and recounted how he had mistakenly recognized someone else, causing Su Xiao to become upset. However, even though Xiao was angry, I added that stunning girl. I hear she is quite wealthy. Come on, Hao Ge, spare us. How many young and beautiful rich women could there possibly be? You really think you just stumbled upon one? Exactly. I think it's Xiao who doesn't fancy you. Within the confines of his headset, the taunts of his teammates continued to echo, yet Shen Hao refrained from excessive retorts. In retrospect, even he found the situation slightly surreal. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they embarked on their gaming odyssey, which persisted until dusk enveloped the sky. It was only when his stomach protested that he bid farewell to his companions and exited the game. Removing his headset, Shen Hao powered down his computer and rose, stretching languidly. At that moment, a figure of a little girl clad in a red dress materialized beside his computer. "Red Queen, what brings you out today?" Shen Hao inquired with a smile. "Master, a new friend of yours on WeChat sent you a message 20 minutes prior to your arrival," the Red Queen's voice chimed in. "Oh, no need to bother with that." "What?" Shen Hao abruptly snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving his phone for a glance, his breath hitching in surprise. Regardless of the content of the WeChat message, he was astounded that he had been so engrossed in gaming that he completely overlooked this individual's presence. My apologies. I was a bit preoccupied when I returned and forgot to check my phone. He quickly sent a message in response. Seeing the absence of a notification icon next to his message, he exhaled in relief. Moments later, a reply arrived. Oh, so you were caught up in your studies at a critical moment? The swift reply stirred something within Shen Hao. Previously, he had attempted to engage with various girls, but his interactions often fell flat. Messages would either cease unexpectedly or devolve into vague responses about mundane activities. However, Lin Qingxiao was an entirely different entity. Despite his delayed response, she expressed no irritation and promptly replied. A bold thought crossed Shen Hao's mind. Perhaps Lin Qingxiao had been waiting for his message all along. How else could she have responded so quickly? This notion filled him with a quiet joy as he replied, "Actually, I was engrossed in gaming. I typically don't receive many messages, so I muted notifications. My apologies." Shen Hao's reluctance to fabricate a story stemmed not from an innate honesty, but rather from an instinctual belief that a candid approach with a girl like Lin Qingxiao would be far more rewarding than obfuscation. "How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow as an apology. What do you think?" He felt a tinge of guilt for the predicament he had caused. Yet it presented a perfect opportunity to invite Lin Qingxiao out for a meal, fostering deeper communication between them. Although Shen Hao remained uncertain about the true intent behind Lin Qingxiao's earlier message, he recognized that meeting in person could yield no adverse outcomes. "Sounds good. But how have you considered the matter I mentioned earlier?" Lin Qingxiao's message arrived shortly thereafter. "I accept." A smile involuntarily crept across Shen Hao's face. Arranging a meal together is such a simple task. Perhaps next time we could also consider a movie or a coffee. With that in mind, let's meet tomorrow at the CAF we visited today, as there are several delightful restaurants nearby. Regarding the matter you mentioned earlier, I naturally agreed. In the office of the Lin Group building, Lin Qingxiao reclined gracefully in her chair, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed at her phone screen. "He has consented. I haven't even revealed my reasons. Could it be that he genuinely wishes to pursue me?" After a moment of hesitation while cradling her phone, Lin Qingxiao resumed, composing her message. "Please do not misunderstand. My family has been pressuring me quite a bit lately. I found you to be quite amiable during our meeting today. Hence, I would like to ask you to pretend to be my boyfriend." Chapter 5. At your service. My dearest girlfriend. Upon receiving the message, Shen Hao momentarily froze. No wonder she had suddenly uttered that line. It was a request for assistance. Having discerned Lin Qingxiao's true intentions, Shen Hao found himself remarkably composed. After all, wasn't it merely a matter of pretending to be a boyfriend? As the saying goes, sometimes pretending can lead to reality. This also validated Shen Hao's hypothesis. When dealing with Lin Qingxiao, being straightforward proved far more effective than beating around the bush. Simply put, it was comfortable. With this thought in mind, Shen Hao quickly replied to Lin Qingxiao's message. "No problem. I'm a professional actor. I assure you I can portray it even better than the real thing. By the way, when shall we pay a visit to your parents? What should I bring?" In the office, upon reading Shen Hao's message, a blush crept across Lin Qingxiao's face. The audacity of claiming he could act better than reality, and the notion of meeting her parents. In that moment, Lin Qingxiao felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing uncontrollably. What was she thinking? For now, she merely needed to maintain the pretense. They could discuss meeting her parents later, once he had proven himself. "At your service, my dear girlfriend." Outside the CEO's office, the administrative staff suddenly heard a light laugh. They exchanged incredulous glances, looking towards the CEO's office in disbelief. Could it be the icy beauty that was Lin? What could possibly have transpired to elicit such joy? Inside the office, Lin Qingxiao remained blissfully unaware that her colleagues had begun to speculate. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Qingxiao was abruptly called away for work. Apologizing to Shen Hao, she began to tackle her tasks. By the time she completed her work, the lights in the administrative department had dimmed. Rising from her chair, Lin Qingxiao stretched, her graceful figure on full display. Having dispelled her fatigue, she picked up her phone to prepare for the end of the workday. At that moment, Lin Qingxiao noticed an unread message in her chat with Shen Hao. "Good night." As she opened the message, her previously tense expression softened, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Good night." With her slender fingers tapping a few keys on the screen, Lin Qingxiao elegantly moved her long legs and exited the office. A female bodyguard emerged from a nearby room, trailing behind her as they descended the stairs. Please make arrangements for tomorrow. I have plans to go out. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Qingxiao turned to her bodyguard, who nodded and pulled out her phone to begin organizing the following day's tasks. The next day, Shen Hao, who had deliberately turned up the volume on his phone, was awakened by the blaring alarm. After getting up and freshening up, he opened his phone to find a message from Lin Qingxiao. Good morning. As he rummaged for his belongings, he replied, awake? It's almost time. Aren't you just waking up as well? Gazing at the time, Lin Qingxiao noted that not much had passed since she sent herself a message. I'd already risen, fearing I might disturb your rest, she replied. In that moment, Shen Hao was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. After such prolonged solitude, the unexpected feeling of being valued by someone was simply exquisite. I wish time would hasten its pace. Shen Hao walked towards the door, tapping on the screen to respond. Turn left upon exiting, arriving at his family's garage. Although Shen Hao usually preferred to remain indoors, his father had nonetheless prepared a car for him. Costing around 300,000, it was a vehicle of moderate pricing. After starting the car and familiarizing himself with the controls, Shen Hao noticed he had ample time, so he decided to slow his pace a bit. After all, it had been quite a while since he last drove, and speeding could easily lead to mishaps. He arrived steadily near the commercial district, where the traffic began to thicken, coming to a halt on the road. Observing the endless stream of vehicles ahead, Shen Hao reached for the seatbelt, preparing to look for an opening to veer off and park before proceeding on foot. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar face in the passenger seat of a red, convertible Ferrari to his left. Before he could fully recall, the window of the Ferrari lowered. Lin Qingxiao, donning sunglasses, leaned slightly out of the car, a playful smile gracing her lips. Good morning, handsome. I'm a bit hungry. Did you bring anything to eat? Witnessing this scene, the drivers around them nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. Goodness, this beauty looks stunning, and she's in a luxury car. How could she so casually initiate a conversation with a stranger? This world is simply unfair. As the drivers simmered with indignation, Shen Hao also rolled down his window. Good afternoon, beautiful. Why'd you switch cars? I barely recognized you. I haven't eaten anything either. How about we go to that place up ahead? Sound good? As Lin Qingxiao nodded, her smile blossomed even more. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This world truly is challenging. Moments ago, they pondered if Lin Qingxiao had suddenly lost her senses. Now, upon seeing Shen Hao's face, everything seemed to make sense. Though the car he drove couldn't compare to the Ferrari beside it, given his appearance, one could only assume that he was being generously fed by her. This world, which judges by looks, may it perish. Ignoring the curious stares of the other drivers, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao began chatting through the car window. By the way, I noticed you were up late replying to messages last night. Are you very busy with work? Shen Hao assessed Lin Qingxiao. Despite her exquisite makeup and the sunglasses obscuring her eyes, a hint of fatigue was evident beneath them. Not particularly busy, thankfully. At least I still had the energy to send you good night, Lin Qingxiao replied, smiling at Shen Hao's concern for her. The surrounding drivers felt a sudden sense of relief. It turned out that this was not a case of infatuation. The two individuals had indeed known each other for quite some time. Yet, why did it feel as if something familiar was being forced into their mouths? Who was scattering love notes on the bustling street? How about a stroll after dinner? I have the day off today. Lin Qingxiao slightly lowered her head, fearful that Shen Hao might notice the tension etched across her face. Sure, you're so busy with work, of course, we could do that. It's entirely up to you, Shen Hao nodded. The driver and bodyguard sitting in the front remained silent. Their boss must have been possessed. Otherwise, how could he utter such words? Just moments ago, he had dismissed all his work, claiming to have something important to attend to. And now, here he was, out on a dinner date, even when the other party had not yet agreed. Chapter 6. This must be an illusion unbelievable. At this moment, the bodyguards and the driver had no idea how many times they had internally scoffed. However, as subordinates, they dared not openly criticize their employer's behavior and could only sit silently on the sidelines. Well, in that case, I shall make the reservation first, Lin Qingxiao hastily suggested upon hearing Shen Hao's agreement. I'll take care of it, After all, I promised to apologize to you, Shen Hao replied with a smile, shaking his head in refusal. Just then, the driver, trapped behind, finally noticed that the traffic ahead had begun to move. Frustrated, he honked the horn. Only then did Shen Hao realize the cars were in motion and quickly started the vehicle. The two cars advanced side by side, joining the ebb and flow of the bustling commercial district. Once the vehicles dispersed, the atmosphere became considerably more relaxed. Shen Hao slightly increased his speed, finding a parking spot first, and then proceeded towards the Ferrari. As the driver parked the car, the bodyguard was about to exit when he saw Shen Hao bypass his position and open the door for Lin Qingxiao in the passenger seat. Lin Qingxiao's earlobes turned a shade of crimson as she extended her hand to rest atop Shen Hao's. In turn, he grasped her hand, leading her towards an alternate entrance. Left behind were just the bodyguard and the driver, exchanging glances filled with a profound sense of desolation. Following closely in Shen Hao's stride, Lin Qingxiao glanced down at the hand he held, her heart swelling with sweetness. As if struck by a thought, she raised her gaze, quickened her pace, and gently extricated her hand from his grasp. Subsequently, her cheeks flushed as she wrapped her arms around Shen Hao's arm. Noticing Lin Qingxiao's action, Shen Hao chose not to comment, yet he felt a newfound confidence surging within him. With the envious gazes of surrounding gentlemen upon him, he slipped his hands into his pockets. As they walked, Shen Hao suddenly turned his head slightly. "You look truly stunning today." Taken aback by his compliment, Lin Qingxiao felt a wave of uncertainty. She had deliberately changed her outfit today, yet Shen Hao had not praised her appearance upon their meeting. This left her wondering if her attire might have been amiss. Was I not attractive yesterday? Though her heart fluttered with delight, Lin Qingxiao playfully tightened her grip, questioning with a hint of reproach in her tone, "Am I beautiful?" "Absolutely," Shen Hao replied, grinning as he adopted a serious demeanor, nodding emphatically. "You look just as lovely yesterday as you do today." Lin Qingxiao's ensemble today was evidently chosen with care for their date. She had swapped her previous simple white blouse and tailored black trousers, which, while flattering her figure, appeared somewhat understated. Today, however, she donned a slightly oversized cream sweater that softened her previously frosty demeanor. Her light blue jeans perfectly accentuated her long legs, earning silent admiration from Shen Hao. Truly, it was simply perfect. Noticing Shen Hao's appreciative gaze upon her, Lin Qingxiao felt a surge of warmth. Lin Qingxiao felt a flutter of nervousness in her heart. Her face slightly flushed, yet instinctively loosened her grip on Shen Hao's arm, seemingly encouraging him to gaze a little longer. "Did you forget to bring your book today?" Shen Hao glanced at Lin Qingxiao and noticed she wasn't carrying a bag or anything of the sort. "Well, most of the project is being handled by others. I just need to grasp some general concepts." Lin Qingxiao nodded in response. "I see. If you encounter any issues, feel free to message me. I'm quite familiar with the realm of artificial intelligence," Shen Hao replied with a smile. "All right." Lin Qingxiao nodded again, a sweet sensation blooming in her heart after having read Shen Hao's paper. She had already recognized his prowess in this field. However, she was also aware that Shen Hao did not enjoy spending extensive time delving into these matters. After all, once he had published his paper, he had vanished without a trace. Yet now, for her sake, Shen Hao was willing to revisit those topics. Lin Qingxiao's smile grew even more radiant. The bodyguard and driver trailed behind the two, observing their boss clinging to Shen Hao's arm, wearing an unprecedentedly sweet smile. After exchanging a glance, both men discerned a shared thought in each other's eyes. "Oh no, our boss is beyond saving." In a well-regarded hot pot restaurant within the business district, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao were seated under the guidance of a waiter. Shen Hao took the menu from the waiter and handed it to Lin Qingxiao. "Please order," he said. "All right." Lin Qingxiao gazed at Shen Hao, who sat across from her, as she received the menu. "By the way, what do you like to eat?" Though it was her first outing on a date with a boy, Lin Qingxiao had intentionally taken the time to do some research today, her aim being quite simple: to leave a favorable impression on Shen Hao. "I don't have any particular dislikes. You can order whatever you like." Shen Hao shook his head, lifting a nearby iced tea to pour a cup for Lin Qingxiao and placing it in front of her. "Your parents must be pleased. You're not picky about food." Lin Qingxiao nodded with a smile, grabbing a tablet to scroll through and select a few appealing dishes. When you have time, I can take you to see them. They might be even happier. Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Lin Qingxiao's previously calmed emotions momentarily faltered. It's all right. We can discuss it later when you have time. Your parents are quite busy as well. Noticing Lin Qingxiao's discomfort, Shen Hao kindly reassured her. Hurry and order. Didn't you just say you were hungry? Lin Qingxiao nodded, continuing to scroll on the tablet. After finalizing the order, Lin Qingxiao handed the tablet back to Shen Hao, inquiring if he wished to add any more dishes. After reviewing, Shen Hao shook his head and returned the menu to the waiter. It must be said that the restaurant's good reputation was indeed warranted. Despite it being the busiest lunchtime, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao did not have to wait long before the dishes were served. As they watched the broth begin to bubble, excitement filled the air. Shen Hao proactively picked up the dishes and placed them into the pot, then served some to Lin Qingxiao, who, with a smile, reciprocated by offering him some food in return, exuding an air of composure. Their gestures were so familiar, as if they had known each other for ages. The bodyguards and driver seated not far away were left speechless, utterly astonished. Having accompanied Lin Qingxiao for so long, they had never before witnessed her display such warmth towards a male counterpart. In the past, any man attempting to approach her would be met with her frigid demeanor and the aloof elegance she effortlessly radiated. Yet now, the once distant Lin Qingxiao appeared as a bashful young girl, her cheeks flushed as she served Shen Hao. Surely, this must be an illusion. Chapter 7. A delightful date. After finishing their meal, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao stepped out of the restaurant. It seemed rather early, and they ought to linger here a while longer. Shen Hao glanced at the time, noting that there was still a considerable interval before the movie he had booked. Initially, he had anticipated a generous amount of time, but now it appeared he had perhaps overestimated it. No matter, Lin Qingxiao said with a smile. Where's your reserved seat? Just a short distance ahead, Shen Hao indicated. Shall we stroll over? It's fortuitous that we have no other engagements today. After their earlier dinner, Lin Qingxiao felt considerably more at ease in Shen Hao's company. Yet, even so, the suggestion to walk together made her feel a touch shy. All right, it will help to digest, Shen Hao agreed. With a stunning beauty like Lin Qingxiao accompanying him, refusing would undoubtedly invite whispers of envy from others. Upon hearing Shen Hao's affirmative response, Lin Qingxiao eagerly nodded and once again linked her arm with his as they made their way toward the cinema. In that brief stretch of road, they engaged in lively conversation, though it was predominantly Lin Qingxiao who spoke while Shen Hao listened intently. After all, having spent much of his time at home, he had little to share. Strangely, despite her usual aversion to lengthy monologues, Lin Qingxiao found herself wanting to divulge every detail to Shen Hao, from her arduous studies since childhood to her family's plans for her to study abroad, preparing her to take over the family business. When discussing her family circumstances, Lin Qingxiao curiously inquired of Shen Hao, "How about you? Do you feel pressured?" Of course, Lin Qingxiao did not intend to boast. Deep down, she was confident that someone as talented as Shen Hao would not distance himself due to such matters. It's all right, Shen Hao replied, not surprising Lin Qingxiao in the least. To be honest, I have no fondness for money. I am indifferent to it. Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Lin Qingxiao smiled and nodded. Were it anyone else making such a statement, she would not have offered a second thought, but coming from Shen Hao, she harbored no doubt whatsoever. Not to mention, the mere fact that his paper, though theoretical, had attracted international companies offering 9-figure salaries to invite its author to join them. Yet Shen Hao had remained completely unresponsive. Reflecting on this, Lin Qingxiao, still linked to Shen Hao, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. What is amusing? Shen Hao inquired, puzzled. Nothing, I just find it amusing that those companies are willing to spend so much to entice you. Yet in the end, it pales in comparison to the allure of a video game, she replied, her eyes, reminiscent of a crescent moon, lifting to meet Shen Hao's gaze, revealing an indescribable depth of emotion. There is no way around it. I have expressed to you my complete disinterest in money. Shen Hao spread his hands, displaying an air of helplessness. The two engaged in conversation as they strolled, eventually arriving at the cinema, where Shen Hao procured tickets from the machine and led Lin Qingxiao inside. Behind them, Her bodyguards and driver followed, utterly astonished. What should we do? What can we do? Buy tickets, of course. We cannot allow the boss to enter alone. Yet, alas, the tickets were sold out. The bodyguards and driver felt exasperated, pondering what enchantment had ensnared their employer. Nevertheless, out of respect for Lin Qingxiao and their duty, they had no choice but to brazenly intercept passers-by at the cinema entrance. After much negotiation, they finally managed to purchase 2 tickets at 5 times the original price and enter the cinema. Inside the screening room, the bodyguards and driver took their seats, discovering that Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao were seated not far ahead of them. The film played steadily, yet the 2 engrossed individuals paid little heed to the screen, instead continuing their intimate whispers. From the bodyguard perspective, one could even observe Lin Qingxiao's shoulders frequently shaking as she stifled laughter. Upon the film's conclusion, Lin Qingxiao wrapped her arm around Shen Hao's, rising reluctantly. As they reached the aisle, she looked up and spotted her bodyguards and driver. "Oh, you 2 are here to watch a movie as well?" The bodyguards and driver were momentarily taken aback, their hearts sinking. It was clear their employer was beyond saving. Later that evening, after a delightful dinner, the 2 bid each other a wistful farewell. As Shen Hao drove home, his spirits lifted. He hummed an unknown tune and opened the door to his house. "You're back." Just then, a deep, gravelly male voice resonated through the air. "Who is it?" Shen Hao instinctively assumed a defensive posture. He flicked on the living room lights. The voice did not respond directly to Shen Hao, but instead beckoned for the lights to be activated. As the bright illumination flooded the room, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Shen Hao's face. "Ah, old man, what brings you here?" He chuckled. "I am your father. Is it not permissible for me to check on how my son is faring?" Shen Songlin exclaimed with ire, observing Shen Hao, who casually settled into a chair. A flicker of anger and concern flashed in Shen Songlin's eyes. During Shen Hao's childhood, he had been excessively preoccupied with company affairs, neglecting his son's upbringing. Little did Shen Songlin anticipate that upon reaching adulthood, Shen Hao would proactively move out, spending his days idly at home playing video games. Out of paternal concern, Shen Songlin dutifully transferred living expenses to Shen Hao each month. "Everything is fine. I'm managing well," Shen Hao replied, pouring 2 glasses of water and offering one to Shen Songlin. With his astuteness, Shen Hao had certainly discerned the myriad emotions reflected in his father's gaze. Although Shen Songlin's company was modest, it provided them with a comfortable lifestyle. Shen Hao, however, preferred to remain distanced from such intricate affairs. For him, a somewhat adequate living environment sufficed. Observing Shen Hao's leisurely demeanor, Shen Songlin could only let out a resigned sigh and shake his head, secretly regretting his decision to raise Shen Hao in modesty. Initially, in an effort to prevent Shen Hao from becoming a decadent rich heir, indulging only in pleasures and extravagance, Shen Songlin had established a subsidiary, intending to instill in his son the understanding that their family was not overly affluent. Simultaneously, he arranged for the young Shen Hao to witness various opulent scenes. Old Shen painstakingly endeavored to cultivate his son, hoping to ignite his ambition, encouraging him to study diligently and enhance himself to eventually take over the family business. However, to old Shen's astonishment, after experiencing the lavish environments, the young Shen Hao returned and shook his head in front of his father and mother, declaring, "It's uninteresting. I have no interest in money." Chapter 8. Have you found a stepmother for me? Heaven knows the profound blow that old Shen endured upon hearing Shen Hao's words. As a mere child, though never lacking in food or clothing, how could he return from his observations and suddenly see through the worldly illusions, rising above secular concerns, and become indifferent to wealth? Initially, old Shen suspected that Shen Hao was spinning a tale. To his astonishment, Shen Hao was indeed genuine, his actions and words aligned, and his disinterest in money was sincere. Not only did he lose interest in wealth, but Shen Hao also transformed into a lethargic existence, his academic performance plummeting, spending his days playing video games and sleeping, entirely devoid of the ambition old Shen had hoped for. This predicament led to frequent confrontations between Shen Hao's mother and old Shen. However, old Shen refrained from revealing the truth to Shen Hao, believing that his son was simply too young to comprehend the significance of those opulent lifestyles. He thought that with age and the harsh realities of life, Shen Hao would eventually grasp the essence of it all. At that point, he could slowly guide his son toward a better path. Yet as the years passed, and with Shen Hao having lived independently for over 3 years, he showed no signs of yearning for the luxurious life he once had. Instead, he appeared to be sinking deeper into a state of decline, retreating into his rented abode, engrossed in gaming. His only interactions, apart from his teammates, were with a peculiar AI assistant named Red. Upon learning of this, old Shen was consumed by anxiety. Setting aside the question of whether Shen Hao could ever become a remarkable individual worthy of succeeding him in the family business, the stark reality was that while others were already welcoming grandchildren, his own son had yet to hold the hand of a woman. This was intolerable. Shen Hao might not excel, and given the vastness of the family enterprise, he could squander time without immediate consequence. However, the thought of him growing old alone filled old Shen with dread. To address this pressing concern, old Shen spent 3 days contemplating on the sofa, ultimately devising a clever strategy. Isn't this lad a slacker? He mused. I shall compel him to work at the company. At this age, surrounded by the opposite sex, sparks are bound to fly. Moreover, he can familiarize himself with the business. It's a win-win. With this plan in mind, old Shen eagerly made his way to Shen Hao's residence. Upon entering, a mechanical voice greeted him, startling him momentarily. After discovering that the voice belonged to his son's AI assistant, old Shen assumed it was akin to the commonly used voice assistants of the day. Hearing Red refer to Shen Hao as master only solidified his resolve. This boy was now engrossed in a virtual world. If left unchecked, would he end up seeking solace in a fictional partner? Today, he would drag Shen Hao to work, no matter what. With this determination, old Shen set down his cup, beaming at Shen Hao. Son, what is the matter? Shen Hao inquired. Why are you grinning so mischievously? Have you found a stepmother for me? A single remark from Shen Hao nearly caused old Shen to choke. You little rascal. How dare you speak like that? Angrily, old Shen shot a glare at Shen Hao, deciding to be forthright. I have already leveraged connections at the Tongfei Group to secure you a job. You will start there tomorrow. I refuse. Shen Hao resolutely declined. Refuse? Your response does not surprise me. Old Shen retorted with a cold smirk. If you choose not to go, keep in mind that my company is facing difficulties. If it weren't for the assistance of others, my business would have likely gone bankrupt. I promised them I would send you to work, and if you refuse, you'll have to figure out how to pay your rent and other expenses on your own. With that, old Shen regarded Shen Hao with a sense of triumph. Shen Hao furrowed his brow. Old man, setting aside other matters, why is it that I will be fine if I go? You aren't selling me off to a wealthy woman, are you? What nonsense. Such a stroke of luck would never be yours. That person is my brother. Calling it a favor is merely a ruse. Old Shen shot Shen Hao another glare. You've been idling away your time playing video games, which isn't a sustainable plan. My company has profits are dwindling, and soon I may not be able to support you any longer. If you don't go to work, how will you sustain yourself? In any case, I have already discussed this with your mother, and she is in agreement. You should pack your things and report to work. I refuse. Shen Hao shook his head. Having enjoyed only a brief respite, he was unwilling to return to the grind of 9 to 9 job so easily. No, you must go to work tomorrow. Your rent is due, isn't it? I've blocked your card. If you do not show up for work, be prepared to face the consequences. With that, old Shen stood up decisively. No need to see me out. I came here to inform you. Remember, tomorrow, you must report to the company by noon. Don't force me to take drastic measures. Leaving with a sense of self-satisfaction, old Shen hummed a tune as he returned home. Shen Hao's mother, Bai Fong, was seated on the sofa watching television. Upon seeing old Shen return, she hurriedly inquired, how'd it go? Did Xiao Hao agree? He did not agree, but I made it clear that he must go to work tomorrow, or I will suspend his card. Old Shen replied smugly, Oof, this is all your fault for keeping things from Xiao Hao in the first place. If he faces any grievances tomorrow, I will hold you responsible. Bai Fong's brow furrowed with concern. That won't happen. As long as he shows up for work, no one will dare to make things difficult for him. I'm doing this for his own good, old Shen stated confidently. Meanwhile, in his rental room, Shen Hao's brow slightly furrowed. He had not anticipated that his father would resort to such tactics. However, he did not feel overly anxious. After checking his phone, he discovered that indeed, his card had been suspended by his father. Red, well, never mind, he thought. Initially, he considered asking Red to lift the suspension on his card through the back end, but after a moment's reflection, he deemed it inappropriate. Even if the card is unlocked now, it is likely that old Shen will discover it eventually. It would be rather imprudent to expose one's secrets over such a trivial matter. Just as Shen Hao was contemplating whether to have Hong Ho discreetly procure some of money for him or to consider alternative solutions, his phone suddenly chimed. "What are you up to?" Accompanied by a charming smiley face was a message from Lin Qingxiao. Shen Hao, initially feeling somewhat downcast, found his spirits lifted upon reading her message. He picked up his phone and replied, "Not much, just pacing in circles, lost in thought." "What's the matter?" Lin Qingxiao inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. "My father just came by and suspended my card, instructing me to report to Tungfei Group for work tomorrow. He has likely been planning this for quite some time, and I need to pay my rent tomorrow. If I fail to show up for work, I might very well find myself without a home." Chapter 9. How about you come to my company? In the office, a pile of documents lay scattered across the desk, while the secretary appeared somewhat anxious. Today, President Lin had unexpectedly not returned to the office, leaving the operations of Lin Corporation, a substantial enterprise, to accumulate to an overwhelming extent. Finally, when President Lin returned, he, typically a workaholic, seemed engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Just moments before, he had been all smiles, but now his expression had turned rather displeased. Lin Qingxiao sat in her office chair, perusing the chat history. Vivid images of Shen Hao, disheveled and standing at the door of his rented apartment, while the landlord cruelly mocked him and tossed his belongings out, flooded her mind. It was utterly outrageous. As her indignation swelled, Lin Qingxiao gently bit her lip, exclaiming in frustration, "I'm so sorry, President Lin. I'll take care of this immediately." Noticing Lin Qingxiao's agitation, the secretary mistakenly believed it was due to her handling of the documents and hurriedly extended her hand to tidy up the disarray on the desk. "It's all right. It's not your fault. Please step outside for now. I will review these papers shortly," Lin Qingxiao finally responded, gesturing for the secretary to leave. Once the secretary exited, Lin Qingxiao hurriedly sent a message on her phone. "It's fine, I'll cover the costs. How much do you need?" After sending the message, a wave of regret washed over her, prompting her to hastily attempt to retract her words. Yet, before she could successfully do so, a reply from Shen Hao arrived. "No need, it's not about the money." Upon reading the message, Lin Qingxiao's complexion paled slightly. Although she rarely interacted with males, she was aware, through her friends, that most men possess a strong sense of pride. Would her words to Shen Hao make him feel belittled? "I apologize, I was too hasty. I was merely worried about you." In his rented apartment, upon receiving Lin Qingxiao's message, Shen Hao smiled, feeling a sense of comfort. Compared to his previous encounters with women, Lin Qingxiao was indeed exceptional, both in her demeanor and in other aspects. Naturally, Shen Hao did not feel anger upon reading her message. After all, her concern was genuine. "It's truly fine. I appreciate your care. The issue of money is not significant. My parents will likely not allow me to remain idle any longer. This is just the beginning. I anticipate further challenges ahead." Having sent a reassuring message to Lin Qingxiao, Shen Hao also shared his worries. Upon reading Shen Hao's response, Lin Qingxiao understood the source of his distress and empathized with him. For some time now, her own parents had been fretting over their daughter's future, frequently devising various strategies to encourage her to interact with other men, even leading to some rather amusing situations. Although Lin Qingxiao displayed a resolute attitude, her parents remained undeterred, tirelessly orchestrating opportunities for her to interact with others each day. Had it not been for the relentless pressure from her parents, Lin Qingxiao might not have suddenly approached Shen Hao with a request to pretend to be her boyfriend. Despite their recent interactions, which had been particularly delightful, a sudden thought illuminated Lin Qingxiao's mind. Yes, she could enlist Shen Hao to masquerade as her boyfriend to fend off her parents' relentless matchmaking. Why couldn't she also employ this tactic for him? With this revelation, a joyful expression blossomed on her face, and she eagerly dialed a video call. The call was quickly answered. Shen Hao smiled as he raised his head and teased, "What is the matter? Did you miss me so soon?" Lin Qingxiao paused, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet she nodded firmly. "That is indeed quite an honor," Shen Hao replied, beaming with pride. "So, do you miss me?" On the other end, Lin Qingxiao's blush deepened as she discreetly got up to lock the office door, before returning to the camera with urgency. "Of course I miss you. Especially so." Shen Hao positioned his phone properly and made an exaggerated gesture. Witnessing his antics, Lin Qingxiao's smile grew increasingly sweet. After chatting for a while, she composed herself, deliberating before speaking. How about you come to my company tomorrow? I don't mean anything else." Noticing her nervous demeanor, Shen Hao chuckled softly, offering reassurance. "I know you don't mean to impose. Rest assured, money is truly not an issue. I'm not one to feign wealth." "That's not what I meant," Lin Qingxiao clarified, feeling relieved. "What I wanted to say is, since you're concerned about your parents wanting you to be more productive, it means that as long as you have legitimate matters to attend to, or at least appear to be occupied, it should suffice, right?" Shen Hao pondered for a moment, realizing she was indeed correct, and nodded in agreement. "Impressive. It truly is a valid point. My perspective has broadened significantly. Given the simplicity of the situation, it seemed manageable." Observing Shen Hao's agreement with her reasoning, Lin Qingxiao eagerly suggested, "Tomorrow, why not come work at my company? The Lin Group is quite substantial, and it would provide you with an excuse for your parents. Moreover, while at the Lin Group, I can help arrange other matters for you. You can still engage in whatever you wish, just like before." Hearing her words, Shen Hao felt genuinely touched. As the president of a major corporation, Lin Qingxiao was certainly not someone who acted on impulse. Yet now, she was willing to bend the rules for his sake, even offering such a commitment. On the other end of the video call, Shen Hao stared at her in silence, leaving Lin Qingxiao feeling somewhat flustered. "Well, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to express that since you have graciously assisted me, I ought to reciprocate in some manner. Furthermore, given your remarkable capabilities and the well-established research team at the Lin Group, should you find yourself interested, you could readily collaborate with them. Is that all?" Suddenly, Shen Hao, positioned across the lens, interrupted Lin Qingxiao, a playful smile gracing his features. Upon witnessing the smile on Shen Hao's face, Lin Qingxiao's gentle lips parted slightly. After a considerable pause, it was only then that Shen Hao caught a faintly lowered voice uttering, "Additionally, if you were to come, we would have more opportunities to meet." Chapter 10. I suspect Mr. Lin has been swapped. Had it not been for Shen Hao's loud voice, he might have missed that statement entirely. Observing Lin Qingxiao on the opposite side of the camera, her complexion slightly flushed, her gaze lowered as if she dared not look into the lens. Shen Hao smiled and nodded. "Good. So, you agreed?" Lin Qingxiao instinctively replied, then lifted her head, her rosy lips parting slightly, wearing an expression of incredulity. "Why wouldn't I agree?" Shen Hao chuckled in response. "I wish to see you more as well." Upon hearing Shen Hao's reply, the blush on Lin Qingxiao's face intensified. "Then tomorrow, when you come over, send me a message on WeChat, and I will come and pick you up." "All right. See you tomorrow." Shen Hao nodded. After ending the video call, Lin Qingxiao set her phone down and gently pressed the back of her hand against her delicate cheek. Once she had calmed her emotions, she picked up a document and began addressing matters concerning the corporation. Meanwhile, Shen Hao's phone suddenly pinged with a message. Upon checking, he discovered it was from a former teammate urging him to log on. Noticing he had ample time, he set his phone aside and booted up his computer. After playing for a while, he won a match, listening to the jubilant voices of his teammates through his headset, urging for another round. Shen Hao chuckled as he tapped his headset. "Hey, I'm taking a break. I have things to do tomorrow." On the screen, several teammates immediately responded with a flurry of question marks. "What's going on? Didn't Hao Goose say his family was quite affluent? Usually, you're the one insisting on playing. Yet you're quitting early today, right? How go? Are you feeling weak? Could it be that you're off to meet a girl? No way. Last time you met Xiao, didn't you play all night and only sleep in the next day?" Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, his teammates exclaimed in disbelief through the voice chat. "What are you thinking? My old man is forcing me to work, and a friend of mine knew about it and offered to help by letting me work at her company. Shen Hao shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat speechless at the antics of his comrades. I see. Given your tone, I assume this friend is a woman? How do you know? Shen Hao replied incredulously. Come on, big guy. When have you ever spoken so gently? It's making me nauseous. A slightly exasperated voice from his headset replied. All right. Enough with the wild guesses. It's just a friend helping me out. That's all for today. Shen Hao chuckled at their banter, bid farewell to his teammates, and got up to wash up before lying down on his bed. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, his phone suddenly pinged with a message, "Good night." Glancing at the time, Shen Hao furrowed his brow. Why are you still awake so late? There is quite a bit to handle at the company. Aren't you also still up? Lin Qingxiao sat in her office, hearing the notification sound from her phone. She casually handed the documents to her secretary beside her. A hint of tenderness graced her usually fatigued face. The secretary, while reviewing the documents, cautiously stole a glance at Lin Qingxiao. She could hardly believe that the typically exquisite and stunning Lin, who resembled a flower atop a lofty peak, could display such a youthful expression akin to a girl smitten by her crush. Good heavens! Could it be that Lin is in love? The thought ignited the secretary's curiosity, and she longed to snatch Lin Qingxiao's phone to discover the identity of the person on the other end. However, such an audacious act remained merely a fleeting thought. With 100 times the courage, she would not dare disturb Lin Qingxiao. Thus, she sat quietly, engrossed in her work. I was just about to take a break, Lin Qingxiao mused, glancing at the time after seeing Shen Hao's reply. She had finished her work quite early today, especially since she would be meeting him tomorrow and wished to present her best self. Her earlobes tinged with a hint of crimson, and a shy expression adorned her face. During their previous chats, she had learned of Shen Hao's habit of resting whenever he felt tired. Yet now, for the sake of meeting her, he had begun to adjust his schedule. Touched by this consideration, Lin Qingxiao responded with a smiling emoji and typed a message on the screen. It's all right. You can come by whenever you're free tomorrow. I will handle the rest. Unintentionally, her assertive nature shone through. Then, I shall wear a sign declaring that Lin is my girlfriend and take a stroll around the building first. Shen Hao replied with a chuckle upon reading Lin Qingxiao's message. Sounds good. I don't mind, but our group's building is quite tall, with numerous departments, over 100. A mischievous smile danced upon Lin Qingxiao's lips, enhancing her already stunning visage. As expected, Shen Hao's next message did not surprise her. Perhaps it's best not to hang the sign. We can discuss it when I'm free. I prefer to keep a low profile. In the office, the secretary was engrossed in her paperwork when she suddenly heard a series of melodious giggles. Surprised, she looked up to find Lin Qingxiao gazing at her. What is the matter? Have you finished with the documents? Not yet. The secretary shook her head, resuming her work while sneaking furtive glances at Lin Qingxiao. Noticing the faint blush on Lin's earlobes confirmed her suspicions. The person before her was certainly not the aloof Lin Qingxiao. How could someone so composed exhibit such a youthful demeanor? All right, I won't joke anymore. Since you wish to rest, you should retire early. I will finalize this last bit of work and then head home as well, Lin Qingxiao replied, masking her slight embarrassment with a smile. Yes, you too, rest early. Good night. Good night. Setting her phone down, Lin Qingxiao glanced at the documents before her, gently biting her lower lip. All right, let us conclude for today, Lin Qingxiao remarked as she retrieved the documents from her secretary's grasp, placing them upon the desk before rising to make her way towards the door. Upon reaching the threshold of her office, she glanced back at her secretary, a hint of perplexity etched on her face. Why aren't you leaving? Ms. Lin, those documents are rather urgent, I am aware. Yet tomorrow holds far more significant matters. I require a proper rest, Lin Qingxiao nodded, signifying her understanding. Upon hearing her words, the secretary could only rise reluctantly and follow Lin Qingxiao out of the office. Once Lin Qingxiao had departed with her bodyguard and driver, the secretary returned to the administrative department, her expression tense as she fixed her gaze upon her colleagues. I suspect that Ms. Lin has been replaced. Chapter 11 Disaster Struck. The employees in the administration department, engrossed in their tasks, did not even raise their heads at the secretary's words. Observing her colleagues' indifference, the secretary felt a twinge of anxiety. Honestly, you didn't see it? President Lin was smiling at his phone, utterly delighted, and he left work early without completing his tasks. Have you had too much to drink? One colleague finally lifted his head lazily. Isn't it normal for President Lin to occasionally have matters to attend to? No, it's not. Regardless of the secretary's earnest explanations, none of her colleagues believed that Lin Qingxiao would remain in the office, radiating joy like a love-struck girl. Over a mere reply, she must be seeing things. With tears almost brimming, the secretary desperately tried to clarify, yet her words fell on deaf ears. Resigned, she sat down quietly, tidied her desk, and left for the day. The following day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Shen Hao was awakened by the alarm clock. After silencing it, he arose, refreshed himself, and donned a crisp outfit. Habituated from his previous life, Shen Hao left his home and drove to print AR Sum. However, the work experience listed was rather bleak. Arriving at the Lin Group's building, Shen Hao sat in his car and sent a message to Lin Qingxiao. I've arrived. I'm in the parking lot. I'll come down to get you. A reply came within half a minute. No need. I can go up by myself. All right. Then you can head straight to the rooftop. My office is right next to the administration department. Upon seeing her message, Shen Hao gathered his sum and exited the vehicle. He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator ascended smoothly, but upon reaching the 32nd floor, it suddenly halted. A few individuals clad in professional attire stepped inside. The two women at the forefront wore identification badges. Shen Hao glanced at them and recognized them as employees from the Human Resources Department. Stepping back slightly, he made room for the newcomers, and a younger HR employee nodded in gratitude. The elevator steadied to the top floor. As the doors slid open, the HR personnel guided the new employee to the door of the president's office and gently knocked. President Lin, the candidates for the new project you requested have been shortlisted. Come in. Lin Qingxiao's cool voice emanated from within the office. The HR representative then pushed the door open, gesturing for the individuals behind her to enter. Just as she was about to close the door, Shen Hao approached. Is President Lin busy? The HR nodded, perplexed about where this individual had come from. Shen Hao disregarded her bewildered gaze, nodded slightly, and stepped inside. The flustered HR hurriedly attempted to stop Shen Hao, but he had already entered, drawing the attention of everyone in the office. Witnessing this scene, the HR felt a surge of urgency and swiftly hurried in, apologizing in Lin Qingxiao's direction. Apologies, Mr. Lin. I did not have the opportunity to inform this gentleman that you were occupied. No matter. Just as the HR personnel were engulfed in trepidation, Lin Qingxiao spoke in a calm voice. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of others, Lin Qingxiao rose gracefully from behind the table and approached Shen Hao, who was inspecting the office's arrangements. Noticing Shen Hao examining a decorative piece on the conference table, Lin Qingxiao smiled and asked, Do you like it? Perhaps I should gift it to you? On second thought, it looks rather appealing here. Shen Hao shook his head and glanced back at the bewildered crowd. Please, continue with your tasks. I will sit for a moment, no rush. We can converse when you finish. Indeed, Lin Qingxiao nodded, turning back, her expression once again turning cool and distant. As Shen Hao settled on the side of the conference table, preparing to check his phone, Lin Qingxiao's secretary approached, half squatting beside the table to prepare tea for Shen Hao. I can manage it myself. Shen Hao quickly straightened, indicating that he could handle it. The secretary, adorned with a standard smile, replied, Sir, you are a friend of Mr. Lin's. Allow me to take care of this. With the secretary's words, Shen Hao ceased to decline further. Meanwhile, after exchanging a few words with several new employees, Lin Qingxiao gently nodded. The new project may become the focal point of our group's upcoming endeavors, and all of your resumes are commendable. However, our ethos at Lin's group is to select the best. Should any unsavory behavior arise during the project's execution, the consequences shall be borne by you. After her statement, Lin Qingxiao signaled to HR, who discreetly assessed Shen Hao before leading the new employees away. Once the office door closed, Lin Qingxiao moved to sit beside Shen Hao. You may continue with your work. After signaling the secretary to depart, Lin Qingxiao took the tea set into her hands, personally preparing tea for Shen Hao. Observing the scene, the secretary suddenly understood and hastily exited. Shen Hao accepted the teacup from Lin Qingxiao's hands, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. How is it? a bit bitter. Upon hearing Shen Hao's response, Lin Qingxiao's brows arched into a crescent smile. It seems you are not quite accustomed to it. To be honest, I am not either. However, in the business world, one typically either drinks alcohol or tea. In comparison, tea is a more favorable choice. Lin Qingxiao poured herself a cup, taking a delicate sip before remarking, "Indeed, it is at least beneficial for health." Shen Hao nodded in agreement. "Did you have a chance to tour the company when you arrived? Have you decided which department you wish to join?" Lin Qingxiao refilled Shen Hao's cup, inquiring further. "I took the elevator directly up." Shen Hao shook his head. "I see. In that case, I shall arrange for someone to brief you on the general structure of the company, so you can see if there are any areas of interest." Lin Qingxiao contemplated this notion. "It is perfectly acceptable if you do not have a preferred option. Perhaps you might consider working in my office instead. Are you not concerned about the whispers among the staff regarding your involvement with the kept man?" Shen Hao regarded Lin Qingxiao with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Is that so? Your complexion does indeed reflect a certain fairness. Would you be open to the idea of being supported in such a manner?" Lin Qingxiao delicately traced her slender fingers along Shen Hao's chin, adopting the demeanor of a domineering figure teasing a youthful girl. If one were to overlook the subtle blush gracing Lin Qingxiao's cheeks, at that very moment, the office door was unexpectedly pushed open once more. "Director Lin, there are employees regarding the new project." The secretary, who had just exited, hurriedly re-entered, her face etched with urgency. However, as her words trailed off, she sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Raising her gaze, the secretary was instantly taken aback, for what she beheld was astonishing. The esteemed Director Lin, whom she held in the highest regard, was behaving like a tyrant, teasing the remarkably handsome young man. It was a disaster. In that instant, two words flashed through the secretary's mind. Chapter 12. Alas, my son has been preempted. The secretary's complexion instantly turned ashen. Stammering, she gestured towards the outside. President Lin. Please step outside, interjected suddenly. The secretary, disregarding the speaker's identity, hurriedly lowered her head in acknowledgement and swiftly opened the door, hastily departing. Once the door closed, turned to the blushing Lin Qingxiao, amusement dancing in his eyes. "What shall we do now that the employees have discovered your little secret? President Lin, should we?" As he spoke, mockingly gestured as if to silence her. "Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." Upon hearing his jest, Lin Qingxiao regained her composure and playfully patted his shoulder. "Not a problem. I shall take care of it." Thumped his chest with a bravado, suggesting he would shoulder any burden. "However, for now, you should investigate what transpired." She appeared quite anxious. "Would you care to join me?" "I think not. I haven't tea officially started yet." "Very well." Lin Qingxiao nodded, rising to pull open the office door and step outside. Upon seeing Lin Qingxiao emerge, the secretary steeled herself and approached. "President Lin, there's been a dispute between an elderly gentleman and the new employee regarding the new project." "Why is that?" Lin Qingxiao resumed her aloof demeanor as she exited the office. The employees from the administrative department, witnessing this scene through the glass, scoffed at the earlier claims made by the secretary that President Lin was flirting with a handsome man in her office. Although the young man who had just entered was undeniably attractive, how could someone of President Lin's caliber possibly lower herself to such frivolity? Earlier, the HR department had taken the new employees downstairs, instructing several veteran staff members to familiarize them with the project as progress. During the introduction, one of the seasoned employees had a disagreement with another new hire, leading to a heated argument. The secretary quickly explained the situation. "Why not simply ask him to leave? Would we ever need to coddle such headstrong employees?" Upon hearing the account of events, Lin Qingxiao's delicate brows furrowed in concern. "Well, President Lin," the new employee posed several questions that the older employees could not satisfactorily answer. Subsequently, he mentioned having published a paper on artificial intelligence. Upon hearing the title, HR deemed him to have considerable potential, which is why they informed me. Lin Qingxiao paused, momentarily taken aback by the secretary's explanation, glancing back at her office. "President Lin?" Noticing Lin Qingxiao's silence, the secretary tentatively inquired. "Let us go." Snapping back to reality, Lin Qingxiao offered no further explanation and gestured for the secretary to lead the way. In the office, mimicked Lin Qingxiao's actions, brewing himself a cup of tea. After tasting it and nodding in satisfaction, he thought, not bad. Perhaps I shall prepare a full set next time. As sipped his tea and scrolled through his phone, a message suddenly popped up. Old Dad, you rascal. As noon approaches, have you made up your mind? I have already contacted the landlord, and if you fail to pay the rent, he will promptly bring people to remove your belongings, assisting you with your move at no charge. As for where you will sleep afterward, that remains uncertain. Oh, by the way, the locks in the house have been changed, so do not think you can get in. Your mother and I have gone on a trip. If you dare to break in, you might just find yourself with a chance for free accommodation. Furthermore, do not even entertain the thought of borrowing money to get by. Next month or the month after, you cannot continuously rely on loans, can you? It's best you go to work. The old man truly is meticulous in his considerations. Upon reading the message from his father, Shen Hao could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, there is no one who knows a child better than their parent. Shen Songlin is relentless in cutting off Shen Hao's escape routes. Alas, old man, you have underestimated me. A triumphant smile graced Shen Hao's face as he sent his father a location pin. Apologies, old man, but I cannot make it to your friend's place. I have work today, as I am here for interview. Maldives. On the beach, Shen Songlin, clad in vibrant floral shorts and sporting sunglasses, reclined comfortably on a beach chair, exuding an air of relaxation. However, beside him, Bai Fong wore a look of concern. That old fool. What if he has pushed little Hao too far and he becomes angry? Rest assured, do you not know our son as temperament? He is merely a bit lazy. I'm acting in his best interest. Shen Songlin adjusted his sunglasses, signaling Bai Fong to calm down. Yet, Bai Fong remained visibly anxious. You really ought to reconsider. You've raised the rent and frozen little Hao's bank card. What if he truly refuses to work and ends up without a dime, getting thrown out? Are you suggesting that our son should sleep on the streets? Oh, do not worry. Shen Songlin waved dismissively. Little Hao has never faced hardship. How could he possibly endure the life of a vagrant? Therefore, I am confident he will go to work. And if he doesn't if he returns home emaciated, I will hold you accountable. Bai Fong still seemed troubled. If he doesn't go, that's simple. It will serve as a lesson. I have arranged for someone to follow him. Should he find himself cast out, they will ensure his safety. When he can no longer bear it, my person will step in to offer him a job. No matter how it unfolds, I will emerge victorious. To challenge me, he is still too inexperienced. Shen Songlin removed his sunglasses, tilted his body, and took a generous sip of coconut juice. He then reclined, resting his hands behind his head, humming a tune with satisfaction. Humph, I care not for the rest. If little Hao endures some hardship, I can bear it. Consider it a means of fortification for him. However, if he returns, and I discover that you did not intend this, but simply wish to torment little Hao, you may as well sleep in your office. Bai Fong snorted coldly. Rest assured, he is the only heir of the Shen family. How could I not care for him? Shen Songlin sighed deeply. However, I truly wish for Xiao Hao to endure some hardships. Otherwise, who shall inherit our family's substantial enterprise in the future? It is high time for Xiao Hao to learn to shoulder responsibilities. Upon hearing Shen Songlin's words, Bai Fong, though still feeling a twinge of pity, could only nod in resignation. She was not an unreasonable woman, fully aware of Shen Songlin's well-meaning intentions. Had it been otherwise, Bai Fong would never have agreed to Shen Songlin's plan or accompanied him on this trip. Just then, Shen Songlin's phone rang. Look at that. The little rascal must be in a panic, ha. Let me see what the little one has to say. Suddenly, Shen Songlin, who had been lounging comfortably, sprang up from his recliner. Oh no, his son had been intercepted. Chapter 13. Boasting what is wrong? At the sound of Shen Songlin's voice, Bai Fong lifted her head. Shen Songlin gestured for her to remain silent before picking up his phone to send a message to Shen Hao. Brat, what is going on? Why did you suddenly apply to another company? Nothing much, just a coincidence, Shen Hao replied nonchalantly. Brat, do you think you can simply waltz into any place and expect me to unlock your card? Let me tell you, that's impossible. As he spoke, Shen Songlin cast an annoyed glance at Bai Fong, unable to suppress a chuckle. This kid is truly amusing, sneaking off to find a job on his own. Isn't that a good thing? Bai Fong questioned, somewhat puzzled. If our son is willing to take the initiative to work, isn't that enough? Enough? I want him to join our family business. First, it allows someone to keep an eye on him. You know how severe workplace bullying can be for newcomers these days. Shen Lin shook his head. Secondly, I primarily want our son to gradually familiarize himself with the Group S operations so that he can eventually take over. All right. I see your good intentions. Bai Fong now appeared completely untroubled, smiling as she said, if that's the case, why not let our son boldly pursue his endeavors? I know my son. He is quite capable, just a bit lackadaisical at times. Now that he is willing to make a change, the rest can unfold gradually. You're not old yet. If he finds himself unhappy at another company, you can always suggest he join our family business then, can't you? Upon hearing Bai Fong's suggestion, Shen Lin's eyes lit up. Indeed, the working environment at outside companies can't possibly compare to ours. Once he faces some hardship, he'll naturally come back. Shen Lin appeared quite pleased with Bai Fong's proposal, suddenly slapping his thigh in excitement. Look at you. I must remind you to keep a close watch on our son. If he faces any significant grievances out there, I won't take care whose fault it is. You better not expect an easy time. After admonishing Shen Lin, Bai Fong stood and walked toward a convenience store in the distance. All right, Shen Lin called out loudly in response. At that moment, Shen Hao's reply arrived. Aren't you the one who wanted me to leave home? I'm out now. Are you satisfied? Seeing Shen Hao's message, Shen Lin shook his head helplessly. This kid, I should have known better than to keep this from him. What a situation. To inherit my company, I must beg him for it. Though his words were filled with frustration, Shen Lin also recognized that the consequences of his actions were his to bear. Fine, brat. Since you're willing to work, we'll leave it at that for now. I will unlock your card, but don't think you can just wander around aimlessly to placate me. Where do you work? I will find someone to check on you. If it turns out that you are not diligently fulfilling your duties and are merely idling away your time under some pretext, you shall bear the consequences. All right, I understand. I am at the Lin Group, though I have yet to decide on a specific department. I haven't made up my mind. Upon hearing the languid voice of Shen Hao emanating from his phone, Shen Lin was immediately filled with frustration. At that moment, Bai Fong emerged with 2 beverages in hand. What is it? This little brat dares to deceive me. He claims to be employed at the Lin Group, and I reluctantly believed him. Yet, he also asserts that he can choose his department at will. Who does he think he is? The president of the Lin Group? Shen Lin exclaimed angrily. The Lin Group, the one that has business dealings with our family? Why not just send someone to inquire directly? Why the rush? Noticing the incredulous gaze from Bai Fong, Shen Lin's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily grabbed his phone to mask his awkwardness. You little rascal. I don't care if you're bluffing or not. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to visit the Lin Group. If you dare to deceive me, you might as well find a bridge to sleep under. In Lin Qingxiao's office, Shen Hao glanced at the messages received on his phone, particularly the 3 large exclamation marks at the end, rendering him momentarily speechless. The old man's temper is indeed becoming increasingly volatile. However, how could he possibly start boasting? With his small company, how would he know anyone from the Lin Group? Shaking his head with a chuckle, Shen Hao chose not to dwell on it and comfortably resumed sipping his tea. Yet, even as the tea leaves began to turn pale from steeping, he still had not seen Lin Qingxiao return. With a sense of curiosity, he rose to exit the office, intending to check if Lin Qingxiao had encountered any difficulties. Standing at the office door, Shen Hao suddenly realized he had no idea where Lin Qingxiao had gone. Just then, a girl wearing an ID badge emerged from the administrative department across the hall. Hello. Shen Hao called to her, greeting her amicably. Hello. The girl looked up at Shen Hao, her eyes lighting up, and her steps, which were meant to take her away, halted. Is there something you need? Well, I need to see General Manager Lin about something, but she just went to the new project department. This is my first time here. Do you know where the new project department is? Shen Hao inquired with a smile. Oh, the new project. The girl pondered for a moment, and then pointed toward the elevator with a smile. You need to go to the 30th floor. Just turn right as you exit. Thank you very much. Shen Hao nodded and turned to enter the elevator. The girl watched as he walked away, and without a second thought, she rushed back to the administrative department. Everyone, I have discovered a secret. What secret? Secretary Qin might have been right. Just now, I saw an incredibly handsome guy coming out of General Manager Lin's office, and he even asked me where she went. The girl animatedly gestured to her colleagues as she described the encounter. He was about this tall, so good-looking that I hardly dared to look. Upon hearing the young woman's words, the employees of the administrative department remained utterly indifferent. Oh, it appears that Secretary Qing's storytelling alone is insufficient. Now you two wish to deceive us. No, it's true. Seeing her colleague's skepticism, the girl spoke with a hint of agitation. Yes, indeed. General Manager Lin is harboring a pretty boy in the office. How impressive. Have you delivered the documents? At the reminder from her colleague, the girl snapped back to reality, let out a shriek, and hurriedly dashed outside. Chapter 14, Do You Believe You Are Right? Upon arriving at the 30th floor via the elevator, following the direction indicated by the young woman, Shen Hao stepped out and turned to his right. Not far into his walk, he was met with the sound of a heated argument. Do you not acknowledge that your previous notions were entirely erroneous? The current algorithms of artificial intelligence do not support the functionalities you describe. Rather than pursuing those imperfect ideals, it would be more prudent to expand the scope of editing and develop the assistant feature to its utmost potential. Upon hearing the commotion, Shen Hao furrowed his brow slightly and entered the room, gently knocking on the door. Secretary Qing opened it and seemed somewhat taken aback to see Shen Hao. I am looking for General Manager Lin. Hearing this, Secretary Qing quickly stepped aside to allow him entry. Inside the room, Shen Hao noticed that the individuals who had previously visited Lin Qingxiao's office were now standing to one side. At the computer, a young man was engaged in a dispute with a middle-aged man whose hair was graying at the temples. Lin Qingxiao sat in a chair nearby, holding some documents. Her lovely brows knitted together in concern. As the sound of someone entering reached their ears, the two men ceased their argument, their expressions shifting to one of confusion upon seeing Shen Hao. Lin Qingxiao also lifted her gaze, and upon spotting Shen Hao, her previously tense brow instantly relaxed. What brings you here? A smile graced her lips. Secretary Qing stood at the door, utterly astonished. Had the general manager been enchanted? Just moments ago, her demeanor had clearly reflected displeasure. Even board members had tread carefully around her during such moments. Yet, how is it that Shen Hao's mere presence seemed to uplift her spirits so significantly? The tea lacks flavor, Shen Hao replied earnestly. Secretary Qing, please ensure the tea leaves are stored properly beneath the reception table. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingxiao turned to Secretary Qing. Yes, General Manager, she nodded promptly. From now on, if you wish to have some, feel free to brew it yourself. All right, what seems to be the issue? Is it quite troublesome? Shen Hao inquired, taking a seat beside Lin Qingxiao after pulling out a chair. It's nothing. Please sit for a moment. I will resolve this shortly. Lin Qingxiao picked up the documents at hand, glanced at them briefly, and then approached the computer. Mr. Yu, is the current data truly as Jintai described? Does it completely fail to support genuine artificial intelligence? Upon hearing Lin Qingxiao's question, Yu Feihong's expression darkened, yet he did not shy away from the inquiry. Instead, he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I cannot refute what Jintai has stated. The existing data does not support such computational demands. What is going on? Shen Hao looked around, leaning towards Secretary Qing to whisper his query. Secretary Qing quickly approached, likewise speaking in hushed tones. Recently, General Manager Lin has been seeking to collaborate with Tongfei Group to develop business in the field of artificial intelligence. Mr. Yu is an expert invited back by General Manager Lin, and he has been responsible for the development and management of new projects. Jintai Lai is one of the new employees who joined today, having been transferred from the Tongfei Group after recruitment. The primary research focus of the Tongfei Group diverges from Mr. Yu's, which led to a confrontation between them. Upon hearing Secretary Qing's words, Shen Hao nodded, indicating his understanding, and casually picked up a document to peruse. Noticing Shen Hao's actions, Secretary Qing initially intended to intervene, as those documents contained highly confidential information regarding the new project. Even the slightest leak could spell catastrophic consequences for Lin's group. However, upon noticing Lin Qingxiao seated nearby, Secretary Qing hesitated and ultimately chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yu Feihong's acknowledgement, Jean Tailai's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction. General Manager Lin, as I mentioned earlier, if the new project continues on this trajectory, it will undoubtedly. Silence. I have not yet permitted you to speak, Lin Qingxiao retorted without raising her gaze, engrossed in comparing files on her computer. Jean Tailai's countenance soured at her reprimand, yet under the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Lin Qingxiao, he dared not utter another word. After some comparisons, Lin Qingxiao set the documents aside and rose from her seat. Since we have confirmed the errors, we shall completely overturn our previous approach. Retain what can be utilized based on our earlier calculations, while temporarily sealing away what cannot be used. Within 2 months, I expect to see effective results from a new project. Mr. Yu, I permit you to continue preserving the sealed data, but our primary focus must be on achievable objectives. Understood, General Manager Lin, Yu Feihong replied, bowing his white-haired head, his facial muscles twitching with discomfort as he reluctantly added, Rest assured, General Manager, I have thoroughly studied the existing progress processes of the Tongfei Group. Given the opportunity to lead a team for a period, I am confident we can yield significant results. Upon hearing Lin Qingxiao's decision to adopt Tongfei Group's technology, Jean Tailai once again exuded arrogance, boldly approaching Yu Feihong and boasting, I can assure you, within 1 month, General Manager Lin will see tangible results. In 3 months, I can have the progress of Lin's group's new project catch up to that of Tongfei Group. However, he added, I have one condition. At Jean Tailai's words, Yu Feihong and several original employees of Lin's group felt an uneasy premonition. That is to request General Manager Lin to replace these individuals who merely occupy positions and squander the group's resources. Sure enough, Jean Tailai pointed at Yu Feihong, his nostrils flaring with self-satisfaction. General Manager, I, standing there, watching Jean Tailai's brazen display and glancing back at the incongruous numbers on the computer. Yu Feihong's one straight spine gradually stooped. His eyes suddenly reddened, and he lifted his gaze toward Lin Qingxiao, his voice somewhat hoarse. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for betraying your trust. I am willing to resign and hope that you will allow these students to remain here. Who said I intended to expel you? Lin Qingxiao furrowed her brows, her expression one of displeasure. Upon hearing Lin Qingxiao's words, Jean Tailai was momentarily taken aback before vehemently questioning, Mr. Lin, how can you permit these individuals to stay? They will merely squander the resources and time of the Lin Corporation. Only by employing the expansive logic algorithm that we have mastered can we expedite the launch of the new project. At that moment, Shen Hao, who had been seated nearby, suddenly rose, clutching a document in his hand as he approached the computer and casually pointed at a line of code on the screen. Why not attempt to convert this data into a random force transformation? Chapter 15. Do you deserve this? Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Yu Feihong, who had been wearing a dejected expression, suddenly trembled as if struck by lightning. His lips quivered as he leaned toward the computer, hastily erasing that line of code and replacing it with the random forest algorithm Shen Hao had mentioned. He clicked run, and before long, a cascade of code began to flow smoothly onto the screen. Witnessing the spectacle, the other employees gathered around, including the newcomers sent over from Tongfei Group. Standing at the forefront, Yu Feihong pressed his hands against the table, his palms turning pale from the pressure. His eyes, filled with anxiety, were fixed intently on the computer screen. Soon, the program reached the previously stalled node. Yu Feihong's eyes widened in disbelief as the computation passed through almost instantaneously. Devoid of the prior error messages, it worked. He murmured, trembling before suddenly throwing his head back and shouting in exhilaration. Tears streamed down his wrinkled face. The surrounding veteran employees erupted in cheers. Lin Qingxiao glanced at the jubilant staff before directing her gaze toward Shen Hao. Noticing her attention, Shen Hao turned his head, raising an eyebrow at her. Impressive, isn't it? Indeed. Lin Qingxiao nodded, not surprised in the slightest. With her high intelligence, she had effortlessly grasped many concepts related to artificial intelligence after a period of study. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to so adeptly identify the discrepancies in the program. Although she understood that Shen Hao could easily resolve the existing dilemma, she was reluctant to pressure him into action through her connections. For Lin Qingxiao, It was preferable to entirely overturn the current research findings and follow in Tengfei Group's footsteps, encouraging them from behind, rather than entangling her relationship with Shen Hao in business interests. Shen Hao, well aware of Lin Qingxiao's thoughts, approached her with a smile, taking her hand into his. As the warmth from his palm enveloped hers, Lin Qingxiao felt a flush creep across her face. Rest assured, Mr. Yu's skills are commendable. It's worth my attention. I suddenly found myself intrigued. There's no need for overthinking. Lin Qingxiao nodded, suddenly sensing a stillness in the room. The two looked up to find a multitude of astonished faces staring back at them. Secretary Qin's eyes were wide with disbelief. Had she truly witnessed Shen Hao take the initiative to grasp Lin Qingxiao's hand? Instead of slapping him and sending him to prison, she appeared bashfully averted her gaze. I must be dreaming. As she caught the curious and ambiguous looks from the crowd, Lin Qingxiao's cheeks became even more flushed. Yet, she did not withdraw her hand from Shen Hao's grasp. Rather, a sense of pride blossomed within her. What are you looking at? Is it wrong to hold hands with my boyfriend? At that moment, Jean Tai, who was pushed to the periphery by the crowd, fixed his gaze on Shen Hao holding Lin Qingxiao's hand, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. He shoved his way through the throng and approached Shen Hao. You do possess some skills, but merely altering an algorithm hardly qualifies as success. As he spoke, Jean Tai pointed towards another computer, where an error message had once again appeared. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, Jean Tai straightened his chest and proclaimed triumphantly, even if you rectify this one error, more will inevitably follow. The current algorithm can never fulfill the requirements of true artificial intelligence computation. The only viable path for contemporary artificial intelligence is to expand the logic library and engage in logical deduction. May I inquire, sir, how familiar are you with the intricacies of logical library deduction? Jean Tai directed his gaze toward Shen Hao, silently vowing to strip away Shen Hao's facade before everyone, rendering him utterly discredited. Then Lin Qingxiao would surely regard him with newfound admiration, and at that moment, before he could complete his fantasy, he heard Shen Hao casually remark, logical deduction? That antiquated concept became obsolete a decade ago. I have long since abandoned it. This gentleman certainly knows how to boast. Logical deduction remains the most widely applied and prevalent algorithm in artificial intelligence today. Upon hearing this, Jean Tai assumed Shen Hao was intimidated, and his tone grew more insolent. I humbly confess, I previously published a paper on artificial intelligence deduction in SCL, which garnered considerable acclaim. At that time, numerous companies extended olive branches, but after thorough research, I concluded that logical deduction is indeed the correct path. Pray tell, Mr. Shen, what achievements have you attained? Hearing Jean Tai's words, Shen Hao's expression suddenly turned peculiar as he scrutinized Jean Tai from head to toe. That paper was authored by you? Indeed, and the viewpoints regarding the integration of various algorithms during the operational phase, didn't you just employ them as well? I must admit, you seem quite adept at utilizing my paper. Jean Tai replied with a self-satisfied grin. Oh, is that so? Shen Hao elongated his tone. Lin Qingxiao, observing Shen Hao's expression, could not help but turn her head away, fearing that if she continued to look, she would involuntarily burst into laughter. Since it was your paper, you should be aware that it mentioned the forest algorithm, primarily aimed at simulating neural connections in artificial intelligence to enhance its logical processing capabilities, correct? Precisely, Jean Tai nodded, eager to continue, only to be interrupted by a burst of laughter from the side. Infuriated, Jean Tai turned to see Yu Fei Hong, who was leaning on the table, laughing heartily at him. What are you laughing at? Jean Tai's face flushed red with anger. Yu Fei Hong cleared his throat a couple of times, straightened up, and cast a disdainful glance at Jean Tai. I previously believed that you possessed exceptional expertise in the calculations of artificial intelligence. It now appears I was mistaken. That paper, touted as the guiding manuscript for artificial intelligence computations over the next 50 years, and yet you managed to misunderstand it. Do you truly consider yourself worthy? Upon hearing Yu Fei Hong's words, Jean Tai's expression shifted dramatically, and regaining his composure, he feigned calmness as he replied, What does it matter if the two of you conspire to defame me? That paper is indeed my publication. It was merely that this fellow asked his questions too quickly. I did not react in time. All right, then let me ask you, since that paper was authored by you, what name did you use when publishing it? Shen Hao inquired, suppressing a smile. How Shun? Jean Tailai blurted out without hesitation. Chapter 16. You may leave with a soft chuckle. Lin Qingxiao involuntarily reacted to Jean Tailai's words while standing beside Shen Hao. Her refined upbringing advised against mocking others, unless she could no longer contain herself. Noticing the gazes directed at her, Lin Qingxiao swiftly reverted to her usual aloof demeanor, turning her head to gaze into the distance while her slender fingers gently traced circles in the palm of Shen Hao's hand, relishing the warmth emanating from it. Shen Hao nodded slightly and whispered to the side, not even knowing the name. Surely a F.A. Ade, likely just someone who skimmed through a paper and pretended to understand. What a fool. As Shen Hao conversed with Lin Qingxiao, Yu Feihong's expression grew increasingly furious. He slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Jean Tailai, reprimanding him. Everyone knows that paper was authored by someone from our country. According to Western naming conventions, the author's name should be Shen Hao. Upon hearing Yu Feihong's rebuke, Jean Tailai's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and pale, while the surrounding employees erupted in laughter. I simply misremembered. Misremembered? Yu Feihong's countenance darkened further. You claim to be the author of the paper, yet when the content changes, you say you misremembered? Now you can't even get the name right? Have my eyes truly deceived me to the point where a fraud like you nearly fooled me? And no, that's not it, Jean Tailai stammered, losing all semblance of his earlier arrogance. Enough. This matter ends here. You shall familiarize yourself with the current operations under Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu, did you note everything I mentioned? Lin Qingxiao interjected suddenly. I did. Yu Feihong nodded. Good. You may take your leave now. Lin Qingxiao cast a glance at the pale-faced Jean Tailai before taking Shen Hao's hand and departing from the project department. Secretary Qin hurriedly followed suit. Jean Tailai wished to explain further, but could only lower his head in defeat, leaving amidst the disdainful stares of those around him. Once outside the Lin group, Jean Tailai seethed as he glared at the towering edifice before him. Yu Feihong, and that insufferable man, his mind filled with thoughts of Shen Hao's mocking smile. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. I shall make you regret this. Fuming, Jean Tailai prepared to return to Tongfei Group, as he was originally an employee there. His temporary transfer was merely a result of the ongoing collaboration between the two companies. As he sat in the car, contemplating how to concoct a reason for being rejected by the Lin Group, he suddenly received a message from Tongfei Group's HR informing him of his termination, plunging him into a state of utter despair. He pounded furiously on the items within the taxi, venting his frustration. The driver cast a cold glance in the rearview mirror before abruptly braking and pulling over to the side of the road. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the towering driver alighted and forcefully extracted Jean Tailai from the back seat, pushing him onto the roadside. At that moment of Jean Tailai's unbridled fury, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao returned to their office. The two took their seats on the sofa in front of the conference table, where Secretary Qin promptly presented the tea leaves that Lin Qingxiao had mentioned earlier. All right, you may leave now. I will call for you if needed. Lin Qingxiao stated as she accepted the tea leaves, signaling Secretary Qin to depart. Once Secretary Qin had exited, Shen Hao took the tea leaves from Lin Qingxiao's hands and, mimicking her earlier actions, began to brew the tea. Lin Qingxiao sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand, intently observing Shen Hao's movements. Is it pleasing to the eye? She inquired with a smile as Shen Hao redirected his gaze and extended the teacup toward her. Yes, Lin Qingxiao replied softly, shyly averting her gaze as she lifted the cup to take a sip. It tastes delightful. The tea leaves are excellent, she remarked. Shen Hao also savored a sip and smiled in response. Do you like it? You should take a cake home later. President Shen from Tongfei Group gifted me a few, and I seldom drink them. As Lin Qingxiao began to rise to fetch the tea leaves for Shen Hao, he quickly stopped her, gesturing for her to remain seated. It's all right, no need to rush. When I return home, I'm also too lazy to brew tea. Besides, if I wish to drink it, can't I just come to your office? I can see you a bit longer, he added with a cheerful expression, pouring Lin Qingxiao another cup. Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Lin Qingxiao felt her ears flush with warmth. However, as she watched Shen Hao diligently preparing the tea, she could only respond softly and settle back in her seat. After sharing 2 cups of tea, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Shen Hao. By the way, have you decided where to go? Didn't someone just say they would help me gain insight into the company's situation? Hearing this, Shen Hao chuckled. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingxiao returned to reality, pushing a few strands of hair behind her ear in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Noticing the playful glimmer in Shen Hao's eyes, she felt a rare flicker of annoyance, exhibiting a childlike demeanor as she lightly huffed and retreated to her desk. Seeing her reaction, Shen Hao set down his cup and took a seat across from Lin Qingxiao. What's the matter? Are you upset? No. Lin Qingxiao shook her head, fixating on her computer screen, portraying an image of someone deeply engrossed in work. What are you daydreaming about while staring at the computer? Suddenly, Shen Hao stood up, leaning forward to peer at the screen. Observing the emptiness of Lin Qingxiao's desktop, he inquired with a smile, I find your wallpaper rather lovely. When was this photo taken? He leaned closer, examining the picture of Lin Qingxiao displayed on the screen. Please take a seat. I shall request Secretary Qin to assist you with your onboarding. Observing the increasingly close proximity of Shen Hao, Lin Qingxiao swiftly placed a hand on his shoulder and gently pushed him back. Subsequently, she hastened to the door and called for Secretary Qin. Emerging from the administrative department, Secretary Qin inquired, Lin, you summoned me? Secretary Qin, Mr. Shen wishes to join the company. Please contemplate which department would be most suitable for him, and later accompany him to complete the onboarding process. Certainly, Lin. Secretary Qin nodded in agreement, then turned to Lin Qingxiao and asked, May I inquire if Mr. Shen has any specific preferences or areas of expertise? Without hesitation, Lin Qingxiao replied, gaming, primarily. Beyond that, he prefers a more laid-back approach. Merely clocking in and out would suffice. Chapter 17. The Master Pianist upon entering the work mode. Secretary Qin was momentarily taken aback by Lin Qingxiao's words. President Lin, there may not be a department within the group that has the requirements you mentioned. She had repeatedly emphasized the importance of work efficiency, and the personnel in each department had been meticulously selected, resulting in a streamlined workforce. Shen Hao nodded, his brow slightly furrowed. Secretary Qin pondered for a moment. What if we appoint Mr. Shen to a nominal position, perhaps as a deputy in one of the departments? That would be inappropriate. Lin Qingxiao shook her head, fully aware of Shen Hao's reasons for seeking employment. If he were merely a nominal appointee, it would be difficult for him to explain to his family. Noticing Lin Qingxiao's disapproval, Secretary Qin thought deeply and suddenly had a brilliant idea. President Lin, earlier in the new project group, I observed that Mr. Shen showed considerable interest in the research conducted by the group leader. How about we allow Mr. Shen to be associated with Yu Feihong's project group? Upon hearing Manager Sun's suggestion, Lin Qingxiao's expression shifted, and she nodded in agreement. That sounds good. I will consult with Shen Hao. Returning to the office, Lin Qingxiao approached Shen Hao and conveyed Secretary Qin's suggestion. Shen Hao contemplated for a moment before nodding. Sure. Isn't that group leader quite impressive? I doubt he would mind having one more observer. If you truly join, he might even be pleased, Lin Qingxiao remarked with a smile. Recalling how excited Yu Feihong had been when Shen Hao casually offered his insights earlier. Perhaps, Shen Hao nodded in agreement. All right, I will handle my work. Secretary Qin, please take Mr. Shen to complete his onboarding process. Yes, President Lin. Secretary Qin promptly nodded in response, and then stepped aside to lead the way. Secretary Qin escorted Shen Hao to the Human Resources Department, where Manager Sun promptly emerged upon seeing Secretary Qin. This is Mr. Shen. President Lin has arranged for him to serve as the deputy and group leader Yu Feihong's project group. Please assist Mr. Shen with his onboarding. Upon learning that it was an arrangement from President Lin, Manager Sun quickly stood up, personally retrieving the necessary documents to facilitate Shen Hao's onboarding. After completing the onboarding process, Manager Sun accompanied Shen Hao to the new project department. After knocking and hearing a response, Manager Sun pushed the door open. Manager Sun, is there something you need? Yu Feihong paused his work, standing up from behind the desk with a smile. Group Leader Yu, this is Mr. Shen, our new employee. who will temporarily serve as your deputy. Office supplies will be delivered shortly. Manager's son introduced, gesturing towards Shen Hao. Mr. Shen, you actually came. Yu Feihong's reaction surprised manager's son, as he excitedly dashed over to shake Shen Hao's hand. Group leader you are too kind. We will be working together from now on, and I look forward to your guidance. Shen Hao replied with a humble smile. Your words are truly humble. It is indeed too modest of you. How could Lin allow you to be my subordinate? It should be I who serves as your assistant, Yu Feihong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Huh, leader Yu is far too humble. I am merely here to pass the time. I hope I won't be a bother to you. Shen Hao replied with a smile. How could that be? Mr. Shen, what are you saying? Yu Feihong remarked, turning to address the employees in the room. Colleagues, President Lin has invited Mr. Shen to join us. Let's give him a warm welcome. Upon hearing Yu Feihong's words, the employees, who had been engrossed in their work, lifted their heads in surprise to see Shen Hao. Their faces lit up with excitement, and they began to applaud. We will be colleagues from now on. I look forward to your guidance, Shen Hao said as he approached them. Noticing this, manager's son felt puzzled. Usually, this group of bookish individuals, focused solely on logic and data, was rarely so enthusiastic. However, she refrained from inquiring further and discreetly tugged at Yu Feihong's sleeve, signaling him to step outside with her. Once in the corridor, manager's son closed the door and spoke softly. Leader Yu, this Mr. Shen is a friend of President Lin. I want to elaborate. But President Lin has given special instructions. Mr. Shen is here merely in name, and we should not disturb him unless necessary. It would be best to act as though he were not present, understood? After she spoke, manager's son anticipated a shocked reaction from Yu Feihong, but was taken aback when he appeared entirely unfazed. What are you saying, manager's son? The mere fact that President Lin arranged for Mr. Shen to be here is more than sufficient. How could we possibly disturb him? Yu Feihong replied with utmost respect towards Shen Hao, leaving manager's son greatly astonished. Just as she was about to inquire further about Shen Hao's background, Yu Feihong hastily pushed the door open and rushed back inside. Manager's son, I must go. My simulations are currently in progress. Back in the project room, with Yu Feihong's return, the other employees resumed their busy tasks. Observing the commotion, Shen Hao decided to withdraw to the top floor, where Lin Qingxiao's office was located. Upon entering, he found Lin Qingxiao engrossed in her paperwork. Shen Hao settled at the meeting table, brewing tea while admiring the focused profile of Lin Qingxiao. Feeling somewhat bored, he summoned the system panel and completed the attendance for the day. Dear host, congratulations on receiving the reward, Master Pianist Skills. As the system's voice echoed, Shen Hao suddenly felt a surge of memories flooding his mind. Instinctively, he extended his slender fingers, lightly tapping on the meeting table. Today is indeed fortunate, he mused, a smile gracing his face. It had been a long time since he had received such a splendid reward. After closing the system panel, Shen Hao resumed scrolling through his phone. Soon, night descended. Lin Qingxiao, buried in her work, lifted her head, weariness etched upon her features, her brows slightly furrowed. At that moment, suddenly, she felt a pair of strong hands pressing against her temples. A familiar voice emanated from behind her. Take a break. You look exhausted. As she felt the gentle kneading of the fingers, Lin Qingxiao slightly closed her eyes, the weariness on her face dissipating significantly. How do you feel? Shen Hao asked with a smile. Lin Qingxiao, clearly worn out, merely nodded. After a moment of massage, Lin Qingxiao, now somewhat refreshed, raised a hand to grasp Shen Hao's, smiling as she said, Are you tired? I apologize for being so busy today. It's all right. Seeing you makes any fatigue worthwhile. Others would wish to see you, but cannot, Shen Hao replied with a grin. Lin Qingxiao shot him a glance, her eyes resembling a serene autumn lake. Chapter 18. I will never deceive you in this lifetime. Will you feel wronged coming to work at my company? Lin Qingxiao gently tightened her grip on Shen Hao's hand as she inquired softly. Of course not, Shen Hao replied, shaking his head with a light chuckle. Did I not mention before that I have no interest in wealth? If it weren't for the pressure from my family, I would still be living a laid-back life. It makes no difference to me where I work or what I do. Besides, here, I get to see you every day, which is a rare delight. As he spoke, Shen Hao turned his hand to hold Lin Qingxiao's, his eyes filled with tenderness. A warm sensation enveloped Lin Qingxiao, and a blush crept to her ears. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Perhaps this is what happiness feels like. If that day you hadn't mistaken the person, would you have been with that little one? Lin Qingxiao asked, enjoying Shen Hao's expert massage. Upon posing the question, she seemed to hold her breath, fearing an answer she did not wish to hear. A hint of tension flickered in her beautiful eyes, causing her body to tense up. Shen Hao was taken aback. He had not expected Lin Qingxiao to ask such a question, but he quickly regained his composure, his gaze resolute as he shook his head slowly, uttering 2 words. No. Upon hearing this response, Lin Qingxiao burst into laughter, her previously taut nerves instantly relaxing. Is that the truth? Suddenly sitting up, she turned to face Shen Hao, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Of course, Shen Hao shrugged, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I have never lied in my life, especially not to someone as beautiful as you. You're lying. Lin Qingxiao playfully jabbed him with her fist, though the corners of her eyes betrayed her amusement as she nestled against his shoulder. But I would willingly let you deceive me. In that moment, Lin Qingxiao appeared like a love-struck girl, completely defenseless against Shen Hao. If her driver and bodyguard had witnessed this scene, they would have surely been left agape. President Lin has changed. Shen Hao was jolted. He had never expected Lin Qingxiao to utter such words. In the depths of their emotions, he pulled Lin Qingxiao into his embrace with a possessive fervor. Shen Hao, will never deceive you in this lifetime. I believe you. Lin Qingxiao nestled her head against Shen Hao's chest, her face aglow with happiness. The sweet sensation captivated her, rendering her utterly enchanted. She seemed to grasp the essence of falling in love. Shen Hao relished this rare intimacy, holding Lin Qingxiao tightly, refraining from taking further action. The beauty of the moment was too precious to disrupt. Just then, a soft sound reached Shen Hao's ears. Looking down, he gazed tenderly at Lin Qingxiao and softly asked, Are you hungry? In the presence of the one she admired, Lin Qingxiao's face quickly became flushed. She gently nodded and spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper. Yes, I've been rather busy today and didn't have the chance to eat. In truth, regardless of her busyness, she always allocated time for her meals, maintaining a strict regimen regarding her health and diet. The reason she had not eaten today was not due to her hectic schedule, but rather because she had arrived at the office half an hour early in anticipation of Shen Hao's visit. Shen Hao furrowed his brow and glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon, which explained Lin Qingxiao's hunger. With a twinge of concern, he looked at her and said, Though you are a strong woman, you must remember to eat on time. I happen to be a bit hungry as well. There's a nice Western restaurant nearby. Why don't we go grab a bite to eat? If Lin Qingxiao's secretary had been present, she would have likely been rendered speechless. It was, after all, working hours. Lin Qingxiao was known for her punctuality and dedication to her work, under normal circumstances, even if she were starving. She would never venture out for a meal during office hours unless there was a significant engagement, which clearly was not the case here. However, upon hearing Shen Hao's suggestion, Lin Qingxiao unexpectedly altered her usual demeanor, nodding in agreement like a compliant child. All right, I'll follow your lead. With that, she naturally linked her arm with Shen Hao's, tilting her head slightly and offering him a gentle smile. Let's go. Shen Hao felt no sense of impropriety in the situation. He nodded, and they proceeded toward the exit together. Just as they stepped out of the office, the secretary hurriedly approached with a document in hand. General Manager Lin, I was just looking for you. There's a document that requires your signature. She abruptly halted mid-sentence, for she had just realized that Lin Qingxiao was linked arm in arm with Shen Hao, her exquisite face radiating happiness. General Manager Lin, are you heading out? The secretary sensed something amiss and quickly inquired. Yes, Lin Qingxiao replied with a faint nod, glancing at the document in the secretary's hand, her brow slightly furrowed. Please leave it in my office. I will review it upon my return. The secretary was momentarily taken aback. Lin Qingxiao was notorious within the corporation for her workaholic tendencies, always prioritizing work above all else. Yet, what was happening now? But, General Manager, this document. The secretary attempted to interject, But Lin Qingxiao interrupted her. I've made myself clear. Place it in my office, and I will look at it when I return. That will suffice. With that, she disregarded the astonishment on the secretary's face and walked toward the elevator with Shen Hao. Is it all right for us to just leave like this? Shen Hao hesitated for a moment in the elevator and suddenly asked. Rest assured, I have it all under control, Lin Qingxiao replied confidently. Lin Qingxiao smiled gently and remarked, It's merely a few trivial matters that I can attend to after I return. For me, the most important thing right now is to dine with you. Shen Hao chuckled knowingly, a warm current flowing through his heart. 5 minutes later, they arrived at a Western restaurant named Promise of Love. As it was afternoon, the establishment was not crowded, and there were many vacant seats in the hall. Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao chose a table by the window. No sooner had they settled in than a waiter approached them. Esteemed sir and madam, may I assist you? The waiter, possessing a distinctly foreign visage, spoke fluent Chinese. Just bring us the menu, please. Oh, and 2 cups of coffee, 1 with sugar, Shen Hao replied with a gentle smile. Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment, the waiter said, turning to leave. As soon as he departed, Lin Qingxiao looked at him in astonishment and inquired, How did you know I prefer my coffee with sugar? Chapter 19. Evoking emotions with the scenery, do you remember the first time we met? Shen Hao inquired softly, rhythmically tapping his right hand on the table. I do. Why do you ask? Lin Qingxiao replied, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as a glimmer of contemplation flickered in her beautiful eyes. However, after a prolonged moment of thought, she found herself at a loss. You were so breathtakingly beautiful. The moment I entered the CAF, I noticed you immediately. You were cradling a cup of coffee, and since you had sugar in it, I surmised that you preferred your coffee sweetened. Lin Qingxiao's eyes widened in realization. Yet, soon after, a question arose in her heart. But when you came in, I had already added the sugar. Logically, it should have dissolved by then. How did you know there was sugar in my coffee? Shen Hao smiled and shook his head. Would you believe me if I said I saw it with my heart? He anticipated that Lin Qingxiao would dismiss his statement. Yet to his astonishment, she nodded earnestly. As long as it's you saying it, I believe it. It is often said that a woman's intelligence diminishes when in love. And Lin Qingxiao was indeed in such a state. In truth, the combination of coffee and sugar emits a distinctive aroma, to which I happen to be particularly sensitive. That is how I discern the sweetness in your coffee, Shen Hao explained with a smile. Ever since he acquired the system, he had gained numerous benefits and some unique abilities. The skill of scent recognition was one of the more remarkable gifts he had obtained, allowing him to detect the sugar in the coffee. You are truly impressive. Lin Qingxiao gazed at Shen Hao with admiration, her words overflowing with praise. Shen Hao chuckled heartily. I find you even more remarkable. A delicate woman like you manages to uphold an entire corporation, which is indeed admirable. Flattered by Shen Hao's compliment, Lin Qingxiao felt as though her heart were filled with honey. All right, let us not indulge in idle chatter for too long. We should order quickly. I believe I just heard your stomach grumbling, Shen Hao teased. He suddenly realized that Lin Qingxiao was a treasure of a girl. Each time they were together, it seemed they could converse endlessly, even about the most mundane aspects of life, and their discussions never grew tiresome. How annoying, Lin Qingxiao playfully retorted, a shy smile gracing her lips as she rolled her eyes slightly, her professional attire accentuating her allure. For a moment, Shen Hao found himself captivated, not with any intention of impropriety, but purely in appreciation. What are you staring at? Lin Qingxiao felt a touch shy under his gaze, lowering her head bashfully. Regaining his composure, Shen Hao, unperturbed by the moment's awkwardness, smiled broadly and remarked, as the ancient said, Food and love are fundamental to human nature. Beauty is indeed a feast for the eyes. I once doubted this, yet now I find it to be true. Though he had never encountered the legendary beauties from ancient texts, he believed that even if they were resurrected, they could scarcely rival Lin Qingxiao's unparalleled beauty. Indeed, in his heart, Lin Qingxiao epitomized unparalleled grace and beauty. Am I truly that beautiful? The desire for beauty is inherent in every woman, particularly when praised by the one she admires. Lin Qingxiao felt as if her heart were coated in honey, sweetness enveloping her being. Her eyes sparkled with a love-struck gaze, fixated intently on Shen Hao. Naturally, Shen Hao waved his hand with gravity and declared, "My girlfriend, Lin Qingxiao, is undoubtedly a paragon of beauty, captivating enough to enthrall an entire nation." Upon hearing Shen Hao's increasingly exaggerated compliments, Lin Qingxiao hastily gestured for silence. "Stop it. It's not as grand as you say. Others will surely laugh if they hear you." Shen Hao chuckled, shaking his head, and gestured with his eyes to the side. "Yes, you. There is no exaggeration in my words. Just look, they're all sneaking glances at you." With a hint of skepticism, Lin Qingxiao turned to see. Indeed, several men in the hall were discreetly casting her admiring looks. "Now do you believe in my discernment?" Shen Hao winked at Lin Qingxiao as she turned back. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate pink. Noticing this, Shen Hao chuckled lightly and pointed to the menu on the table. "All right, let us order." Lin Qingxiao nodded, picking up the menu to peruse. As a goddess, her appetite was modest. However, the portions in this Western restaurant were not substantial. Thus, she selected 3 of her favorite dishes. Afterward, she handed the menu to Shen Hao, her smile radiant. "Choose whatever you wish. Today, I'm treating." Shen Hao laughed in response. "Now I understand why so many enjoy being pampered. This feeling is quite delightful." However, he paused, shaking his head, and produced his bank card, flashing it at Lin Qingxiao. "Thanks to you, my father has lifted the restrictions on my bank card, so today's meal is on me." Lin Qingxiao did not insist further, simply nodding gently. She recognized that for men, nothing holds greater significance than pride and face. Although Shen Hao was not a common man, she appreciated respecting his sentiments. In truth, Shen Hao harbored little enthusiasm for Western cuisine. Had it not been for Lin Qingxiao's company, he would not have dined here alone. He casually ordered 2 dishes before setting the menu down. "Sir, madam, here are your coffees. Please enjoy." A waiter approached with 2 cups, performing a gentlemanly gesture as he placed the sweetened coffee before Lin Qingxiao and handed the other cup to Shen Hao. "Sir, madam, would you like to order anything else?" "We have already ordered. Just follow the menu," Shen Hao replied. "Very well, sir. Please hold on." The waiter slightly bowed and departed with the order. Just as Shen Hao was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Lin Qingxiao staring intently at a certain spot in the hall. "What are you looking at?" Shen Hao inquired with a smile, following the direction of her gaze. In the corner of the restaurant, a white piano stood prominently, while a server clad in work attire meticulously polished its surface. "Do you have an affinity for the piano?" Shen Hao inquired, his gaze filled with astonishment as he turned to Lin Qingxiao. Regaining her composure, Lin Qingxiao noticed Shen Hao's surprised expression directed towards her. With a gentle nod, she responded in a tone tinged with melancholy. "I had a dear friend who studied piano. However, due to certain circumstances, we parted ways, and it has been several years since we last met." As she spoke, a shadow of sorrow flickered in her beautiful eyes. Despite her privileged upbringing, surrounded by opulence and lacking for nothing, she found herself yearning for companionship. Chapter 20. Your future, guarded by me. It is often said that excellence is a cardinal sin. Throughout her life, Lin Qingxiao, hailing from a wealthy background, has always stood out in every aspect, which ultimately resulted in a lack of genuine friendships. Those who gravitated towards her were invariably driven by ulterior motives. Having discerned the nature of human hearts, Lin Qingxiao encased her own emotions in ice, refraining from excessive interaction or communication with the outside world. Over time, an aura as formidable as that of an iceberg enveloped her, serving as a protective barrier against anyone seeking to draw near, for her inner self was plagued by an acute sense of insecurity. Yet, she was not entirely devoid of companionship. During her university years, she forged a deep friendship with a kindred spirit. Despite their differing hobbies and aspirations, they shared an endless array of conversations. Their 3 years together, marked by daily companionship, blossomed into a bond where no topic was off limits. In Lin Qingxiao's memories, those years constituted the most beautiful chapter of her life thus far. Regrettably, such joy was fleeting. In her 3rd year, her close friend mysteriously vanished. From that moment on, she never laid eyes on her again, nor could she reach her by phone. It was only after inquiring at the university that she learned her friend had gone abroad for further studies. The departure of her confidant struck Lin Qingxiao profoundly. She felt as though the entire world had abandoned her, leading her to once again seal her heart away. After graduation, she joined her family's company, and the relentless demands of work and the frenetic pace of life dulled her memories of the past. However, at that moment, gazing at the white piano before her, she was transported back to those fleeting yet precious days. On sunlit afternoons in the university chapel, her friend would passionately play the piano, and every time, she would invite Lin Qingxiao to listen, her sole audience. Reflecting on those days now, the nostalgia was bittersweet. Was she important to you? Shen Hao gently interrupted Lin Qingxiao's reverie, his voice soft and probing. Yes, she nodded, a complex glimmer in her eyes. At least, we used to share everything. I listened to her play, and she watched me paint. Those were truly wonderful times. Alas, time is irretrievable. Perhaps this is the reality we face. In that moment, Lin Qingxiao exuded a sense of profound weariness that belied her youth. Shen Hao felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in his heart. He tenderly grasped her hand and said softly, "At least you have me now. You are not entirely alone, are you? For the remainder of your life, I will stand guard over your existence until the very end of time." Listening to Shen Hao's heartfelt declaration, Lin Qingxiao's earlier discontent melted away, and she sweetly nodded in agreement. "I feel the same. You shall be my rock, and I shall be your reed, resilient as silk, steadfast as stone." A warm tide surged within Shen Hao's heart. He had not anticipated that Lin Qingxiao had invested such deep feelings for him. Her profound affection compelled him to cherish her even more. Glimpsing the piano in the distance, he was suddenly overcome by an impulse to perform a piece for Lin Qingxiao. With this thought in mind, he strode toward the piano, despite the look of bewilderment on Lin Qingxiao's face. "Excuse me, sir, do you require assistance?" inquired the attendant, who was polishing the piano, casting a smile in Shen Hao's direction. Shen Hao returned the smile and gently shook his head. "No assistance is necessary. However, may I use your restaurant's piano to play a piece for my girlfriend?" he said, gesturing toward Lin Qingxiao, who, being too far away, had not overheard Shen Hao's conversation and wore a look of confusion in her beautiful eyes. Upon hearing Shen Hao's request, the attendant hesitated, aware that as an employee, he held no authority over such matters. He knew that the restaurant owner had instructed them only to maintain the piano without permitting them to play it. Is it not permissible? Shen Hao frowned slightly, feeling a pang of disappointment. "Sir, I sincerely apologize, but..." The attendant was about to elaborate when suddenly, a clumsy voice speaking Chinese emerged from behind him. "Xiaohan, what is going on?" The attendant turned sharply to find that the restaurant's owner, Mr. Smith, had arrived. "Mr. Smith, it is as follows. This gentleman and his girlfriend are dining in our restaurant, and he wishes to play a piece on this piano for her," the attendant explained, pointing to Shen Hao. "Oh." Mr. Smith's interest was piqued as he approached Shen Hao, scrutinizing him from head to toe before speaking. "Sir, do you play the piano?" His tone and gaze were laden with skepticism. "Somewhat," Shen Hao replied, nodding with a smile. Had this been before, he would not have dared to make such a claim, but now he felt an unwavering confidence. Given his current prowess, few in the world could rival his mastery of the piano. After all, the capabilities bestowed by the system were nothing short of extraordinary. Mr. Smith, initially doubtful of Shen Hao, found himself swayed by the aura of self-assurance emanating from him. "May I ask, what is your level of proficiency on the piano?" Mr. Smith inquired suddenly. The piano before him was no ordinary instrument. It was a cherished heirloom of a dear friend who had entrusted it to him before passing. To honor his friend's legacy, he had invested considerable resources to bring the piano to this establishment. His late friend had been a renowned piano master, celebrated internationally, and he certainly did not wish for such a treasured artifact to be mishandled by an unskilled player. Shen Hao fell silent. His piano skills were entirely a product of the system's teachings, and he had never undergone any formal grading. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the system's creations were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. He believed that his piano skills were sufficient to surpass those so-called masters of grade 10. Noticing Shen Hao's silence, Smith discreetly shook his head in disappointment. "Sir, this piano is a cherished possession of a dear friend. If you lack an understanding of the instrument, I regret that I cannot permit you to use it." With that, Smith turned to leave. Wait, Shen Hao called out, his expression earnest. Mr. Smith, you misunderstand me. The reason I remained silent earlier is that I have indeed never taken a piano examination. However, I am confident that my current abilities are on par with those of the grade 10 masters. Therefore, I kindly request your permission to play a piece on this piano for my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Smith's expression wavered with uncertainty. Chapter 21 to Alice, my dear. Let him try. Just as Smith hesitated, a voice reached his ears. His wife, Lena, had approached gracefully, though he had not noticed her arrival. Upon seeing her, Smith's furrowed brow relaxed, and a tender smile graced his features. Oh dear, your health is not well. Why not rest at home? Lena shrugged her shoulders, expressing a hint of exasperation. I have been at home for nearly a week. If I linger any longer, I might grow mold. Besides, the doctor suggested that I should take some walks at appropriate times. Smith, since this gentleman is willing to perform for his girlfriend, we ought to lend our support. Shouldn't we? Smith nodded. His love for Lena was profound, and he naturally could not dismiss her suggestion. Furthermore, Shen Hao's sincerity and determination had genuinely touched him. Very well, sir. Since my wife has consented to your performance, you may begin. He added, this is an ancient piano, imbued with life. If your music moves me, all expenses incurred in our establishment today shall be waived. Shen Hao's eyes sparkled. He was not particularly concerned about the cost. He simply found the situation intriguing. Mr. Smith, I might just benefit from this opportunity, he said with a smile, fully confident in his musical abilities. At that moment, Lin Qingxiao, driven by curiosity, approached. Shen Hao, can you really play the piano? She first politely shook hands with the Smiths before casting an astonished glance at Shen Hao. Of course, Shen Hao replied, smiling as he raised his long fingers toward her. Look at my hands. Are they not naturally suited for playing the piano? A laugh escaped Lin Qingxiao's lips. All right, I shall tentatively believe you. But what piece will you play for me? Her question piqued the curiosity of the Smiths, who widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to see what piece Shen Hao would perform for his beautiful girlfriend. Our Elise, Shen Hao said, gazing at Lin Qingxiao with eyes full of affection. A shiver ran through her, and astonishment filled her eyes. Though she had not studied piano, her close friend had introduced her to several pieces, including Our Elise. She distinctly recalled her friend mentioning the piece's considerable difficulty, stating that only a true master could capture its essence. She had not expected Shen Hao to choose such a piece for her. At that moment, the Smiths gasped in surprise. Oh my goodness, sir. Are you certain you wish to play this piece? It is essential to recognize that although Our Elise epitomizes love, its performance poses significant challenges. Might you consider selecting a different piece? The performers hail from a realm of music, where there exists an ardent pursuit of this art form. Furthermore, the illustrious composer of Our Elise originates from their homeland, where this composition enjoys immense popularity. While many can play this melody that symbolizes love, few possess the ability to truly capture its essence. Even the owner of this piano once confessed that despite dedicating his life to music, he never grasped the true profundity of this piece. No need, Shen Hao replied, shaking his head with an air of formidable confidence. Only this piece can convey my love for my girlfriend. Upon hearing Shen Hao's declaration, the Smith couple raised their thumbs in approval. Sir, your girlfriend is truly fortunate. Regardless of how you play, your love for her inspires envy even in us, an old married couple. Nearby, Lin Qingxiao felt a rush of sweetness at the Smith's words. In the business world, she was a formidable woman, yet she had also dreamed of romantic love. Shen Hao's presence fulfilled all her fantasies about love. Sir, please begin, she urged. Shen Hao nodded, approaching the white piano. He gently caressed the keys as though greeting an old friend, then gracefully took his seat before the instrument. At that moment, whether it was the Smiths or Lin Qingxiao, they all felt a jolt of surprise. Previously, they had harbored doubts about Shen Hao's ability to perform such a classic piece. However, as he settled at the piano, their skepticism vanished instantaneously. The aura he emanated seemed to meld him with the instrument, a sensation the Smiths had only witnessed in their late friend. More importantly, even their late companion's presence did not compare to the remarkable charisma that Shen Hao exuded. Exchanging glances, the The Smiths recognized their mutual understanding. This gentleman is a true maestro of the piano. Lin Qingxiao's gaze became dreamy as she realized how little she knew about Shen Hao. He was undoubtedly more than just a gaming enthusiast with expertise in artificial intelligence. He possessed many brilliant facets yet to be discovered. Fortunately, such an exceptional man was her boyfriend, granting her ample time to explore and uncover the brilliance within him. With this thought, Lin Qingxiao smiled blissfully. At that moment, Shen Hao's hands rested upon the keys, and as his fingers gently struck the notes, a melodious harmony resonated throughout the hall. In a moment the music began to play. The Smith couple's eyes sparkled with delight. They discerned a joyful and sweet emotion in the melodies performed by Shen Hao, reminiscent of a couple deeply in love, exuberant and unrestrained. Enveloped by the enchanting and joyous atmosphere of the music, they seemed to be transported back to the cherished moments of their own romance. Unconsciously, they embraced tightly, gazing deeply into each other's eyes, tears of happiness glistening within. Lin Qingxiao stared intently at Shen Hao, a mist forming in her eyes. Scenes of their shared beautiful memories since their acquaintance flashed through her mind, and under the music's spell, those moments were indelibly etched into the depths of her soul. Is this not the F. or Elise piano piece? Yet why does it resonate more beautifully than any rendition I have ever heard before? Chapter 22. Captivating the audience, a middle-aged man, clutching a briefcase and adorned with delicate gold-rimmed glasses, could not restrain himself from rising. He ambled toward this direction, the words that had just been uttered from his lips still lingering in the air. Not only he, but also accompanied by the melodious strains of music. Every patron dining in this establishment, even those unacquainted with the nuances of melody, found themselves irresistibly drawn to rise and converge around him. Even a couple, deeply ensnared in the throes of romance, embraced tightly, their love seemingly elevated to new heights in that very moment. Before long, a crowd had encircled Shen Hao, who stood at the center. The onlookers, as if in silent accord, collectively held their breath, closing their eyes, savoring the beauty that the music bestowed upon them, unwilling to disturb Shen Hao's performance. Lin Qingxiao, the leading lady, had also succumbed to the allure of the moment, her eyes shut, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she immersed herself in each note, reminiscing about her experiences with Shen Hao. Their acquaintance had been brief, yet under the transcendence of music, their bond felt as if it had endured for centuries, ever fresh and vibrant. Suddenly, Shen Hao altered the tempo. His long fingers danced swiftly across the piano keys, transforming the originally gentle melody into a fervent crescendo. It was reminiscent of a passionate couple's love, rapidly intensifying, becoming exuberant and ardent. Influenced by the music, a young couple succumbed to the moment, sharing a fervent kiss, their world narrowing down to just each other. Even Mr. and Mrs. Smith were tightly entwined in an embrace. While they did not express their affection through kisses like the youthful lovers, the love reflected in their gazes spoke volumes. With a resounding beat, the music reached its climax. The lively and exhilarating notes compelled the audience to open their eyes, their expressions filled with awe as they beheld Shen Hao. The classic piece F. or Elise was familiar to them, yet they had never witnessed it performed in such a captivating manner. Lin Qingxiao too opened her eyes, her gaze filled with admiration for Shen Hao, her affection having ascended to a new realm. In her eyes, he had transformed into her princely savior, exuding an irresistible charm. A minute later, the fervent and spirited notes seemed to undergo a gentle reverberation, suddenly transforming into a serene and elongated melody. It was akin to a couple, hand in hand, traversing through life together, bathing in the sunset, seated by the tranquil sea, leaning against one another, sharing tales of their cherished memories. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Smith were already in tears. Shen Hao's music evoked reflections of the myriad moments they had experienced over the decades. Among these were joys and sorrows. Yet through the passage of time, both had crystallized into the most exquisite memories of their lives. Perhaps this is the essence of love. Finally, as Shen Hao struck the last note, the rendition of F. or Elise gracefully drew to a close. After a lengthy pause, the music had ended. No one spoke. Nearly everyone remained immersed in the beautiful memories evoked by the music. Shen Hao rose, exhaling deeply, a hint of a smile illuminating his eyes. The prowess of the master pianist was indeed remarkable. The moment he sat before the piano and touched its keys, it felt as if the instrument had been imbued with life. This sensation was ineffable yet undeniably real, and during his performance, he became one with the very soul of the music. Each note he struck was infused with his affection for Lin Qingxiao. As he concluded his rendition of F. R. Elise, he sensed that his feelings for her had deepened yet further. After a long moment, the audience emerged from their reverie. They regarded Shen Hao with admiration, followed by a fervent round of applause, accompanied by generous accolades. That was remarkable. I swear, this is the finest rendition of F. R. Elise I have ever heard, bar none. Agreed. A resounding agreement. Hello, young man. I am the vice president of Yunhua Music Academy and would like to invite you to teach at our institution. I can offer you an associate professorship with a monthly salary of 100,000. What do you say? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd at the mention of such a salary. 100,000. What does that even mean? To put into perspective, a typical salary for an ordinary worker is merely 4,000 to 5,000 a month. This amount nearly equates to 2 years' worth of their earnings. In an instant, many were pounding their chests in despair. Had I known playing the piano was so esteemed, I would have dedicated myself to it. Regret fills my heart. Please, with those hands of yours, do you think you could ever play the piano? Indeed, there are many who can play, but how many can resonate with the audience like this young man? Precisely. With this gentleman's skill, I dare say even 100,000 is an underestimate. That prodigy from a family of pianists, Li Moody, has been exalted, yet he pales in comparison to this gentleman. How can Li Moody be compared to such a master? He is merely a product of inflated praise. I could play better with my foot. Someone boasted arrogantly. Then why don't you give it a try with your foot? A spectator cast a disdainful smile at the boastful individual. Ahem, never mind what I said. Shen Hao was taken aback. He never anticipated that his impromptu performance would garner such adulation, nor that someone would extend an invitation for him to teach. However, he quickly shook his head and declined the vice president's offer with a signature phrase. I apologize, but fame and fortune are as ephemeral as clouds to me. I am disinterested in wealth. With that, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even Mr. and Mrs. Smith exchanged glances, momentarily stunned by Shen Hao's response. They pondered to themselves, considering their extensive experiences, yet they had never encountered someone as intriguing as Shen Hao. Moments later, they regained their composure, each regarding Shen Hao with a gaze reserved for a curious anomaly. Astonishing. Is that not a classic quote from a certain individual? The young man has mastered it with such finesse. Indifferent to wealth? How am I, a perennial worrywart concerning finances, to survive? Alas, the reality is often more frustrating than fiction. A chorus of lamentations arose from the crowd. Indeed, a few musically inclined individuals, adept at playing the piano, shamelessly approached the vice president. Chapter 23. The Enchantress Greetings, Director. I'm a level 10 piano major. May I inquire if your esteemed music academy is still in search of instructors? I do not require a monthly salary of 100,000. 2,000 will suffice. Director, do not heed his words. I too am a level 10, and I would be content with merely 1,000. 8,000, just give me 8,000. 5,000, Director. This is my bottom line, and I cannot go any lower. A few young individuals engaged in a fervent bidding war for the position of a piano instructor. Shen Hao watched in astonishment. Was it truly necessary for them to vie so passionately for a mere teaching role? My apologies. The vice president shook his head with an indifferent expression. Our music academy is not in need of instructors. If you wish to apply, I suggest you seek opportunities elsewhere. Not in need of instructors? The crowd was left dumbfounded. If you're not in need of teachers, then why did you extend an olive branch to the young gentleman moments ago? The vice president disregarded their inquiries and approached Shen Hao, retrieving a business card from his person. A hint of humility graced his countenance as he extended it towards Shen Hao with both hands. Sir, this is my humble card. The doors of our music academy are always open to you. Should you ever reconsider, do not hesitate to contact me. Behind him, the individuals whom he had just rebuffed were left in utter disbelief. Did you not just claim the school was not in need of instructors? It appears you simply looked down upon us. Shen Hao frowned. He did not anticipate the vice president's unwavering insistence. He had no interest in any teaching position. However, one should not strike a smiling face. He graciously accepted the business card, tucked it into his pocket, and politely replied, "I will consider it." With that, he turned to Lin Qingxiao. "Did you enjoy the music just now?" Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes glimmering with emotion as she nodded gently. "Your performance was simply magnificent. It moved me to tears." Unbeknownst to her, Lin Qingxiao had unconsciously adopted a charming tone. Upon closer inspection, Shen Hao indeed noticed 2 tear streaks on her face. His heart ached for her, and he impulsively embraced Lin Qingxiao, retrieving a handkerchief he always carried to gently wipe away her tears. Lin Qingxiao was taken aback by Shen Hao's intimate gesture in such a public setting. Yet, she did not resist, instead leaning softly into his embrace. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding young men felt their hearts shatter. From the moment Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao entered, they had already been captivated by Lin Qingxiao's ethereal grace and unparalleled beauty. They had harbored a flicker of hope, but this display instantly obliterated their fantasies. This wave of romantic affection was one they could only accept with tears in their eyes. Meanwhile, those infatuated with Shen Hao, who had intended to approach him for contact information, felt utterly dwarfed by Lin Qingxiao's exquisite visage, abandoning their intentions with a sense of helplessness. Indeed, Shen Hao was not only handsome, but also an exceptional pianist, deserving of a beauty like Lin Qingxiao. "Mr. Smith, I sincerely thank you for allowing me to play this piano." After wiping away Lin Qingxiao's tears, Shen Hao turned to the Smith couple. "Oh no, mister." Smith quickly shook his head, a look of sincerity on his face. "Sir, it is I who should thank you. Your melodious playing has touched both Lena and me. Since the passing of my dear friend, this piano has gathered dust for far too long. In my view, only someone of your piano virtuosity is worthy of using it." At this point, he let out a slight, regretful sigh. "Alas, this piano is a cherished relic of my late friend, holding profound significance for me. Otherwise, I would certainly have given it to you." Upon hearing this, Shen Hao quickly waved his hand. "Mr. Smith, I appreciate your kindness. In our culture, there is an ancient saying, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. Since it is a relic of your friend, you must take good care of it." "Mr." Smith chuckled heartily, looking at Shen Hao with increasing admiration. "By the way, may I ask how to address you?" With a gentle smile, Shen Hao replied, "I am Shen Hao, and this is my girlfriend, Lin Qingxiao. You may simply call me by my name, Mr. Smith." Being addressed as Mr. by someone significantly older made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Ah, so it is Mr. Shen," Mr. Smith laughed, suddenly producing a business card and handing it to Shen Hao. "This is my card. Since we seem to get along well, shall we become friends? That would be delightful. The more friends, the more opportunities." Shen Hao understood this principle well. Moreover, Mr. Smith was indeed a commendable person. Befriending someone like him seemed quite advantageous. He accepted the card and tucked it away. Soon after, he exchanged a few pleasantries with the Smith couple before returning to their seats with Lin Qingxiao, as their meal was ready. "You're so slender. You should eat more meat," Shen Hao said, placing a piece of steak onto Lin Qingxiao's plate with a smile. "Women ought not to be too thin." Looking at the steak on her plate, Lin Qingxiao wrinkled her delicate nose. "The television said that if a woman is too heavy, men want tea like her, and I don't want you to dislike me." Shen Hao chuckled softly, gently brushing his finger against Lin Qingxiao's nose, revealing a tender smile. "Silly girl, such notions are misleading. Have you never heard the saying?" Lin Qingxiao became curious at once. "What saying?" Shen Hao glanced at a certain prominent feature of Lin Qingxiao's physique before clearing his throat. "A woman weighing less than 100 pounds is either a flat bear or short." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qingxiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Moments later, she instinctively looked down at her figure, a blush swiftly creeping up her charming face. "Are you satisfied with my figure?" she suddenly inquired, realizing that ever since her acquaintance with Shen Hao, her confidence had waned, and she had become overly concerned with his opinions. Gulp. Shen Hao exaggeratedly swallowed, declaring, "With your alluring curves, you embody the ideal of feminine beauty, fulfilling every man's fantasy. Are you content with this assessment?" Upon hearing Shen Hao's appraisal, Lin Qingxiao felt a warmth surge to her cheeks, causing her to shyly lower her gaze. "Was everything you just said sincere?" Shen Hao nodded. "Indeed, I have always maintained that I would never deceive you, regardless of the circumstances." At his words, Lin Qingxiao lifted her head, gazing deeply into Shen Hao's eyes, and earnestly replied, "I feel the same." Chapter 24. You are my angel. At that moment, the previously observed waiter approached, carrying a delightful dessert that appeared quite appetizing. "Mr. Shen, this is a dessert from Mr. Smith for you and your girlfriend. Mr. Smith has kindly stated that your expenses here today are entirely complimentary. Enjoy your meal," he announced, placing the dessert on the table. "Please extend my gratitude to Mr. Smith," Shen Hao replied. He graciously accepted Smith's goodwill and gesture, for he was not a man of pretentiousness. Since he had won the wager, it was only natural for him to accept it without hesitation. Once the waiter departed, Lin Qingxiao playfully winked at Shen Hao, noting that they had saved on a meal. Shen Hao smiled slightly in response. "For some of your stature, would you truly concern yourself with the cost of a meal?" "Of course," Lin Qingxiao retorted with a slight crinkle of her nose, her tone a touch haughty. "Though I possess wealth, I am not one to squander it frivolously. Saving wherever possible is always preferable." Shen Hao chuckled knowingly. She was indeed a delightful person. They gazed out at the scenery, relishing their afternoon repast amidst a sweet ambience. Several couples who entered later, upon seeing the handsome Shen Hao and the stunning Lin Qingxiao, contemplated approaching to greet them. Yet, the undeniable chemistry between Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao rendered them too timid to make a move. After their meal, Shen Hao intended to express his gratitude to the Smiths for their generous hospitality and for allowing him to use an old friend's piano. However, upon inquiring with the waiter, he learned that the Smiths had to leave unexpectedly. Though a twinge of regret lingered in his heart, he dismissed it. The restaurant would remain, providing ample opportunity for future encounters. Together, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao left the Western restaurant. "Would you accompany me for a stroll?" she asked, not eager to return to the cold confines of the office building despite the scorching sun. "Certainly," Shen Hao replied with a smile. Accompanying a beautiful woman was an irresistible joy for any man, especially one as extraordinary as Lin Qingxiao. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Lin Qingxiao's joy radiated like that of a child as she twirled in place before offering him a gentle smile. "Am I beautiful?" Shen Hao, momentarily entranced, nodded and found himself reciting a line of poetry with a charming smile and enchanting gaze. "Qingxiao, I find myself at a loss for words to describe your beauty." As she listened to the heartfelt praise from her beloved, Lin Qingxiao felt a surge of sweetness within her heart. Naturally, she entwined her arms around Shen Hao's, leaning her body against him. "Shen Hao, having you by my side is a true blessing. I feel as though I have been ignited after 20 years. My life is only just beginning." With a gentle smile, Shen Hao paused, tenderly smoothing a few stray strands of hair from Lin Qingxiao's forehead. Leaning closer to her ear, he softly whispered, "I feel the same way. In the past, I was merely a reclusive gamer, languishing through life. Your presence has infused my world with vibrant colors." At this moment, Shen Hao unexpectedly grasped Lin Qingxiao's chin, a mischievous grin illuminating his eyes. "Lin Qingxiao, could you be the angel sent by heaven to rescue me?" His actions instantly attracted the attention of passers-by, many of whom halted in their tracks, their expressions frozen in astonishment. A number of envious onlookers, particularly those who shared his reclusive tendencies, couldn't help but drool with jealousy, secretly wishing to take Shen Hao's place. Lin Qingxiao was breathtakingly beautiful, and her aloof demeanor made her the most striking presence wherever she went. Despite Shen Hao's undeniable charm, the surrounding men internally cried out, "Release that beauty. Allow me to take your place." Though the attention made Lin Qingxiao feel a bit bashful, she did not deter Shen Hao's advances, for she relished the moments spent with him. Amidst the incredulous gazes of hungry wolves surrounding them, she smiled sweetly, entwined her arms around Shen Hao's neck, and on tiptoe, delicately brushed her lips against his cheek like a dragonfly touching the water. I am your angel, and you are my prince. The audience of onlookers witnessing this scene succumbed to despairing lamentations within their hearts. What is wrong with this world? Here I am, handsome and affluent, abstaining from smoking and drinking, and yet the heavens have not graced me with a beauty. How has this pretty boy managed to secure such a stunning girlfriend? Feeling the lingering warmth and fragrance upon his face, Shen Hao inhaled sharply, leaning closer to Lin Qingxiao's ear, his breath warm as he slowly uttered two words, so fragrant. Lin Qingxiao, stirred by Shen Hao's teasing, found herself flustered. Ultimately, she could not withstand his boldness, shyly lowering her head while her heart raced with nervous excitement. Just moments ago, she had inexplicably kissed Shen Hao, and now, in her anxiety, she had forgotten the sensation altogether. Shen Hao's playful remarks set her cheeks ablaze, her heart fluttering in a way that was intoxicatingly irresistible. Qingxiao, we should leave quickly. If we linger here any longer, I fear I might find myself in trouble, Shen Hao suddenly suggested. Why? Lin Qingxiao looked up in surprise. Is something the matter? This innocent girl was indeed adorably naive. Shen Hao gestured with his chin towards the surrounding crowd, offering a wry smile. Such a precious gem as you, in the company of a boor like me, draws the attention of hungry wolves. If we don't depart soon, they might just devour me. Ah, Lin Qingxiao exclaimed, finally noticing the considerable crowd that had gathered around them. Reflecting on her recent actions, she lowered her head in a moment of guilt and quickly tugged at Shen Hao's arm. We should leave at once. Despite her familiarity with grand occasions, she felt a twinge of panic in this instance. Shen Hao chuckled heartily, wrapping his arm around Lin Qingxiao's slender waist, and flashed a smug grin at the group of onlookers glaring at him with disdain. Together, he and Lin Qingxiao strode away, exuding an air that seemed to declare, "This is my woman. You lot should cease your covetous glances. Goodness, this fellow is insufferably arrogant. Is it merely a woman? I am not devoid of such company myself. Is it truly necessary to act so haughtily?" A palpable tension filled the air as his words elicited a wave of mockery and scorn from those around him. Chapter 25. Shopping brother, wake up. You're without a woman. It's better to join me at the construction site and do some honest work, one of the companions quipped. Did you drink without having any peanuts? Is that why you're in such a state? Remember next time to eat more vegetables and drink less. Otherwise, you'll become the subject of ridicule. As the jeers and taunts echoed around him, the speaker's face flushed crimson, wishing desperately for a hole to burrow into. Just then, another voice chimed in, "TSK, TSK. That beauty from earlier was truly stunning. What a pity a fine cabbage fell prey to a swine. Only a refined gentleman like me is worthy of such a beauty. Alas, I am a man she can never possess." As these words hung in the air, a chorus of mock retching ensued. Having escaped the clutches of their earlier onlookers, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao walked hand in hand, leisurely strolling down the street. The sun blazed overhead, causing beads of perspiration to form on Lin Qingxiao's delicate face, yet she felt no fatigue. The reason for her buoyant spirit was Shen Hao's company. "Shall we head back?" Shen Hao suggested, retrieving a handkerchief to gently wipe the sweat from Lin Qingxiao's brow. Concern etched on his features. Their spirits were high that day, but the relentless sun proved to be a formidable adversary. His concern lay with Lin Qingxiao, accustomed to the comforts of an office, unable to endure the heat for long. "Absolutely not," she retorted, shaking her head defiantly despite the heat. "If I return, I will have to confront those cold, lifeless documents again. Please, let me indulge today just this once." As she concluded, she playfully tugged at Shen Hao's arm, adopting a charming demeanor. At that moment, she resembled a young woman blissfully in love, shedding the icy demeanor she typically exuded. If her secretary and driver were present, they would undoubtedly harbor the thought, "Indeed, President Lin has been swapped out." "Very well, you are the queen. I shall heed your wishes," Shen Hao replied, pinching Lin Qingxiao's cheek affectionately and nodding indulgently. "Yay!" With Shen Hao's acquiescence, Lin Qingxiao leaped in delight, striking a victorious pose. The scene was utterly captivating. leaving Shen Hao momentarily spellbound. Simpleton, what are you staring at? Let us move. I know there's a pedestrian street ahead, filled with delightful diversions. I used to go alone, but now I have you by my side. Today, I intend to have my fill of fun. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, then I shall risk my life to accompany the beauty, Shen Hao replied with a smile. To be honest, before meeting Lin Qingxiao, he was a quintessential homebody. With all his needs met, he had embraced a life of leisure. At home, he either engaged in online gaming with friends or idled away his time. While he had occasionally ventured out for shopping, it constituted a mere fraction of his existence. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the pedestrian street Lin Qingxiao had mentioned. This pedestrian street is located in a bustling commercial area, flanked by numerous shops whose names suggest a plethora of intriguing novelties. Perhaps due to its prime location, even before nightfall, a considerable number of people leisurely stroll through this vibrant locale. However, most of them are students from nearby schools or couples like Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao. Beneath the shade of the trees, a variety of street vendors have set up their stalls. As passers-by approach, they enthusiastically call out their wares, with some even going so far as to chase after potential customers to introduce their products. Witnessing this scene, Shen Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This is the essence of human warmth. Despite the sweltering sun, he experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation and refreshment. Wow, this place is so much fun, Lin Qingxiao exclaimed with excitement. In that moment, Shen Hao could no longer see any trace of the domineering CEO in her. She appeared instead as a vibrant and spirited girl next door. He began to understand why Lin Qingxiao reacted this way. As a woman of privilege, she had been immersed in high society from a young age, and a place like this, frequented by the common folk, was utterly novel to her. It smells wonderful. Suddenly, a sweet aroma wafted through the air, and Shen Hao inhaled deeply, his eyes lighting up. Before them walked an elderly man dressed simply, balancing a shoulder pole with numerous gourds hanging from either side. As he ambled along, he called out his sales pitch, and whenever a customer approached, a joyful smile would spread across his weathered face. Perhaps influenced by the enticing scent, the old man's business was remarkably brisk. With every few steps he took, customers eagerly approached to purchase candied hawthorns. In no time, a crowd had gathered around him, most of whom were students in uniforms and a few couples. Under the irresistible allure of the candied fruit, they did not haggle, readily paying for their treats, while a beautiful girl eagerly began to enjoy her skewer of candied hawthorns. Gulp! Shen Hao suddenly heard the sound of someone swallowing, and when he turned, he found it amusing yet endearing. Lin Qingxiao was gazing longingly at the candied hawthorns in the hands of others, her beautiful eyes betraying a desire for the sweet treat. Without a hint of self-consciousness, she extended her tongue to lick her lips, clearly tempted. Seeing this, Shen Hao chuckled and shook his head. "Do you want some?" he asked with a warm smile. Gazing at Lin Qingxiao, she nodded eagerly, swallowing hard. I haven't had candied hawthorns in ages. They smell so good. Shen Hao affectionately ruffled her lustrous black hair, assertively took her hand, and led her toward the elderly vendor. "Come, I'll buy you some. Do not merely speak of a string of candied hawthorns. If Lin Qingxiao desires them, he would find a way to pluck even the stars from the heavens for her. Young man, my candied hawthorns are handcrafted, devoid of any additives, and utterly delectable. Would you care for a string?" As soon as Shen Hao approached, the elderly gentleman cheerfully began his introduction. Upon finishing, he seemed slightly concerned that Shen Hao might doubt him, gesturing towards the customers who had already wandered off with their treats. "You see, those young people all relish the candied hawthorns I prepare." Shen Hao nodded in agreement. He certainly believed the elderly man's words, for even he, who was not particularly fond of sweet treats, felt his cravings stirred by the enticing aroma of the candied hawthorns. Chapter 26. The Innocent and Overbearing CEO, Sir. "I would like 2 skewers," Shen Hao said with a smile, then took 2 candied hawthorns from the shoulder pole and handed them to Lin Qingxiao, who had been eagerly waiting nearby. With a slurp, Lin Qingxiao accepted the candied hawthorns and began to eat them unabashedly. Observing this, Shen Hao couldn't help but smile knowingly. Who would have imagined that this stunning girl, indulging in her treat without a care for her image. Was actually the domineering CEO of a publicly listed company? Beneath her exterior, Lin Qingxiao exuded an air of genuine innocence. "Sir, how much do I owe you?" Shen Hao asked, pulling out his phone and looking at the elderly vendor, ready to scan the WeChat payment code. "Thank you, young man, for supporting this old man's business. That will be 6 yuan in total. Here, as the QR code," the old man replied with a smile. "Only 6 yuan?" Shen Hao was taken aback. To be honest, this price seemed rather low. Previously, the candied hawthorns he had tried were not only mediocre in flavor, but also exorbitantly priced. Even the cheapest ones cost 5 yuan. The old man's candied hawthorns were not only delicious, but also generously portioned. In Shen Hao's view, even 10 yuan would be a bargain. No wonder so many people were flocking to buy from him. This price was simply too reasonable. Moreover, the old man appeared to be a kind-hearted person, so it was no surprise that his business thrived. "Isn't this price a bit too low? Will you be able to make a profit?" Shen Hao asked, astonished. His curiosity was genuine, not born out of any moral superiority. "There's enough profit." The old man chuckled, nodding. "You see, I have a pension that amounts to several hundred yuan a month, and my children are all dutiful. I lack for nothing. I have been selling candied hawthorns since my youth, and even though my circumstances have improved with age, I am not one to sit idly by. The reason I continue selling these treats is not for the money. It is simply a cherished aspiration of mine." After hearing the old man's words, Shen Hao felt a surge of respect. The old man was right. One should always have aspirations and beliefs, no matter the stage of life. Without pursuits or beliefs, possessing immense wealth would render one's existence no different from that of a withered fish. Beside them, Lin Qingxiao listened intently, her beautiful eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. In truth, she resonated with the old man's sentiments. Since graduating from university, she had entered the family business, consumed by work, and had become the so-called iceberg CEO in the eyes of others. Over time, she had even forgotten what she truly desired. She felt fortunate to have met Shen Hao. His presence had transformed her once monotonous life into a vibrant tapestry of experiences. The old man glanced at Lin Qingxiao and smiled at Shen Hao. "Young man, your girlfriend is beautiful and possesses a lovely character. You must cherish her. I am confident in my ability to discern character, and I wish you both a lifetime of happiness together." The elder, having finished his words, resumed his task of balancing the shoulder pole, calling out cheerfully as he moved forward. He paused whenever he encountered customers wishing to purchase candied hawthorn. Thus, he ambled along, and gradually, the old man's silhouette faded from the sight of Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao. "Shen Hao, that elderly gentleman truly possesses great wisdom," Lin Qingxiao remarked, her mouth busy savoring the candied hawthorn. "Indeed," Shen Hao nodded, his expression reflecting deep agreement. The words of the old man had imparted a newfound clarity to his heart. "Shen Hao, the candied hawthorn from that old man is delightful. You must try it," Lin Qingxiao urged, offering him another skewer of the sweet treat. Shen Hao accepted the candied hawthorn and settled down beside the garden, indulging in it heartily. "Qingxiao, come sit here. We can take a moment to rest," he beckoned. Lin Qingxiao glanced hesitantly at the garden's edge, and after a brief pause, she cautiously inquired, "Aren't you concerned about it being dirty?" Shen Hao smiled, shaking his head as he brushed off the edge of the garden with his hand, then gestured toward Lin Qingxiao. "It's quite clean. Many people sit here regularly, especially under this grand tree. You can sit comfortably." He did not perceive Lin Qingxiao's concerns as fussy, for he understood that her apprehensions were rooted in her upbringing. Consider this. How could a privileged young lady, accustomed to a life of luxury, ever find herself squatting by the roadside to enjoy skewers? Conversely, a laborer, toiling under the sun to provide for his family, would hardly frequent upscale restaurants pretending to be an affluent patron. Economic foundations shaped the superstructure. As someone viewed as part of the upper class, Lin Qingxiao had yet to experience the simple joys of ordinary life. Shen Hao's words swiftly dispelled Lin Qingxiao's doubts. She approached him and sat closely beside him. The warmth beneath her made her heart feel at ease, and mimicking Shen Hao, she touched the garden's edge, then examined her hand closely. "Wow, it really is clean," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with a joyful smile, as if she had discovered a new world. Being an exquisite beauty with a remarkable demeanor, her down-to-earth presence in that moment drew the attention of many passers-by. A few self-assured young men considered approaching to strike up a conversation, but upon seeing Shen Hao, who sat beside Lin Qingxiao and appeared even more handsome, their intentions were swiftly extinguished. However, they lingered, stealing glances at Lin Qingxiao's enchanting beauty from a distance. "Qingxiao, with your stunning looks. You must call me whenever you go out shopping in the future. Otherwise, you'll surely attract a swarm of toads," Shen Hao said, a hint of jealousy in his tone. With a playful laugh, Lin Qingxiao could not contain herself upon hearing Shen Hao's comparison. "If you call others toads, what does that make you?" Lin Qingxiao cradled her flawless chin in her hands, gazing at Shen Hao with a playful smile. Shen Hao raised an eyebrow, returning her gaze with a mischievous grin. "Of course, I am but a toad savoring the flesh of a swan." Giggling, Lin Qingxiao trembled with delight at Shen Hao's teasing. In the distance, a group of envious onlookers, akin to toads, swallowed hard, their eyes filled with longing as they beheld Shen Hao. "Oh heavens, why is the world so unjust? Such a beautiful girlfriend, I wish for a dozen. All right, let's continue our stroll. It is a rare opportunity to unwind, and I intend to make the most of it today." After savoring the candied hawthorn, Lin Qingxiao wiped her mouth clean and, taking Shen Hao's hand, playfully pouted. Chapter 27. He is Lin's boyfriend. In response to Lin Qingxiao's playful antics, Shen Hao found himself utterly defenseless, smilingly acquiescing to her whims. The ensuing hours saw them fully immersed in a delightful spree of exploration. Lin Qingxiao, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, found everything along the pedestrian street to be a source of wonder. Almost every stall they passed compelled her to pause and curiously inspect its offerings. When she encountered items that piqued her interest, she would cling to Shen Hao, pleading like a little girl for him to purchase them. However, the trinkets she desired were of little monetary value. Yet, each acquisition was treated by Lin Qingxiao as a treasured possession, which she would lovingly hold and examine until her arms were laden with a multitude of items, at which point, reluctantly, she would hand them over to Shen Hao. Before long, Shen Hao found himself burdened with a plethora of bags. In that moment, he had completely succumbed to the role of an assistant and porter. Nevertheless, he did not feel the slightest fatigue. Rather, he reveled in the experience. After all, accompanying a stunning beauty on a shopping excursion was an enviable endeavor, visually gratifying to say the least. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed a significant portion of the pedestrian street. A light sheen of perspiration adorned Lin Qingxiao's delicate face, indicating her fatigue from their escapades. She bent down and gently massaged her slightly sore legs before suddenly turning to Shen Hao with a sweet smile, urging him to continue. With that, she resumed her spirited exploration, resembling a lively sprite in her enthusiasm. Shen Hao observed this scene, internally marveling. It is often said that women abandon caution when shopping, and this adage proved true. Even his robust constitution began to feel a hint of weariness. Yet Lin Qingxiao seemed invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. A peculiar thought crossed Shen Hao's mind. Could it be that women possess an extraordinary reserve of energy while shopping? "Shen Hao, come quickly. There is something fun over here," Lin Qingxiao called back, noticing he had lagged behind. Realizing he had momentarily lost track of her, Shen Hao hastened his pace to catch up. Meanwhile, as Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao were engrossed in their shopping adventure, Lin Qingxiao's secretary was anxiously pacing outside the president's office. There was an urgent document requiring Lin Qingxiao's signature, yet the normally diligent CEO had decided to defer it, opting instead to accompany Shen Hao. Over an hour had elapsed, and the marketing department had already inquired multiple times about the delay, but Lin Qingxiao had yet to return. The secretary contemplated calling Lin Qingxiao, but upon recalling the radiant smile that had graced her face when she left, she hesitated. Having been by Lin Qingxiao's side for so long, she had never witnessed such unrestrained joy. It seemed that ever since Mr. Shen's arrival, Lin Qingxiao had transformed into a different person entirely, despite her apparent lack of intelligence. Through the experiences and observations of the past 2 days, she has come to realize that Lin Qingxiao has indeed fallen in love. At this critical juncture, She dares not dampen Lin Qingxiao's spirits over work-related matters. Should the latter become irate and dismiss her, she would find herself bereft of a place to lament. However, the marketing department is awaiting a response. Caught in a dilemma, she is uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, the sound of high-heeled footsteps echoes through the air. Secretary Qin, believing it to be Lin Qingxiao's return, turns around in excitement. President Lin Yu. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she is taken aback. The figure approaching is not Lin Qingxiao, but a board director. Secretary Qin, there's a board meeting at 5:30, as personally instructed by President Lin yesterday. It is nearly 5 o'clock now. Have you informed her? The director approaches Secretary Qin, frowning with concern. The director's words strike Secretary Qin like a thunderclap, causing her face to pale instantly. Oh no! It suddenly dawns on her that there indeed was a meeting scheduled in President Lin's agenda for today. However, President Lin is currently not in the office. What to do now? The anxious expression on Secretary Qin's face intensifies. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the director's expression darkens. What is the matter? Have you forgotten to remind President Lin? Secretary Qin stammers, at a loss for words. Observing her reaction, the director's demeanor shifts to one of displeasure. Secretary Qin, I must say, as President Lin's personal secretary and a long-standing member of the company, how could you commit such a fundamental error? The repercussions of delaying a significant company matter. Can you bear the responsibility of such a minor oversight? Having said this, she strides past Secretary Qin, determined to knock on the president's office door. With all the board members present, she must swiftly inform President Lin to prepare herself. Director Liu, President Lin. She is not in the office. Secretary Qin interjects hastily, her complexion changing dramatically. What? Director Liu spins around, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stares at Secretary Qin. It is still working hours. President Lin is usually very punctual. You claim she is not in the office? Secretary Qin nods, meeting Director Liu's piercing gaze, nearly on the verge of tears. Director Liu, President Lin left with Mr. Shen at 3 o'clock and has yet to return. Upon hearing this, a look of shock crosses Director Liu's face. As a board member and senior executive of Lin's group, she has daily interactions with Lin Qingxiao. Although their relationship may not be exceptionally close due to the nature of their work, she considers herself quite familiar with Lin Qingxiao. Lin Qingxiao is an absolute workaholic. It is unfathomable that she would leave the office during working hours. Wait a moment, Mr. Shen. Recalling what Secretary Qin had just said, her expression darkened as she coldly inquired, to my knowledge, there is no one by the surname Shen in our company. What is the situation regarding this Mr. Shen you mentioned? Moreover, he is acquainted with General Manager Lin? Taking a deep breath, Secretary Qin organized her thoughts and quickly responded, Mr. Shen was personally recruited by General Manager Lin. Personally recruited? Lu Fei's confusion deepened, for if her memory served her correctly, the company was currently at full capacity and had no need for additional personnel. Could it be that this individual was a relative of General Manager Lin? Yet, that seemed implausible, as Lin Qingxiao had always been known for her unwavering principles, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to leverage personal connections through her. What connection does this Mr. Shen have with General Manager Lin? Lu Fei asked, furrowing her brow. After a moment of hesitation, Secretary Qin finally spoke. He is General Manager Lin's boyfriend. Chapter 28. Lu Fei shock. What did you say? President Lin's boyfriend? Lu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, as if Secretary Qin had just uttered something utterly preposterous. Lin Qingxiao was renowned in the company as the icy president, wholly absorbed in her work and devoid of any romantic entanglements. Where could she possibly have procured a boyfriend? While there were indeed suitors vying for Lin Qingxiao's affection, none could penetrate the formidable chill that surrounded her. Over time, these admirers gradually retreated, disheartened. How could such a dedicated workaholic, who spent the majority of her time engrossed in her duties, possibly have a boyfriend? Could it be that Secretary Qin, fearing my reproach, concocted such an excuse? The thought darkened Lu Fei's expression. Secretary Qin, I am thoroughly disappointed in you. As President Lin's personal secretary, do you comprehend the significance of your position? You have faltered in your duties, Yet instead of self-reflection, you resort to such a clumsy lie to deceive me. Is this how you honor President Lin? Secretary Qin was taken aback. She had merely spoken the truth and had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Lu Fei. In all honesty, she had witnessed the intimate moments shared between Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao over the past few days. If she could not discern their relationship, she might as well have met her end by colliding with a tofu block. Lu Fei's words left Secretary Qin feeling inexplicably aggrieved. As Lin Qingxiao's personal secretary, she was unwaveringly loyal to both Lincher Group and Lin Qingxiao. Lu Director, what I said is the truth. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Li Wei. He can attest to my words. Li Wei was Lin Qingxiao's dedicated driver, often the one with whom she interacted most frequently besides her. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei was momentarily stunned. She had known Secretary Qin for quite some time, having worked alongside her for ages, and she understood her character well. Her earlier outburst had merely stemmed from the shock of Secretary Qin's revelation. However, observing Secretary Qin's unwavering demeanor now made her heart waver. Could it be that Secretary Qin was indeed telling the truth, that Mr. Shen was truly President Lin's boyfriend? No, I must get to the bottom of this. With this thought in mind, she furrowed her brow and looked intently at Secretary Qin. You must call President Lin immediately. I have something to discuss with her. Secretary Qin hesitated. It was clear that President Lin was on a date with Mr. Shen, and disturbing their enjoyment with a phone call could be quite inappropriate. Lu Director, Secretary Qin stammered, unsure of how to proceed. Lu Fei, recognizing Secretary Qin's concerns, did not press her further. Instead, she took out her phone and dialed Lin Qingxiao herself. On the pedestrian street, Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao were enjoying their outing, leaning affectionately against one another, reveling in their closeness. Suddenly, Lin Qingxiao's phone rang. She furrowed her brows, feeling irked that someone would call her at such an inopportune moment. Instinctively, she was about to hang up. However, upon glancing at the caller ID, she hesitated. Lu Fei was a shareholder of the Lin Group and held a significant position within the company. She could not treat Lu Fei as she would any other employee. Seeing her reaction, Shen Hao understood that it must be someone from the company seeking Lin Qingxiao. He smiled gently and suggested, "You should answer. It might be something important for work." "All right." Lin Qingxiao smiled brightly and answered the call. "Hello, Director Lu, what can I do for you?" "Lin, didn't you mention yesterday that there would be a meeting at 5:30 this afternoon? I heard from Secretary Qin that you are not at the office. What is going on?" Lu Fei's voice came through the line. "A meeting?" Lin Qingxiao's expression shifted slightly, embarrassment creeping onto her face. She had been so engrossed in her intimate moment with Shen Hao that she had forgotten about the arrangement made the day prior. However, glancing at her watch, she shook her head inwardly. There was no time to make it back. "Director Lu, my boyfriend and I have some matters to attend to outside, and will be late returning. Please inform everyone that today's meeting is canceled." "Boyfriend?" Lu Fei's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping her phone. So Secretary Qin had not lied. Lin actually had a boyfriend. But how could that be? Wasn't Lin known for her disinterest in men? Lu Fei felt utterly bewildered. "All right, Director Lu, I have other matters to attend to, so I must hang up. Goodbye," Lin Qingxiao said lightly before ending the call. Beside her, Shen Hao furrowed his brow. "If there is something urgent at the company, perhaps you should handle it. It wouldn't be good to let it linger." Lin Qingxiao felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. She suddenly felt grateful to the heavens for giving her such an understanding and considerate boyfriend. "It's all right. I've already made arrangements," she replied with a smile, shaking her head. "It's just a half-day delay. It's not a big deal. I'll take care of it when I'm back at work tomorrow. Now, let us continue our shopping." Seeing Lin Qingxiao's determination, Shen Hao chose not to press further and accompanied her as they continued their outing. At the entrance of the Lin Group's president's office, Lu Fei stared blankly at her phone, still in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Lin had a boyfriend. "Secretary Qin, what is going on? Did I not just tell you that the document is crucial and must be signed by the president today?" Director Lu is here too." Lu Fei snapped back to reality and turned to the speaker, who was Wu Yu, the marketing manager of the Lin Group, a seasoned professional with many years of experience in the company. Moreover, akin to Lin Qingxiao, Wu Yu is also a workaholic. "Manager Wu, are you looking for General Manager Lin?" Lu Fei inquired, furrowing her brows. Indeed, Wu Yu nodded, his expression brimming with urgency as he replied. I previously entrusted Secretary Qin with a document to be signed by General Manager Lin, yet several hours have elapsed without any news. Thus, I have come personally to ascertain the situation. With that, he directed his gaze towards Secretary Qin. Secretary Qin, could you provide an explanation? Before Secretary Qin could respond, Lu Fei interjected. All right, Manager Wu, please calm down. This is not Secretary Qin's fault. General Manager Lin is not in the office. How could she possibly sign for you? Chapter 29, The Joy of Wealth. Is Mr. Lin not in the office? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, That cannot be true. There's a meeting scheduled soon. Mr. Lin should be here at this hour. Director Lu, what is going on? A flicker of helplessness crossed Lu Fei's eyes. She certainly could not divulge to Wu Yu that Lin Qingxiao had gone out with her boyfriend. Otherwise, Wu Yu would undoubtedly erupt. And such news would tarnish Lin Qingxiao's reputation. With this in mind, she glanced at Wu Yu and replied, Mr. Lin is meeting with an important client. By the way, the meeting originally set for 5:30 has been canceled, so please inform everyone to leave on time. An important client? A strange look flashed in Wu Yu's eyes. Historically, any significant clients of Lin's group were handled by their marketing department. When did it become necessary for Lin Qingxiao to intervene personally? However, despite his internal perplexity, he refrained from voicing it. After all his time at the company, he understood well what could and could not be said. Yet, the urgency of that document gnawed at him. Without Mr. Lin's signature, their work would come to a standstill, which was excruciating for someone who held punctuality in high regard. There's nothing we can do, Lu Fei shrugged. As you can see, Mr. Lin is unavailable, and we can only wait for her return. Manager Wu, it's merely half a day's time, and with the end of the workday approaching, it would be best to resolve this with Mr. Lin when she returns tomorrow. Wu Yu nodded in resignation. It seemed there was no other course of action. With that, he turned and hurriedly left, having taken time from his busy schedule, as there were numerous matters awaiting his attention in the marketing department. All right, Secretary Qin, I misjudged you earlier. I owe you an apology. Lu Fei said sincerely to Secretary Qin. Director Lu, you flatter me, Secretary Qin exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, quickly waving her hands. It's no trouble. I hold no grievances. However, as she spoke, she cast a hesitant glance at Lu Fei. Sensing this, Lu Fei's eyes glimmered with wisdom as she smiled and reassured, Rest assured, I won't mention Mr. Lin's outing with Mr. Shen to anyone. As a director of Lin's group, the company's interests were intrinsically tied to her, and she had no desire for any negative news to circulate. With a sigh of relief, Secretary Qin said, Director Lu, I must return to my duties now. As she turned to leave, Lu Fei called after her, By the way, which department has Mr. Lin arranged for Mr. Shen? After a moment's hesitation, Secretary Qin replied, The project development team. Mr. Shen currently serves as the deputy team leader and is Mr. U.S. assistant. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's expression suddenly became peculiar. She contemplated various possibilities, but could not fathom that Lin Qingxiao would make such an arrangement. Did Mr. Yu not cause any trouble for Mr. Shen? Lu Fei furrowed her brows and inquired. In her impression, Mr. Yu was indeed a knowledgeable expert, yet his temperament was rather eccentric, particularly disliking connections like Shen Hao. No, Secretary Qin replied with a smile. Mr. Yu and everyone else are quite welcoming of Mr. Shen's arrival. By the way, Director Lu, you might not be aware that Mr. Shen is exceptionally skilled in the field of artificial intelligence. The moment he arrived today, he assisted Mr. Yu and the others in resolving a significant issue. Consequently, they all hold Mr. Shen in high regard. Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Shen excels in artificial intelligence? This. Just as she was about to inquire further, she realized Secretary Qin had already turned to leave. Reluctantly, she had to abandon her curiosity. Nevertheless, her intrigue about this yet-to-be-met boyfriend of Lin's grew immensely. On the pedestrian street, after purchasing another item, Lin Qingxiao suddenly halted. What's wrong? Shen Hao asked, noticing Lin Qingxiao's contemplative demeanor. Do you have any plans for tonight? Lin Qingxiao turned around, her face alight with hope as she posed a question to Shen Hao. Shen Hao was momentarily stunned, not anticipating such a query from Lin Qingxiao. Nothing planned, he replied, a mischievous grin emerging as he leaned closer to her. It couldn't be. Oh dear, this won't do. Shen Hao, am not someone who takes things lightly. I admit I have a fondness for you. But isn't this a bit too fast? With that, Shen Hao's gaze roamed unabashedly over Lin Qingxiao. Oh, what are you thinking? Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed, and playfully, she punched his chest with her delicate fist, rolling her eyes in exasperation. I merely wanted you to accompany me to the night market. It's almost dark, and there's a large night market nearby that I've always wanted to explore, but I've had no one to accompany me. Would you? As she spoke, Lin Qingxiao linked her arms through Shen Hao's in a charming manner, her demeanor eliciting envious glances from passers-by. Many even cast fierce looks at Shen Hao, as if he bore an irreconcilable feud with them. That sounds delightful, but we've acquired so many items that it would be difficult to stroll. Shen Hao replied with a wry smile, gesturing to the two large bags in his hands, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness. That's simple. Allow me to make a call, Lin Qingxiao said with a triumphant smile as she retrieved her phone. Secretary Qin, I'm at the pedestrian street. Please call the driver to come here and help me with these items. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qingxiao turned to Shen Hao with a sweet smile, playfully sticking out her tongue. All set. Seeing this, Shen Hao felt a profound sense of admiration. Indeed, she is the strikingly beautiful and formidable CEO, whose every beck and call is met by her devoted secretary and chauffeur. To the average person, such a scenario seems almost inconceivable. However, he does not perceive this as anything extraordinary, for he is truly indifferent to wealth. With the knowledge he possesses, attaining a status akin to Lin Qingxiao would be a mere trifle. Yet, that is not the life he desires. His disinterest in money stems not from a lack of ambition, but rather from his genuine affection for Lin Qingxiao as an individual. While countless beautiful faces abound, a captivating soul is a rare treasure, and Lin Qingxiao is indeed that rare gem. Nevertheless, at this moment, he cannot help but exclaim, how delightful it is to be wealthy. Chapter 30. Shen Hao, you are so annoying. It must be said that as Lin Qingxiao's secretary and driver, their efficiency is remarkably swift. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the designated location. Upon exiting the vehicle, Secretary Qin and the driver were momentarily taken aback by the large assortment of items in Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao's hands. After a brief pause, they exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. Having accompanied Lin Qingxiao for several years, they had never witnessed her purchase such an array of trinkets all at once, particularly items of little value. What astonished them most was that Lin Qingxiao appeared to be leisurely shopping with Shen Hao. What a joke! During work hours, Lin Qingxiao had abandoned her tasks to stroll under the blazing sun with a man for an entire afternoon. They believed that even if they recounted this incident to their colleagues, it would be met with disbelief. What are you standing there for? Come and help carry the items, Lin Qingxiao said, feeling somewhat speechless at her secretary and driver staring at her in such a manner. Is it really so shocking that I went shopping with my boyfriend? Snapping back to reality, Secretary Qin and driver Li Wei hurriedly jogged over. Mr. Shen, please hand me the items, Secretary Qin said, quickly resuming their roles as they took the goods from Shen Hao and placed them in the trunk of the car. Ms. Lin, shall I take you back to the company, or? The driver inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked toward Lin Qingxiao. You all head back first. Park the car at the company, and then you can leave work. I have a few matters to attend to, and we'll take a taxi home today. No need to wait for me, she replied. Gasp. As Lin Qingxiao's words left her lips, Secretary Qin and the driver simultaneously drew in a sharp breath, as if discovering a new continent. Is this truly the Lin Qingxiao they know? They were not oblivious. Lin Qingxiao intended to continue indulging in a romantic evening with Shen Hao. Ms. Lin, enjoy your time with Mr. Shen. We'll take our leave now, Secretary Qin respectfully remarked, then exchanged a knowing glance with the driver before they departed. Once they had left, Lin Qingxiao naturally linked her arm with Shen Hao's, flashing him a sweet smile. Let us go to the night market. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the night market, where the lights illuminated the area, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The stalls lining both sides began to fill with vendors, and the throngs of people meandering through the market created a lively ambience, reminiscent of the bustling joys of life. As the crowd thickened, Shen Hao quickened his pace, reaching Lin Qingxiao's side and gently taking her small hand in his. "Qingxiao, it's crowded here. If you walk so quickly, what will happen if you get lost?" Shen Hao lovingly ruffled Lin Qingxiao's lustrous black hair, his tone tender. "If I get lost, then so be it." Upon hearing Shen Hao's concern for her, Lin Qingxiao felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, yet she retorted, "With your looks, surely girls would pursue you wherever you go, wouldn't they?" Shen Hao could only manage a bitter smile, preparing to respond when suddenly a young woman dressed in a strikingly fashionable manner, adorned with a butterfly tattoo on her neck and a fox mask on her face, approached them. "Hey there, may I add you on WeChat?" Shen Hao nearly choked on his surprise. It seemed that whatever he feared had come to pass. There was no way to clear his name now. "See, I told you, you're just a magnet for attention," Lin Qingxiao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Then, recovering, she added with a hint of jealousy. Despite her words, her feminine nature compelled her to cling to Shen Hao's arm, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the girl who had just spoken. "No, I'm not shopping with my girlfriend, and she doesn't allow me to chat with other girls." Shen Hao politely declined the girl, before continuing his stroll through the night market with Lin Qingxiao. The incident was merely a fleeting moment. Lin Qingxiao did not react like the girls depicted in television dramas. Instead, she happily led Shen Hao through the crowd, occasionally stopping at stalls that piqued her interest, browsing without making purchases. Perhaps due to her beauty, even after selecting items without buying, the vendors remained amicable, offering her warm smiles. Observing this, Shen Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Perhaps this was the privilege afforded to a beauty, something unattainable for the average person. Suddenly, Lin Qingxiao's stomach growled, and she cast a guilty glance at Shen Hao. Noticing his unwavering gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Shen Hao, you're so mean," she admonished, clutching his arm. "I'm just a bit hungry, and you're teasing me." "By heaven's grace, I meant no offense." Shen Hao quickly waved his hands, smiling wryly. "In truth, I too am quite hungry. There's a delightful outdoor barbecue place ahead. Shall we indulge in some skewers?" "Skewers?" Lin Qingxiao's eyes widened in confusion at this unfamiliar term. "What is that? Is it hot pot?" Shen Hao was taken aback. Among ordinary folks, skewers were a beloved culinary delight, enjoyed by people of all ages. During his university days, weekends would often find him and his friends gathering to savor skewers and beer by the roadside, a life that felt blissfully divine. The fact that Lin Qingxiao had never heard of skewers surprised him, yet he soon understood, given her background. After all, individuals like Lin Qingxiao, raised in an aristocratic milieu, have been nurtured with an education befitting nobility. Thus, delicacies such as barbecued skewers are regarded as mere junk food in her eyes, not worthy of comparison to hot pot cuisine. Shen Hao chuckled and shook his head, exuding an air of mystery as he remarked, "That is a dish that your noble class has yet to savor. Yet it is a genuine culinary delight that has found its way into the homes of common folk. Trust me, after one taste, you will undoubtedly fall in love with it." Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Lin Qingxiao's curiosity was piqued. The glutton within her stirred as she grasped his hand, eagerly licking her lips. "Let us hurry. I can scarcely contain my hunger." "Very well." 3 minutes later, they arrived at an outdoor barbecue stall named the best under heaven. At this moment, the place was already teeming with patrons, with many more waiting in line. "So many people?" Lin Qingxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening as she observed those indulging heartily in skewers. The meat they held appeared somewhat unsanitary, yet why were they relishing it so? Noticing the expression on Lin Qingxiao's face, Shen Hao quickly surmised her thoughts. "Qingxiao, do not let the appearance of this food deceive you. Its taste is utterly divine. I assure you, after just one try, you will be enamored." Lin Qingxiao nodded in agreement. She trusted that Shen Hao would not mislead her, especially since she had already caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Her stomach, already grumbling from hunger, protested even louder at the scent. "But there are no available seats here. Where shall we eat?" Lin Qingxiao frowned. Before Shen Hao could respond, the stall owner, a middle-aged man with sun-kissed skin in his 40s, approached them with enthusiasm. "Beautiful lady, would you like some skewers?" His gaze toward Lin Qingxiao held a hint of admiration. Lin Qingxiao remained silent, instinctively glancing at Shen Hao. Observing this, Shen Hao offered a slight smile to the stall owner. "Boss, I have dined at your establishment before, and the skewers were delightful. Today, I have brought my girlfriend to sample them. A regular customer, I see." The owner's demeanor shifted to one of even greater warmth. "Gourmet, there happens to be a table available. I shall clear it for you." With that, he moved to a nearby table, unceremoniously placing its contents on the ground before meticulously wiping it down. Turning back, the owner waved eagerly at Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao. "Handsome lad, beautiful lady, come sit." The customers still waiting in line were left utterly speechless at this turn of events. Chapter 31. Do you take your father's surname or your mother's? Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of onlookers, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao settled at the table. "Boss, this is unfair." Just as they sat down, a freckled young woman approached, her expression brimming with indignation. "We were clearly here first. Why must we continue to wait while they are allowed to sit?" Her words resonated with many nearby. "Indeed, boss, this is exceedingly unreasonable. There should be a principle of first come, first served. Why does this rule not apply in your establishment?" "Humph, with such business practices, who would ever dine here again?" A chorus of voices rose against the boss. Yet, most of the dissenters were women, while the men displayed expressions of unabashed admiration, fixating on Lin Qingxiao, nearly drooling at her beauty. Startled by the commotion, Lin Qingxiao hesitated before addressing the boss. "We appreciate your kindness, but since there are objections, we shall return another day when it is less crowded." With that, she stood and attempted to pull Shen Hao away. "Beautiful lady, you need not concern yourself with them." Before the boss could speak, a tall, handsome youth clad in basketball attire approached. "The table you occupy is not reserved for patrons. If the boss is willing to let you use it, that is his prerogative, and others have no right to object. Please, enjoy your time. I am eager to see who dares to complain." As he spoke, the young man cast a glance at the earlier dissenters, flexing his well-defined muscles with a fierce glint in his eyes. The women, upon witnessing this, fell silent, their faces pale as they lowered their heads. The youth, satisfied, turned to Lin Qingxiao, extending his right hand and flashing a charming smile. "Hello, beautiful. I am Hu Tian, a senior at Normal University. It is a pleasure to meet you." Hu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. With his naturally striking appearance and well-toned physique, he was accustomed to being pursued by numerous girls at school. He believed his gallant act of chivalry would surely win the admiration of this exquisite lady before him. Compared to the ordinary girls in his school, she was simply extraordinary. He was determined to win her affection. "Ah, so this is a pickup attempt." Shen Hao observed the scene, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. Initially, he thought this fellow was merely acting out of a sense of justice. But it turned out the young man's intentions were far from noble. How audacious to flirt with Shen Hao's woman right before his eyes. However, he chose not to react immediately, instead watching Lin Qingxiao intently, curious to see how she would respond. "Thank you, classmate." Lin Qingxiao casually uttered a word before linking her arm with Shen Hao's and nestled comfortably against him. "A handshake will suffice, otherwise my boyfriend might feel jealous." Observing his beloved goddess in the embrace of a seemingly superficial man, Hu Tian's face momentarily clouded with discontent. He had to concede that this man did possess a more handsome visage. However, he reminded himself that his own muscular build was far sturdier, exuding a robust masculinity that could rival the other. He was not necessarily inferior. With this thought, confidence surged within Hu Tian. He chose to disregard Shen Hao and instead focused on Lin Qingxiao, smiling as he spoke. "Beauty, it appears we share a certain affinity. How about we exchange WeChat? I am the president of our university's basketball club, and if you wish to learn basketball, I would be delighted to teach you." Lin Qingxiao frowned slightly. This fellow was irritatingly persistent, akin to a piece of chewing gum that would not detach. She had clearly stated that she had a boyfriend. Yet he continued to pursue her. "I'm sorry." She gently shook her head, outright rejecting Hu Tian. "I have already graduated from university, and I'm not interested in activities suited for children." Shen Hao could not help but laugh at this. "Children? Although Lin Qingxiao was the president of the Lin Group, she was only in her early 20s, hardly older than Hu Tian. Her remark about Hu Tian being a child was quite amusing. Hu Tian's smile froze on his face. He had never anticipated that his tried-and-true methods would be met with such rejection from Lin Qingxiao today. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to concede defeat. Ahem. So, you are a senior. I believe you're not much older than I am, right? Since you have just graduated, you probably haven't found a job yet. My father works at the Lin Group, overseeing recruitment. If you're interested, I could speak to him and help you secure a position there. Upon uttering this, he felt a swell of pride. The Lin Group was among the top 10 publicly listed companies in Chuan City, and countless individuals aspired to work there. However, the recruitment standards were notoriously high, making it exceedingly difficult for inexperienced fresh graduates to gain entry without connections. In his view, presenting such a grand opportunity would surely entice Lin Qingxiao. Wow, the Lin Group. Handsome. I don't have a boyfriend yet. How about I become your girlfriend? As long as you can help me land a job at the Lin Group, I will be willing to fulfill any request you have, she flirted, drawing the attention of those around Hu Tian. Excuse me, he replied. Though internally brimming with satisfaction, he deliberately maintained an aloof demeanor, shaking his head at the crowd. Although my father holds a prominent position within the Lin Group, it is no simple task for him to arrange for someone to join the ranks. At this juncture, he gazed deeply at Lin Qingxiao, asking, "My dear, have you given this matter any thought? This opportunity is exceedingly rare. If you are inclined, we could exchange WeChat details for a more in-depth discussion." Lin Qingxiao remained silent, instead fixing Hu Tian with an odd gaze for an extended period before she finally spoke. "Do you take your father's surname or your mother's?" Hu Tian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Lin Qingxiao's inquiry. Yet he replied, "Naturally, I bear my father's surname. Is there a problem with that?" The onlookers, equally intrigued, turned their attention to Lin Qingxiao, eager to comprehend the reason behind her unexpected question. "You may be mistaken. There are no executives at Lin Group with the surname Hu." Chapter 32. The overbearing Lin Qingxiao, Hu Tian, was taken aback. He never anticipated that Lin Qingxiao would utter such words. After a brief moment, feeling the peculiar gazes from those around him, his face turned crimson. Although his father did indeed work at the Lin Group, he was merely an ordinary employee and not part of the so-called upper management. His earlier statement was merely a ploy to elevate his own stature and entice Lin Qingxiao. However, he did not expect Lin Qingxiao to respond in such a manner. Nevertheless, he did not believe that Lin Qingxiao genuinely understood the upper echelons of the Lin Group. In his view, she was merely guessing. With this thought in mind, his composure returned, and he smiled slightly. The lady surely enjoys jesting. My father is indeed among the higher ranks of the Lin Group. If you don't believe me, I can show you a photograph of him at work. As he spoke, he deftly opened his phone's photo gallery and presented an image to the onlookers. It was evident that he often engaged in such antics. Look, this is my father. You can see the Lin Group in the background. Lin Qingxiao furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the photograph. After a mere glance, her expression soured. The image depicted a balding, middle-aged man smiling while making a typical selfie gesture, adorned in the Lin Group's work attire. What truly unsettled Lin Qingxiao was not the fact that the man was taking a selfie during work hours, but rather that the location he occupied in the photograph was one that the Lin Group did not publicly disclose. According to company policy, certain areas within the premises strictly prohibited mobile phones, let alone photography. The setting in the photograph was one such restricted area. "Lady, you must believe me now," Hu Tian proclaimed, oblivious to Lin Qingxiao's changing demeanor, his voice brimming with pride. The crowd, witnessing Hu Tian present his so-called evidence, regarded him with increasing eagerness. After all, it was a Lin Group. The prospect of working there would be a tremendous fortune. As a publicly listed company and one of the top 10 in Chuan City, the Lin Group offered incredibly generous benefits. Securing a position that would alleviate any financial worries for a lifetime. Observing the crowd's reaction, Hu Tian felt even more triumphant. He was convinced that Lin Qingxiao would be swayed. Once she was, he could use this as leverage to pursue her, making her his with ease. As for the possibility of Lin Qingxiao discovering his deception later, he thought, at worst, they would part ways, and he would suffer no significant loss. However, just as he indulged in these fantasies, Lin Qingxiao's icy voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. "What is your father's name?" Hu Tian was momentarily stunned, and as he met Lin Qingxiao's frigid gaze, an unsettling feeling began to creep into his mind. "Ah, beautiful lady, please answer my question." Lin Qingxiao, shedding her earlier demeanor of delicate charm, now exuded an air of nobility and authority that was impossible to defy. "What is your father's name?" Under the influence of her commanding presence, Hu Tian swallowed hard and instinctively revealed his father's name, Hu Wenyuan. Lin Qingxiao retrieved her mobile phone, and amidst Hu Tian's astonished expression, she dialed Secretary Qin. "Secretary Qin, there is someone named Hu Wenyuan in the company. Inform him that he need not report to work tomorrow." "Understood, President Lin," replied Secretary Qin, fully aware of the protocol regarding inquiries. Upon ending the call, she immediately contacted the Human Resources Department to obtain Hu Wenyuan's phone number. Without delay, she dialed his number. "Hello, this is Hu Wenyuan. May I inquire?" Before Hu Wenyuan could finish his sentence, Secretary Qin coldly interrupted him. "Hu Wenyuan, I am President Lin's personal secretary. President Lin has stated that you are not required to come to work starting tomorrow." "What?" Hu Wenyuan, enjoying a massage at a spa, was taken aback and abruptly stood up. "Secretary Qin, you cannot be serious." His voice trembled with a mix of inquiry and trepidation. "I am not jesting," Secretary Qin replied, shaking her head solemnly. "You heard correctly. You have been dismissed." "Impossible." Hu Wenyuan's complexion drained of color as he shouted in agitation. "I have worked diligently at the company without a single mistake. On what grounds can you terminate me? I refuse to accept this." Secretary Qin, maintaining her icy demeanor, merely shook her head. "You may discuss this with President Lin." With that, she cut off any further conversation and hung up the phone. Having served Lin Qingxiao for an extended period, she understood her character well. She knew that Lin Qingxiao would never dismiss an employee without just cause. At the spa, Hu Wenyuan collapsed onto the floor, his phone slipping into the water without eliciting any response from him. Nearby, a technician noticed and quickly retrieved the phone from the wooden bucket. "Sir, are you all right?" Returning to reality, Hu Wenyuan took the phone from the technician, utterly lost and dejected, and left the premises. At the night market before a barbecue stall, Hu Tian stared blankly at Lin Qingxiao, his heart suddenly racing. If he had not misheard, she had just made a call in which she mentioned terminating his father. Could it be that Lin Qingxiao held a high position within the Lin Group? The realization of her previous remarks only heightened his suspicions, causing his complexion to pale drastically. Who exactly are you?" Hu Tian asked, his voice trembling as he looked at Lin Qingxiao with a mixture of fear and confusion, completely devoid of the earlier bravado he had displayed. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Hao could not help but burst into laughter. "You truly are a source of trouble for your father." "Trouble for my father?" Hu Tian retorted, his face darkening as he glared at Shen Hao, his teeth clenched in anger. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Hao gestured towards Lin Qingxiao and remarked, just a moment ago, "You were eager to introduce your father's superior for a job. Are you not indeed causing trouble for your father?" "Superior?" Hu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Qingxiao, his voice trembling. You're the president of the Lin Group?" He had previously heard his father mention that although the Lin Group was a publicly listed company, its president was a remarkably young and beautiful woman. Hu Tian had initially dismissed it, but he never imagined that it was in fact true. He had truly caused his father significant embarrassment. Chapter 33. The trouble caused by photographs. 8 gasp resonated through the crowd as they beheld Lin Qingxiao. Eyes widened in astonishment. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Could it be that this extraordinarily beautiful young woman was indeed the president of the Lin Group? Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. The Lin Group, a titan of industry in Chuan City, was renowned far and wide. How could a company of such magnitude be helmed by a mere girl in her 20s? Moreover, this girl stood before them. This legendary figure was within arm's reach. It was nothing short of surreal. Even the owner of the barbecue stall stared incredulously at Lin Qingxiao, his expression brimming with disbelief. "No, I refuse to believe it." At this juncture, Hu Tian suddenly erupted, his demeanor frenzied as he fixed a cold glare upon Lin Qingxiao. With a mocking smirk, he declared, "The Lin Group is a publicly traded company. How could its president possibly be here, dining at a street vendor?" Upon hearing this, the crowd began to ponder the validity of Hu Tian's assertions. Indeed, the president of the Lin Group was a figure of high esteem. Someone of such stature would never grace a humble establishment like theirs. Their gazes shifted toward Lin Qingxiao, now laced with skepticism. Was she truly the president of the Lin Group? "Huh, I knew it." Hu Tian laughed triumphantly as Lin Qingxiao remained silent. "I knew you couldn't possibly be the president of the Lin Group. Good thing I saw through your ruse otherwise." However, just as he was reveling in his perceived victory, his phone abruptly rang. Hu Tian paused, glancing at his screen, his heart racing as he recognized the caller. His father, Hu Yuan. An ominous sensation washed over him. Yet upon noticing Shen Hao, who stood casually before Lin Qingxiao, his nerves steadied. These two were nothing but imposters. She could not possibly be the president of the Lin Group. How dare she reject me? Hu Tian. I shall expose her. Resolved, Hu Tian answered the call. "Xiao Tian, where are you?" Came his father's voice, icy and tinged with anger. Hu Tian froze. In their family, he was the sole heir, cherished and indulged by his parents. They had always strived to fulfill his every desire. Throughout his life, his father had never raised his voice at him. Yet, the tone of Hu Yuan just now felt alien and intimidating. Perhaps it was merely the weight of his father's professional burdens. Hu Tian reassured himself. Stealing a glance at Lin Qingxiao, a cunning plan formed in his mind. "Dad, I'm at the night market. You won't believe what just happened." At the roadside barbecue stall, a woman claimed to be the president of the Lin Group. "Father, were you not employed at the Lin Group? If you were here today, you would undoubtedly be able to unmask her." How infuriating. There are simply too many deceivers in this world. Little did he know, on the other end of the line, Hu Yuan was utterly astonished. On his journey home from the club, he racked his brains, pondering where he had offended President Lin. However, it was not until he returned home that he could not fathom the situation. After all, he was merely an ordinary employee. In the company, he seldom had the opportunity to meet President Lin, let alone offend her. In terms of work, although he had no remarkable achievements, he had also not committed any significant blunders. Under normal circumstances, President Lin had no reason to dismiss him. Yet now he finally grasped the crux of the issue. It was his own son, Hu Tian. Realizing the key point, Hu Yuan suddenly roared, "You ungrateful wretch! The deceiver you spoke of is none other than President Lin. Do you understand that because of your foolish actions, I have just been terminated?" Upon hearing his father's words, Hu Tian was instantly dumbfounded. He was momentarily at a loss for words. "Unfilial son, I don't care how you do it. You must appease President Lin's wrath and seek her forgiveness. If you fail, I shall sever our father-son relationship." Thud! Hu Tian's face turned pale. Petrified by his father's words, he collapsed to the ground. Despite his imposing stature, he was utterly reliant on his parents. Everything he had was derived from their support, especially his father, who had borne nearly all his college expenses. If Hu Yuan were to sever ties with him, not only would he be unable to complete his studies, but his very existence would be at stake. Realizing this, he panicked. "Father, I. His speech became incoherent from fear. "You scoundrel! How could I have sired such a worthless child? Quickly apologize to President Lin." Hu Tian reacted instantly, scrambling to his feet and bowing deeply towards Lin Qingxiao. "President Lin, I am sorry I was blind and foolish. Please disregard my existence. I beg you, do not dismiss my father." Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were all taken aback. Just moments ago, they had believed Hu Tian's claims that Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao were deceivers, yet they never anticipated such a swift reversal. This beautiful girl was indeed the president of the Lin Group. Many began to regard Lin Qingxiao with newfound interest. She cast a glance at Hu Tian and coldly replied, "I did not dismiss your father due to your offense. I am not so petty." Hu Tian's heart trembled. "President, then it is because of the photograph you showed me earlier." Lin Qingxiao let out a cold snort, her expression darkening as she remarked, "You should inquire with your father about where that photograph was taken." The mention of the photograph caused Hu Tian to momentarily falter, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. He wished he could slap himself for not realizing that the true reason for his father's dismissal was, in fact, a mere photograph. However, the pressing concern at hand was to understand why Lin Qingxiao would expel his father over such a trivial matter. With this thought in mind, he picked up his phone once more and asked Wen Yuan on the other end, "Dad, Lin said that the reason for your dismissal is a photograph on my phone. What is the story behind this? A photograph?" Confusion flickered in Wen Yuan's eyes. Yet, it seemed that a realization struck him, as his eyes widened in shock and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Chapter 34. The sweetness of love. He was an ordinary employee of the Lin Group, yet he possessed a penchant for boasting. At a gathering with friends, he audaciously claimed, in front of everyone, that he held a high-ranking position within the Lin Group and could freely access its confidential areas. Naturally, his companions scoffed at his assertions and mocked him. Though it was merely drunken bravado, the incident lingered in his mind, gnawing at him persistently. Later, during another gathering with friends, the subject of his earlier claims resurfaced, igniting a fierce argument between him and his friends, resulting in an unpleasant end to the evening. This incident served as a profound catalyst for him. He resolved to demonstrate to those who had once ridiculed him that he was worthy of their respect. Thus, he sought opportunities in secret to infiltrate the Lin Group's restricted areas and capture a few photographs to share with them. After 3 months of waiting, he finally uncovered an opportunity. He spent a significant sum to leverage connections, securing a chance for a regular employee to tour the confidential areas. On that occasion, he discreetly concealed his phone, defying the company's regulations, and when the coast was clear, he snapped a photo. Subsequently, in a moment of pride, he sent the picture to Hu Tian to boast about it. Reflecting on it now, a chill ran down his spine. No wonder Director Lin chose to dismiss him. It was all because of that photograph. "Director Lin, I was wrong," Wen Yuan said, his voice trembling with a hint of a sob as he pleaded with Lin Qingxiao over the phone. "I shouldn't have taken my phone into the restricted area. I cannot afford to lose this job. I implore you for another chance." Lin Qingxiao shook her head coldly. "The company's rules are meant to be followed, not flouted. You have erred and must face the consequences. If I were to overlook this transgression, others would undoubtedly follow suit, making it impossible for me to manage the company effectively. Wen Yuan, I have already shown you great leniency by not pursuing further action. Now, you must consider your own path." Having spoken, Lin Qingxiao lost her appetite and turned her gaze toward Shen Hao, softly stating, "I am weary. Let us return." "All right." Shen Hao nodded in agreement, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he turned to leave with Lin Qingxiao. Thud! Watching Lin Qingxiao's departing figure, Hu Tian sank despondently to the ground, his eyes brimming with despair. "It's over. Everything is over. Director Lin, please grant me another chance. I realize my mistakes." "Dad, Lin." Director Lin has already left. Hu Tian's words on the phone drained Wen Yuan of all strength, causing him to collapse to the floor. After a moment, he regained his composure and let out a heart-wrenching roar into the phone, "Unfilial son." As Lin Qingxiao emerged from the night market, she glanced apologetically at Shen Hao. "I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I caused you to miss your meal." Upon hearing this, Shen Hao grasped Lin Qingxiao's delicate hand, gazing at her with warmth and affection, shaking his head with a gentle smile. "Silly, I'm not a glutton. We can dine at any time, but we must not delay our important matters." However, as he spoke, he pointed ahead and added with a smile, "There's a quaint eatery up ahead. The food is quite delightful. Shall we indulge in a bite before heading home?" "All right," Lin Qingxiao replied with a sweet smile, linking her arm with Shen Hao's and leaning into his embrace. After enjoying a simple meal at the eatery, the two departed. The clock struck 9 in the evening. Yet, due to the summer season, despite the late hour, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Under the glow of street lamps, the shadows of Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao elongated gracefully. After walking for a while, Lin Qingxiao suddenly paused, gazing at Shen Hao with deep affection. "Why don't you walk me home?" she suggested, her voice laced with anticipation. With the utmost pleasure, Shen Hao replied with a smile, more than willing to escort a beautiful woman home. Especially considering the late hour, he was not at ease letting Lin Qingxiao venture alone. Initially, Shen Hao intended to hail a cab, but Lin Qingxiao gently refused. "Please walk with me," she said softly. "I cherish our time alone together, strolling down the night streets, as it brings me an unprecedented sense of relaxation." Shen Hao readily agreed. The two walked and conversed, and by the time they reached Lin Qingxiao's home, it was past 11, mere minutes away from midnight. After watching Lin Qingxiao ascend the stairs, Shen Hao turned to leave. Standing quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Qingxiao gazed at Shen Hao's receding figure, a gentle smile gracing her lips, savoring the sweet taste of love. Upon returning to his rented apartment, it was already past 1 in the morning. Initially unaware of the fatigue, as soon as he entered and spotted his familiar large bed, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped him. Accompanied by a sensation of soreness and exhaustion, he acknowledged that while accompanying a beautiful woman was a joyous endeavor, it did indeed come with its own fatigue. After a quick wash-up, Shen Hao sent Lin Qingxiao a good-night emoji and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke the next morning, the sun had already risen brightly. Glancing out the window at the sun, a bittersweet smile crossed Shen Hao's face. Today marked his true first day at Lin's group, and, judging by the time, he was on the verge of being late. With a resigned sigh, he felt a twinge of unease. Although his position at Lin's group was merely nominal, tardiness was never a good impression. After hastily finishing his breakfast, he stepped out the door. Upon descending the stairs, he was poised to hail a taxi when, unexpectedly, the sharp sound of a car horn pierced the air beside him. Turning to investigate, Shen Hao found himself momentarily stunned. This vehicle was not unfamiliar to him. He had seen it on several occasions. As the window slid down, a delicate and familiar visage emerged, none other than Lin Qingxiao. "Get in," she beckoned with a wave, a sweet smile illuminating her features. To his astonishment, she had come personally to escort Shen Hao to work. Overwhelmed by this unexpected attention, Shen Hao felt a rush of surprise, never having anticipated such a privilege. Once inside the car, he regarded Lin Qingxiao with curiosity and inquired, "How did you come to know my address?" Crossing her legs with an air of confidence that radiated the essence of a strong, professional woman, Lin Qingxiao replied, "You are now my employee. Knowing your address is a mere matter of asking, is it not?" Chapter 35. Today, SU. Uniquely charming with a faint smile, Shen Hao felt a sense of relief. When he had joined the Lin group, he had indeed provided his personal details and address. If Lin Qingxiao wished to know his whereabouts, she merely needed to inquire with the Human Resources Department. "Should I feel apprehensive or fortunate about my boss arriving at work?" Observing Lin Qingxiao's exquisite visage, Shen Hao jested. Today, she appeared markedly different from yesterday. Dressed in light hues yesterday, with a casual makeup that accentuated her noble and gentle demeanor, she resembled a blossoming neighborly girl. However, today, she donned a deep blue professional suit, adorned with large earrings and dark lipstick, complemented by an inadvertently exuded aura of cold elegance. At this moment, she resembled a regal queen. Shen Hao could not help but silently admire her. This was the embodiment of a frosty, stunning, and domineering female CEO. "Do I appear overly mature in this attire?" Lin Qingxiao felt a pang of nervousness as Shen Hao scrutinized her outfit. "Not all," he replied, shaking his head with a light chuckle. "Today you possess a unique charm. Besides, as the esteemed president, it is only fitting to dress more formally at work." With a soft laugh, Lin Qingxiao's beauty captivated Shen Hao, making him feel as though he were in the presence of an enchanting goddess. "And what about you?" she teased. "Look at your casual attire. It hardly resembles someone heading to work, but rather someone on vacation." Shen Hao chuckled and shook his head. "I'm merely a bystander. I have no stringent requirements for my wardrobe. Just clean and fresh will suffice." Moreover, his eyes reflected a peculiar glint as he added, "My attire is certainly superior to that of Mr. Yu and the others." Suppressing a laugh, Lin Qingxiao naturally linked her arm with Shen Hao's. Indeed, the research group's enthusiasts were solely focused on technology and science, paying little mind to the nuances of attire. Their intimate display did not go unnoticed by the driver, Li Wei. However, compared to the previous days, Li Wei had grown considerably more composed. The sight of the aloof and regal President Lin embracing a man was no longer an incomprehensible spectacle for him. The vehicle soon arrived at the company's entrance. The hurried pedestrians heading towards the Lin group halted in their tracks upon seeing Lin Qingxiao's vehicle, their attention drawn to her. With her noble, cool demeanor and captivating beauty, she was equally admired by both men and women. Within the Lin group, nearly everyone regarded Lin Qingxiao as an idol. After all, her ability to command such a vast company at the tender age of 25 was undeniably impressive. Many male colleagues even regarded her as the embodiment of their dreams. In the ordinary course of life, it is a rare occasion to encounter a goddess. Today, however, fate has smiled upon them. Should they fail to behold her exquisite visage, they would undoubtedly lament their decision with regretful fervor. The driver, Li Wei, alighted from the vehicle early, opening the door with anticipation. Lin Qingxiao, adorned in a delicate light blue professional ensemble, gracefully stepped out of the car. At that moment, it seemed as though the very heavens dimmed in her presence. Regardless of gender, all eyes were fervently fixed upon Lin Qingxiao. Wow, it's President Lin. Today I finally see her in person. She is truly stunning. Her skin is flawless. If only I could possess even half of her beauty, murmured the crowd, voices buzzing with excitement. What nonsense are you thinking? Came the response from the throng. Although President Lin is the goddess of my dreams, for some inexplicable reason, I feel utterly unworthy to harbor any thoughts of her. It feels like an affront to a celestial being, sighed a middle-aged man, clutching a briefcase, his thinning hair a testament to time. His words resonated with a chorus of agreement. Isn't that the truth? I consider myself quite accomplished, yet every time I see President Lin, I am overwhelmed by feelings of inadequacy. Alas, I wonder which fortunate man will ultimately win the heart of such an exceptional woman. Lin Qingxiao, accustomed to the whispers of admiration, merely cast a gentle glance at the crowd before redirecting her gaze tenderly towards the interior of the vehicle. Wow, did you see the look in President Lin's eyes? If I am not mistaken, that was a look of tenderness. My wife gazes at me in just that manner at home. Wake up, you don't have a wife. However, your observation holds some truth. Isn't President Lin known for her icy demeanor? I have never even seen her smile before. What has changed today? Has the sun risen in the west? As the crowd marveled at Lin Qingxiao's unexpected warmth, Shen Hao emerged from the car, clad in a crisp white casual outfit that perfectly complemented his tall, handsome stature. The moment he stepped out, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Wow, what a handsome young man. He fulfills all my fantasies regarding the opposite sex. Yet, how did he emerge from President Lin's car? Isn't she averse to men? What's going on? Several young women exchanged glances filled with skepticism and curiosity, while a few men, recalling Lin Qingxiao's earlier gaze, immediately contemplated a startling possibility. Could it be that President Lin is in love? Oh, heavens and earth! Has she taken a liking to a pretty boy? My dream goddess. Woe is me, I am heartbroken. My youth has returned. With Shen Hao's appearance, a chorus of lamentations erupted among the men, their chests heaving in despair. Observing this scene, Shen Hao rubbed his nose and flashed Lin Qingxiao a resigned smile. I sense that my future in the company may be perilous, he thought. President Lin, I never anticipated you would have so many admirers. Lin Qingxiao responded with a triumphant smile. Of course, you should consider who I am. Shen Hao, with me as your girlfriend, you should secretly rejoice. From now on, you must keep a vigilant eye on me. Otherwise, if someone else were to steal me away, you would have no place to weep. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao grasped Lin Qingxiao's small hand and, with an air of dominance, declared, You are my woman, Shen Hao. In this lifetime, no one shall take you from my side. Lin Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback, feeling the peculiar gazes surrounding them. Her face flushed crimson. Ever since she met Shen Hao, although her personality had transformed significantly, she remained, at her core, an exceedingly reserved and bashful individual. Shen Hao's audacious words in front of so many people made her feel exceptionally shy. Chapter 36. Mastering the Art of Mind Reading. Excuse me, did I just imagine that? Did President Lin actually show signs of shyness? A short and stout young man rubbed his eyes in disbelief. At that moment, A middle-aged man in his 40s beside him swallowed hard and said hoarsely, "You are not imagining things. I saw it too." President Lin's demeanor was clearly one of bashfulness. Gasp! A collective intake of breath reverberated through the crowd. Everyone stared at Lin Qingxiao with a peculiar gaze, rendered momentarily speechless. Under such scrutiny, even Lin Qingxiao, who had faced countless grand occasions, felt an unexpected flush of shyness. Glancing at her watch, she noted that there were less than 5 minutes until 9 o'clock. She raised her head, casting a cool, indifferent glance at the crowd, her voice icy as she declared, "The attendance time is approaching. Arriving late by a minute incurs a fine of 200 yuan. If you're unconcerned, feel free to linger here." Boom! The crowd instantly regained their senses. Realizing that there were fewer than 5 minutes left before work commenced, they erupted into a frenzy, dashing into the company building at a jaw-dropping speed. Witnessing this, a slight smirk played at the corners of Lin Qingxiao's lips, her eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. "President Lin, your tactic is truly masterful," Shen Hao remarked, unable to suppress a thumbs-up directed at Lin Qingxiao. "Just average," Lin Qingxiao humbly replied, yet her eyes revealed an unmistakable satisfaction. "Shen Hao, should you ever displease me, I might just have to deduct from your salary, so be cautious." As she spoke, she feigned a fierce demeanor. "Very well," Shen Hao responded, undaunted. In fact, he chuckled softly, placing Lin Qingxiao's delicate hand against his chest. "You might as well deduct my entire being. I wouldn't mind in the slightest." Startled, Lin Qingxiao quickly withdrew her hand, for they had now entered the office building, where many colleagues were casting curious glances in their direction. With so many eyes upon her, even her thick skin could not shield her from the sudden warmth flooding her cheeks. "Good morning, President Lin." "Good morning, Mr. Shen." As Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao reached the entrance of the president's office, Secretary Qin was already waiting there. Shen Hao greeted her with a smile. "Secretary Qin, please update me on any work that was left pending yesterday, and bring me any documents requiring my signature." "Certainly, President Lin," Secretary Qin replied before turning to prepare. At that moment, Lin Qingxiao suddenly turned around, ensuring no one was in sight before stepping closer to Shen Hao. Adopting a regal demeanor, she extended her slender finger to gently lift his chin. "Young Master Shen, will you accompany me in my work today?" Shen Hao felt a rush of excitement at Lin Qingxiao's flirtatious gesture, taking a deep breath as he instinctively wrapped his arm around her delicate waist. "Mr. Lin, you're playing with fire. Do you realize that? I am no paragon of virtue. If you continue to provoke me, I cannot guarantee that I will not act out of line." As Shen Hao spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he gazed at Lin Qingxiao. "Come on, who is afraid of whom?" Although Lin Qingxiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, she retorted defiantly, just as Shen Hao was about to make his next move. Secretary Qin unexpectedly walked in. "Mr. Lin, here are the documents that require your signature from yesterday." She halted mid-sentence, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the flirtation between Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Oh, Lin Qingxiao had not anticipated Secretary Qin's sudden entrance. She gasped, quickly releasing Shen Hao and straightening her attire, clearing her throat softly. Please hand me the documents." Secretary Qin, still in a daze, continued to stare at the scene before her. "Ahem." Lin Qingxiao, feeling the awkwardness, coughed more forcefully. Only then did Secretary Qin come to her senses and hurriedly presented the documents to Lin Qingxiao. "Mr. Lin, actually, I didn't see anything just now." "You." She looked close to tears, fearing she had interrupted a private moment and worried that Mr. Lin might retaliate against her. Lin Qingxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, merely picking up a document and pretending to read it, as if she had not heard anything. Seeing this, Secretary Qin's complexion paled, panic flickering in her eyes. Surely Mr. Lin wasn't genuinely upset with her? Just then, Shen Hao spoke up. "Secretary Qin, rest assured, your Mr. Lin is not the petty type. Besides, my relationship with Mr. Lin is open and above board. It is nothing to be ashamed of." Lin Qingxiao suddenly raised her head, casting a reproachful glance at Shen Hao, seemingly admonishing him for his interference. Secretary Qin cast a grateful look at Shen Hao, her heart easing slightly. What he said was indeed true. In her experience, Mr. Lin was not that kind of person. Secretary Qin, I will sign these documents after reviewing them. Please notify the mid and senior level management to convene in the large conference room at 11 o'clock. Understood, Mr. Lin. Secretary Qin turned to leave. But just as she reached the door, Lin Qingxiao called out to her. By the way, if there are any employees off today, please inform them to attend the meeting. Secretary Qin was taken aback. After following Lin Qingxiao for so many years, she had never witnessed her issue such a command. Instantly, she realized that something significant might transpire today. With that thought, she hurried to relay the message. Shen Hao was about to speak again when he suddenly froze, a mechanical voice resonating in his mind. Dear host, congratulations on acquiring the skill. Telepathy. It was the voice of the system. Shen Hao's expression brightened with joy as a multitude of intricate and enigmatic knowledge manifested in his mind. Though this knowledge appeared abruptly, within mere seconds, it felt as if it had been indelibly imprinted in his consciousness. With a single thought, the information would instantaneously materialize before his eyes. Upon grasping the nature of the reward he had received, a glimmer of ecstatic delight shone in his gaze. Mind reading. It was indeed mind reading. The extraordinary skills he had previously acquired as a top-tier pianist had already bestowed upon him remarkable talent in the realm of piano. In his eyes, the prowess of a premier pianist was extraordinarily formidable. However, in this moment, he finally comprehended what true mastery entailed. Chapter 37. Shen Hao's mother arranged a blind date. After perusing the introduction to mind reading, Shen Hao found himself engulfed in astonishment. It is well known that understanding a person's thoughts is notoriously challenging. However, mind reading possesses the extraordinary ability to unveil an individual's innermost ideas, rendering this skill utterly remarkable. Since acquiring the system, this has been the most exceptional reward he has obtained through his sign-ins. Shen Hao, what troubles you? Noticing Shen Hao's unusual demeanor, Lin Qingxiao furrowed her brow. Concern etched across her face. I'm fine. I was merely lost in thought, Shen Hao replied, shaking his head and offering a smile as he returned to the present. Suddenly, he cast a glance at Lin Qingxiao, a fleeting desire to delve into her thoughts blossoming within him. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the notion. While mind reading is indeed a miraculous talent, everyone harbors their own secrets. To invade someone's privacy without justification would be an abhorrent act. Resolute in his decision, Shen Hao concluded that he would refrain from such actions unless absolutely necessary. With this understanding, his heightened excitement subsided. A skill as formidable as mind reading warranted careful consideration before application. Qingxiao, since you have a meeting to attend, I shall seek out Mr. Yu and the others. Shen Hao spoke softly. Mr. Yu will join the meeting shortly. Lin Qingxiao interjected, grasping Shen Hao's hand and smiling. Have you forgotten that you are now also a mid-level leader in our company? Taken aback, Shen Hao soon realized the truth of her words. As Mr. Yu's assistant and the deputy leader of the research group, he could indeed be considered a mid-level leader within the Lin group. A peculiar glimmer crossed his eyes. What would his parents think if they knew he had not only secured a position, but had ascended to a mid-level role in a publicly listed company? Contemplating this, a smile unknowingly crept onto his face. They would surely be astonished, for in their minds, he had always been the quintessential homebody. At that moment, Secretary Qin returned. President Lin, I have notified everyone. They are all gathered in the conference room, and those on leave are gradually returning. Lin Qingxiao nodded, glancing at her watch. It was only a little past 10, and with ample time before the meeting, she chose to engage in casual conversation with Shen Hao while Secretary Qin busied himself in the conference room. By the way, Qingxiao, you haven't shared much about your family, Shen Hao remarked with a smile. My family? Lin Qingxiao paused, but soon a smile illuminated her eyes as she began to recount. My family is rather ordinary. When I was quite young, my father ventured into business, while my mother is a university professor. Both are wonderful people. In my household, I am the sole occupant, although my father spends little time with me. Much like my mother, they both harbor profound affection for me. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Shen Hao. It's your turn now. Shen Hao understood perfectly well what Lin Qingxiao was alluding to. After a brief moment of contemplation, He gathered his thoughts and began to speak. I too am an only child. My parents are ordinary citizens. My father operates a modest company, earning a living that allows us to be comfortably well off. As for my mother, she embodies the quintessential housewife, dutifully supporting my father in his endeavors. Lin Qingxiao hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "What are your parents' personalities like?" It is often said that the unattractive daughter-in-law dreads meeting her in-laws. Though she may be a domineering CEO, in this aspect, she is no different from other women. Rest assured, they are both remarkably kind. Shen Hao smiled gently, leaning closer to Lin Qingxiao. If they were to know how stunning their future daughter-in-law is, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. How insufferable! Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully scolded, "I have yet to agree to marry you. So do not take such pride too soon. That's merely a matter of time." Shen Hao chuckled. "Are you planning to marry someone else? Who can say?" Just as they were exchanging flirtatious banter, Shen Hao's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he was momentarily taken aback. The caller was his father, Shen Songlin. A wave of confusion washed over him. Hadn't he already secured a job? And, considering that his parents were currently on vacation, what could have prompted his father to call him? With a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty, Shen Hao answered the call. As soon as the line connected, Shen Songlin's voice came through. "Xiao Hao, what are you up to?" "Dad, I'm at work." "What's the matter? Aren't you and Mom supposed to be traveling? What made you think to call me?" Shen Songlin's mood shifted upon hearing this. "You little rascal. I'm your father. Is it such a bother to receive a call from me? Do I annoy you that much?" He retorted, puffing up with mock indignation. "Dad, what are you saying?" Shen Hao replied with a wry smile. "I'm merely curious. You seldom call me. Isn't it just that your mother insisted I reach out to you?" Shen Songlin replied, somewhat irritable. "Your mother has a close friend whose daughter has just graduated from university. I've seen her photograph. She is quite an impressive young lady. And she has viewed your picture as well, expressing satisfaction with you in every regard. You're no longer a child. It's time for you to consider serious matters of the heart. Xiao Hao, your mother asked me to check if you have time tomorrow to meet this girl for a meal to see if there is any chemistry." Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback by his father's words. "Dad, don't you and Mom usually refrain from meddling in my personal affairs? Why the sudden arrangement for a blind date?" On the other end of the phone, the voice of my mother, Bai Fong, came through clearly. "Xiao Hao, in the past, we refrained from intervening in your affairs because you were still quite young. However, the circumstances have changed. You're now 25, an age when one should seriously consider marriage. Let me tell you, several of my old classmates have sons your age who are already parents themselves. This matter is not to be taken lightly. While your father and I are still youthful, you ought to hasten to marry and start a family, so that I can assist you in raising your children. If you postpone until I am older, I will no longer have the energy to help. Therefore, this issue requires urgency. I know a lovely girl from my class. She graduated from a prestigious university and is now employed at a well-known publicly traded company. She embodies the quintessential modern woman in you." Chapter 38. Mother. I have a girlfriend. A chilling aura emanated from beside him, causing Shen Hao to shiver involuntarily. He hastily interrupted Bai Fong's words. "Mother, what are you saying? I am still young and have just secured a job. This is the time for striving. You and father are not old either. So why the urgency to push me into marriage?" Listening to Shen Hao's words, Bai Fong was instantly incensed. "What kind of talk is this, my child? As parents, we only wish to embrace a grandchild sooner. Besides, you are not as young as you think. If you do not seize the opportunity to court someone now, you may find it difficult to find a partner in a couple of years. Do you understand? Moreover, our family is not lacking in." Bai Fong suddenly realized she was about to divulge too much and swiftly shifted the topic. "In any case, your paramount concern now is to date, marry, and then have children. Everything else can wait, understood?" Hearing his mother's commanding tone, Shen Hao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Mother, have you been stimulated in some way? You were never like this before. You showed no concern for my lifelong affairs. What has changed?" At that moment, Shen Songlin's voice unexpectedly chimed in. "It all started when your mother and I were on vacation and ran into one of her old classmates. Guess what? They came with an entire family, including a 1-year-old grandson. Your mother was simply charmed by the little one and got a bit carried away. So that was the reason." Shen Hao immediately understood. "Father, can't you reason with mother? With my good looks, how could I possibly struggle to find a girlfriend? What era are we in? Still resorting to matchmaking? Upon hearing this, Bai Fong was displeased. What is wrong with matchmaking? Let me tell you, Shen Hao, you mustn't think that way. Your father and I met through matchmaking back in the day. Look at us now, successful in our careers and deeply in love. What is there to criticize? You young people often advocate for romantic freedom, but in the end, it is we mothers who worry for you. Just heed your mother's advice and set aside some time tomorrow to meet with that girl. Just as Shen Hao was about to respond, he suddenly felt a small hand grasp his arm, followed by a sharp pain. He couldn't help but gasp. Turning around, he found Lin Qingxiao glaring at him, her beautiful eyes filled with indignation. Seeing this, Shen Hao's heart sank. Could it be that Lin Qingxiao had overheard everything his parents had just said? Feeling the chill of Lin Qingxiao's gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. Shen Hao, what happened just now? Bai Fong's voice on the phone suddenly turned anxious. It's nothing. Shen Hao took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn tone. Mom, let me be honest with you. I actually have a girlfriend, and she is truly beautiful, so there is no need for you to arrange blind dates for me. On the other end of the line, Bai Fong and Shen Songlin were momentarily stunned by Shen Hao's words. Little Hao has a girlfriend? How is that possible? Knowing their son as they did, they understood him well. Previously, Shen Hao had been a quintessential homebody, spending his days engrossed in video games, often not stepping outside for weeks on end. With such a lifestyle, how could he possibly meet a girl? Surely, he must be fabricating this story to avoid a blind date. Yes, that must be it. With this thought, Bai Fong's voice turned icy. Shen Hao, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. Your father and I only have your best interests at heart. Yet, you concoct such a poor excuse to deceive us? Are you trying to upset us? Shen Hao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He was speaking the truth. Why couldn't they believe him? Little Hao, I am siding with your mother this time. We are your closest family. How could you lie to us? Shen Songlin added sternly. When we return, I shall certainly have a serious talk with you, young man. Shen Hao felt a bit speechless and rubbed his forehead. Dad, I am telling the truth. He took Lin Qingxiao's hand and insisted, I really do have a girlfriend. She is right here with me. If you don't believe me, I can have her say hello to you. Bai Fong scoffed. All right, I want to see how you extricate yourself from this lie. Your father and I are listening. Where is this girlfriend of yours? Let's hear her. Shen Hao managed a wry smile. It seemed he had no choice but to let Lin Qingxiao prove his innocence. Qingxiao, my parents want to hear your voice. Please greet them. Lin Qingxiao's face flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly. After all, these were Shen Hao's parents. She was unprepared to face them. Now, with Shen Hao's unexpected announcement, she was at a loss for how to respond. Seeing her reaction, Shen Hao chuckled softly. Surely, you can't just stand there while my mother pressures me into a blind date, can you? Lin Qingxiao gasped. Indeed, if she didn't confirm that Shen Hao was her boyfriend, his parents would likely compel him to go on blind dates. What if he ended up liking someone else? The thought sent a thrill of panic through her. Pushing aside her embarrassment, she took the phone from Shen Hao's hand and sweetly said, Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Shen Hao's girlfriend. Boom. Upon hearing the melodious voice on the other end, Shen Songlin and Bai Fong were momentarily dumbfounded. They had heard a girl's voice distinctly. Could it be that this rascal truly had a girlfriend? But how could it be just a few days into their relationship? Hello. The sudden upheaval rendered Shen Songlin, the CEO of a publicly listed company, somewhat at a loss for words. In contrast, Bai Fong swiftly regained her composure from the shock. At this moment, her face beamed with a smile as she held her phone, showering Lin Qingxiao with a flurry of warm inquiries. Dear girl, when did you and our little house start dating? Where are you from? What do your parents do? How old are you this year? Do you have any plans to have children soon? Let me tell you, our little Hao may be a bit introverted, but he is incredibly caring. If you marry him, you will surely enjoy a life of endless blessings. Listening to Bai Fong's incessant chatter on the phone, Lin Qingxiao felt utterly flustered. Was this enthusiasm a tad overwhelming? Shen Hao noticed Lin Qingxiao's discomfort and took the phone from her, directing a stream of complaints into the receiver. Mom, are you conducting a census? Chapter 39. Shen Hao, what progress have you made? The girl is quite shy indeed. Bai Fong chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Shen Hao's complaints, as she inquisitively probed further into topics that even made Shen Hao feel a tad bashful. Oh my little Hao has truly flourished. In just a few days, he has managed to secure a girlfriend. By the way, Xiao Hao, where do you stand in your relationship? Are there any plans for marriage? I assure you, you need not worry about the wedding house or the bride price. Your father and I will handle all. All you need to do is give us a grandson next year. As Shen Hao listened to his mother's incessant chatter, a few dark lines flashed across his forehead. How had he never noticed before just how nosy his mother was? Mom, what are you talking about? Shen Hao let out a helpless smile. I've only been dating Qingxiao for a few days. It's not as fast as you suggest. Moreover, marriage is a significant matter that cannot be taken lightly. We ought to understand each other better first, right? You just bombarded her with questions like you were conducting a census. Who could withstand that? Bai Fong huffed in mild defiance. Isn't this just me showing concern for you? But, dear son, do tell me how you met her and... Seeing his mother poised to ramble on again, Shen Hao quickly interrupted. Mom, please refrain from asking so many questions. It's work hours and I don't have the time to elaborate. I'll tell you more once you and Dad return from your trip. Though Bai Fong's curiosity was piqued, she had no choice but to relent at his words. Very well. Xiao Hao, make sure to treat that girl well. If you find yourself short on funds, don't hesitate to ask your father. Don't be afraid to spend money, understand? Shen Hao was taken aback. In his memory, while their family possessed some assets, they were not particularly affluent. Whenever he needed money, his parents would provide, but only just enough to cover his expenses. When had they become so wealthy? At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the office. Shen Hao turned to find Secretary Qin standing there. Glancing at the time, he immediately understood her purpose. Mom, Dad, I must attend to some matters now. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. With that, he hung up the phone. The meeting is about to start. Let us go. After ending the call, Shen Hao said to Lin Qingxiao. She nodded, yet her gaze held a hint of reproach. Shen Hao, if your parents insist you go on blind dates, would you? She suddenly asked as they made their way to the conference room. Absolutely not. Though a homebody, Shen Hao knew precisely how to respond at this moment. Noting his resolute answer, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Qingxiao's beautiful eyes. However, her expression quickly turned neutral again as she sighed softly. Do you not feel any regret at all? She is a wealthy and beautiful lady, and she works in a publicly listed company. She might even be more attractive than I am. Shen Hao shook his head and, with a resolute expression, declared, Shen Hao, am certainly not the type to be easily swayed by beauty. Moreover, I already have a stunning girlfriend like you. No one else, no matter how exceptional, could ever capture my attention. I suppose you have a way with words. Lin Qingxiao responded with a satisfied huff, falling silent as she walked alongside Shen Hao towards the conference room. Inside the conference room, it was currently filled to capacity. A cursory glance revealed at least 50 or 60 individuals, all clad in standard work attire, engaged in quiet murmurs and hushed discussions amongst themselves. What do you think Lin is calling us all together for today? A balding middle-aged man inquired with curiosity. Beside him, a bespectacled, stout young man in his 30s replied, Who knows? You all know how inscrutable our iceberg-like CEO can be. However, I suspect she is going to reprimand some of us, just like before. At the mention of reprimand, a chill ran through several people nearby, particularly those who had recently made mistakes at work. Their expressions turned anxious and uneasy. Lin Qingxiao was notorious for being a frosty beauty of a CEO, and her critiques could unsettle even the most seasoned professionals. I wonder who will be the unfortunate one today. It's certainly one TB me. I've been reflecting, and I haven't made any mistakes recently. In fact, I secured a significant deal for the company, so Lin should reward me. I truly envy you. Unfortunately, our research project remains unresolved, and we have no leads whatsoever. If Lin inquires about it later, I genuinely want to know how to respond. As the saying goes, some are joyous while others are distressed. Many who had recently demonstrated commendable performance and contributed to the company were filled with anticipation for this meeting, as Lin had previously rewarded employees during such gatherings. Conversely, those who had faltered in their work were engulfed in self-pity, their eyes glimmering with apprehension. At that moment, a well-informed individual suddenly spoke up. I suggest you all refrain from worrying unnecessarily. Our CEO, Lin, is quite different now compared to before. Recently, she seems to be in good spirits and likely won't cause us any trouble. His words piqued the curiosity of many. Old you, stop holding back. If you know something, just spill it. Don't keep us in suspense, or we might just dismantle that old car of yours. Don't. Old US expression changed. I spent 2 years' worth of salary to purchase that car. Who dares to dismantle it? I'll fight you all. Someone snorted disdainfully. If you prefer we refrain from discussing it, then please refrain from prolonging the suspense and share promptly. Indeed, President Lin will be arriving shortly. Once she does, there will be no opportunity for you to speak. Upon hearing this, Old Yu finally steeled himself and began to speak. Allow me to share some news from today. President Lin is in a romantic relationship. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd was incredulous, their eyes widening in disbelief. This is utterly preposterous. Everyone in the company knows that President Lin is an aloof beauty, completely disinterested in men. How could she possibly be in a relationship? Old you, your talent for fabrication has truly grown. Chapter 40. A new opportunity in the realm of artificial intelligence. You may not believe it, but so be it. Old you sneered disdainfully as he observed the skepticism on everyone's faces. Over the past few days, many within the company had witnessed President Lin in the company of a young man in his 20s. Yet you still refuse to believe. Stunned silence enveloped the room. Old Yu's words carried weight. Could it be that President Lin had truly found love? At that moment, a middle-aged woman interjected. What Old Yu said is indeed true. This morning, as I arrived at work, I happened to encounter President Lin at the entrance, descending from a car alongside a handsome young man. Gasp! The collective intake of breath echoed throughout the room. Goodness, President Lin is my dream goddess. How could she possibly be in a relationship with someone else? Oh my goodness, I'm heartbroken. The conference room erupted into a cacophony of lamentations. Just then, the conference room doors swung open, and Lin Qingxiao entered side by side with Shen Hao. Boom! The sight of Shen Hao standing beside Lin Qingxiao left everyone dumbfounded. Indeed, President Lin was in love. This was nothing short of sensational news for the Lin Group. However, amidst the astonishment, no one dared to raise their voices, for Lin Qingxiao had arrived. As long-standing employees, they were well aware that she detested loud disruptions during meetings, and they were not foolish enough to provoke her ire. Yet, many gazes fixated on Shen Hao, as if attempting to discern what extraordinary qualities he possessed to have captured the heart of the usually aloof President Lin. After a prolonged scrutiny, a consensus emerged in their minds. President Lin had succumbed to this young man's almost excessive charm. Lin Qingxiao took her seat at the exclusive presidential position. She had intended for Shen Hao to sit beside her, but he graciously declined. Being a newcomer, many of his colleagues were unfamiliar with him, and today marked his formal introduction to the team. It was wiser to remain modest. He initially sought a random seat, but then noticed Yu Hongfei waving at him. Without further thought, Shen Hao made his way to sit beside Yu Hongfei. The onlookers were left in shock. What was happening? Yu Hongfei was well known among them as a dedicated researcher, immersed solely in his laboratory and research data, devoid of any social niceties. Many had experienced his cold demeanor firsthand. Yet, they could harbor no resentment. After all, he was an expert. In all their time working together, they had never witnessed Yu Hongfei extend such courteousness to anyone. This handsome young man must possess an extraordinary identity. They all silently agreed. At the head table, Lin Qingxiao surveyed the assembly below, cleared her throat, and suddenly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I have convened you all here today to announce 2 significant matters. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly took out their notebooks, diligently preparing to record the agenda of the meeting. As is well known, our Lin Group is a publicly listed company engaged in a diverse array of businesses, and we have achieved commendable successes across various sectors. However, we are not without our shortcomings. Lin Qingxiao took a sip of water and continued her discourse with fervor. It is widely acknowledged that the future trajectory of the world lies in artificial intelligence. Whoever can seize the initiative in this realm will undoubtedly secure a substantial market advantage. We began strategizing in this domain 3 years ago. At this juncture, she paused momentarily, then shifted her tone to convey a stark reality. Unfortunately, due to certain technical challenges, Our research in artificial intelligence has been fraught with setbacks and stagnation. Over the past 3 years, we have invested significant financial resources into this field, and it is only natural that everyone present feels a sense of dissatisfaction if we fail to achieve tangible results. The attendees bowed their heads, a flicker of shame and discontent evident in their eyes. Since Lin Qingxiao took the helm of the company 3 years ago and established the primary direction for the Lin Group's future as being in artificial intelligence, many among them have engaged in work related to this domain. Although many have not directly participated in the technical research, they have nonetheless exerted considerable effort to turn artificial intelligence into reality and to integrate it into daily life. Yet after 3 long years, progress in this field has been sluggish, a fact they are acutely aware of, which stirs both urgency and a sense of frustration within them. Consequently, they have sought to recruit talent from companies excelling in related industries, though the outcomes have not been particularly remarkable. Their curiosity remains piqued, as the research in artificial intelligence is undeniably arduous and unprecedented. They can only navigate this uncharted territory with caution. The challenges inherent in this endeavor are undoubtedly clear to Lin Qingxiao as the decision-maker and leader of this project. Yet one must wonder why she has suddenly broached this topic. Ignoring the audience's reactions, Lin Qingxiao pressed on. Nevertheless, despite the slow progress we have made in artificial intelligence over these past 3 years, I must express my gratitude to Mr. Yu and his research team. Year after year, day after day, they have diligently engaged in monotonous experiments, tirelessly working with cold, hard data. It is their selfless dedication and contributions that have allowed us to accumulate invaluable experience. Now, we stand at the brink of a new opportunity in our pursuit of artificial intelligence. Therefore, in the upcoming endeavors, we must continue to focus our primary efforts on this field, transitioning from a comprehensive service company to a leading entity in the realm of artificial intelligence. This is indeed a formidable task, and the challenges we face are undeniably daunting. Here, I hope that everyone prepares themselves mentally to engage in this battle. Upon hearing Lin Qingxiao's words, the crowd erupted into a buzz of astonishment. The vast majority of those seated here today are acutely aware of the difficulties inherent in artificial intelligence research, given the technology currently possessed by the Lin Group. Lin's remarks may have been somewhat optimistic. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, an elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair, appearing to be in his 50s, suddenly stood up. Fixing his gaze upon Lin Qingxiao, he spoke solemnly. "Mr. Lin, while the vision you have painted is undoubtedly splendid, we must also concede that our understanding and expertise in the realm of artificial intelligence are exceedingly limited. Should we persist in making profound investments in artificial intelligence, we may very well confront grave losses. Have you contemplated this?" Chapter 41. He is a god in this field. The elder, known as Su Xingyi, is a member of the board of directors for the Lin Group. Additionally, he is one of the largest shareholders of the Lin Group, wielding significant influence within the company. Upon hearing Su Xingyi's remarks, Lin Qingxiao did not feel disheartened, for she understood that his intentions were rooted in the betterment of the company's future. Instead of immediately providing an explanation, she cast her gaze across the room, solemnly inquiring, "Does anyone else have objections?" No sooner had she spoken than several shareholders, with the exception of Lu Fei, began to voice their opinions. "President Lin, I believe what Elder Su has stated is accurate. Our Lin Group originated from traditional industries, and while the field of artificial intelligence is indeed a vibrant market, our current technological capabilities make it challenging to achieve significant breakthroughs in the short term. Rather than pursuing this path, it would be prudent for us to reduce our investments in artificial intelligence, mitigate our losses, and redirect these funds into areas where we currently excel. This approach would breathe new life into the company. President Lin, please consider this carefully." Lin Qingxiao furrowed her brow, her attention shifting to the only silent figure, Lu Fei. "Director Lu, you have yet to express your opinion. Do you hold a different perspective?" Lu Fei nodded and rose suddenly. "Indeed, I possess a viewpoint distinct from that of the other directors. Personally, like President Lin, I am inclined to explore areas we have yet to venture into. The future belongs to technology and artificial intelligence, as a quintessential representation of this domain, undoubtedly harbors limitless possibilities in the near future. If we can achieve groundbreaking advancements in this field, it would hold profound significance for our company's long-term development. At this juncture, she produced a document, revealing several pages to the assembly. This document contains the financial statements for the most recent fiscal year. It clearly indicates a notable decline in our company's profits compared to previous years. However, as a publicly traded entity, I believe we must not assess the direction of the company's growth solely based on numerical data. Nevertheless, Lu Fei paused, casting a questioning glance at Lin Qingxiao. I have one more inquiry that requires clarification from President Lin. Lin Qingxiao nodded gently. Lu Fei took a deep breath and said, I detected an unusual undertone in your voice earlier. It seems you possess considerable confidence regarding our company's future endeavors in the field of artificial intelligence. My curiosity lies in understanding the source of this confidence, President Lin. At these words, Lin Qingxiao smiled faintly. As you all know, our company's journey in the realm of artificial intelligence commenced 3 years ago with preparatory work, and we have now progressed significantly since then. Over the past 3 years, we have invested a substantial amount of capital. Although the results may seem minimal at first glance, it is undeniable that during this time, we have amassed a wealth of experience and knowledge. Presently, our company has welcomed a world-renowned expert whose talent and foresight in the realm of artificial intelligence are unparalleled. My confidence in the future of our company in this field stems entirely from this individual. Upon hearing the phrase world-renowned expert, nearly everyone, including Lu Fei, widened their eyes in astonishment. As professionals in the relevant domain, they are acutely aware of the significance and implications of such a statement. In the current global context, the development and research of artificial intelligence are thriving. Even the most elite companies around the world have a pressing demand for top-tier talent. While the strength of the Lin Group is formidable domestically, on the international stage, it is at best a small enterprise. A world-renowned expert is a coveted figure wherever they go, and they do not perceive the Lin Group as possessing the strength or allure to attract such talent. Su Xingyi rose with a grave expression, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qingxiao, and said solemnly, General Manager Lin, matters of this nature should not be taken lightly. Are you certain that what you just said is factual? Indeed, Lin Qingxiao affirmed, nodding and casting her gaze over the assembly, exuding an air of authority. You have all worked alongside me for more than a year or two. When have you ever seen me speak frivolously? The crowd fell silent, recognizing the truth in her words. In their experience, Lin Qingxiao had always been a pragmatic individual, never prone to exaggeration. However, the gravity of her claims today was astonishing, and they found it difficult to absorb. Observing Lin Qingxiao's earnest demeanor, Su Xingyi hesitated. If, as you assert, our company has indeed welcomed a world-renowned expert, then they must have already met with Mr. Yu, correct? Precisely, Lin Qingxiao nodded, her gaze drifting to Yu Hongfei in the crowd. A hint of a smile gracing her lips. Mr. Yu, please share your thoughts. Yu Hongfei, visibly excited, stood up and cleared his throat, addressing the audience. We are all familiar with one another, so I shall refrain from a lengthy introduction. He began with a friendly smile. You may harbor doubts regarding what General Manager Lin has just stated, but I can assure you with utmost responsibility that everything she has said is indeed true. However, I must clarify that the individual we have engaged is not a world-renowned expert. At this revelation, disappointment washed over the crowd, as their hopes were swiftly dashed by Yu Hongfei's words. Observing their reactions, he smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. Please, everyone, do not be anxious. I have yet to finish my statement. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a momentary silence. Indeed, several irritable individuals had already begun to voice their displeasure towards Mr. Yu Hongfei. Mr. Yu, how can you behave in such a manner? Speaking only half a sentence is enough to drive one to despair. Though you are a national treasure of our company, should you incur the ire of the masses, your status as a treasure will avail you little. Mr. Lu, do refrain from keeping us in suspense. Would it not be better to convey your message in its entirety at once? Yu Hongfei could only manage a wry smile. I merely had not yet the opportunity to express myself fully. Now, to return to the matter at hand, what I intended to convey is that the expert we have engaged is not merely a world-class authority, but rather an unparalleled luminary in the realm of artificial intelligence. Indeed, he is akin to a deity. Chapter 42. Is he Shen Hao, a god? Upon hearing the exaggerated words of Yu Hongfei, everyone was taken aback. Within the Lin group, no one was unaware of Yu Hongfei. However, in the collective memory of the crowd, he was perceived as a rather conservative and dogmatic individual, known for his rigorous research in the realm of artificial intelligence. Moreover, Yu Hongfei abhorred grandiloquence and was a staunch advocate of practicality. Yet, the utterance of such words from his lips was nothing short of astonishing. Su Xingyi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Mr. Yu, you are a veteran of the company and an esteemed authority in this field. Your words must be grounded in reality." Yu Hongfei waved his hand, interrupting Su Xingyi. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly replied, "Old Su, I am fully aware of what I am saying. I take complete responsibility for every word I have uttered. If there is even a hint of falsehood, I am prepared to bear the consequences." Seeing Yu Hongfei's earnest demeanor, Su Xingyi was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the company had indeed invited such a distinguished figure? The thought sent his heart racing. "Mr. Yu, if what you just said is true, then may I inquire about the identity of the world-class expert you mentioned?" As soon as Su Xingyi finished speaking, all eyes in the conference room turned towards Yu Hongfei. Feeling the fervent gazes upon him, Yu Hongfei smiled slightly and said, "In fact, the expert I referred to is right here." Everyone was rendered speechless. The esteemed expert, lauded by both President Lin and Yu Hongfei, was present. They exchanged bewildered glances, searching the conference room for quite some time, yet they could not identify the individual Yu Hongfei had mentioned. After all, everyone present was familiar, and it seemed impossible for any so-called expert to be among them. But wait, there was one person. Almost simultaneously, a figure emerged in their minds, and they all instinctively turned their gaze in a particular direction. Seated there was none other than Shen Hao. Why is everyone looking at me? Despite Shen Hao's thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Observing his exceedingly youthful countenance, the crowd's thoughts began to waver. How could someone so young possibly be the world-class expert spoken of by Mr. Yu? Su Xingyi glanced at Yu Hongfei, managing a bitter smile. "Mr. Yu, please stop keeping us in suspense. Who is this expert? Do share with us." As his words fell, the room erupted with voices of agreement. "Yes, Mr. Yu, please do not tease us any longer. Reveal the identity of this expert and enlighten us." In response to the crowd's inquiries, Yu Hongfei snorted. "You often label me as an old-fashioned person. The wheel of fortune has turned, and today is my moment for retribution." The crowd fell silent. They had assumed Yu Hongfei's world revolved solely around his data and experiments. However, it now appears they were mistaken. Mr. Yu evidently harbors a grudge. On the podium, Lin Qingxiao offered a subtle smile. "All right, Mr. Yu, please enlighten them. Our meeting today is of utmost urgency, and there is another matter that requires our attention shortly." Upon hearing Lin Qingxiao's words, Yu Hongfei nodded, abandoning any pretense, and gestured toward Shen Hao. "The world-class expert I mentioned is none other than Mr. Shen. Moreover, Mr. Shen currently serves as the deputy leader of our research team. Let's extend a warm round of applause." Yet, once he finished speaking, not a single person clapped. The attendees stared at Shen Hao, their expressions filled with bewilderment and disbelief. They had briefly suspected him, but quickly dismissed the notion, for Shen Hao was simply too young. At his age, he had only just graduated from university. The field of artificial intelligence is inherently new and complex. Achieving any notable success within it typically requires decades of dedication. Logically and emotionally, it seemed impossible for Shen Hao to be that exceptional expert. Su Xingyi was the first to regain his composure, his discontent evident as he scoffed at Yu Hongfei. "Mr. Yu, I assumed you were merely an eccentric devoted to research. Yet it seems your skills and flattery are equally commendable. Even a fool could perceive that Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao share a special connection." To him, it appeared that Yu Hongfei's remarks were merely an attempt to curry favor with Lin Qingxiao. Yu Hongfei offered a wry smile, well aware of Su Xingyi's skepticism. Truth be told, if he had not witnessed it firsthand, he too would have doubted Shen Hao's remarkable insight and talent in artificial intelligence. Old Su, I can assure you, Mr. Shen is indeed a world-class expert. Despite his youth, he has achieved significant recognition in the international artificial intelligence arena. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Su Xingyi's gaze intensified. Achievements? He replied, icily. While I may not specialize in artificial intelligence, I am quite knowledgeable about related fields. I am eager to hear what accomplishments he has in the international arena. Although others remained silent, their glances at Yu Hongfei were rife with skepticism. Undeterred by their reactions, Yu Hongfei spoke with conviction. Mr. Shen has published a paper on the evolution of artificial intelligence's future and its ultimate state in the SCL. If any of you have paid even a modicum of attention to the field, you must have heard of this paper. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room as he finished his statement. The attendees, primarily mid to senior-level executives from the Lin Group, had witnessed the company's development over the past 3 years, which have been deeply entwined with artificial intelligence. Therefore, these individuals are more or less acquainted with the fundamentals of artificial intelligence, and nearly everyone monitors daily news pertaining to this domain. The paper mentioned by Yu Hongfei has previously stirred immense reactions and excitement within the international community. In the realm of artificial intelligence, this paper can be regarded as a paragon of excellence. Numerous prestigious international conglomerates and enterprises have extended lucrative offers to the paper's author, with some even proposing annual salaries reaching up to $1 billion in hopes of securing the author's allegiance. Regrettably, their overtures have remained unanswered from beginning to end. Chapter 43. Madness. Truly insane, it can be said without reservation that the paper is hailed as a beacon of hope for the future of artificial intelligence. In fact, many present are admirers of its author. However, at this moment, Yu Hongfei's assertion that the paper was written by Shen Hao is utterly preposterous. Su Xingyi's countenance darkened considerably. He regarded Yu Hongfei with cold disdain, no longer harboring any respect, and mockingly remarked, Mr. Yu, you have profoundly disappointed me. How could our research team at Lin Group allow someone as sycophantic as you to lead? At this juncture, Su Xingyi turned his gaze towards Lin Qingxiao, who presided over the dais. President Lin, I am uncertain of your motives in allowing Mr. Yu to extol Mr. Shen, but I firmly believe he is no longer suitable to continue leading our research group. I implore you to revoke his position as group leader. Yu Hongfei sighed, offering a bitter smile and shaking his head repeatedly, yet refrained from offering any explanation. Old Su, Lin Qingxiao was about to speak when Su Xingyi interrupted her. President Lin, you currently hold the reins of Lin Group, possessing a veto power. However, should you persist in this folly, I shall find it necessary to consult Mr. Lin. The Lin Group concerns all our futures and was built by your father's hard work. It must not be compromised under your stewardship. That antiquated fool. Lin Qingxiao felt a surge of indignation upon hearing Su Xingyi's words. Old Su, as my elder, I should not contest your words. However, I must express my profound disagreement with your recent statements. Suddenly rising, she surveyed the crowd with an icy gaze, adopting a commanding tone. In recent days, numerous rumors about me have circulated within the company. Hence, I seize this opportunity to make an announcement. She pointed toward Shen Hao, who sat in a corner, her eyes softening with affection. You guessed correctly. I am indeed in a relationship, and my partner is none other than Shen Hao. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had never anticipated that Lin Qingxiao would publicly announce her romantic involvement before so many witnesses. It is well understood that for someone of Lin Qingxiao's stature, personal relationships significantly impact the company's trajectory. Under normal circumstances, even if she were indeed romantically linked to Shen Hao, she would have sought to keep it clandestine. Yet, Lin Qingxiao chose to do the opposite, boldly declaring her relationship with Shen Hao in public. How captivating must Shen Hao be to enchant their icy president so profoundly? At this moment, in the minds of those present, even if Shen Hao were not an expert, their admiration for him soared to extraordinary heights. Observing Lin Qingxiao's acknowledgement of her relationship with Shen Hao, Su Xingyi's brow furrowed tightly. He was a longtime member of the company and had maintained a good rapport with Lin Qingxiao's father. In his heart, he regarded Lin Qingxiao as a daughter figure. Was it not rather frivolous for her to hastily announce her romantic feelings? Mr. Lin, your public declaration of your relationship with Mr. Shen. What do you mean by that? Su Xingyi inquired solemnly. Nothing in particular, Lin Qingxiao replied with a serious tone. I merely wish to make it clear that my relationship with Shen Hao is above board. We have never shrouded it in secrecy. Moreover, Mr. Yu's assertion that Shen Hao is a world-class expert is not flattery. It is indeed a fact. At this juncture, Lin Qingxiao suddenly turned her gaze toward Lu Fei, who had remained silent. Director Lu, if my memory serves me correctly, your master's degree was related to artificial intelligence, correct? Lu Fei nodded. Seeing this, Lin Qingxiao continued. In that case, I invite you to validate this. Please present a few inquiries or uncertainties you harbor regarding the field of artificial intelligence, and allow Shen Hao to provide answers. If he can address them, it will substantiate Mr. Yu's claims. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei hesitated, concerned that her questions might be too challenging for Shen Hao to answer. Yet, if they were too simplistic, many present would easily discern the answers. Just as she grappled with her dilemma, Shen Hao spoke up. Director Lu, feel free to ask. In the current realm of artificial intelligence, there is nothing I cannot address. Arrogant. This was the unanimous sentiment of Lu Fei and all present regarding Shen Hao. Observing Shen Hao's calm demeanor, Lu Fei suddenly felt a sense of injustice for Lin Qingxiao. In terms of stature, appearance, education, and capability, Lin Qingxiao undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle. A woman of her caliber could choose any partner. Why must she settle for such an arrogant individual? Indeed, her current impression of Shen Hao was one of hubris. I will surely expose your true nature. Mr. Shen, I shall begin my inquiries. I look forward to your insights. Shen Hao nodded with a smile. The knowledge he possessed in the realm of artificial intelligence surpassed current technology and ideologies by at least 50 years. Although Lu Fei held a master's degree in the field, her understanding remained confined to existing knowledge, thus presenting no pressure for Shen Hao. Seeing Shen Hao's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Lu Fei's annoyance. Just as she was about to speak, Su Xingyi interjected, Director Lu, since you were to pose questions, ensure they're the most challenging. Do not go easy on him. His goodwill towards Shen Hao had completely dissipated. Very well, Lu Fei nodded. Fixing her gaze on Shen Hao as she asked, Mr. Shen, what is your opinion on the existing algorithms in artificial intelligence? Upon hearing this, Shen Hao smiled. This question was to him as elementary as 1 + 1 = 2. It was exceedingly simple. He spoke with an unbroken flow, delving into the subject with great fervor. Given the current technological capabilities and experimental methodologies, it is evident that artificial intelligence algorithms exhibit inherent biases. At this juncture, it seems that these biases can only be minimized rather than entirely eradicated. The data utilized for operations is derived from training data upon which the artificial intelligence system relies, imposing stringent demands on data quality. However, even this data cannot be guaranteed to be entirely accurate, as bias is a remarkably prominent characteristic. To a certain extent, the biases within artificial intelligence systems are, in fact, imparted by human influence. Therefore, when considering the future applications of artificial intelligence systems, it is imperative to prioritize the use of unbiased data. The expression on Lu Fei's face evolved from initial disdain to one of astonishment. At this moment, her visage was solely marked by sheer shock. Chapter 44. Shen Hao conquers everyone with his abilities in truth. The question she had just posed was the very subject of her master's thesis. To complete this paper, she had consulted a plethora of resources and dedicated 6 months to her research, ultimately arriving at the same conclusion as Shen Hao. Moreover, in certain nuances of analysis, her findings were not as straightforward and concise as his. Now, she had almost fully embraced the words spoken by Lin Qingxiao and Yu Hongfei moments ago. Shen Hao was indeed the expert they claimed him to be. Mr. Lu, was Mr. Shen's answer accurate? Su Xingyi inquired from the side. Although he possessed some knowledge in related fields, he did not fully comprehend the intricacies. Just as Shen Hao had articulated earlier, leaving him bewildered. Regaining her composure, Lu Fei took a deep breath, nodded, and replied gravely. Mr. Shen's response was entirely correct. What he articulated was precisely the conclusion I reached with the guidance of my mentor. My mentor is the renowned Professor Levant, who serves at a prestigious international artificial intelligence company and leads as the chief designer. Though Mr. Shen addressed but a single question, I can sense that he possesses profound insights and a remarkable reservoir of knowledge in the realm of artificial intelligence. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Su Xingyi was momentarily taken aback. Shen Hao truly exhibited an expert-level proficiency. Yet, how had he achieved such a feat? In their 20s, many were still pursuing their degrees. Even the most exceptional students would struggle to attain such heights. At this moment, Lin Qingxiao interjected, "Mr. Su, if you still harbor doubts, I suggest you consider the authorship of that paper on SCL." Prompted by her words, Su Xingyi hurried to the computer and located the paper in question. When he beheld the authorship, a jolt coursed through him. The name inscribed on the paper was none other than Shen Hao's English name. In an instant, Su Xingyi stared at Shen Hao in astonishment, his expression becoming increasingly complex. Just moments ago, he had questioned Shen Hao's competence and capabilities, yet now the facts had unequivocally attested to his prowess. Su Xingyi's countenance shifted several times as he finally gritted his teeth and approached Shen Hao, bowing deeply. "Mr. Shen, I apologize for my earlier rashness." Shen Hao quickly assisted Su Xingyi to his feet, smiling as he shook his head. "Mr. Su, there is no need for such formality. I can sense that you are a person who takes academia very seriously, and I appreciate that you harbor no ill intentions. Thus, I hold no grudges." Witnessing Shen Hao's magnanimity at such a young age filled Su Xingyi with a sense of shame. He sighed and shook his head, lamenting, "How pitiful it is that, after living a long life, I have not gained the clarity of a mere 20-something youth." With that, he approached Yu Hongfei, his expression one of sincere regret, a hint of awkwardness flashing in his eyes. However, this awkwardness soon transformed into genuine sincerity. "Mr. Yu, I must admit I was somewhat hasty earlier, and I sincerely apologize for my words. I am truly sorry." Yu Hongfei was momentarily taken aback. He quickly shook his head and replied, "Old Su, please do not say that. We are all striving for the betterment of the company. I am not at fault. And neither are you, correct?" Su Xingyi paused for a moment, then let out a hearty laugh. "You are indeed correct. We all act for the sake of the company." He turned to Lin Qingxiao, his eyes revealing a deep respect. "General Manager Lin, your foresight and insight are unparalleled. I am humbled in your presence. With Mr. Shen's addition to our company, I firmly believe we will carve out a significant niche in the realm of artificial intelligence. I fully support your decision." Lin Qingxiao felt a surge of joy within her. Su Xingyi held considerable influence within the Lin Group, and with his endorsement, her plans were already halfway to success. "Old Su, I am still young and require your guidance and support in many aspects as I navigate this path as your junior." Lin Qingxiao naturally accorded Su Xingyi the respect he deserved. Shen Hao had captivated everyone with his capabilities. At this moment, the gazes directed towards him underwent a complete transformation. In their eyes, Shen Hao had undeniably become the most pivotal figure in the Lin Group for at least the next 3 years. Moreover, they felt a wave of exhilaration. According to Mr. Yu, Shen Hao possessed knowledge and abilities in artificial intelligence that far surpassed those of world-class experts. With Shen Hao on board, they were confident that the Lin Group would soon soar to great heights. Lin Qingxiao returned to her seat. Looking at everyone, she felt a surge of ambition and spoke with clarity and strength. "The inclusion of Mr. Shen is undoubtedly a tremendous boon for our Lin Group. Moving forward, I intend to maintain our focus on the field of artificial intelligence. If everyone agrees, please raise your hand for a vote." As soon as she finished speaking, every hand shot up in agreement. Now that the company had an extraordinary expert like Shen Hao, they certainly felt no lingering concerns. Furthermore, after 3 years of relentless effort without significant achievement, each individual harbored a burning desire for success. They had invested too much over these 3 years to abandon their ambitions midway. Witnessing the unanimous approval, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Lin Qingxiao's eyes. Then, She suddenly turned her attention to Manager Sun of the Human Resources Department. Manager Sun, do we have someone in our company named Hu Wenyuan? Hu Wenyuan? Manager Sun paused momentarily. Hadn't General Manager Lin instructed Secretary Qin to call him and terminate his employment? Why was this name suddenly brought up? Despite his confusion, he nodded. There is indeed such a person. However, he was dismissed just last night. General Manager Lin, do you have any concerns regarding this? Lin Qingxiao did not respond to Manager Sun's inquiry and continued with her questioning. How did he initially gain entry into the company? Manager Sun instantly recognized the gravity of the situation, his complexion paling slightly. After racking his brain for quite some time, a flicker of memory emerged. General Manager Lin, Hu Wenyuan was specially recruited into the company. I recall that he was recommended by Deputy Director Zhao Liang from the business department. Among the crowd, a bespectacled young man, slightly portly with eyes so small they were nearly imperceptible, suddenly shuddered. He was none other than Zhao Liang, the deputy manager of the business department mentioned by Manager Sunday. Yet at this moment, an almost imperceptible, unnatural glint flickered in his tiny eyes. Zhao Liang, please come to the front. The second matter I wish to discuss today pertains to Hu Wenyuan, and since you are his referrer, I would like you to step forward and answer some questions. Lin Qingxiao's voice resonated within the conference room. Chapter 45. Doubt upon hearing Lin Qingxiao beckon him forward. Zhao Yang's body trembled violently, the panic in his eyes intensifying. However, he quickly inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He rose slowly, approaching the front with an air of indifference, casting a respectful glance at Lin Qingxiao as he spoke. General Manager Lin, you summoned me? Lin Qingxiao nodded, her gaze appraising Zhao Liang from head to toe before she averted her eyes. Zhao Liang, as an employee of the company, you should be aware of the stringent requirements we have for recruiting talent, correct? I am aware, Zhao Liang replied, nodding gravely. When I first joined the company, I memorized the regulations thoroughly. Excellent. Lin Qingxiao smiled faintly. Could you enlighten me on which criteria Hu Wenyuan fulfills? Zhao Liang hesitated momentarily before responding. Hu Wenyuan possesses an extensive social network and is quite eloquent, making him well-suited for business development. Thus, I recommended him to the company's business department during recruitment. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible coldness flickered in Lin Qingxiao's eyes as she pressed on, I see. Can you elaborate on how he has performed since joining the company? Zhao Yang's expression shifted subtly. His eyes darted as if contemplating something. Observing his hesitation, Lin Qingxiao's gaze turned icy. Is my question so difficult to answer? At that moment, she exuded an imposing presence, and under her formidable aura, everyone in the hall, save for Shen Hao, instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. Zhao Liang felt a chill run through him and bowed his head. Answer my question. Lin Qingxiao's voice grew colder as she addressed the now subdued Zhao Liang. Suppressing the tumult in his heart, Zhao Liang endeavored to steady his tone. His business acumen is commendable, and he has generated considerable benefits for the company. Bang! As his words concluded, Lin Qingxiao abruptly slammed her palm onto the table, producing a sharp sound. Utter nonsense. Lin Qingxiao glared at him, her eyes laced with derision and contempt. Zhao Liang, if I hadn't instructed Secretary Qin to investigate your records, I might have believed you were related. Since Hu Wenyuan's entry into the company, it is true he has achieved some performance metrics each month, but those merely meet the minimum expectations for employees in the business department, correct? Zhao Yang's complexion paled dramatically. He had assumed that, given Lin Qingxiao's status, she would not pay much attention to someone of Hu Wenyuan's standing, which was why he had made such a statement. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Qingxiao would possess such insight into Hu Wenyuan. General Manager Lin, please allow me to explain, Zhao Liang said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Although Hu Wenyuan's monthly performance is not particularly outstanding, he does possess one merit. He consistently meets the monthly performance standards. Thus, Lin Qingxiao let out a cold laugh, interrupting his words. So, his performance can be characterized as commendable, can it? Zhao Yang's heart trembled, and he lowered his head, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He had been exceedingly cautious regarding that matter, leaving no trace whatsoever, Had Lin discovered some clue? Or had Hu Wenyuan divulged something to Lin Qingxiao? He was unaware of the reasons behind Hu Wenyuan's dismissal from the company, and at that moment, his mind was a chaotic tangle. Observing Zhao Liang's demeanor, Lin Qingxiao became increasingly convinced that he harbored ulterior motives. Ever since she had seen that photograph, doubts had taken root in her heart. Hu Wenyuan's entrance into the company's forbidden zone with a mobile phone was certainly not a mere act of ignorance or coincidence, but rather a premeditated conspiracy. Every employee entering the company is informed of the various rules and regulations on their very first day. Furthermore, the company conducts regular training sessions on safety protocols, which encompass these regulations. Hu Wenyuan had been employed at the company for 2 years, making him a veteran. Yet in such circumstances, he had brazenly entered a restricted area with a mobile phone. Most crucially, he had managed to evade detection by the security personnel. Lin Qingxiao was acutely aware that such a feat could not be accomplished alone. Hu Wenyuan must have had accomplices. It was this suspicion that led her to confront Zhao Liang directly during today's meeting. She sought to discern whether this individual, who maintained the closest ties with Hu Wenyuan, truly possessed a guilty conscience. However, at present, she had merely posed a few straightforward questions, and he had already begun fabricating lies on behalf of Hu Wenyuan. Moreover, after conducting an investigation, she uncovered some intriguing information. Hu Wenyuan's monthly performance figures were largely inflated by Zhao Liang, who had deliberately gifted him portions of his own achievements. Their relationship was neither familial nor intimate, leaving only one plausible explanation for Zhao Liang's actions: his reluctance to see Hu Wenyuan dismissed from the company. According to company policy, newly hired employees who fail to meet performance standards for 3 consecutive months face termination. As the deputy director of the sales department, Zhao Liang was undoubtedly well aware of this regulation. Thus, if he wished to prevent Hu Wenyuan from being let go due to performance issues, there were numerous ways to accomplish this. Yet, she found herself curious as to why Zhao Liang would go to such lengths to retain Hu Wenyuan within the company. Reflecting on the photograph in Hu Tian's possession, a flicker of understanding ignited within her. Zhao Liang, pray tell, what was your intention when you initially recruited the sales inept Hu Wenyuan into the company? Or over the past 2 years? What schemes have you harbored by retaining Hu Wenyuan through the artifice of gifting performance metrics? What? In the conference room, upon hearing Lin Qingxiao's words, everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces a portrait of incredulity. In Lin's group, performance holds paramount importance for individuals. One should refrain from speaking of gifts, even among colleagues, as the pursuit of performance often leads to fierce competition, with individuals clashing mercilessly. The fact that Zhao Liang shared his achievements with Hu Wenyuan is truly astonishing. General Manager Lin, I did not, Zhao Liang exclaimed, suddenly lifting his head to gaze at Lin Qingxiao, his face flushed with fervor. Hu Wenyuan's accomplishments are the result of his own hard work. They have nothing to do with me. General Manager Lin, I am not a fool. Although I was the one who recruited Hu Wenyuan, he is not my relative, so how could I be foolish enough to share my success with him? Lin Qingxiao let out a scoff, her eyes glimmering with sagacity. Your actions suggest that the two of you, being in the same company, harbor ulterior motives. Chapter 46. The initial trial of mind reading Zhao Liang felt a jolt of surprise within, yet he maintained an impassive exterior and spoke in a grave tone. Mr. Lin, since joining the company, I have been diligent and conscientious in my work, never daring to show even the slightest negligence. My loyalty to the company is unwavering. I implore you to scrutinize my actions with discernment. If you truly believe I harbor ulterior motives, then I ask you to present the evidence. At this moment, Zhao Liang's face was etched with grievance. The others exchanged glances, perplexed by Lin Qingxiao's suspicions toward Zhao Liang. Within the company, Zhao Liang was known for his mercenary demeanor and strong self-interest, which garnered him few admirers. However, they found merit in his assertion that matters should be substantiated with evidence. Without it, Lin Qingxiao's doubts appeared unfounded. Lin Qingxiao fell into silence. Her previous remarks were merely conjecture. Although there was some evidence, it was far from sufficient. If she relied solely on that, it would not compel Zhao Liang to confess. Her intention in voicing her doubts before so many was to apply psychological pressure, hoping he would inadvertently reveal a flaw. Yet, she had not anticipated Zhao Liang's robust mental fortitude. Sighing inwardly, she realized she had been too hasty. Given a few more days, she was confident she could gather enough evidence to substantiate her suspicions, but now it was still lacking. Noticing Lin Qingxiao's silence, Zhao Liang felt a surge of confidence, recognizing her attempts as a bluff. He spoke with newfound boldness. "Mr. Lin, since you are unable to produce evidence, should you not apologize for your earlier remarks?" "Apologize?" Lin Qingxiao scoffed. Although she lacked sufficient evidence to force Zhao Liang to reveal his true nature, she certainly would not offer him an apology. Just as she prepared to respond, Shen Hao unexpectedly approached with a smile. "Do you really think you deserve an apology from Mr. Lin?" Shen Hao stood before Zhao Liang, casting a cold glance in his direction. Zhao Liang's expression shifted slightly. He harbored a measure of apprehension towards this newly arrived expert. After all, in terms of status, he was merely an ordinary deputy manager in the business department. While Shen Hao was a world-class expert, their ranks incomparable. At the podium, Lin Qingxiao felt a surge of sweetness upon witnessing Shen Hao's intervention. Yet her eyes soon clouded with concern. Without enough evidence, what could Shen Hao's support truly signify? "Shen Hao, she began, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Mr. Lin, did you not already share that evidence with me yesterday?" Shen Hao winked at Lin Qingxiao. "What?" Lin Qingxiao was filled with astonishment. She found herself perplexed by Shen Hao's words and wished to inquire further. However, the presence of the crowd compelled her to remain silent. Yet, anxiety gnawed at her heart, for she was acutely aware that she had never disclosed any evidence to Shen Hao. What, she wondered, was Shen Hao truly up to? Shen Hao shifted his gaze towards Zhao Liang, who appeared visibly anxious, a hint of a sardonic smile flickering in his eyes. "Will you speak for yourself, or shall I do so for you?" At these words, Zhao Liang's heart quaked. In that instant, the composure he had maintained slipped away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of trepidation. "No, he must be deceiving me. He possesses no evidence. I must remain calm." With this thought, Zhao Liang gradually steadied his racing heart. He looked up at Shen Hao and replied solemnly, "Mr. Shen, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." The onlookers regarded Shen Hao with curiosity, eager to witness what evidence he would produce. Noting Zhao Liang's obstinate demeanor, Shen Hao's expression turned icy. "In that case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." He silently intoned a spell, mind-reading. A faint, nearly imperceptible violet hue enveloped his eyes. In an instant, his senses sharpened, and every individual present transformed into a stream of data that vividly manifested in his mind. As it was his first foray into mind-reading, a twinge of anxiety coursed through him. Moreover, the technique could only be applied to one person at a time, so he quickly focused all his attention on Zhao Liang. In a heartbeat, every thought and memory within Zhao Liang's mind laid bare before Shen Hao's consciousness. Under Shen Hao's penetrating gaze, Zhao Liang experienced an unsettling chill. He instinctively averted his eyes, unable to meet Shen Hao's gaze. Yet even as he lowered his head, the sensation of being scrutinized intensified, causing his heart to race and his complexion to pale. The spectators observed Shen Hao's unwavering focus on Zhao Liang without uttering a word, their expressions tinged with intrigue. Could it be that Mr. Shen was merely putting on a show, devoid of any actual evidence? If that were the case, it would indeed be a monumental farce. Lin Qingxiao furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. What on earth was he doing? After approximately a minute, Shen Hao withdrew from the mind-reading state, his gaze regaining clarity. Unbeknownst to the crowd, his back had become drenched in sweat. It was, after all, his inaugural attempt at mind-reading, and he felt somewhat unpracticed. A faint, self-deprecating smile crossed his mind. While mind-reading was an extraordinarily formidable skill, it was not without its limitations. According to descriptions, each use of the ability expended a certain amount of mental energy. Shen Hao was unaware of the concept of mental power, yet he possessed an instinctive awareness that, with his current abilities, he could only employ his mind-reading skills approximately twice a day. Any further attempts would likely overwhelm his physical capacity. Earlier, he had used this ability on Zhao Liang for a mere minute, but he was met with a faint sense of dizziness and nausea. He surmised that this sensation was a consequence of exhausting his mental energy. Although Shen Hao remained silent, Zhao Yang's mind was tumultuous, turbulent with a storm of emotions. Deep within, he sensed that during that brief minute, all of his secrets had been laid bare before another. Chapter 47. Industrial Espionage in the midst of his profound anxiety. Shen Hao finally spoke. Zhao Yang, I had no idea you once worked at Tianming Group. Shen Hao remarked with a smile. Tianming Group. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of everyone in the conference room shifted dramatically. Su Xingyi, visibly agitated, rushed towards Shen Hao and inquired in a hushed tone, Mr. Shen, are you referring to Tianming Group? Indeed, Shen Hao replied, gesturing towards the perspiring Zhao Liang. Before joining Lin's group, Zhao Liang was employed at Tianming Group, where he held the position of department head, far surpassing his current role. Upon hearing this, Su Xingyi's countenance darkened ominously. He fixed a cold glare upon Zhao Liang and asked in a chilling tone, is what Mr. Shen said true? Lin's Group is a renowned publicly listed company in Chuan City, possessing formidable strength. However, after years of development in the business realm, it has inevitably garnered numerous adversaries. Tianming Group stands as one of the most prominent among them. Lin's Group has always emphasized the importance of harmony in business dealings. Yet it has maintained a resolute stance against Tianming Group. Since the inception of Lin's Group, Tianming Group has consistently opposed it, orchestrating numerous obstacles. This animosity has rendered Lin's Group's early growth arduous. Su Xingyi, who had developed the company from the ground up alongside Lin Qingxiao's father, fully comprehended the challenges Lin's Group faced to reach its current stature. Thus, his animosity towards Tianming Group surpassed that of anyone else present. Tianming Group has always been the arch-rival of Lin's Group, a fact well known to anyone affiliated with Lin's Group. At this moment, nearly everyone present, including Lin Qingxiao, cast icy glances at Zhao Yang. Those who have ascended to mid-level management within Lin's Group are certainly not naive. If Zhao Yang's position at Tianming Group was indeed superior to his current one, it posed significant implications. After all, Tianming Group is a company whose prowess matches that of Lin's Group. Zhao Yang would have no rational motive to abandon a lucrative position to join Lin's Group. You're talking nonsense, Zhao Liang exclaimed, his face contorted with agitation as he glared at Shen Hao. Before coming to Lin's Group, I was merely employed at a small company. I have no knowledge of this so-called Tianming Group. If I had truly worked there as a supervisor, why would I ever join Lin's Group? Mr. Shen, while I respect your expertise, you should not make unfounded accusations against anyone. However, despite his verbal denials, Zhao Yang's mind was engulfed in profound astonishment. The fact that he had worked at Tianming Group was known only to him and Hu Yuan. How could Shen Hao possibly be aware of it? Is that so? Shen Hao let out a cold laugh. Zhao Yang, if you have never worked at Tianming Group, then why have you secretly sold several substantial contracts, which rightfully belong to Lin's Group, to Tianming Group over the past 2 years? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiao immediately rose from the podium, her expression one of disbelief. What did you just say, Shen Hao? A flicker of gravity passed through her eyes. If what Shen Hao claimed was true, then Zhao Yang must be utterly terrified. No, you are speaking nonsense. Zhao Yang's complexion changed dramatically, his emotions intensifying. Shen Hao, you are deliberately tarnishing my reputation. What is your true intention? At this point, he cast a sorrowful yet indignant glance at Lin Qingxiao, gritting his teeth as he stated, General Manager Lin, Hu Yuan was indeed recruited by me. If he has committed any wrongdoing, you may hold me accountable. I have no objections. In fact, if necessary, I am willing to resign. However, throughout these years, I've been wholeheartedly loyal to the company and have never engaged in any acts of betrayal. Although Mr. Shen is your boyfriend, he cannot cast aspersions upon me. I demand an apology. After listening to Zhao Yang's impassioned words, Lin Qingxiao merely shook her head with indifference. I believe Shen Hao. She uttered this single sentence and paid no further attention to Zhao Yang's darkening expression, instead directing her gaze toward Shen Hao. Shen Hao, please continue. Although her acquaintance with Shen Hao was brief, she trusted her instincts. Shen Hao is certainly not the type to speak frivolously or falsely accuse others. His assertions indicated he possessed ample evidence. Shen Hao nodded gently and approached Zhao Liang, lightly patting him on the shoulder. Zhao Liang, I must concede that you are indeed talented. With your capabilities, you could ascend to a much higher position, yet you have not done so. Moreover, to avoid suspicion, you have made enemies within the company, ensuring that everyone despises you. This, I must admit, you have accomplished quite successfully. Your acting and cunning are commendable, but as the saying goes, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. You may believe that your nefarious deeds over the years have gone unnoticed, but have you ever heard the phrase, "The net of heaven is vast and wide, yet nothing escapes it"? 5 years ago, Wang Tianming of Tianming Group dispatched you to Lin's group as a corporate spy. Surely, he has compensated you handsomely over the years. The mention of a corporate spy sent a chill through the hearts of those present. Lin Qingxiao's expression darkened further. At this moment, she was almost convinced of Shen Hao's words. During her 3 years at the helm of the company, its performance had significantly declined. She had assumed it was due to her focus on the field of artificial intelligence, but it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. With a parasite like Zhao Liang in the business department, how could the company's performance possibly improve? Zhao Liang, do you have anything else to say? Lin Qingxiao demanded coldly. No, Mr. Lin, please listen to me. This is not true. Zhao Yang's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly began to defend himself in a state of panic. This is merely his word. He possesses no evidence. I am innocent. Innocent? Shen Hao let out a cold laugh and spoke in a low voice. If you are indeed innocent, then why did you sell the East City Happy Valley project, which rightfully belonged to the Lin Group, to the Tianming Group 2 years ago? East City Happy Valley. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Yang's face instantly drained of color. You. Shen Hao shot a cold glare at him, then turned his gaze towards Su Xingyi. Old Su, you should have the clearest recollection of this project, shouldn't you? Chapter 48. The esteemed detective Shen Hao. Su Xingyi nodded, a flicker of sorrow and indignation crossing his eyes as he spoke solemnly. I'm acutely aware, even after all this time, the recollection still brings me deep anguish and remorse. It was I who was responsible for the bidding process, yet my team misjudged Tianming Group, resulting in our narrow defeat. Noticing Su Xingyi's despondency, Lin Qingxiao stepped forward to offer comfort. Mr. Su, this is not your fault. Over the years, you have contributed immensely to the company. There is no need for you to dwell on this. With a wry smile, Su Xingyi shook his head. The substantial losses incurred by the company due to his erroneous assessment weighed heavily on his heart. And even though Lin Qingxiao and the board bore him no ill will, he could not shake off the feeling of guilt. Suddenly, Lin Qingxiao recalled Shen Hao's earlier words, her body tensing slightly as she turned to face him. Shen Hao, are you implying that this matter is connected to Zhao Liang? Shen Hao nodded slightly. Mr. Su, when you participated in the bidding, Zhao Liang was likely part of your team, correct? Su Xingyi acknowledged this with a nod. He was the deputy manager of the business department. Indeed, at this juncture, a realization struck him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Shen, are you suggesting that this incident involves Zhao Liang? Shen Hao smiled and affirmed, whether there's a connection, Mr. Su, you may simply inquire. Immediately, Su Xingyi approached Zhao Liang, his expression darkening as he sternly interrogated. Zhao Liang, speak honestly, do you have any involvement in this matter? Zhao Liang's heart raced, his expression flickering with a deep-seated fear. He struggled to comprehend how, after all this time, and with no prior acquaintance with Shen Hao, this individual could possibly connect the past events to him. However, he resolutely thought, I cannot admit to this. Otherwise, everything will be over. Clenching his teeth, he feigned innocence and replied, Mr. Su, I am wronged. I was merely a minor player in the team. Although I participated in the bidding, my role was limited to logistical support. I had no involvement beyond that. Upon hearing this, Su Xingyi's brow furrowed tightly. Reflecting on Zhao Yang's words, it seemed plausible. If he were to manipulate the situation, he lacked the capacity to do so. Mr. Shen, he is not entirely incorrect, Su Xingyi admitted with a weary smile. Given his position at the time, he indeed lacked the capability. Shen Hao interjected, raising a hand. Mr. Su, while it is true he lacked that capacity, others did not. If I am not mistaken, shortly after the bidding concluded, someone from your team resigned, correct? Su Xingyi's body trembled slightly. Indeed, a few days after that incident, my assistant Lu Haifeng expressed his desire to pursue further studies abroad, thus submitting his resignation. Su Xingyi's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Shen, are you implying that Lu Haifeng was also involved in this matter? Shen Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as your assistant, he had direct access to the tender documents. Zhao Liang approached him and for a sum of 5 million, bribed Lu Haifeng to disclose the contents of the tender. Subsequently, prior to the bidding, Zhao Yang sent the tender details to Wang Tianming of Tianming Group via email. Su Lao, now you understand why the bidding, which should have been a sure win, ultimately failed, do you not? Upon hearing Shen Hao's analysis, the crowd felt a wave of incredulity wash over them. While Shen Hao spoke with great conviction, how could he possibly know such confidential matters that even Su Lao was unaware of, and that General Manager Lin had no inkling of? Could it be that Mr. Shen's true identity is that of a detective? Before Su Xingyi could respond, Zhao Liang, in a fit of agitation, interjected. Su Lao, he is lying. What he said is not true. I am merely an ordinary employee. How could I have 5 million to bribe Lu Haifeng? And even if I did, I would never do such a thing. That is 5 million. Even if I worked at Lin's group for a decade, I could never earn that much. If I had such wealth, I wouldn't even need to work at Lin's group. You must see the truth. Su Xingyi's expression darkened, and he remained silent. In truth, from the moment Shen Hao mentioned Lu Haifeng's name and the resignation, he had already begun to believe Shen Hao's words. Zhao Yang. Su Xingyi snorted coldly, his demeanor grim. You should fervently hope this matter has nothing to do with you, otherwise. He left the statement hanging, yet his gaze conveyed everything. If Zhao Yang was implicated, he would not let him off easily. Zhao Yang's face paled, and beads of cold sweat poured down his forehead unrestrained. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming hatred towards Shen Hao. You, Shen? His face twisted with malice as he glared at Shen Hao, gritting his teeth. I have no grievances against you in the past, nor any enmity recently. Why do you wish to harm me? Harm you? Shen Hao scoffed, his eyes glinting with coldness. If you truly had not done anything, even if I wished to harm you, I would have no means to do so. Zhao Yang's lips twitched violently, his expression darkening as he cast a more venomous glance at Shen Hao. Shen Hao paid no mind to Zhao Liang's foul demeanor and continued, Zhao Yang, I must admit, you are an astute individual, adept at navigating the currents of advantage and disadvantage. However, your greatest folly lies in storing all your transactions with Wang Tianming over the years in your personal email. Upon hearing the mention of email, Zhao Yang's expression drastically changed, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Mr. Shen, Zhao Yang began, but Shen Hao interrupted him with a mocking laugh. Zhao Yang, if you truly wish to prove your innocence, it would be a simple matter. Just show Mr. Lin and Mr. Su the contents of your private email. Do you dare? Thud. As his words fell, Zhao Yang could no longer suppress the terror within him and collapsed onto the ground. The onlookers, witnessing this, had already grasped the entire situation. Zhao Yang, it is indeed you. Su Xingyi realized, understanding that the bidding for the Happy Valley project had been orchestrated by Zhao Yang. No, it wasn't me. Zhao Yang snapped back to reality, suddenly springing to his feet, his face flushed with agitation as he shouted, You have no evidence. I have not committed any of these acts. It is merely Mr. Shen's wild conjecture. I am innocent. Mr. Lin, you must believe me. Lin Qingxiao cast a cold glare at Zhao Liang, remaining silent. Chapter 49. Irrefutable evidence she was no fool. Zhao Yang's earlier reaction had already spoken volumes. Now, all that was needed was to present undeniable evidence, and Zhao Liang would be utterly exposed. With this thought, she cast a hopeful and curious glance at Shen Hao, eager to witness how he would confront the cunning Zhao Liang. At that moment, Shen Hao suddenly spoke up. Mr. Lin, I require a computer at this juncture. Lin Qingxiao nodded, signaling to Secretary Qin, who immediately understood and approached with a laptop in her arms. Shen Hao placed the laptop before Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, This is your moment to prove your innocence. Log into your personal email for everyone to see. No, Zhao Liang exclaimed, retreating several steps in sheer panic, his complexion paling. That is my private account. I have the right to refuse. Deep down, he was acutely aware that the contents of his personal account must never see the light of day. Otherwise, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Zhao Yang. Lin Qingxiao snorted disdainfully. Did you not claim to be wronged? Now is your chance to exonerate yourself. Why the sudden fear? Could it be that what Shen Hao suggested was indeed true? That you are a corporate spy sent by Tianming Group? No, I am not. Zhao Liang shouted vehemently, his emotions flaring. Witnessing this, Shen Hao subtly shook his head. Since you are unwilling to log in, allow me to assist you. With that, amidst the bewildered expressions of those present, he opened the laptop and began typing. Zhao Yang's personal email appeared on the screen. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, unable to believe their eyes. How did Shen Hao know the account and password to Zhao Yang's private email? Lin Qingxiao's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, as she realized that Shen Hao harbored numerous secrets unbeknownst to her, intensifying her curiosity. This is impossible. Zhao Yang leaned closer to the computer. Upon seeing his account logged in, he screamed in terror. How do you know my password? This cannot be real. I must be seeing things. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looked again at the screen, only to find his account still displayed. Panic set in. Ah, that is my account. You have no right to view it. Hand over the computer, Zhao Yang shouted, rushing forward to snatch the laptop from Shen Hao's grasp. However, Shen Hao was prepared, deftly sidestepping to evade Zhao Yang's grasp. Zhao Yang, your agitation suggests that your email indeed harbors secrets you wish to conceal, Shen Hao remarked with a teasing expression. Shen Hao. Zhao Yang's eyes widened. His face contorted in rage as he glared at Shen Hao, his gaze filled with venom. If looks could kill, Shen Hao would have met his demise countless times over. Bring me a few people. Restrain him. With a commanding shout from Su Xingyi, several individuals rushed forward and restrained Zhao Yang. Mr. Shen, allow me, Su Xingyi said, receiving a nod from Shen Hao as he handed over the laptop. Su Xingyi opened the email and began to read through the messages one by one. Let me go, Zhao Liang exclaimed, a deep fear evident in his eyes as he struggled desperately. However, he was firmly held by multiple individuals, and given his corpulent physique and poor physical condition, escape was utterly impossible. Lin Qingxiao, curious, leaned closer to the laptop, joining Su Xingyi in his scrutiny. As time elapsed, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Finally, they lifted their heads, their faces now completely somber. The content of the emails was astonishing. What Shen Hao had claimed was indeed true, and the revelations within the emails were far more severe than he had suggested. Over the years, Zhao Yang had committed at least dozens of acts detrimental to the interests of the Lin Group, and the correspondence in the emails indicated that these actions had been carried out under the directive of Wang Tianming, the president of the Tianming Group. For every act that harmed the Lin Group, Wang Tianming had rewarded him with a sum of money. According to the financial records in the emails, Zhao Yang had amassed at least 7 to 8 million through the illicit trade of Lin Group's business and secrets over the past few years. Lin Qingxiao finally comprehended the connection between Zhao Yang and Hu Wenyuan. Like Zhao Yang, Hu Wenyuan was also a spy sent by Wang Tianming, infiltrating the Lin Group with the intent to steal a confidential technology under development. The location Hu Wenyuan had photographed was indeed a laboratory of the Lin Group. While that laboratory had no direct connection to the technology he intended to steal, the clues were sufficient to indicate their ultimate goal was to pilfer that research. Had she not encountered Hu Wenyuan's son at the night market and seen the photo on his phone, she would still be oblivious to the scheme. Zhao Yang. Su Xingyi glared at him with fury, his expression darkening. What do you have to say for yourself now? With irrefutable evidence before him, Zhao Yang lost all courage to defend himself, collapsing to the ground in tears. Mr. Su, I was wrong. I was coerced all these years. Wang Tianming made me do it. If I refused, he threatened to kill me. I swear I won't do it again. Please grant me another chance. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his crimes. If these revelations were reported to the authorities, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Forgive you? Su Xingyi scoffed coldly. Do you have any idea how much damage you've inflicted upon the company over the years? Now you're afraid? Where were you when you were committing those acts? Mr. Lin, we have concrete evidence of Zhao Liang's identity as a corporate spy. I recommend we hand him over to the police to face the consequences he rightly deserves. Moreover, we must also hold him accountable for the losses he has inflicted upon the company over the years. As for Lu Haifeng, although he has resigned, with the evidence in the email, he cannot escape justice. Lin Qingxiao nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, you are a veteran of the company, and your experience in handling such matters surpasses mine. I entrust this matter entirely to you. Su Xingyi did not refuse. Instead, he acquiesced. The meeting concluded. Su Xingyi promptly preserved the evidence from his email and subsequently reported the incident to the police. He personally accompanied Zhao Liang to the police station. In the president's office, Lin Qingxiao rested her chin on her hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, fixated on Shen Hao. Chapter 50. The Fury of Wang Tianming. Do I have flowers on my face? Shen Hao gazed at Lin Qingxiao, a smile gracing his lips. No, Lin Qingxiao responded, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she shook her head. I'm just a bit curious about how you managed that. Shen Hao, what you just mentioned, even I was unaware of. How did you? She paused, a hint of admiration mingled with confusion in her gaze, falling into silence. The reason is inconsequential, Shen Hao replied with a smile. What truly matters is that the malignant tumor hidden within the company has been excised. This is indeed a moment of great joy for the company, is it not? Indeed, it is a joyous occasion, but Lin Qingxiao slightly shook her head. Her eyes filled with profound curiosity as she looked at Shen Hao. But I still wish to know how you accomplished it, she insisted. This girl's curiosity is truly insatiable. Shen Hao shrugged in resignation, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He approached the desk, resting his hands upon it, leaning closer to Lin Qingxiao's enchanting face. Actually, I am no ordinary person, but a celestial being descended from the heavens. Here to rescue you, the beautiful fairy. Puffed. Lin Qingxiao couldn't suppress her laughter at Shen Hao's jest. She shot him a playful glare, brimming with charm. I knew you'd be a chatterbox. However, although your reasoning is somewhat clumsy, I find it quite delightful. Suddenly, Lin Qingxiao stood up, one hand on the desk, the other playfully brushing Shen Hao's chin with her finger. She licked her crimson lips and smiled seductively at him. Just tell me, will you? Lin Qingxiao's captivating demeanor sent a shiver down Shen Hao's spine. He realized that ever since he met her, she transformed daily, and her previous expression was irresistibly alluring. Ahem. Shen Hao cleared his throat, regaining his composure. In truth, I possess the ability to see into the hearts of others. Thus, regarding Zhao Liang's actions, I merely needed a glance to discern everything. Oof. Lin Qingxiao abruptly released him and returned to her seat, huffing in dissatisfaction. I don't believe that. Shen Hao silently chuckled, refraining from further explanation. He had not spoken falsehoods, yet Lin Qingxiao's reaction was entirely within his expectations. After all, a mind-reading ability, so beyond the realm of common understanding, is difficult for most to comprehend or accept. Perhaps it is for the best. It spares me from further explanations. Qingxiao, this matter is something I cannot elucidate clearly at the moment. When the opportunity arises, I shall share it with you. Shen Hao circled the desk, approaching Lin Qingxiao and enveloping her in his embrace, his eyes filled with tenderness. Just remember one thing. No matter the time, my affection and love for you will only grow. Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed, her hands tightly wrapping around Shen Hao's sturdy back as she buried her head in his chest. All right, you must forever remember what you just said. I will. In the office of Tianming Group, a middle-aged man in his 40s with deep-set eyes and a chin adorned with a small tuft of beard sat in the boss's chair. This man was Wang Tianming, the president of Tianming Group. His countenance was dark as he regarded Hu Wenyuan, with an unmistakable fury flickering in his somber gaze. Are you implying that you were dismissed by the Lin Group? His tone exuded an extreme rage. A tremor coursed through Hu Wenyuan as he lowered his head, unable to meet Wang Tianming's piercing eyes. Answer my question. Wang Tianming's expression hardened, and he barked an order. Yes, Hu Wenyuan responded meekly, his voice barely audible. Useless. Wang Tianming cursed vehemently, his face contorting into an ugly grimace. How were you discovered? Hu Wenyuan's complexion turned pale, fear glimmering in his eyes as he dared not speak. Observing this, a shadow passed over Wang Tianming's gaze. It seems you have no desire to see the sun rise tomorrow. With a start, Hu Wenyuan dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head before Wang Tianming. Please spare me, President Wang. I will tell you. He hastily recounted the circumstances of his dismissal. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianming's face darkened to the point of seeming like it could drip with water. Fool! He glared at Hu Wenyuan, roaring, You had the audacity to send the photos to your son? Have you lost your mind? Do you realize that your foolish actions have thwarted my plans? Bloodshot with fury, Wang Tianming's eyes blazed. Hu Wenyuan, trembling, stammered, President Wang, and Brother Zhao. He hasn't exposed anything. Our plan still holds hope. You. Smack. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wang Tianming stormed toward Hu Wenyuan and slapped him across the face. Fool! Do you think Lin Qingxiao is as dim-witted as you? The moment she dismissed you, Zhao Liang's fate was sealed. He may already have been uncovered. Panic washed over Hu Wenyuan's face as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had also participated in the theft of Lin Group's trade secrets. And if Zhao Liang was exposed, he would surely share the same fate, perhaps even face imprisonment. In a state of desperation, he pleaded, President Wang, save me. I don't want to go to jail. Please, consider my years of loyalty and help me. Wang Tianming, his expression indifferent, cast a scornful glance at Hu Wenyuan, the corners of his mouth curling into a sarcastic smile. The troubles you brought upon yourself have nothing to do with me. You're on your own. With that, he summoned 2 security guards. Break his legs and throw him out. Yes, President Wang. The guard dragged Hu Wenyuan out as if he were a lifeless dog. Wang Tianming cast a dark glare in the direction of Hu Wenyuan's departure for a moment, then withdrew his gaze, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. Lin Qingxiao, consider yourself fortunate this time. However, do not revel too much. Our contest is far from over. The Lin Corporation shall inevitably fall into my grasp. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Wang Tianming furrowed his brow. He had previously instructed that no one was to disturb him. How could someone be so oblivious? Come in, he said coldly. The office door swung open, and his secretary entered, holding a package. Mr. Wang, you have a delivery expedited. I was concerned it might contain important documents, so I brought it to you. Chapter 51. The long road ahead. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Wang Tianming was momentarily taken aback. He had not purchased anything recently, nor did he have any parcels awaiting delivery. Where could this package have come from? All right, place it on the table, and you may leave, he instructed. Yes, Mr. Wang, the secretary replied before departing. After the secretary exited, Wang Tianming picked up the parcel resting on his desk. The sender's name was clearly a pseudonym, and even the address was fictitious. Intrigued, he hesitated for a moment before opening the package, revealing a stack of documents comprising several pages. Could this be material from a potential collaborator? Curiosity piqued, he began to peruse the contents. However, after merely glancing at the documents, his expression shifted dramatically. In a fit of rage, he hurled the papers to the floor, scattering them everywhere. Zhao Liang, how audacious of you, he exclaimed, seething. To dare retain these items behind my back is utterly despicable. The documents contained detailed records of the transactions and conversations he had conducted with Zhao Liang over the years. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wang Tianming's forehead, leaving his countenance ashen. He was nearly certain that Zhao Liang had been compromised, and these documents were likely sent to him by Lin Qingxiao. Lin Qingxiao, Wang Tianming ground his teeth. I must admit, I underestimated you before. Your methods are quite impressive. I, Wang Tianming, may have to swallow this loss, but do not revel in your triumph. I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. With that declaration, he crouched down to gather the scattered documents, tearing them into shreds. The contents recorded therein were indeed detrimental to him, yet he felt no real fear. During his dealings with Zhao Liang, he had already secured a contingency plan, although these documents would undoubtedly cause him considerable inconvenience. Lin Qingxiao's attempt to topple him with them was nothing short of a fool's errand. He understood that Lin Qingxiao had sent him these materials primarily to provoke him. Clearly, Lin Qingxiao had achieved her objective. If this matter were to conclude here, he would not be able to swallow this affront. Lin Qingxiao, we shall see how this unfolds. At the Lin Group, in the president's office. Shen Hao, what do you think Wang Tianming's reaction will be upon seeing those documents? Lin Qingxiao inquired with a smile. He will likely be quite furious, Shen Hao replied with a slight smile, fully supporting Lin Qingxiao's actions. Such a pity. Lin Qingxiao sighed with a hint of resignation. Wang Tianming is cunning and resourceful. With merely these documents, we cannot hope to outmaneuver him. After all, we have time on our side, Shen Hao gently reassured her. With your sharp intellect and my support, Wang Tianming may falter once in your hands, but he could easily stumble twice. Lin Qingxiao chuckled, casting a playful glance at Shen Hao. You certainly have confidence in yourself. However, at this juncture, an air of formidable confidence radiated from her. You are correct. If they falter in our grasp once, they're bound to do so again. Next time, I shall not let him off so easily. Shen Hao cast a glance at the time. It was nearly noon. Well, time is of the essence. Regardless of the circumstances, I am now a member of the company, and lingering here may invite unwarranted speculation. I shall head to the research group to find Mr. Yu and the others. As Shen Hao spoke, he made to leave. However, Lin Qingxiao suddenly rushed over and embraced him from behind. I do not want you to go, she declared. I am the president. Let them talk as they please. I do not care. Shen Hao turned around and gently brushed his nose against hers, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. You may not care, but I do. You are the epitome of the perfect Ice Queen president. Work must come first. We cannot give them the impression of being frivolous. Lin Qingxiao released Shen Hao and smiled sweetly. Very well. I shall heed your advice and focus on my work. You may go about your business. With that, she returned to her desk, seated herself, and began to work diligently. Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback by the swift change in her demeanor. However, there was indeed a certain charm to Lin Qingxiao when she immersed herself in her tasks. He chose not to disturb her further and exited the office. As soon as Shen Hao left, Lin Qingxiao lifted her head, gazing in the direction he had departed, a faint smile gracing her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. On the beach in Haishu, under the radiant sun and gentle breeze, Shen Kongwen and Bai Fong lounged leisurely on their deck chairs, basking in the sunlight. My dear, what do you think has prompted Xiao Hao to suddenly awaken to his potential? That reclusive boy has actually found a girlfriend. It still seems surreal to me, Bai Fong remarked, turning to Shen Kongwen with an expression of astonishment. What's so surprising about that? Shen Kongwen replied nonchalantly. He may be introverted, but he is not foolish. And he is quite handsome. Having a girlfriend is hardly remarkable. It seems our decision to have him enter the workforce was indeed correct. Now he not only has a job, but also a girlfriend. TSK. He truly possesses a fraction of my former charm. Bai Fong feigned a gagging gesture, shooting Shen Kongwen an incredulous glance. Please, it is merely a testament to our son's excellence. Do not flatter yourself. She retorted. If Xiao Hao were like you in your youth, he would be doomed. I only married you out of pity. Enjoy your little victory. Shen Kongwen smirked and muttered under his breath. I wonder who was the one that relentlessly pursued me back then, yet now denies it. The times have certainly changed. You're insufferable. Bai Fong's graceful face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she covered Shen Tsongwen's mouth with her hand. The two began to frolic playfully on the beach. After a while, both grew weary and reclined back on the sand, gazing up at the azure sky while inhaling the fresh air deeply. Suddenly, Bai Fong turned her gaze towards Shen Tsongwen. Darling, shall we return home? Return home? Shen Tsongwen replied, bewildered. We've only completed half of our itinerary. If we go back now, what about the remaining attractions? My dear, you have been clamoring for this trip for quite some time. I have finally managed to carve out some time to accompany you on this journey. And now you are creating a scene? Bai Fong shot him a disapproving glance. Are you genuinely lacking in common sense, or is this a deliberate act? Xiao Hao has started dating, and this is a significant matter concerning his life. We must ensure he is properly guided. It is hard to believe you are his father. So indifferent to your own son's affairs. Chapter 52 in just half a day. You already miss me? Listening to his wife's complaints, Shen Lin appeared utterly bewildered. My dear, you are unjustly accusing me. If I were indifferent to our son, I would not have urged him to seek employment. I am merely trying to spend more time with you, exploring new places. Bai Fong huffed in response. If you wish to play, go alone. I intend to return home. As she spoke, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation shone in her eyes. I must hurry back to meet my future daughter-in-law. Hee, Shen Lin, you may roam alone. I have no objections. Upon hearing this, Shen Lin was immediately alarmed. That will not do. Xiao Hao is your son, and he is also mine. If he has a girlfriend, as his father, I must meet her. You cannot abandon me. I am purchasing my return ticket right now. Seeing Shen Lin pull out his phone to buy a ticket, Bai Fong's eyes sparkled with a triumphant smile. You think you can outsmart me? You are still too inexperienced. In the research group, as soon as Shen Hao walked in, he was met with the highest level of courtesy. An esteemed researcher promptly presented him with a cup of tea, respectfully offering it to Shen Hao. Mr. Shen, please enjoy some tea. Shen Hao accepted the tea with a grateful nod. At that moment, Yu Hongfei, accompanied by a dozen colleagues, approached with expressions of palpable excitement. Mr. Shen, it is rather chaotic here. Please take a seat and rest. Yu Hongfei personally fetched a chair, diligently wiping it clean before handing it to Shen Hao. Observing this, Shen Hao could not help but smile wryly. Mr. Yu, I am but a member of our research group, just like you. I am an ordinary person, and there is no need for such formality. Though he had come here primarily to appease his parents' insistence, he held a nominal position within the Lin group. Regardless, at least on paper, he was now part of it. His naturally affable character and humble demeanor made him prefer engaging with others as equals. That cannot be. Yu Hongfei quickly waved his hand, speaking earnestly. Mr. Shen, you are a world-class expert. We cannot afford to treat you lightly, especially since we will undoubtedly have many challenging questions for you in our future research endeavors. Shen Hao shook his head in resignation. Expert is merely a title. I merely possess some insights in the field of artificial intelligence. You are the ones deserving of respect. We are all colleagues. So if you encounter any difficulties regarding artificial intelligence, feel free to ask me. I will gladly assist with whatever knowledge I possess. As soon as Shen Hao finished speaking, the entire research group erupted into cheers. Long live Mr. Shen. Long live. Long live. The members of the research group held simple aspirations. After years of dedicated research, their sole objective was to achieve breakthroughs in technology. In the eyes of those around him, Shen Hao was akin to a divine being, especially after he showcased his remarkable skills in front of the crowd yesterday. Their gazes towards him were perpetually infused with fervor. Shen Hao's arrival was like a beacon, illuminating their hearts, dispelling the shadows, and instilling within them an infinite hope for the future. At that moment, Shen Hao remained blissfully unaware of his significance to the Lin group and the research team. As time progressed, he engaged in discussions with Yu Hongfei regarding their research advancements, while also offering unique insights on issues he had identified. Being well-versed in this field, the team members grasped Shen Hao's ideas with ease, and to their astonishment, they realized that following his suggestions yielded remarkable results with minimal effort. Throughout the afternoon's research, under Shen Hao's guidance, their research plans saw significant optimization. Despite merely half a day's interaction, Shen Hao had seamlessly integrated himself into the team, and their demeanor towards him had evolved from initial formality to familiarity. As the workday drew to a close, Lin Qingxiao unexpectedly arrived at the research room. The team understood her intentions and discreetly provided Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao with the space to be alone. Missing me after just half a day? Shen Hao inquired with a smile as he looked at Lin Qingxiao. Indeed, she replied softly, nodding gently as she approached him and naturally wrapped her arms around his. Cool, take me home. Shen Hao gladly acquiesced, and together they departed. Meanwhile, Yu Hongfei and the others ceased their work, watching Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao leave, offering approving thumbs-ups. Mr. Shen truly is extraordinary. Even managing to win over the IC CEO, he is a role model for us all. Observing the team's reactions, Yu Hongfei playfully chastised them. Are you all so idle? Get back to work. We must complete this final formula quickly. If the data doesn't come through, you'll all be staying late tonight." The team responded with a chorus of exaggerated lamentations, swiftly diving back into their tasks. Yu Hongfei nodded in satisfaction, muttering under his breath, "Mr. Shen, impressive." In a lavish villa, an elegantly refined elderly gentleman, with graying hair and spectacles, appeared to be in his 60s, sat on the sofa reading a newspaper. Just then, a middle-aged lady, dressed in a tasteful dark qipao, exuding grace and charm, approached him with a bowl of soup. "Old Lin, today I prepared your favorite radish vermicelli soup. You must drink plenty." The elderly man put down his newspaper and looked up at the lady. "Shuhua, didn't I mention that our precious daughter is coming back today? She doesn't care for soup." Upon hearing this, the lady gasped in realization, a hint of regret flashing across her face as she slapped her forehead. "How could I forget such an important matter? Alas, Qingxiao delights in the steaks I prepare for her, yet today I find myself without the necessary ingredients. What shall we do?" The elderly man shook his head in resignation. "Never mind. You hasten to make arrangements at home while I venture to the supermarket. It is a rare occasion for Qingxiao to return, and given that she tirelessly labors for her company, we must treat her well." "Very well. You go swiftly, and I shall begin preparations in the kitchen," the middle-aged matron declared, turning to head towards the kitchen. Just then, a sudden cacophony of car horns erupted from downstairs. The matron approached the window and was instantly rendered speechless. "Old Lin, come quickly and see." Chapter 53. An informal meeting? What is the matter? The elderly man did not rise immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow and glanced over. "It is our daughter. She has returned. She mentioned it to me during our conversation today. Why such a fuss?" The elderly man cast a sidelong glance at his wife, showing no intention of approaching the window. "Oh no." The lady gestured anxiously towards him, saying, "You must come and take a look. I assure you, it will astonish you." Seeing her urgency, the elderly man let out a resigned chuckle. "You, at your age, still react like a young girl. Truly remarkable." Nevertheless, despite his words, he rose and walked toward her. "Quick, look." As the elderly man reached the window, his wife eagerly pointed downstairs. "I am curious to see what has captured your attention," he began, but his words trailed off as he glanced below. His sentence remained unfinished, his mouth agape, and a momentary look of astonishment graced his gentle features. "This, Shuhuan, am I imagining things?" The elderly man stared blankly at his companion. "If you're imagining things, then I must be as well," his wife remarked, glancing down with a complex expression. However, this complexity soon transformed into delight. "You're not mistaken. Qingxiao is indeed with a young man. Elder Lin, do you think our daughter has fallen in love?" Upon hearing this, the elderly man's demeanor grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with conviction. "Impossible. You know what kind of person Qingxiao is. She is a workaholic, consumed by her career. We have introduced her to numerous promising young men, yet she has shown no interest in any of them. Just last week, she argued with you over our attempts to set her up. Have you forgotten?" The lady was taken aback. Hearing her husband's words, her earlier excitement diminished considerably. "Indeed, but what is going on here?" She pointed towards a young couple, Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao, who had just stepped out of the car, and asked with confusion. The elderly man was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he uncertainly replied, "Perhaps they are colleagues passing by." "Colleagues?" The lady scoffed, clearly unconvinced by her husband's explanation. She had observed their interaction closely. It was evident that her daughter and that young man shared an unusual bond. Yet, she could not ascertain the nature of their relationship. "Well, speculating here is futile. We shall inquire directly when Qingxiao returns." "Agreed." The elderly man nodded, though his gaze could not help but wander back downstairs. Below, Shen Hao smiled at Lin Qingxiao. "I did not expect you to have a home here. This is where my true home lies." Lin Qingxiao pointed at the villa before her and smiled as she said, "My parents live here. I used to reside with them. However, due to my demanding job, I often returned home late at night, fearing that I might disturb them. So I moved to another place." "Ah, I see." Shen Hao nodded in understanding, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Your family certainly lives in luxury. Do you feel any pressure? Lin Qingxiao tilted her head back, laughing sweetly as she asked. Not at all, Shen Hao replied with a hearty laugh, exuding an air of confidence. I simply have no interest in wealth. To me, money is merely a figure. My aspirations lie elsewhere. If such words had been uttered by another, Lin Qingxiao would have deemed them boastful. Yet, spoken by Shen Hao, they felt entirely sincere. I believe you, Lin Qingxiao said, linking her arm through his. A glimmer of mischief appeared in her beautiful eyes as she gestured towards her villa. Why not come over to my house for a visit? What? Shen Hao was taken aback. He had not prepared anything for today, not even a gift. To meet Lin Qingxiao's parents under such circumstances would be rather impolite. Even if her parents were open-minded and would not say anything, he could not allow himself to leave a poor impression in their eyes. Cough, cough. Shen Hao cleared his throat. Please, don't jest with me. If I simply show up at your house, I fear I might be shown the door by your parents. Lin Qingxiao immediately pouted, gently pinching his arm. What are you talking about? My parents are not like that. They are wonderful people. However, I shall let you off today. You big fool. I'm going upstairs now. See you tomorrow. With a playful laugh, Lin Qingxiao released his arm and turned to leave. However, Shen Hao suddenly grasped her hand. Since I've escorted you home, won't you give me a parting kiss? Lin Qingxiao froze, instinctively glancing at her home. Upon seeing two familiar figures standing by the window, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hand, dashing upstairs without looking back. I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow. Shen Hao was taken aback. What was wrong with her? Even if she were shy, it shouldn't be to this extent. He instinctively looked up and saw two elderly figures on the second floor of the villa, both regarding him with peculiar expressions. In that moment, Shen Hao felt his mind erupt in a cacophony. This was Lin Qingxiao's home. She had just mentioned her parents lived here. Could it be that these two elderly individuals were indeed her parents? Suddenly, Shen Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had the distinct sensation of being caught in a wrongdoing. Nevertheless, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he offered a polite smile to the two elderly figures before turning to leave, feeling rather sheepish. Inside the villa, as Lin Qingxiao entered the house and changed her shoes, the two elderly figures approached her. Dad, Mom, she greeted, akin to a child who had erred, lowering her gaze and avoiding the scrutiny of her parents' eyes. Han Shihan could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Qingxiao, who was that young man just now? Meanwhile, Lin Huayan remained silent. Yet his eyes were fixed intently on Lin Qingxiao, clearly yearning for a response. Just an ordinary colleague, Lin Qingxiao replied, her voice tinged with unease. Mom, I suddenly feel a bit tired. I'm going to my room. However, just as she was about to retreat, her mother, Han Shuhan, unexpectedly grasped her arm. An ordinary colleague? Han Shuhan regarded her daughter with a knowing look, curling her lips. Surely, it is not merely that simple, is it? Chapter 54. Qingxiao. Are you in a relationship? Lin Qingxiao's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, she and Shen Hao were in a relationship, and she had been contemplating introducing him to her parents. However, given the brevity of their courtship, she had intended to wait for an opportune moment to share this news with her mother and father. Little did she anticipate that her parents would witness Shen Hao escorting her home today. The intimate scene they had shared downstairs was surely witnessed by them. It seemed she could no longer evade the truth. Mom, please don't ask. When the time is right, I will gradually discuss it with you and Dad, she implored. Upon hearing this, Han Shuhuan immediately protested. Qingxiao, I am your mother. You are with a stranger, and your father and I have the right to know. Besides, we are only concerned for you, not blaming you. Now, do tell, who is that young man? Are you in a relationship? At that moment, Lin Huayan also spoke up. Qingxiao, you have always been an independent and strong-willed child. Whatever you choose to do, your parents trust and support you. But matters of the heart must be communicated to us, don't you think? Lin Qingxiao fell silent for a moment, then lifted her head, gazing seriously at Han Shuhuan and Lin Huayan. Dad, Mom, do you truly wish to know? Is that not obvious? Han Shuhuan interjected impatiently. Hurry up. You're driving your mother to distraction. Lin Huayan added, Qingxiao, you are no longer a child. Your mother and I do not oppose you dating. On the contrary, we're quite pleased. However, we must ensure you're making the right choices. In romantic relationships, young women can often find themselves at a disadvantage. Your mother and I have experienced this, and we can offer valuable advice. With her parents expressing such sentiments, Lin Qingxiao hesitated no longer. His name is Shen Hao, and he is my boyfriend. Upon hearing their daughter's admission, Han Shuhuan and Lin Huayan exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting surprise. Han Shuhuan, in particular, regarded Lin Qingxiao with a peculiar gaze. Qingxiao, what is going on? Just last week, you had a heated argument with us over our attempts to introduce you to someone. And now you've entered a relationship on your own? Surely, you are not doing this out of spite. Before she could finish, Lin Qingxiao interrupted gently. Mom, it's not as you think. Shen Hao and I genuinely care for one another. This is not a whim, nor am I acting to provoke you. I'm serious about this. Initially, when Shen Hao had mistakenly assumed she was his online match, she had entertained the idea of him posing as her boyfriend. However, after these past few days of getting to know him, she realized she could not envision her life without Shen Hao, especially during moments of solitude. Her mind was filled with memories of their time together. She understood now that this was love, observing the unreserved sweetness in Lin Qingxiao's eyes. Han Shuhan felt a surge of joy. Qingxiao, do you truly have feelings for that young man? Just moments ago, she had observed through the window with clarity. Judging solely by appearance, Shen Hao was exceptionally handsome and seemed quite well matched with her daughter. Yes, I like him, Lin Qingxiao replied with a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with happiness. Witnessing this, Lin Huayan's curiosity about Shen Hao intensified immensely. He knew his daughter well. Lin Qingxiao was an exceptionally talented individual, possessing not only striking beauty, but also remarkable business acumen. Yet, when it came to personal relationships, she was notably lacking. She even harbored an inherent aversion to boys, rarely willing to open her heart to anyone. However, now it was evident to him that whenever his daughter spoke of a young man named Shen Hao, her eyes sparkled with stars. That was the very essence of love. Qingxiao, where does that young man work, and what does his family do? Lin Huayan suddenly inquired. Han Shuhan immediately expressed her discontent, shooting Lin Huayan a glare that seemed to say, "Why are you stealing my lines?" Qingxiao, do tell, Han Shuhan urged. Lin Qingxiao cast a helpless glance at her parents. She understood all too well that if she did not provide a satisfactory answer today, they might deny her dinner. Shen Hao currently works at our Lin Group. As for his family, I've heard him mention that his parents own a small company. As soon as her words fell, Lin Huayan snorted dismissively. This is utterly absurd. Qingxiao, as the president of Lin Group, you should understand that every employee we hire is an elite, meticulously selected from the industry. How could you make an exception for this young man simply because you are dating? You are not helping him. You are doing him a disservice. Do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuhan chimed in. Qingxiao, your father is right. We do not oppose your dating or place importance on social status, as long as he treats you well. However, how could you make such a significant decision regarding his employment without discussing it with your father? Lin Qingxiao sighed in resignation. Mom, Dad, please do not be so agitated. There's a reason I want Shen Hao to work at the company. Let me explain, and if you still believe I am wrong after I finish, I will immediately call him and tell him not to come in tomorrow. Lin Huayan and Han Shuhan exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions tinged with suspicion. Was there more to this than met the eye? All right, go ahead. We are listening. Lin Qingxiao finally exhaled in relief and recounted the journey of how she and Shen Hao went from acquaintances to lovers, detailing his exceptional talents. What? Qingxiao, are you saying he is a top expert in artificial intelligence? Lin Huayan and Han Shuhan exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Lin Qingxiao nodded, stating that Shen Hao's comprehension of artificial intelligence surpassed that of even the foremost experts by several magnitudes. As she spoke, she recounted to Lin Huayan the paper Shen Hao had published in a world-renowned journal. Suddenly, with a clatter, Lin Huayan dropped the cigarette from his hand upon hearing this. Qingxiao, are you serious? That paper was indeed authored by him? Absolutely. In that moment, witnessing the astonishment in her father's eyes, Lin Qingxiao felt a profound swell of pride within her heart. Shen Hao was, after all, her boyfriend. Qingxiao, do not let yourself be deceived by him, Han Shuhan said with a concerned expression. He is so young, and artificial intelligence is so obscure and intricate that even I, a professional in the field, could not compose a paper of that caliber. How could he possibly do it? Chapter 55 Acknowledgement. Han Shuhan was utterly incredulous. She was a legitimate academic professor, having specialized in the field of artificial intelligence. The paper Lin Qingxiao had mentioned was something she was intimately familiar with. In fact, after its recent publication, she had dedicated several sleepless days to its study. After thorough examination, she concurred with the international community's assessment of the paper. It was indeed the pinnacle of the artificial intelligence domain. She had always believed that such a remarkable piece of work must have been crafted by a world-class expert. Moreover, she harbored the hope that, in her lifetime, she might have the privilege of engaging in a profound discussion with its author. Yet, her daughter's words utterly shattered her preconceived notions. However, doubts soon crept in. "Mom, he is not deceiving me," Lin Qingxiao declared, lifting her alabaster neck with pride. "My boyfriend, naturally, is the most exceptional man in the world. Mere mortals cannot comprehend his brilliance." Han Shuhan found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Truly, a married daughter is like water poured out. And here, before even marriage, her daughter, whom she had nurtured for over 20 years, was already defending another. "Qingxiao, the human heart is inscrutable," Han Shuhan said earnestly. "You are still young and inexperienced, particularly in matters of the heart. You remain a blank slate. You must keep your eyes wide open, for the tactics of deceivers are ever evolving. Your father and I only wish the best for you. But we do not want you." Lin Qingxiao swiftly interrupted her mother. "Mom, didn't you and Dad invite Mr. Yu? You should be quite aware of his character. If you doubt my words, you can call him. Oh, I forgot to mention, Shen Hao is now the deputy leader of the research group. Mr. Yu and everyone else hold him in high regard." "What?" Lin Huayan's eyes widened in disbelief, ready to speak, but Han Shuhan suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "Old Lin, Qingxiao is right. Yu Hongfei would not deceive us. I will call him to inquire about the specifics." Lin Huayan hesitated briefly, then nodded. "Very well. This matter is significant. We must ascertain the truth." Han Shuhan slightly nodded, retrieved her phone, and dialed Yu Hongfei's number. "Hello, old Yu, this is Han Shuhan." "Yes, there is something I need to ask you. Has a young man named Shen Hao recently joined the company, and has he become your assistant?" Upon entering his home, Yu Hongfei's demeanor shifted as he heard Han Shuhan's words. He quickly replied, "Director Han, I didn't expect you to know. It must have been President Lin who informed you. President Lin truly has found a genius for the company. Mr. Shen's talent and knowledge in the field of artificial intelligence far surpass those of the world's leading experts, reaching an elite level. With Mr. Shen's addition, our company will soon be able to transition artificial intelligence from theoretical concepts to practical applications. The paper he published is at least 50 years ahead of the current concepts of artificial intelligence in the world. I, Yu Hongfei, have dedicated decades to the study of AI, yet I fear I cannot even measure up to a mere fraction of Mr. Shen's intellect. It is truly humbling." Listening to Yu Hongfei's lavish praise for Shen Hao, Han Shuhan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that what her daughter said was indeed true? Shen Hao is a prodigious genius? She was acutely aware of Yu Hongfei's character. Lin Qingxiao could never sway him. So the only reason Yu Hongfei would speak thus is that what he said was entirely factual, devoid of any exaggeration. "I understand now. It shall be as it is," Han Shuhan uttered, then ended the call. She fixed her gaze on Lin Qingxiao for a long while before finally speaking. "Qingxiao, Shen Hao is quite remarkable. You two should discuss things well. Whenever you have time, bring him home so we can share a meal together." Lin Qingxiao was momentarily stunned. After a brief moment, understanding dawned upon her. Her mother had indeed endorsed Shen Hao. Her heart surged with joy, eager to share this news with Shen Hao at once. Shuhan, could it be? A glimmer of realization sparkled in Lin Huayan's eyes. To build a successful Lin group from scratch and develop it to its current scale, his vision and wisdom far exceeded the ordinary. From Han Shuhan's recent change in demeanor, he had already grasped the entirety of the situation. "Old Lin, our daughter has found us a splendid son-in-law," Han Shuhan exclaimed with excitement. "Very well, you two can chat. Today is a splendid day. I shall go buy groceries and prepare a lavish dinner. With that, Han Shahan stepped out. In the living room, only Lin Qingxiao and Lin Huayan remained. Dad. Lin Huayan interrupted her. Come sit. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Qingxiao hesitated, but then promptly took a seat beside him on the sofa. What do you wish to tell me, Dad? Lin Huayan gazed at her for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. Qingxiao, you have finally grown up. Over the years, your mother and I have been deeply concerned about your future. Now that I see you have a boyfriend you truly like, my heart swells with happiness. Lin Qingxiao lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. Dad, I'm sorry Lin Huayan chuckled softly, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at her. Silly child, why apologize to me? Your mother and I are getting older, and the company is thriving under your leadership. Our only concern has been your lifelong happiness. As for that young man named Shen Hao, I do not know him well, but I trust my daughter's judgment. Love boldly. Your father supports you. Lin Qingxiao's eyes widened in surprise. Dad, you don't oppose it? Why would I oppose? Lin Huayan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qingxiao, questioning. Do you truly perceive me as such a detestable figure? Not at all, Dad. Enough. What I wish to convey has been said. Hurry and freshen up. Your mother will return shortly, and I need you to assist her. All right. Lin Qingxiao nodded gently and rose to depart. Observing her retreating figure, a smile of contentment graced Lin Huayan's lips. Upon returning home, as Shen Hao stepped through the door, a familiar silhouette abruptly materialized before him. Surprise! Shen Hao was taken aback, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Once he discerned the identity of the figure, a wave of relief washed over him, and he patted his chest, a wry smile of resignation spreading across his face. Mom, you really ought to consider how startling this is. Chapter 56. The magnanimous gift before him stood none other than his mother, Bai Fong. Bai Fong shot a skeptical glance at Shen Hao, her expression replete with disbelief. You are my son. How could I not know you? Ever since you were a child, your audacity knew no bounds. Am I supposed to be frightened by you? Shen Hao offered a wry smile. While he was indeed bold, the sudden appearance of Bai Fong, who had been traveling just moments ago, left him somewhat taken aback. Mom, why didn't you turn on the lights? Bai Fong pouted slightly, a hint of grievance etched on her face. I seldom visit this rental, and when I do, it's usually during the day. I searched for quite some time, but couldn't find a switch. Understanding dawned on Shen Hao. Ever since the advent of the artificial intelligence known as Hong Ho, he had instructed it to convert all electronic devices in the house to be AI-controlled, managed uniformly by Hong Ho. Bai Fong, being a homemaker, was familiar with electronic products, but not with the newer technologies like smart voice assistants. It was entirely normal for her not to recognize Hong Ho. Xiao Hao, please turn on the lights. It's utterly eerie in here. Bai Fong complained. Shen Hao nodded in agreement. Hong Ho, illuminate the living room. No sooner had he spoken than the lights in the living room blazed to life. Bai Fong was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment as she looked at Shen Hao and inquired, Xiao Hao, who is Hong Ho? Why does she obey you so readily? That's her. Shen Hao pointed to the device, disguised as a regular voice assistant on the table, smiling. Bai Fong approached the device as if she had stumbled upon a new world, curiously exploring it with her hands. The gadgets you've tinkered with are truly remarkable. Did it really turn on the living room lights just now? How does it work? At that moment, Bai Fong resembled an inquisitive child, bombarding Shen Hao with questions. Mom, this is a smart voice assistant. Its capabilities are vast. You can control household appliances with your voice, and Shen Hao began to elucidate. Upon hearing his explanation, Bai Fong's eyes widened in astonishment. Is technology this advanced now? This is incredible. Xiao Hao, you must get one for our home. This contraption is simply delightful. Observing his mother's excitement and curiosity, Shen Hao couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. Their family's circumstances were not dire. They were certainly not impoverished. He had previously suggested to his father, Shen Tsonglin, the idea of installing a set of AI devices at home, only to be met with an unyielding refusal. According to Shen Tsonglin, artificial intelligence would only foster laziness. Rather than relying on machines, he believed that engaging in manual tasks provided greater satisfaction. After several rejections from his father, Shen Hao had abandoned the notion. After all, everyone has their own preferences. If his father was averse to AI devices, he wouldn't insist. Mom, I actually wanted to enhance our home with such technology, but since Dad disagreed, it has been put on hold. If you truly desire it, you must persuade my father to agree, Shen Hao remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's brows furrowed in displeasure, and a flicker of anger appeared in her eyes as she huffed. Oomph. In this household, I hold the reins. If he refuses, I shall withhold my cooking for an entire year and see how he fares. Shen Hao chuckled sheepishly. Indeed, Bai Feng's culinary skills were unparalleled, rivaling those of the finest chefs in restaurants. Her husband, Shen Songlin, had developed a taste for her dishes, rarely indulging in meals from outside. Over time, he had grown quite accustomed to her cooking, making it a challenge for him to enjoy anything else. Bai Feng had adeptly found Shen Songlin's weakness. By the way, mother, where is father? Were you not traveling out of town? What brings you back so suddenly? Shen Hao inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Bai Feng pursed her lips. Your father and I returned on an afternoon flight. We had planned to come together, but he suddenly had some matters to attend to and could not accompany me. As she spoke, she glanced at her watch and smiled. You should be arriving shortly. No sooner had Bai Feng finished speaking than a knock echoed from the door. Shen Hao hastily opened it, and in walked Shen Songlin, looking weary from his travels, burdened with several bags. Father, what is all this? Shen Hao asked, surprised by the multitude of items his father carried. Oh, don't even mention it, Shen Songlin exclaimed, dropping the bags onto the floor before collapsing onto the sofa. Xiao Hao, quickly fetch me some water. I am parched. Of course. Shen Hao approached the water dispenser, filled a cup, and handed it to Shen Songlin. Gulp, gulp. Shen Songlin drained the glass in one go, a look of relief washing over his face before he continued. It's all your mother's fault. She insisted on bringing you gifts, and it turned into a mountain of items. We couldn't bring them on the plane, so I had to check them in. I nearly exhausted myself. Understanding dawned upon Shen Hao. It was no wonder Bai Feng had worn a somewhat smug expression earlier. At that moment, Bai Feng approached with a grin. Xiao Hao, come see what your mother has brought you. Do you like it? Shen Hao expected mere trinkets, but as he opened the bag, he was utterly astounded. Inside were a model aircraft carrier, figurines of weaponry, renowned brand clothing, watches, and even a smartphone, not to mention a laptop. Gazing at the computer, Shen Hao fell into deep contemplation. He had seen it on the official website. Even the most basic configuration commanded a price of at least 70 to 80,000. The clothing set, if he was not mistaken, was a globally limited edition from a prestigious brand, costing well over 100,000. As he calculated in his mind, he realized that the value of the contents alone exceeded several 100,000. He was left utterly speechless. Although their family is relatively well off, they have not reached such extravagant heights, especially in recent years. While his parents do provide him with a decent allowance, it is certainly not excessive. However, the items before him have completely shattered his perceptions. It is worth noting that there are still several unopened packages nearby. Observing the astonishment in Shen Hao's eyes, Bai Feng couldn't help but smile with pride. All of these are meticulously prepared by your mother for you. Do you like them? Shen Hao stared at Bai Feng for long, while before finally speaking in a deep voice, Mom, did you rob a bank? Bai Feng, who had just taken a sip of water and was anticipating words of joy and happiness from Shen Hao, was utterly taken aback by his unexpected remark. The water she had just sipped promptly sprayed all over Shen Songlin's face. Chapter 57. The purpose of returning Shen Songlin let out a startled cry, instantly rising from the sofa. He wiped the moisture from his face and cast a resentful glance at Bai Feng. Wife, your drool has landed on my face. Bai Feng ignored Shen Songlin, shooting Shen Hao a sidelong glance as she playfully scolded, What nonsense are you spouting, child? I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly engage in illegal activities? Shen Hao furrowed his brow, gesturing towards the gifts before him, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Then what are these gifts about? As far as I know, our family doesn't have that much money. These are worth hundreds of thousands, not merely a few thousand. It's hard to fathom that my typically frugal mother would be so extravagant. What is the meaning of this? Bai Feng scoffed lightly. Xiao Hao, let me tell you the truth today. Our family is not as well off as you might think. Just as she was about to elaborate, Shen Songlin suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, casting furtive glances at Bai Fong. Bai Fong quickly caught on, her expression shifting slightly, and she hastily changed the subject. "Oh, Xiao Hao, you needn't ask so many questions. In any case, I purchased these gifts with completely legitimate funds, so you needn't feel any burden." At that moment, Shen Songlin chimed in. "Xiao Hao, your mother's right. Although I don't earn much, I can manage to come up with this amount." Shen Hao's gaze darted between the two of them. Something was amiss. It was all too peculiar. He had observed their reactions closely. He was no fool. From their expressions, he could discern that they were certainly concealing something from him. However, since they did not wish to reveal it, he would not press further. After all, he understood well that they would never harm him, and that was sufficient. "Mom, I really like the gifts. This place is too small, and there's no room to stay. You and Dad should get some rest," he said. Bai Fong immediately bristled at his words. "Oh, you Shen Hao, you've just accepted your mother-esque gifts, and now you're hastily sending your father and me away? How heartless of you." Meanwhile, Shen Songlin frowned and remarked, "Wife, Xiao Hao has a point. There truly isn't enough space here. Perhaps we should return home early and discuss matters tomorrow." Bai Fong shot him a disapproving glance. "Have you forgotten the purpose of our visit?" Shen Songlin paused, then seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead in frustration. "Look at my memory. I completely forgot about the main issue." Seeing the exchange, Shen Hao was utterly bewildered. "Dad, Mom, what main issue are you discussing? I don't understand a thing." Bai Fong chuckled, leaning closer to Shen Hao, a glint of gossip in her eyes. "Xiao Hao, didn't you mention over the phone that you were in a relationship?" Shen Hao nodded. "Indeed." Suddenly, he appeared to grasp something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he inquired, "Mom, did you and Dad return unexpectedly for this matter?" "Of course." Bai Fong snorted. "Do you truly believe that your father and I came back solely to see you? Although you are our son, you are not quite that significant." A wave of exasperation flashed across Shen Hao's forehead. It turned out that the multitude of gifts his mother had brought was not intended for him, but rather for Lin Qingxiao. "Mom, this. What about it?" Bai Fong interrupted, pulling Shen Hao to sit on the sofa. She and Shen Songlin flanked him on either side. "Xiao Hao, do tell us about that girl. What does she do? Is she beautiful? What are her interests?" Bai Fong offered no opportunity for Shen Hao to respond, bombarding him with a series of questions. Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had long been aware of his mother's insatiable curiosity, yet he had not anticipated that she would unleash her inquisitiveness to such an extent regarding Lin Qingxiao. "Mom, I merely started dating someone. Must you inquire so thoroughly?" Shen Hao replied with a wry smile. "Must? It is absolutely necessary." Bai Fong huffed, her expression turning grave. "Xiao Hao, I understand that young people today treat relationships lightly, but our generation is different. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If the girl is decent, you should pursue the relationship seriously, ideally with marriage in mind. By the way, you have yet to answer my earlier questions." Shen Hao, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, managed a resigned smile. He paused for a moment before responding. "Mom, you and Dad should focus on your own concerns. I've only been dating her for a few days. Isn't it a bit premature for you to dig so deeply? Moreover, I do not wish to impose undue pressure on her." Upon hearing this, Bai Fong scoffed. "What do you mean by premature? Your father and I are doing this for your benefit. You're not a child anymore. As a homebody, it's rare for a girl to be interested in you. You must cherish this opportunity. If things progress, well, we should arrange for both families to meet and discuss your future." "Future?" Shen Hao exclaimed in astonishment. He had been dating Lin Qingxiao for scarcely a few days. Not even a week, and now they were discussing marriage. It felt rather frivolous. "Mom, this is far too hasty. We've only just begun." "Not at all hasty," Bai Fong interjected, shaking her head. "Back in my day, your father and I decided on our marriage within 3 days of meeting. And look at us now, still deeply in love after all these years. Xiao Hao, I understand that the youth of today possess progressive thoughts, but that does not conflict with the concept of marriage." She suddenly rose from her seat and retrieved a gift box from beside her. "Look, I have prepared a present for my future daughter-in-law. You cannot possibly let my gift go unpresented. Can you?" "A gift?" Shen Hao stared dumbfoundedly at the box in Bai Fong's hands, utterly astonished. "Mom, what on earth are you doing?" Bai Fong smiled with satisfaction and presented the gift box before Shen Hao. Xiao Hao, this is a meticulously selected gift from your mother. Please take a look. Will my future daughter-in-law like it? Shen Hao did not reach for it, but instead shook his head in resignation. Mom, Qingxiao is not that kind of superficial person. You should just keep the gift. Shen Hao. Bai Fong snorted with disapproval, casting him a scornful glance filled with exasperation. What woman does not appreciate gifts? You truly are a simpleton. Chapter 58. Surprises and anticipations. Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback. As a proud homebody, he had never previously engaged in a romantic relationship. In terms of experience, he was indeed lacking. However, spending time with Lin Qingxiao over the past few days had brought him immense comfort, and he found himself enraptured by the sensations of love. He had begun to comprehend Lin Qingxiao to some degree. In his eyes, a domineering figure like her, the CEO, would likely possess little desire for gifts. After all, with the Lin Group's vast assets, what could Lin Qingxiao possibly want? Yet, Bai Fong's earlier remark had instantly enlightened him. Indeed, the absence of need for gifts did not equate to a lack of appreciation for them, particularly those given by a beloved. Lin Qingxiao would surely cherish gifts from him. Xiao Hao, I'm not scolding you, but you cannot approach relationships this way, Bai Fong said earnestly. At my age, I understand that young people today crave a sense of ritual. If you're stingy and fail to present gifts to the girl, she may not voice her concerns initially, but over time, she will undoubtedly feel unloved. Shen Hao let out a wry smile and quickly accepted the gift. Mom, am I not following your advice? I will give her the gift tomorrow morning. Bai Fong immediately brightened. Now that is more like it. By the way, you Haven Tea, answer my earlier question. Xiao Hao, your father and I returned specifically for this matter, so don't think you can evade it. Tell us everything in detail. Seeing the determined look on Bai Fong's face, Shen Hao could only smile ruefully as he shared a few details. Qingxiao and I work at the Lin Group, just like me. As for age, she's about the same as I am. We've just begun our relationship, so I haven't inquired about her family background yet. He refrained from mentioning to his parents that Lin Qingxiao was the president of the Lin Group, fearing that such a revelation would place immense pressure on them. After all, he and Lin Qingxiao were only at the beginning stages of their relationship. There would be ample time to disclose this when discussions of marriage arose in the future. Upon hearing his words, both Bai Fong and Shen Songlin fell silent. They had just heard the name of the Lin Group. Their family had business dealings with the Lin Group, and they were well aware of its stature. Initially, they had doubted Shen Hao's claim of working there, considering that the Lin Group was a publicly traded company with stringent hiring practices. It would be exceedingly difficult for someone like Shen Hao, lacking work experience, to secure a position there without connections. However, now he revealed that his girlfriend also worked at the Lin Group. Their hearts were suddenly filled with skepticism. Yet, they did not voice their doubts in front of Shen Hao. Instead, they exchanged glances, each contemplating the implications. Xiao Hao, since you both work at the same company, that is splendid. Treat her well, and remember to invite her over for a meal sometime, so we can meet her and look after you. Feeling fatigued, Bai Fong mentioned that she and her husband, Shen Songlin, would take their leave. Once they departed, Shen Hao settled onto the sofa, his countenance enveloped in deep contemplation. It suddenly dawned on him that ever since he commenced his employment, his parents' demeanor had taken on an air of peculiarity. Most notably, his mother, Bai Fong, had gifted him an extravagant present worth hundreds of thousands, an act that struck him as exceedingly out of character. Moreover, her nonchalance suggested that such a sum was trivial to her. This was evidently abnormal. Yet, despite hours of reflection, he remained perplexed over the underlying reasons. After all, their family operated a modest company, with an annual profit likely hovering around that same figure. In his musings, he glanced at the gift box in his hands. What could his mother have chosen for Lin Qingxiao? Curiosity piqued, he considered opening it, but ultimately refrained. This was a gift from Bai Fong to Lin Qingxiao, and it was far more fitting for Lin Qingxiao to unveil it herself. Deciding to retire for the night, he resolved to ponder the matter further in the morning. Upon returning home, Bai Fong and Shen Songlin lay in bed, both devoid of any inclination for slumber. Darling, didn't you mention yesterday that you would send someone to verify if Lin Qingxiao truly works at Lin Corporation? Have you done so? Bai Fong inquired suddenly. No, Shen Lin replied with a wry smile. I was preoccupied with our outing and completely overlooked it. That rascal. Who knows if he is telling the truth? Lin Corporation is not easily accessible. Our company has a business deal to discuss with them. I shall instruct Lu Lin to investigate tomorrow. Bai Fong nodded in satisfaction. You must be vigilant about this matter. If that little scoundrel has deceived us, I will be the first to confront him. Shen Lin furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, it is too early to draw conclusions. Let us await the results tomorrow. It's getting late. Let us retire for the night. We have a multitude of tasks awaiting us in the morning. Agreed. The following morning, as Shen Hao awoke, he noticed a message from Lin Qingxiao. Upon reading her words, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Lin Qingxiao had hinted at a surprise for him that day. Though she did not elaborate, Shen Hao found himself eagerly looking forward to it. Casting a glance at the gift on the table, a smile graced his lips as he sent her a message in return. Great. I have a surprise for you too. See you at the company soon. No sooner had he sent the message than Lin Qingxiao swiftly replied, What is the surprise? Can you give me a hint? She concluded with an adorable emoticon. Shen Hao, amused, texted back, That wouldn't do. If I revealed it now, it wouldn't be a surprise. You'll find out when I arrive. A moment later, Lin Qingxiao responded with a pig emoji. Shen Hao chuckled softly, tidied up, and then stepped out with a gift in hand. At the Lin Group's presidential office, Lin Qingxiao sat in her chair, somewhat distractedly fiddling with her phone. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards the door, as if awaiting someone's arrival. When no one entered, a flicker of disappointment would cross her eyes. Nearby, Secretary Qin noticed her demeanor and inquired with a smile, Are you waiting for Mr. Shen Lin? Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly shook her head in denial. No, Secretary Qin, please attend to your duties. I will call for you when needed. Understood, Lin. Secretary Qin cast a knowing glance at Lin Qingxiao before making her way outside. Just as she reached the threshold, she encountered Shen Hao approaching. Lin, Mr. Shen has arrived. Chapter 59. The amethyst necklace. Shen Hao has arrived. Lin Qingxiao lowered her phone and, with a look of surprise, raised her head to gaze toward the office door. There stood Shen Hao, entering with a certain charm. Her attention was swiftly drawn to the gift box he held. Is he here to present me with a gift? Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and a glimmer of anticipation danced in her eyes as she rose to greet him. Linking her arm through Shen Hao's, Lin Qingxiao pouted playfully. You rascal, you didn't even say good night to me last night. Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback. Then a wry smile crept across his face as he replied with a hint of resignation. My parents returned last night, and I chatted with them for a while. By the time they left, it was quite late, and I didn't want to disturb you, so I refrained from messaging. Curiosity sparked within Lin Qingxiao as she inquired. Didn't Uncle and Annie go on a trip? Why are they back so suddenly? Shen Hao cast her an odd glance, then sighed softly. I must admit, I feel a tinge of jealousy. They have never been so attentive to me, their son. Yet, they are utterly concerned about you, their future daughter-in-law. Bah, Lin Qingxiao retorted, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance coloring her expression. What future daughter-in-law? We've only just begun. We haven't even. Shen Hao interjected with a gentle smile. Isn't it only a matter of time? Beyond me, Shen Hao, no one else in this world is worthy of you. Lin Qingxiao couldn't help but chuckle at his self-adoring demeanor, rolling her eyes at him. Your audacity knows no bounds. With a grin that exuded pride, Shen Hao remarked, If I weren't so audacious, you wouldn't have become my girlfriend in the first place. At this juncture, he extended the gift box toward Lin Qingxiao. This is a special gift from my parents. I hope you like it. Lin Qingxiao was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and looked at Shen Hao, bewildered. But I haven't even met Uncle and Annie formally. It feels somewhat inappropriate to accept a gift at this stage. Having grown up in an environment that emphasized etiquette, she felt a twinge of hesitation despite their burgeoning relationship. It's merely a gift, Shen Hao insisted, taking her hand and placing the box firmly in her grasp. Please, don't feel pressured. This is a task my mother assigned to me. If I fail to deliver, she will surely hold me accountable. Just accept it. Hearing Shen Hao's words, Lin Qingxiao nodded gently, carefully placing the gift box on the table. Please convey my thanks to Uncle and Auntie. Shen Hao gestured toward the box with curiosity. Why not open it? I am quite eager to see what my mother has chosen for you. Lin Qingxiao nodded again and, with delicate caution, began to unveil the gift. As she opened the box, a dazzling necklace, radiating brilliance and exquisitely crafted, came into view. Upon discerning the contents of the gift box, Lin Qingxiao's expression subtly shifted. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. As a well-to-do CEO, she seldom indulged in luxury goods, yet she possessed an acute understanding of them. The necklace within the box was crafted entirely from amethyst, with a diamond nestled at its lowest point, accentuated by a few rubies surrounding it. She estimated that this exquisite piece would fetch at least several tens of thousands. While such a sum was trivial for her, she was acutely aware that for the average person, it represented a considerable amount. Shen Hao, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bai Feng would bestow such an extravagant gift upon Lin Qingxiao. However, his surprise was purely one of astonishment, devoid of any sense of impropriety. His only confusion lay in the apparent sudden wealth of his parents. Shen Hao, you should take the gift back. I cannot accept it. Shen Hao snapped back to attention as Lin Qingxiao extended the gift box toward him once more, and he shook his head. There is no logic in retracting a gift once given. Rest assured, please accept it. This is merely a gesture of goodwill from my parents. But Lin Qingxiao attempted to voice her objections, only to be interrupted by Shen Hao. No buts. While our family may not be as affluent as yours, we can certainly afford this token. Besides, it is not unusual for them to present a gift to their future daughter-in-law. Seeing Shen Hao's insistence, Lin Qingxiao relented and accepted the gift. By the way, Qingxiao, you mentioned previously that you had a surprise for me. What is it? Do tell. Shen Hao inquired with eager anticipation. Suddenly, Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, nervously tugging at her clothing, remaining silent. Shen Hao, observing this, was momentarily taken aback. Although their acquaintance was brief, he had gleaned some understanding of Lin Qingxiao's character. Unlike other girls, she was not one to indulge in pretense, especially regarding matters of romance. She lacked experience, but would candidly acknowledge it, never adopting the demeanor of a coy young maiden. Something unusual must be afoot. There was certainly more to this than met the eye. With such thoughts, Shen Hao's heart began to race. Qingxiao, are you attempting to drive me to despair? With a soft laugh, Lin Qingxiao broke into a smile at Shen Hao's anxious expression. See how frightened you are? I already said it's a surprise. What is there to fear? Shen Hao pouted, wearing an expression of innocence. My lady, please do share it quickly. If you delay any longer, I may have to resort to familial discipline. Familial discipline? Lin Qingxiao paused, instinctively questioning. What do you mean by that? With a mischievous grin, Shen Hao leaned closer to Lin Qingxiao, whispering a few words in her ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiao's face instantly turned crimson. You rogue. My lady, may I now hear your surprise? Shen Hao implored, his face a picture of exasperation. Yes. Lin Qingxiao nodded gently, her voice barely above a whisper as she said, My parents are aware of our situation. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao immediately tensed up. The scene from the previous night, when he had fled in panic under the watchful gaze of Lin Qingxiao's parents, flashed through his mind. Surely, they couldn't harbor a negative impression of him. Could they? What? What do your parents think of me? They don't disapprove of our relationship, do they? Noticing the anxious expression on Shen Hao's face, a mischievous thought surged within Lin Qingxiao. She feigned a deep sigh and, with an affected tone, said, My parents have arranged a blind date for me and suggested I take some time in the coming days to meet this prospective match. Chapter 60. President Lin. I saw nothing. Shen Hao. My parents mentioned that the young man has 3 companies and is a returee from studying abroad. He is quite handsome and possesses excellent qualities in every aspect. Do you think I should go? Upon hearing this, Shen Hao immediately became agitated. Absolutely not. He grasped Lin Qingxiao's hand, his expression earnest as he declared, You already have a boyfriend. What business do you have in courting others? You. Suddenly, Lin Qingxiao burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Shen Hao, you are simply adorable. Realizing she had been teasing him, Shen Hao feigned annoyance, huffing in mock anger, his face displaying a fierce expression as he swept Lin Qingxiao into his arms and playfully patted her bottom. "How dare you deceive me?" Smack! Feeling an unusual sensation on her backside, Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed crimson. This sensation was entirely foreign to her. It was tinged with a delightful mix of tenderness and pain, more pleasurable than anything she had experienced before, and a hint of enjoyment crossed her features. Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Lin Qingxiao would be angered by his actions, but he was astounded by her reaction. A peculiar thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that this ice-cold beauty, the president of the Lin Corporation, harbored a penchant for submission? With a mischievous grin, he repeated his earlier gesture. In the office, an unusual scene unfolded. The formidable president of the Lin Corporation was being cradled by a man, receiving playful smacks on her backside. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Qingxiao not only refrained from resisting, but also wore an expression of enjoyment. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Secretary Qin entered, holding a document. "President Lin, there's a file that requires your..." Her words trailed off as her gaze fixed upon the astonishing sight before her, almost causing her to drop her jaw in disbelief. President Lin was nestled in Mr. Shen's embrace, appearing utterly content while he playfully smacked her bottom. This was simply beyond comprehension. At this moment, Secretary Qin felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "President Lin, where is your aloof demeanor, your composure? Why have you been so frosty and distant with others? Yet here, in front of Mr. Shen, you are so..." Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, as she dared not utter them aloud. Lin Qingxiao, caught off guard by Secretary Qin's unexpected entrance, gasped and hurriedly extricated herself from Shen Hao's embrace, smoothing her rumpled clothing. "Secretary Qin, just now." She was exceedingly embarrassed, glancing at Secretary Qin, eager to explain. But before she could finish, Secretary Qin interrupted her with a knowing look. "President Lin, I did not see anything. This is the document. Please sign it after you read it, and I will come to collect it later." After saying this, she hurriedly placed the document on the table. Her charming face flushed as she turned and dashed out. "It's all your fault." Watching Secretary Qin flee in embarrassment, Lin Qingxiao shot a reproachful glance at Shen Hao. She wished she could find a hole to hide in after such an embarrassing encounter with a subordinate. "This isn't my fault." Shen Hao raised his hands in innocent surrender. "I thought you would resist, but who could have known enough?" Lin Qingxiao, filled with a mix of shyness and anger, quickly covered Shen Hao's mouth. Yet, in the next moment, her face turned crimson, and she hastily withdrew her hand. She glanced down and noticed a glimmer of saliva in her palm. "Shen Hao, you..." Lin Qingxiao shot him an angry glare, her exquisite face already flushed. "How disgusting." Feeling somewhat awkward, Shen Hao scratched his head and leaned closer to Lin Qingxiao, a look of delight spreading across his face. "How delightful. You still dare to say that." Lin Qingxiao stamped her foot in frustration, her delicate fist striking Shen Hao's chest, though it felt more like playful banter. Shen Hao grasped Lin Qingxiao's hand, gazing at her earnestly. "Qingxiao, you haven't told me what your parents really think of me. If you don't speak up, I might have to resort to family discipline." He emphasized the words family discipline, making the underlying meaning unmistakable. "You rogue." A hint of shyness flickered in Lin Qingxiao's beautiful eyes as she couldn't help but give him a playful scold. She understood the implication behind Shen Hao's words. Although the earlier sensation had left her somewhat entranced, they were in the office during work hours, and she certainly did not want her employees to catch them again. Otherwise, her icy CEO persona would be shattered. Realizing this, she shot Shen Hao an annoyed glare and said, "My parents have agreed to our relationship. Are you happy now?" Upon hearing this, Shen Hao's eyes widened in excitement. "Really?" he asked incredulously. "Oomph." Lin Qingxiao shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "They mentioned that whenever you have time, they would like you to come over for a meal." Shen Hao was overjoyed. He wasn't foolish. He understood that this was a test from his future in-laws. However, despite his excitement, he wasn't quite ready to visit Lin Qingxiao's home just yet. Meeting her parents was a significant and formal affair, and he needed to prepare thoroughly beforehand. "Qingxiao, give me a few days to prepare before I accompany you to meet our parents," Shen Hao said shamelessly. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him. They're my parents, not yours. Isn't that just a matter of time? Shen Hao took Lin Qingxiao's hand, gazing at her with deep affection, and softly said, "Don't you want to marry me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiao furrowed her delicate nose and let out a huff. That depends on your performance. If you excel, marrying you may not be out of the question, but... No buts. Shen Hao interrupted Lin Qingxiao with an assertive tone. You, Lin Qingxiao, are destined to marry me, Shen Hao. Witnessing Shen Hao's domineering demeanor, Lin Qingxiao found herself momentarily entranced. Sensing her reaction, an overwhelming urge to kiss her surged within Shen Hao. He gently lifted her chin, drawing closer to her cherry-like lips. Lin Qingxiao seemed to sense the impending moment. Though a hint of shyness flickered in her heart, she made no resistance, instead closing her eyes with her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Chapter 61. Mr. Lin, is my timing inappropriate? Lin Qingxiao suddenly came back to her senses amidst the ambiguous atmosphere. She pushed Shen Hao away with a sudden force, inhaling deeply several times to calm her racing heart. Witnessing the disruption of a potential romantic moment left Shen Hao somewhat irritated as he cast a disgruntled glance at the door, muttering under his breath about the lack of awareness of the intruder. His eyes brimmed with frustration. He had been on the verge of a tender moment, only to have it thwarted at the crucial moment. What a dampener. Observing Shen Hao's disgruntled expression, Lin Qingxiao could not help but chuckle. Serves you right. You spent the day teasing me. She cast a triumphant glance at Shen Hao before opening the office door, only to find Lu Fei standing at the entrance. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Lu Fei inquired, noticing Lin Qingxiao's slightly flushed face, her eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. It's nothing. Perhaps it's just a bit warm. Lin Qingxiao replied dismissively, then promptly asked, Director Lu, did you come to see me regarding something? Warm? Lu Fei echoed, bewildered. The Lin Group's entire building was equipped with air conditioning, and given that it was morning, the weather was far from warm. She instinctively glanced into the office and was met with the sight of Shen Hao standing by the desk, his expression somewhat disconcerted. Suddenly, everything clicked into place, and her demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness. Ahem, Mr. Lin, is my timing inappropriate? Not at all, Lin Qingxiao exclaimed, startled, quickly denying it. I was just discussing matters with Shen Hao, and we've finished. You arrived at the perfect moment, didn't you, Shen Hao? Shen Hao, still feeling agitated, nodded slowly. Lu Fei appeared skeptical, but recognizing it was a personal matter for Mr. Lin, she refrained from probing further. Mr. Lin, the meeting you were supposed to attend this morning is about to commence. All the directors have arrived, so I came to check on you. Oh, how could I have forgotten about that? Lin Qingxiao gasped. Director Lu, please inform everyone that I'll be there shortly. Lu Fei nodded, but as she left, she cast a knowing glance at Shen Hao, her eyes sparkling with suggestive intrigue. Alone in the room, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao shared an unspoken understanding that their earlier conversation had been more than mere business. Once Lu Fei departed, Lin Qingxiao hurried back to her desk. Organizing documents while addressing Shen Hao, I have a meeting to attend. Please wait here for me. Shen Hao shook his head in response. I'm also a part of the company, and given that it is working hours, remaining here together may create an unfavorable impression. I shall seek out Mr. You and the others instead. They had posed several inquiries to me yesterday, and due to time constraints, I still have a number of questions yet to address. Very well. Lin Qingxiao nodded. Then let us depart together. After tidying up, she and Shen Hao stepped out together. As for what had just transpired, she had chosen to disregard it entirely. Mr. Shen has arrived. As soon as Shen Hao reached the research group, he was warmly welcomed by Yu Hongfei and others. Following their discussions yesterday, everyone had gained a certain understanding of Shen Hao, recognizing him as an approachable individual devoid of any pretense. Consequently, the distance between them and Shen Hao had significantly diminished. Mr. Shen, regarding the dataset I've compiled, I feel there may be an issue. Mr. Shen, concerning the data calculations and artificial intelligence you mentioned yesterday, I have a new idea. Mr. Shen, there are still a few aspects of your paper that I find unclear. surrounded by inquiries from Yu Hongfei and others. Shen Hao patiently addressed each question without exhibiting any signs of impatience. With his lucid explanations, gasps of awe occasionally resonated through the crowd. Mr. Shen is truly remarkable. How could I have overlooked such simple principles before? Listening to Mr. Shen is worth more than a decade of study. In the Tongfei Group's presidential office, Shen Songlin leisurely savored a cup of tea while humming an unknown tune. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted the tranquility. "Come in." A moment later, a well-dressed young man in his 30s, donning gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, entered. This individual was named Lu Lin, Shen Sonlin's secretary. "Mr. Shen, you summoned me?" Shen Songlin nodded. "Lu Lin, I need you to visit the Lin Group. That rascal Xiao Hao mentioned he works there, and I suspect he is deceiving me. Please verify this for me." Lu Lin respectfully nodded. "Understood, Mr. Shen." He was aware that Shen Hao was Shen Sonlin's son. Simultaneously, he understood that Shen Hao was oblivious to the fact that Tongfei Group was under Shen Sonlin's ownership, although he did not grasp Shen Sonlin's motives for this. As a secretary, his role was to execute Shen Sonlin's orders unconditionally. Other matters were beyond his concern. The Tongfei Group and Lin Group were not far apart. 10 minutes later, Lu Lin arrived at the Lin Group. "Hello, I'm the secretary of Mr. Shen from Tongfei Group, and I wish to speak with you, Manager Sunday." Upon reaching the front desk, Lu Lin stated his purpose. Manager Sun was the head of the Human Resources Department at Lin Group, and they were somewhat acquainted. To ascertain whether Shen Hao was employed there, all he needed was to inquire with Manager Sun, and the truth would soon be revealed. "Certainly, Secretary Lu, please hold on while I call Manager Sunday." Upon learning that Lu Lin was the secretary to the president of Tongfei Group, the front desk staff hurriedly contacted Manager Sun without delay. 5 minutes later, Manager Sun arrived in a rush. Upon seeing Lu Lin, his eyes brightened, and he quickly approached him. "Secretary Lu, you could have given me a heads up before coming over. It seems rather impolite not to have done so. Please do not take offense." Manager Sun warmly extended his hand. Lu Lin shook hands with Manager Sun, chuckling as he shook his head. "Manager Sun, I am not here today for business matters. I simply wish to confirm something with you. I will leave after my inquiry, so there is no need for any fuss." Upon hearing this, Manager Sun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Oh, I see. Secretary Lu, please feel free to ask. As long as I am aware, I shall share everything I know without reservation." Lu Lin paused for a moment before inquiring. "Has your company recently welcomed an employee by the name of Shen Hao?" "Shen Hao." Manager Sun was taken aback for a moment. He did not respond immediately, but instead furrowed his brow and asked, "Secretary Lu, may I inquire why you suddenly bring this up?" Chapter 62. Secretary Qin's speculation had Lu Lin inquired about someone else, he would have responded without hesitation. However, this matter pertained to Shen Hao, necessitating a more cautious approach. President Lin had openly acknowledged that Shen Hao was her boyfriend. Should Secretary Lu harbor any ill intentions towards him, complications would surely arise. Indeed, Lu Lin remarked with a smile, "Manager Sun, I am merely curious. Rest assured, I harbor no malice. It is just that Shen Hao was originally supposed to work for our Tongfei Group, yet he chose to join Lin's group instead. Our boss has asked me to inquire about the situation." Our boss. Upon realizing that the president of Tongfei Group also bore the surname Shen, Manager Sun's eyes widened in surprise. "Secretary Lu, could it be that President Shen is related to Mr. Shen?" "Mr. Shen?" At the mention of Shen Hao, a flicker of intrigue crossed Lu Lin's eyes. "You are correct. They are indeed connected by blood, which is why President Shen requested I come to ask. By the way, Manager Sun, I just heard you refer to him as Mr. Shen. Does that mean Shen Hao truly works here?" Seeing that Lu Lin appeared to have no ulterior motives, Manager Sun felt reassured and leaned closer, whispering, "Indeed, Mr. Shen is employed here." Upon hearing this, Lu Lin's eyes sparkled with interest. What department and position does he hold? Surely, he is not merely a lowly errand runner? Manager Sun chuckled softly. "Secretary Lu, you truly have a sense of humor. Mr. Shen is our company's treasurer. He currently serves as the deputy leader of the research group, assisting Mr. Yu." "The research group? Deputy leader?" Lu Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. his face a mask of disbelief. Tongfei Group and Lin's Group were engaged in business collaborations, and he was aware that Lin's research group specialized in artificial intelligence. The individuals who gained entry there were all experts in the field, particularly group leader Yu Hongfei, a renowned authority in artificial intelligence. The notion of Shen Hao working in such a prestigious capacity, and as deputy leader no less, seemed implausible. Manager Sun, you're not jesting with me, are you? Lu Lin asked, scarcely able to believe his ears. Of course not. Manager Sun replied with a cheerful demeanor. Secretary Lu, I assure you, this is no secret within our company. If you doubt my words, feel free to ask any employee. With Manager Sun's assurances, Lu Lin finally began to accept the astonishing truth. Was it truly conceivable that the son of President Shen held the position of deputy leader in Lin's group's research division? If President Shen were to learn of this, he would surely be taken aback. Secretary Lu, is everything all right? Noticing Lu Lin's silence, Manager Sun inquired with curiosity. Everything is fine. Regaining his composure, Lu Lin shook his head and glanced up at Lin's group's office building, his voice solemn. Manager Sun, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please, carry on with your work. This revelation was simply too astounding. He needed to return forthwith to inform President Shen. As he hurriedly departed, Manager Sun was left with a look of bewilderment. Manager Sun, what are you occupied with? At that moment, Secretary Qin approached unexpectedly. Manager Sun snapped back to reality, glanced at Secretary Qin, hesitated briefly, and divulged the matter concerning Lu Lin's visit. Upon hearing this, Secretary Qin's brows furrowed tightly. Do you think there is a connection between Mr. Shen and Tongfei Group? Manager Sun inquired with curiosity. I am uncertain, Secretary Qin replied, shaking her head, her brow knitting even more. It is indeed true that the president of Tongfei Group shares the surname Shen, as does Mr. Shen. Now, Secretary Lu has personally come to Lin's group regarding Shen Hao. Could it be that Mr. Shen and President Shen share a special relationship? This matter must be reported to President Lin. Manager Sun, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Secretary Qin stated before swiftly departing. In the President's office, Lin Qingxiao sat at her desk, her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. She had just concluded a meeting with the board regarding collaboration with Tongfei Group, yet the discussion had not proceeded smoothly. Due to the situation with Jin Tai Lai, Tongfei Group harbored considerable grievances against Lin's group, leading to notable discrepancies in cooperation details and interests. Lu Fei informed her that the representative from Tongfei Group responsible for liaising with Lin's group seemed to be related to Jin Tai Lai. Following Jin Tai Lai's dismissal, the formerly amicable relationship between the two companies had deteriorated sharply. Although they had not reached an adversarial state, the situation was far from optimistic. While Lin's group had gained strength with Shen Hao's involvement, she was reluctant to overly depend on him, as she wished to prevent any misunderstandings. Their relationship should remain pure, devoid of commercial interests. The remarks she had made during the meeting were primarily aimed at rebuilding the company's confidence in the realm of artificial intelligence. Tongfei Group was a pioneer. For Lin's group to seek greater development, collaboration with such a predecessor was essential. However, it seemed that the challenges were considerable. It appeared that she would have to personally approach President Shen of Tongfei Group. Lin Qingxiao contemplated helplessly. At that moment, Secretary Qin entered once more. President Lin, I have something to report, she said with a serious expression. Lin Qingxiao was taken aback. Having followed her for 3 years, she had never witnessed such seriousness from her. Curiosity piqued. She prompted, what is it? Please go ahead. Secretary Qin took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. I heard from Manager Sun that Secretary Lu from Tongfei Group visited today. Secretary Lu? Lin Qingxiao's brow furrowed, revealing a trace of confusion. Given that Lin's group and Tongfei Group were currently entangled in a deadlock over new business negotiations, could Secretary Lu be here to resolve this issue? Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion. The responsibility for this business segment did not lie with Secretary Lu, and in his capacity, he would not be able to intervene in such matters. What brings him to our company? Lin Qingxiao inquired in a low voice. Mr. Shen, Secretary Qin recounted the words of manager Sun to Lin Qingxiao. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you implying that Secretary Liu came today to ascertain whether Shen Hao is employed here? The notion struck her as quite incredulous. Indeed, Secretary Qin affirmed with a nod. That is precisely what manager Sun conveyed to me. Lin, do you think Mr. Shen might have ties to Tengfei Group? I recall that the president of Tengfei Group also bears the surname Shen. Lin Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback. The Lin Group had long-standing business dealings with Tengfei Group, and she was aware that the president's surname was Shen. However, she had never considered a connection between Tengfei Group and Shen Hao. Chapter 63. The Shock of Shen Songlin, Mr. Lin Yu. As Lin Qingxiao remained silent, a flicker of concern appeared in Secretary Qin's eyes. Regaining her composure after a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Qingxiao finally spoke. Secretary Qin, please summon Manager Sun. I have matters to discuss with him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Secretary Qin turned and departed. 5 minutes later, Manager Sun arrived. Mr. Lin, you called for me? Lin Qingxiao responded with a slight nod and inquired, Manager Sun, I heard from Secretary Qin that Secretary Liu from Tengfei Group sought you out and inquired about Shen Hao's situation? Indeed, Mr. Lin, Manager Sun replied respectfully with a nod. Lin Qingxiao's brow furrowed. I want you to recount every detail of your meeting without omitting a single word. I must be aware of every nuance. As the president of the Lin Group, Manager Sun knew better than to take her lightly. Understood, Mr. Lin. It started when the front desk called me. Manager Sun meticulously recounted every detail of his encounter with Liu Lin. After listening intently, Lin Qingxiao rested her chin on her hands, falling into silence. Secretary Qin and Manager Sun dared not interrupt, standing quietly by. After a considerable time, Lin Qingxiao returned to her senses and glanced at the two. You may leave for now. I need to ponder some matters. I shall call for you if necessary. With respectful nods, Secretary Qin and Manager Sun turned and exited. In the office, Lin Qingxiao furrowed her brow, her mind drifting through the memories of her acquaintance with Shen Hao. Suddenly, she recalled Shen Hao mentioning that his parents had terminated his bank cards to compel him to find employment. He had indeed shared that the company arranged for him by his parents was seemingly Tengfei Group. Had she not intervened, Shen Hao would have undoubtedly joined Tengfei Group. His decision to work at Lin Group was not solely his own. It was her invitation that brought him there. This realization alleviated a weight from her heart. No matter the circumstances, Shen Hao had not deceived her, and she found it implausible that he would. Yet, what connection did Shen Hao have with Tengfei Group that even the secretary of its president had come to inquire about him? This is unacceptable. I must clarify this matter. With this thought, Lin Qingxiao abruptly rose and made her way toward the research team. After leaving Lin Group, Liu Lin wasted no time and returned directly to Tengfei Group. In the president's office, upon seeing Liu Lin enter, Shen Songlin lifted his head, an expression of impatience crossing his face as he eagerly inquired, Secretary Liu, tell me, is that brat working at Lin Group? Liu Lin hesitated to speak, casting an odd glance at Shen Songlin, appearing as if he struggled to find the right words. Observing this, Shen Songlin's heart sank, his expression darkening. I knew it. That brat must be deceiving me. This is infuriating. Upon hearing Shen Songlin's words, Liu Lin was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he realized that Mr. Shen had misunderstood his intentions. He hastily interjected, Mr. Shen, you are mistaken. I have inquired with Manager Sun of the Lin Group, and indeed, the young master is employed there. He did not deceive you. Upon hearing this, Shen Songlin's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that true? Liu Lin chuckled softly. Mr. Shen, how could I possibly deceive you regarding such a significant matter? Shen Songlin pondered this. Liu Lin had been by his side for so long, unwaveringly loyal and exceedingly competent, so there was no way he would make an error in this regard. This little rascal indeed possesses some talent. A hint of amusement flickered in Shen Songlin's eyes. By the way, what position does he hold at the Lin Group? Surely he isn't a security guard? A security guard? Mr. Shen, you truly have a sense of humor. Liu Lin shook his head and replied solemnly, Mr. Shen, you might not believe it, but the young master is actually the deputy leader of the research team at the Lin Group collaborating with Yu Hongfei. What? Shen Songlin abruptly sprang from his seat and rushed to Lu Lin, gripping his arm with disbelief. What did you just say? Repeat that. Lu Lin sighed and reiterated his previous statement. After absorbing this information, Shen Songlin fell silent. It took him a while to regain his composure. He stared at Lu Lin for a moment before shaking his head vigorously. Impossible. This is absolutely not feasible. Secretary Lu, you cannot be mistaken, can you? I know Yu Hongfei. He specializes in artificial intelligence, and the young master studied a completely different field in college. To my knowledge, he has never delved into this area. How could such a large company like the Lin Group appoint him as deputy leader? This is absurd. At this moment, Shen Songlin's face was etched with skepticism. Lu Lin furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, and said, "This is what Manager Sun personally informed me. I have interacted with him on multiple occasions, and he does not strike me as someone who would lie." Upon hearing this, Shen Songlin lapsed into silence, regardless of the objective facts or his personal feelings. He simply could not accept this as truth. Nevertheless, Lu Lin's arguments were grounded and rational, leaving him uncertain whether to trust his own beliefs or Lu Lin's assertions. At that moment, Bai Fong suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. "What are you two discussing? I could hear your voices from quite a distance." Upon seeing his wife, Shen Songlin's eyes brightened, and he quickly pulled Bai Fong closer. "My dear, you are usually quite close with Shen Hao. Please tell me, has he ever mentioned to you that he has studied artificial intelligence?" Bai Fong looked at Shen Songlin with a hint of confusion and asked, "Why are you asking this all of a sudden? You are usually so preoccupied with work and rarely pay attention to Shen Hao. Has your conscience finally awakened, and you've decided to show concern for him?" There was a note of reproach in Bai Fong's tone. "What on earth are you talking about?" Shen Songlin let out a wry smile and said, "It is not as you think. Allow me to recount what Secretary Lu just informed me." "What did you say?" Bai Fong exclaimed, her reaction far more intense than that of Shen Songlin. "Shen Hao is the deputy leader of the research team at the Lin Group? You cannot be jesting with me, Shen Songlin." Shen Songlin smiled faintly again. "I too wish to inquire about this matter. However, current indications suggest that Shen Hao indeed holds the position of deputy leader within the Lin Group's research team. Yet, I still find it difficult to accept." Bai Fong furrowed her brows tightly, and suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization as she slapped her thigh in excitement. Chapter 64. What is your relationship with Tongfei Group? I understand now. My dear, perhaps we do not truly comprehend our son. He is simply remarkable, Bai Fong exclaimed with palpable excitement. Upon witnessing her fervor, Shen Songlin's eyes reflected a hint of perplexity as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean?" "I find myself somewhat bewildered." Bai Fong inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Shen Songlin before solemnly articulating, "You have visited Shen Hao's rental apartment, have you not?" Shen Songlin nodded in affirmation. "That is rather obvious. We went there together just yesterday. Is there a problem?" Bai Fong chuckled with a sense of pride, her laughter imbued with delight. "Indeed, there is a significant issue. When I arrived at Shen Hao's apartment yesterday, I discovered an array of peculiar items, many of which I had never encountered before. Upon his return, Shen Hao informed me that these were artificial intelligence devices. Furthermore, these gadgets can respond to his commands and control the lights within a room." After hearing this, Shen Songlin could not help but let out a disappointed smile. "You cannot possibly think that Shen Hao has studied artificial intelligence simply based on this, can you? The voice-activated device in his room is something I have seen him operate. It is merely a conventional AI voice device. Such items have long ceased production by Tongfei Group and are hardly remarkable." "Of course," Bai Fong nodded, her expression brimming with pride. "Just think, Shen Hao must have been inspired by his interest in artificial intelligence to acquire those devices. Perhaps some of them were even crafted by him." As Bai Fong continued to elaborate, Shen Songlin internally chuckled at the absurdity. What parent does not wish for their child to excel? He genuinely hoped that her claims were true, yet he understood deep down that such aspirations were utterly unattainable. In his memory, Shen Hao was merely a reclusive youth, engrossed in video games, often neglecting to step outside. The majority of his day was consumed by gaming. How could he possibly delve into the tedious realm of artificial intelligence? Never mind. I shall visit Xiao Hao tonight to seek clarity, Shen Songlin stated resolutely. Shen Songlin. Bai Fong responded with evident displeasure, scoffing lightly. What is it? Are you feeling envious that Xiao Hao is so exceptional? Secretary Liu has affirmed that this was directly conveyed to him by Manager Sun of Lin's group. Is there any doubt to be had? How can you, as his father, harbor any skepticism regarding your own son? Shen Songlin chuckled softly, a look of grievance crossing his features. Did you not also express doubt just moments ago? Bai Fong retorted. That was merely astonishment. I am now wholly convinced that Xiao Hao possesses the capability to serve as the deputy head of Lin's group's research team. Regardless, it suffices to say that Xiao Hao is indeed employed at Lin's group, and that is what truly matters. Everything else pales in comparison. However, despite her words, her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Well then, I happen to have matters to discuss with Xiao Hao this evening as well. Let's go together. After Bai Fong concluded her remarks, she departed, leaving Shen Songlin and Lu Lin in a state of astonishment. Once Bai Fong was gone, Shen Songlin pondered for a moment before suddenly turning his gaze towards Lu Lin. Secretary Liu, I recall that our company is currently engaged in discussions with the Lin Group regarding artificial intelligence, correct? Lu Lin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this matter is being handled by our business department's Yang Tai, who is representing us in negotiations with the Lin Group. After a brief contemplation, Shen Songlin declared, very well. Please make arrangements for me to meet with General Lin of the Lin Group at the earliest opportunity. However, I wish for this meeting to be purely personal in nature and not related to our ongoing discussions. Lu Lin nodded, understood, General Shen. I shall arrange it immediately. At the Lin Group, Lin Qingxiao had just arrived at the research lab when she was noticed by everyone present. Mr. Shen, General Lin is here to see you. You should go and greet her. We wouldn't want her to wait too long. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao hurriedly turned to look. Indeed, Lin Qingxiao stood not far away, consulting with several researchers about work matters. Observing this, Shen Hao chose not to interrupt and continued with his tasks. Just then, Lin Qingxiao approached him. Shen Hao, step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Shen Hao nodded, and amidst the curious glances of their colleagues, he walked out alongside Lin Qingxiao. Once at the entrance, Shen Hao smiled and inquired, General Lin, what can I do for you? Surely, you're not missing me? This time, however, Lin Qingxiao did not engage in playful banter. Instead, she furrowed her brow and regarded Shen Hao with an expression that suggested she was hesitant to speak. Noticing this, Shen Hao felt puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something you want to tell me? Lin Qingxiao nodded, but remained silent. Shen Hao, feeling perplexed, thought it was unusual for Lin Qingxiao to regard him this way since they had known each other. Could something be amiss? Qingxiao, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will certainly share whatever information I possess. Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Lin Qingxiao finally spoke. Shen Hao, what is your connection to Tongfei Group? Tongfei Group. Shen Hao was taken aback momentarily, unsure why Lin Qingxiao would suddenly bring this up, but he answered her inquiry nonetheless. Didn't I mention before? My parents arranged for me to work at Tongfei Group, but I have no real connection to them. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? No connection? Lin Qingxiao hesitated for a moment before relaying the incident of Secretary Liu approaching Manager Sun to Shen Hao. The president of Tongfei Group shares your surname, Shen. Could it be that you are relatives? After hearing Lin Qingxiao's words, Shen Hao fell silent. He understood that Tongfei Group was a company with comprehensive strength surpassing that of Lin Group. Yet he had not anticipated that the president of Tongfei Group would share his surname. Qingxiao, are you jesting? My parents run a modest company. How could I possibly be connected to the Tongfei Group? As for why Secretary Liu made a special trip for me, I can only surmise that my father, concerned that I might be deceiving him, sought to verify whether I am indeed employed here. Thus, he leveraged his connections to send Secretary Liu to inquire at the Lin Group. At this point, he let out a helpless chuckle. My father, truly, has gone to great lengths to ascertain my employment here. He has expended such immense resources. A large enterprise like Tongfei Group would mean that Secretary Liu, as the private secretary to the president, is not someone who can be easily summoned. In his view, Shen Songlin must have incurred significant costs for this endeavor. Chapter 65. Lin Qingxiao's anxiety. Do you truly have no connection with the Tengfei group? Lin Qingxiao inquired softly. Of course not, Shen Hao replied with a wry smile. Moreover, even if there were a connection, I am a member of the Lin group. Am I not? Are you truly worried that I might abandon you? With a chuckle, Lin Qingxiao found herself laughing at Shen Hao's words. A wave of relief washed over her as she naturally linked her arms around his, leaning gently against his shoulder. Would you really? Shen Hao held Lin Qingxiao tightly, inhaling the scent of her hair with a sense of longing, and spoke softly. Of course I would not, he continued. Who would leave such a beautiful ice queen a girlfriend? Upon hearing Shen Hao refer to her as an ice queen, Lin Qingxiao playfully protested, lightly punching his shoulder. How absurd. I am not an ice queen. I am quite warm-hearted, you know? Shen Hao smirked and gestured towards Yu Hongfei and the others busy in the research group, a peculiar smile dancing in his eyes. It was they who said it. I am merely relaying their words. He was well aware that Lin Qingxiao's tenderness and warmth were only revealed in his presence. To others, she maintained an aloof demeanor. Lin Qingxiao felt her cheeks flush. How annoying. Shen Hao's earlier remarks had completely dispelled her worries. Just as he had said, even if he were connected to the Tengfei group, there was no need for her to fear he might leave her. Given that it was working hours, Lin Qingxiao did not linger with Shen Hao for too long. After 5 minutes, she approached Yu Hongfei. General Manager Lin, you summoned me? Yu Hongfei asked with a respectful expression. Lin Qingxiao nodded lightly, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Mr. Yu, how long do you think it would take for us to achieve noteworthy results if we were to conduct independent research with our current technology? As the collaboration with the Tengfei group faced obstacles, the idea of independently developing an artificial intelligence project began to take root in her mind. Yu Hongfei paused, recognizing the implications of Lin Qingxiao's words, feeling somewhat surprised. General Manager Lin, are we not planning to collaborate with the Tengfei group on the artificial intelligence project? Lin Qingxiao gently shook her head, interrupting Yu Hongfei. I have my reasons. All I need from you now is to tell me how long it would take to see results from independent research. Yu Hongfei fell silent. From the perspective of academic research's inclusiveness and complementarity, he personally leaned towards a strong collaboration with the Tengfei group, as it would help avoid many detours. Additionally, mutual learning and exploration would significantly enhance their work in artificial intelligence. Most importantly, the Tengfei group possessed more mature technology in the field of artificial intelligence than the Lin group. Drawing from their expertise would hold immense significance for their research. He had not anticipated that Lin Qingxiao would express such a sentiment. Is there a problem? Lin Qingxiao felt a heavy weight in her heart as Yu Hongfei remained silent for an extended period. Not at all, he replied, quickly coming to his senses. It's just that if we conduct our research independently, our progress will inevitably be much slower. He paused for a moment, deep in thought, before his eyes suddenly brightened. However, with Mr. Shen, a world-class expert, guiding us, our research speed could increase several-fold. In that case, we would have the confidence to pursue independent studies. And I believe it won't be long before we achieve significant results. His expression was animated when he spoke of Shen Hao. Upon hearing his name, Lin Qingxiao fell silent. She was well aware of Shen Hao's extraordinary talent and capabilities in the field of artificial intelligence. However, their relationship had evolved into a romantic one, and Shen Hao's presence at the company was merely nominal. She had previously promised him that he could come to the company without any obligations, and she would not impose the same expectations on him as she did with other employees. She wished to keep their relationship free from excessive entanglements of interest. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not want to trouble him with work matters. This situation required careful consideration. All right, I understand. Let us leave it at that for now, Lin Qingxiao said slowly before turning to leave. Upon returning to her office, Lin Qingxiao had scarcely settled into her chair when Secretary Qin walked in. Ms. Lin, Mr. Shen from Tengfei Group would like to meet with you. Do you have time today? Mr. Shen wants to see me? Lin Qingxiao exclaimed in surprise, lifting her head. When did this happen? Secretary Qin quickly responded, just a moment ago. Mr. Shen's secretary called to say that Mr. Shen would like to invite you to meet at 3 this afternoon. He is waiting for your reply. If you can't meet, Lin Qingxiao waved her hand to interrupt. I have time. Please return the call, and don't forget to ask for the address. Understood, Ms. Lin, Secretary Qin replied before leaving. Once alone, Lin Qingxiao furrowed her brow in thought. She had not anticipated that Mr. Shen would request a meeting at this time. The memory of Secretary Lu's inquiry about Shen Hao earlier that day sparked a realization. Could it be that Mr. Shen's invitation was related to Shen Hao? The possibility stirred a heightened curiosity within her regarding the connection between Shen Hao and the Tongfei Group. At the same time, a subtle worry crept into her heart. Although Shen Hao had promised her he would not leave, uncertainties always lingered. If he truly decided to depart, she would have no grounds to dissuade him. With these thoughts, her heart began to waver between hope and anxiety. Before long, Secretary Qin returned. Ms. Lin, everything is arranged. The meeting is set for 3 this afternoon at the VIP Supreme Box on the 3rd floor of Jinhua Hotel. Lin Qingxiao nodded. I see. Jinhua Hotel is not far from here. It will take about 10 minutes by car. At 2:30 in the afternoon, she prepared to depart. Lin Qingxiao stepped out, accompanied by Secretary Qin and the driver, making their way to the Jinhua Hotel. On the 3rd floor, in the esteemed private room, Shen Songlin sat at the table, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. His mind was still occupied with the words that Lu Lin had previously shared, and even now, he found it hard to believe that his son had become an expert at the Lin Group. The purpose of inviting Lin Qingxiao for this meeting was to unravel the confusion that weighed heavily on his heart. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door of the private room. Shen Songlin exchanged a glance with Lu Lin, who promptly went to open the door. Standing at the threshold were none other than Lin Qingxiao and Secretary Qin. Mr. Lin, please come in, Lu Lin welcomed, having recognized Lin Qingxiao at first glance, as this was not their first encounter. Chapter 66, Shen Songlin wished for Lin Qingxiao to become his daughter-in-law. As Lin Qingxiao entered the private room, she greeted Shen Songlin before taking her seat. Once she was settled, Shen Songlin handed her the menu with a cheerful smile. General Manager Lin, what would you like to eat? Feel free to order anything. Lin Qingxiao smiled politely and declined. President Shen, I'm not hungry yet. Observing her demeanor, Shen Songlin did not press the matter further and casually ordered a few dishes. What would you like to drink, General Manager Lin? Perhaps some coffee, she replied. It was 3 in the afternoon, and her appetite was rather subdued. Coffee would serve to invigorate her. Very well. Shen Songlin signaled the waiter to prepare it. Regarding Jin Tailai, I have heard about the situation. I must apologize for my oversight. I inadvertently allowed him to take advantage of the situation. I hope you can forgive me. Shen Songlin's tone shifted to a more serious note. Lin Qingxiao quickly waved her hand. President Shen, please do not say that. Your intentions were well-meaning. You sent experts to guide our company's research efforts. Jin Tailai is merely an isolated incident, and I am still grateful to you. In truth, she had never harbored any grievances against Tongfei Group. It was she who had initially requested the experts from Tongfei Group to assist Lin Group in their artificial intelligence research. Furthermore, upon learning of the issue, Tongfei Group had acted swiftly, dismissing Jin Tailai without hesitation, which left her with a favorable impression of both the company and Shen Songlin. Indeed, General Manager Lin is a person of great understanding, Shen Songlin remarked with admiration. To manage a company so proficiently at such a young age, you truly exemplify the strength of women. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but sigh internally. If only his son, Xiao Hao, possessed half of Lin Qingxiao's capabilities, he would feel at ease in trusting the company to him. President Shen, may I inquire why you have invited me today? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Qingxiao suddenly posed the question. Shen Songlin was taken aback. While engaging in small talk, he had been contemplating how to approach the topic without arousing Lin Qingxiao's suspicions. He had nearly formulated his thoughts when, to his surprise, she had inquired directly. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Shen Songlin's silence, Lin Qingxiao's curiosity deepened. President Shen, is everything all right? Feigning a cough, Shen Songlin waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. I merely choked for a moment. I shall recover shortly. Choked? Lin Qingxiao cast a skeptical glance at Shen Songlin, her expression a peculiar mix of emotions. Although Shen Songlin had just ordered something, it had yet to arrive. So how could he possibly be choking? Despite her internal confusion, she refrained from probing further out of propriety. Both of them, lost in their own thoughts, remained silent. Lu Lin and Secretary Qin exchanged odd looks, and thus the atmosphere in the private room descended into a palpable silence tinged with awkwardness. Cough. At last, Shen Hao cleared his throat, breaking the tension. Ms. Lin, to my knowledge, our company is in discussions with yours regarding a collaborative project in artificial intelligence. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiao's complexion paled slightly, her demeanor darkening. Shen Hao was taken aback, perplexed by the reaction. Had he merely posed a simple question? Ms. Lin, you... He opened his mouth to inquire further, but hesitated, sensing restraint. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingxiao met Shen Hao's gaze directly and spoke in a serious tone. Mr. Shen, I believe it may be best to reconsider our collaboration. Behind her, Secretary Qin's expression shifted dramatically. The usually composed Ms. Lin was not one to utter such words. Ms. Lin, you, she exclaimed anxiously, eager to interject. However, Lin Qingxiao silenced her with a look. Reconsider? Shen Hao was momentarily stunned. This was not their first encounter. Each time they met, Lin Qingxiao had left a positive impression on him, to the point where he had even contemplated a future where she might become his daughter-in-law. Yet, her recent words starkly contrasted with her usual grace. Rather than feeling anger, he found himself filled with curiosity. After a brief silence, he inquired earnestly, Ms. Lin, might you share your reasoning? Both our companies are currently focusing on artificial intelligence, a completely novel business module we have yet to explore. Furthermore, each of us possesses unique strengths in technological research. A partnership could yield a mutually beneficial outcome. Why then the refusal? Lin Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that the difficulties imposed by Tongfei Group's representative were at Shen Hao's behest. However, it seems she had been mistaken. Mr. Shen, you are unaware? Shen Hao appeared even more bewildered, furrowing his brow as he looked at Lin Qingxiao. Ms. Lin, what is it that I am unaware of? You have me thoroughly confused. Indeed, Lin Qingxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her, finally confirming that Yang Tai's actions from Tongfei Group were unrelated to Shen Hao. With this realization, she let out a slight sigh and recounted the entire situation to him. Upon hearing her account, Shen Hao's expression darkened immediately. Beside him, Lu Lin observed the grim expression on Shen Hao's face, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Having accompanied Shen Hao for so long, he understood his temperament better than anyone else. Shen Hao was a man of strong principles. Unlike ordinary businessmen, he perceived only right and wrong, considering profit only as a secondary concern. Yang Tai's actions had evidently crossed a line that Shen Hao held sacred. Secretary Lu, immediately call Yang Tai and instruct him to meet with me. Yes, Mr. Shen. Lu Lin replied respectfully before stepping aside to make the call. Mr. Lin, I apologize for any inconvenience. Once he had calmed his emotions, Shen Hao offered a sheepish smile towards Lin Qingxiao. I cannot tolerate any impurities in my vision. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Chapter 67. The Panic of Yang Tai. Mr. Shen, actually, Lin Qingxiao was about to express her thoughts when she was abruptly interrupted by Shen Hao. Lin, you need not say more. This matter is indeed a fault on our part at Tongfei Group, and I shall not tolerate any harmful elements within our company. I will ensure a thorough investigation. Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Lin Qingxiao chose to remain silent. He was correct. Individuals like Yang Tai, who maliciously target partner enterprises without justification, certainly deserve severe punishment. At Yinhai KTV, two men were laughing and drinking, engaged in lively conversation. Beside them were two young women clad in revealing attire. One man, reclining on the sofa, appeared to be in his 30s, slightly portly, dressed in a wine-red suit, his hair impeccably styled, and a sly smile perpetually gracing his face. This man was none other than Yang Tai, the head of the business department at Tongfei Group. Opposite Yang Tai sat a young man in his early 30s, whose appearance bore a somewhat lecherous demeanor. If Shen Hao were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Jin Tai, who had been dismissed from Tongfei Group. Brother-in-law, you have avenged me this time. I raise my glass to you Jean Tai said gratefully, lifting his glass towards Yang Tai. They clinked glasses and downed their drinks, a smug smile spreading across Yang Tai's face. This is merely a trifling matter for me. Whether or not we cooperate with Lin Group is entirely at my discretion. Jean Tai eagerly nodded, flattering him. You're absolutely right. You are now the head of the business department at Tongfei Group. Even Lin Qingxiao must heed your authority. A flicker of deep resentment flashed in Jean Tai's eyes at the mention of Lin Qingxiao. Had it not been for her, he would not have faced dismissal from Tongfei Group. That woman, Yang Tai sneered, his hand roughly grabbing at the woman beside him. One day, I will make her obediently climb into my bed. Since their first meeting, he had harbored thoughts of her. He had even expressed his desire to dine with Lin Qingxiao to representatives of Lin Group on multiple occasions, only to be met with cold refusals. This unrelenting rejection festered within him, fueling his anger and contempt for Lin Qingxiao and the entire Lin Group. Brother-in-law, you're impressive. Jean Tai chuckled, a lecherous grin lighting up his face. Lin Qingxiao is a ravishing beauty. Her figure is simply extraordinary. To have a taste of her would be worth any cost. Unfortunately. Bang! Yang Tai slammed his hand on the table, casting a cold glare at Jean Tai. What do you mean, unfortunately? Jean Tai suddenly regained his senses, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had momentarily forgotten that Yang Tai was an individual with a fiercely possessive nature. His earlier comments had undoubtedly grazed Yang Tai's sensitive disposition. Realizing this, he quickly shook his head, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Cough, brother-in-law, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. A beauty like Lin Qingxiao is truly deserving only of someone like you. Upon hearing this, Yang Tai's expression softened slightly. A lie. Your dismissal from the company was at President Shen's behest. I cannot assist you in that regard, but Yang Tai glanced at Jean Tai, his demeanor suddenly turning smug. However, I am acquainted with the head of the Human Resources Department at another company. While their strength may not rival that of Tongfei Group, they are still respectable. Would you be interested in pursuing that opportunity? Jean Tai's eyes lit up at the proposition, and he eagerly nodded. Of course, I would love to. Brother-in-law, you have no idea how restless I've been these past 2 days since my dismissal. Yang Tai smiled with satisfaction. You must remember, I'm only doing this out of consideration for your sister. If it weren't for her persistent requests, I would have had no inclination to intervene. Jean Tai grinned sheepishly and nodded. Brother-in-law, your kindness shall not be forgotten. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. I shall face any challenge without hesitation. Yang Tai chuckled heartily at Jean Tai's words, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Yang Tai glanced at the screen, his expression shifting slightly upon seeing it was Secretary Lu Lin calling from President Shen's office. He quickly signaled to Jean Tai and the others, then answered the call without delay. Secretary Lu, this is Yang Tai. May I ask? President Shen wishes to see me? Certainly, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Yang Tai's expression shifted between uncertainty and concern. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Jean Tai asked anxiously. Didn't you hear that? Yang Tai replied tersely, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Secretary Lu Lin's tone had been notably cold during the call, which was distinctly unusual. Brother-in-law, you are the head of the business department. It is only natural for President Shen to summon you. Perhaps he has matters to discuss? Yang Tai remained silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and replied solemnly, I shall go and see. He rose from his seat and departed the KTV, heading toward the restaurant where Shen Songlin was located. 10 minutes later, Yang Tai arrived at the VIP suite on the 3rd floor of the restaurant, knocking on the door. It was Lu Lin who opened it. As he stepped inside, he immediately spotted Lin Qingxiao seated across from Shen Songlin. In an instant, he realized the gravity of the situation, his face turning pale. After a brief moment, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear swelling within him, and approached Shen Songlin. Mr. Shen, you summoned me? Upon seeing Yang Tai's arrival, Shen Songlin's smile vanished instantaneously, replaced by a frosty glare directed at Yang Tai. Yang Tai, you're the one in charge of the collaboration with the Lin Group, correct? Shen Songlin wasted no time with pleasantries, cutting straight to the chase with a chilling inquiry. Yang Tai's heart raced with trepidation. The moment he stepped in and caught sight of Lin Qingxiao, the truth dawned upon him. It was undoubtedly Lin Qingxiao who had conveyed something to Mr. Shen, prompting this icy demeanor. The recollection of his past actions sent him into a panic. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied, "Yes, Mr. Shen, I am responsible for it." Shen Songlin nodded slightly, his expression impassive as he posed another question. "What is the progress?" Chapter 68. What is your relationship with Shen Hao? I am preparing to report to the company in the next few days and sign a cooperation agreement with the Lin Group, Yang Tai stammered. Bang! Shen Songlin slammed his palm down on the table, letting out a cold laugh. Yang Tai, do you think I, Shen Songlin, am so senile that you could deceive me with a few careless words? Yang Tai's complexion changed dramatically. President Shen, I would never dare. What I said is the truth. I have been negotiating with the Lin Group for the past few days, and you— Enough! Shen Songlin interrupted with a sneer. President Lin has already informed me of everything. She is here right now. Do you dare confront her face to face? Yang Tai's face turned pale, a deep panic flashing in his eyes. In recent days, he had made things difficult for the Lin Group in order to exact revenge for Jean Tai. He knew full well that, given Shen Songlin's character, if he learned of Yang Tai's actions, he would not let him off lightly. No, I absolutely cannot admit it. A plan suddenly formed in his mind. President Shen, I am wronged, Yang Tai said with a mournful expression, his voice trembling. The cooperation with the Lin Group is a significant matter, so I may have been overly cautious, leading to some misunderstandings with President Lin. I can explain. In fact, I do not wish to hear your explanations. Shen Songlin waved his hand, cutting Yang Tai off. He stared coldly at Yang Tai, his gaze revealing an icy contempt. I have already instructed Secretary Liu to verify with Liu, and he has told me everything. Do you still wish to argue? Liu. Upon hearing this name, Yang Tai's already pale face turned a ghostly white. He was the main person responsible for the business cooperation with the Lin Group regarding artificial intelligence, while Liu was the only one in the team who opposed him. Yet, he had never taken Liu seriously, considering him merely an ordinary employee with little influence, even lacking the qualification to speak with the president. But he never anticipated that Shen Songlin would actively seek out Liu. At this moment, all hope had vanished from Yang Tai's heart. President Shen, I was wrong. I was blinded, listening to my wife's words, seeking vengeance for Jean Tai, and thus I acted foolishly. I beg you for another chance. Enough. Seeing Yang Tai finally admit his faults, Shen Songlin roared in fury. You have committed such acts out of personal grievance. This is intolerable. As of today, you are terminated. Leave. I do not wish to see you again. Termination. Yang Tai's expression turned to one of sheer terror. He had worked tirelessly for 10 years to rise to the position of director of the business department at Tongfei Group. His treatment there was exceedingly favorable, and leaving this place meant he would never find such a good job again. Thud! He dropped to his knees before Shen Songlin, trembling and pleading for mercy. President Shen, I truly realize my mistakes. I still need to support my family. I cannot afford to lose this job. I implore you to grant me another chance. Shen Songlin let out a cold snort. Have I not offered you enough opportunities? You, an ordinary individual without any background, have gradually ascended to the position of director of the business department. Do you truly believe this was solely the result of your own efforts? Yang Tai stood dumbfounded, gazing at Shen Songlin in confusion. With a stern expression, Shen Songlin continued, In this company, there are many who excel beyond you. Yet I ultimately placed you in this position. Do you know why? Yang Tai shook his head in bewilderment. Shen Songlin sighed heavily. It is because I recognized a spark of determination within you, alongside your keen insight and prudent approach to tasks. I had high hopes for you. But what have you accomplished? Jean Tai was dismissed due to his incompetence, lack of character, and deceit towards the company. And yet you chose to misuse your authority to defend such a person. You have profoundly disappointed me. Yang Tai stared blankly at Shen Songlin, rendered speechless for a long while. Losing interest in continuing, Shen Songlin instructed, Secretary Liu, please escort him out. Notify the Human Resources Department to post his dismissal announcement and circulate it in the company group as a warning. Secretary Liu respectfully nodded. then approached Yang Tai and firmly pulled the disheartened man towards the exit. Shen Songlin cast a glance at Lin Qingxiao. General Manager Lin, I will assign someone else to oversee our collaboration with your esteemed company. Rest assured, such incidents will not recur in the future. Lin Qingxiao nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, General Manager Shen, there is truly no need for you to dismiss him. A reprimand would suffice. No, General Manager Lin, you are mistaken. Shen Songlin shook his head and replied solemnly. Allowing such a disruptive element to remain within the company would only lead to greater losses. I believe, if the situation were reversed, you would act similarly, would you not? Lin Qingxiao fell silent. Indeed, she would have acted the same way. Her previous statement was merely a formality. Those like Yang Tai, who bring personal grievances into the workplace, would never receive her leniency. By the way, General Manager Lin, I have one more inquiry to make, if it is not too inconvenient. Shen Songlin coughed lightly and suddenly asked. Lin Qingxiao was taken aback, quickly regaining her composure. She sensed the direction of Shen Songlin's question. General Manager, please feel free to ask. I will provide you with the truth to the best of my knowledge. Shen Songlin paused for a moment before inquiring earnestly. I previously instructed my secretary, Lu Lin, to inquire about a young man named Shen Hao at your company. I trust you are already aware of this matter, General Manager Lin? Lin Qingxiao was momentarily stunned. She had expected Shen Songlin to at least beat around the bush, but she did not anticipate his forthrightness. Yes, Manager Sun has already informed me. With Shen Songlin's directness, Lin Qingxiao chose not to conceal anything and openly acknowledged the truth. Mr. Shen, I hope you don't mind my impertinent inquiry, but what is your relationship with Shen Hao? Upon hearing this, Shen Songlin's expression immediately shifted to one of hesitation. He certainly could not divulge the truth, as he and Bai Fong had been concealing from Shen Hao the existence of their substantial family business. Should he reveal this to Lin Qingxiao, it would not be long before Shen Hao became aware of it as well. In such a scenario, Shen Hao would undoubtedly feel deceived by them over the years. Moreover, it was quite possible that this revelation could create a rift between him and them. After discussing with Bai Fong, they unanimously decided to seek an appropriate opportunity to sit down with Shen Hao calmly and disclose the matter in its entirety. However, that moment was certainly not now. Chapter 69. The Shen Family. A new generation has emerged, Mr. Shen? Noticing Shen Songlin's silence, Lin Qingxiao could not help but inquire again. Shen Songlin snapped back to reality and offered an apologetic smile to Lin Qingxiao. I beg your pardon, Ms. Lin. I was lost in thought for a moment. He paused slightly before continuing. In fact, Shen Hao's father is an old friend of mine. He previously approached me, suggesting that Shen Hao join our company, but later informed me that Shen Hao had taken a position with your Lin Group. Seeing you today reminded me of this matter, which is why I casually asked. Upon hearing Shen Songlin's words, Lin Qingxiao fell into silence. A strange intuition told her that Shen Songlin was not being entirely truthful. She had noticed a flicker of concern and warmth in his eyes when he mentioned Shen Hao, an expression that seemed out of place for such a relationship. There was certainly something amiss. However, since Shen Songlin was unwilling to divulge more, she chose not to press further. After all, everyone harbors their secrets. By the way, Ms. Lin, I heard that Shen Hao serves as the deputy leader of the research team at your company. Is that true? Shen Songlin inquired once more. Lin Qingxiao pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Indeed, he is Mr. Yu's right-hand man. Upon hearing Lin Qingxiao's confirmation, Shen Songlin became visibly unsettled. How can this be? He exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat. He is merely a gaming enthusiast. Realizing he nearly let slip too much, he quickly swallowed his words, offering an awkward smile to Lin Qingxiao as he resumed his seat. Ahem. To mask his embarrassment, he lightly cleared his throat. Master Ling, I apologize for my earlier outburst. Not at all, Lin Qingxiao replied, gently shaking her head, though her gaze towards Shen Songlin now held a hint of skepticism. Mr. Shen, you seem to know quite a bit about Shen Hao. Shen Songlin forced a smile, explaining, I am an old friend of his father's. I learned about it from him. He then added, by the way, do you truly believe Shen Hao possesses the capability to be the deputy leader of your research team? Lin Qingxiao nodded affirmatively, responding softly. If he lacks the qualifications, then surely no one in this world would be deemed fit for that position. Gosh! Shen Songlin gasped inwardly at Lin Qingxiao's evident regard for Shen Hao. Was he truly that exceptional? After resolving his lingering curiosity, Shen Songlin engaged in further conversation with Lin Qingxiao before hastily departing. At the entrance of the restaurant, as she observed Shen Songlin's hurried retreat, Lin Qingxiao's expression deepened with uncertainty. "Secretary Qin, do you think Mr. Shen has been acting somewhat peculiar today?" she suddenly asked. Secretary Qin hesitated for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. "Manager Lin, I too have sensed that Mr. Shen seems somewhat off today compared to his usual self. However, I cannot quite pinpoint what exactly is amiss." Lin Qingxiao remained silent, her gaze deeply fixed in the direction Shen Songlin had departed. "Let's return, then. Tongfei Group, CEO's office. Darling, were you not supposed to meet with Manager Lin of the Lin Group? What transpired? Is what Secretary Liu said true?" As Shen Songlin entered the office, Bai Fong eagerly inquired. "That rascal Xiao Hao has been feigning ignorance, deceiving us all," Shen Songlin remarked with a resigned chuckle. Yet his tone was infused with pride. He had always perceived Shen Hao as a mere slacker, a homebody engrossed in video games. Yet he never anticipated that his son could be so exceptional. The Shen family has a worthy successor. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Upon hearing Shen Songlin's words, Bai Fong was momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by overwhelming astonishment in her eyes. "Darling, are you implying this is all true? Xiao Hao is truly the deputy head of the research team at the Lin Group?" Shen Songlin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is true. Manager Lin himself confirmed it. There can be no mistake." "Hooray!" Upon hearing this, Bai Fong leapt with excitement. "I knew our Xiao Hao was the best, yet you did not believe it. Now, look who has been proven wrong." Shen Songlin offered a wry smile. It was not that he disbelieved. It was simply that the news seemed far too extraordinary. Even now, he could not comprehend where Shen Hao had acquired such knowledge in artificial intelligence. He could not fathom a notion of Shen Hao being self-taught. "Darling, since our Xiao Hao is so remarkable and his girlfriend works at the Lin Group, why don't we meet her? It would be prudent to assess her suitability," Bai Fong suggested suddenly. Shen Songlin's eyes brightened. Her words were indeed a timely reminder. He had planned to further prepare Shen Hao before revealing the truth, allowing him to take the reins of the family business. However, now, with the newfound knowledge of Shen Hao's brilliance, his thoughts had shifted. Before proceeding, he must meet Shen Hao's girlfriend. After all, for individuals of their stature, having a capable partner is of utmost importance. "Very well, tomorrow is conveniently the weekend. How about you speak to Xiao Hao tonight and suggest we all dine out together tomorrow? This would serve as an introduction." Bai Fong nodded. "Certainly, leave it to me." Lin Group. Lin Qingxiao returned to the company and summoned Liu Fei. "Director Liu, our previous discussions regarding the collaboration with Tongfei Group on artificial intelligence were less than amicable. This was not the stance of Tongfei Group, but rather the opinion of an individual employee. I have met with Mr. Shen today, and they have assigned new personnel. This matter is of great significance, and I entrust you with its oversight." Upon hearing this, Liu Fei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Absolutely, Manager Lin. I shall not disappoint you. Collaborating with a company like Tongfei Group, which possesses relatively mature artificial intelligence technology, fills her heart with immense approval. However, recent dealings have ignited a significant frustration within her. The resolution of this matter has now brought her a wave of joy." At that moment, the office door swung open, and Shen Hao unexpectedly entered. "President Lin, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Liu Fei said, tactfully seeking an excuse to exit upon seeing Shen Hao's arrival. Lin Qingxiao paid no mind to this, instead rising to approach Shen Hao. "What brings you here?" she inquired, a hint of amusement sparkling in her beautiful eyes as she looked up at him. "What, am I not welcome?" Shen Hao leaned closer to Lin Qingxiao's ear and whispered softly, "President Lin, have you already found someone else after just a few hours apart?" Chapter 70. My parents wish to meet you, such a chatterbox. Lin Qingxiao shot a glance at Shen Hao, playfully hooking his chin with her hand, her expression alluring. "What brings you here, little man? Are you missing me?" Shen Hao chuckled softly, reaching out to twirl a few strands of Lin Qingxiao's hair between his fingers. I once heard that couples in love feel as if a day apart is like 3 years. I didn't quite believe it at first, but now I do. It's only been a few hours since I last saw you, yet it feels like an eternity. Listening to Shen Hao's sweet words, Lin Qingxiao felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Tell me honestly, Shen Hao, before this, did you flirt with other girls in the same way? Shen Hao was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a wry smile. Before I met you, I was merely a homebody, engrossed in video games. They were my only companions. I had no time to pursue other girls. To be frank, I hadn't even held another girl's hand before you. Lin Qingxiao burst into laughter. You truly are pitiable, aren't you? Haha, who would have thought you had such a tragic past? Does that make me your angel sent from the heavens to rescue you? Absolutely, Shen Hao replied, suddenly serious. His gaze intensified as he looked at Lin Qingxiao. Your presence has rendered my life extraordinary. Lin Qingxiao gently rested her head on Shen Hao's shoulder. I feel the same way. Ever since you came into my life, it has become vibrant and colorful, and I have tasted the sweetness of love. Shen Hao, are you serious about me? Lin Qingxiao inquired abruptly. Of course, you silly girl. Shen Hao affectionately ruffled her hair, lifting her chin to place a heartfelt kiss on her fair forehead. By the way, there's something very important I wanted to discuss with you. Instantly, Lin Qingxiao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What is it? She asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shen Hao smiled slightly, taking her hand in his. Tomorrow is the weekend, and my parents wish to meet you. Lin Qingxiao was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, a hint of panic flickered in her beautiful eyes. They want to meet me? Shen Hao nodded with a smile. Yes, they have returned from out of town specifically for you. They would like to invite you to dinner tomorrow. Do you have time? Earlier, while he was busy in the lab, Bai Fong had called him, expressing a desire to meet Lin Qingxiao. Naturally, he had agreed without hesitation. He had already considered Lin Qingxiao as his girlfriend and sincerely wished to cultivate a lasting relationship with her. Thus, he felt no aversion to meeting his parents. On the contrary, an undercurrent of excitement stirred within him at the thought of how his parents would react upon meeting Lin Qingxiao. Seeing that Lin Qingxiao remained silent, Shen Hao assumed she was pressed for time, which inevitably left him feeling a twinge of regret. However, he quickly brushed off the thought and smiled, saying, If you're short on time, then I have time. I have time. Lin Qingxiao interjected, interrupting Shen Hao. But I'm a bit nervous. The fact that Shen Hao's parents wished to meet her indicated their high regard for her, which filled her with joy. Yet, as is often the case with women, the prospect of meeting her future in-laws made her feel quite anxious, despite her status as a formidable and esteemed CEO. Why are you so nervous? Shen Hao furrowed his brow, taking her hand in his and offering reassurance with a smile. Don't worry, my parents are very kind. They will surely be thrilled to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law like you. Besides, they're not tigers. What is there to fear? Lin Qingxiao shot him a glance, letting out a soft huff. Wait until you meet my parents. Then you'll understand. Shen Hao paused, suddenly realizing that she had a point. If the roles were reversed, he would undoubtedly feel nervous meeting Lin Qingxiao's parents as well. What can we do? Shen Hao shrugged, exclaiming with a hint of resignation. Even an unattractive bride must meet her in-laws. How dare you call me ugly? I'm ignoring you. Lin Qingxiao pouted, playfully pushing Shen Hao away before returning to her seat. My dear, I was wrong. Shen Hao quickly approached her, attempting to placate her with a smile. Our Qingxiao is a mesmerizing beauty, a little enchantress who could captivate anyone. Whoever dares to say you are ugly will have to deal with me. Enough of your banter. Lin Qingxiao retorted, looking up at Shen Hao with a sudden inquiry. Since this is my first meeting with your parents, what kind of gift should I bring? What are they like? Also, what should I wear? She bombarded him with questions. Upon hearing her inquiries, Shen Hao fell into silence. To be candid, he had no answers to any of them. He was raised in a rather independent manner, having had limited interactions with his parents throughout his upbringing. Over time, he had developed a habit of spending his time gaming at home. Therefore, he was genuinely unaware of his parents' preferences. What's wrong? Lin Qingxiao asked, noticing his silence with curiosity. Snapping back to reality, Shen Hao shrugged his shoulders and smiled wryly. To be honest, I truly don't know how to answer your questions. However, my parents are quite easygoing, so you needn't bring any gifts. Moreover, you are so beautiful that you would look stunning in anything. There's no need to overthink it. Lin Qingxiao frowned at this. How can that be? This is my first time meeting them. I must leave a good impression. You must help me think of something, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Shen Hao let out a wry smile and began to ponder deeply. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes sparkled with enlightenment. My father enjoys drinking tea, and my mother is fond of skincare. Could these be considered their hobbies? Lin Qingxiao's eyes brightened. Indeed, of course they count. I now know what I should bring. Shen Hao, you may carry on with your tasks. After work, you can return home on your own. I need to prepare thoroughly. Shen Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Qingxiao would regard this matter with such gravity. Noticing her lost in thought, he chose not to disturb her and turned to leave. After Shen Hao departed, it wasn't long before Lin Qingxiao emerged from her reverie and summoned Secretary Qin. Secretary Qin, after work, please accompany me to the mall. Chapter 71. I can't sleep. Can you keep me company? After work, Shen Hao returned home directly, while Lin Qingxiao, accompanied by Secretary Qin and the driver, headed to the shopping mall. Tomorrow marked her first meeting with Shen Hao's parents, and naturally, she wished to prepare thoughtful gifts for them. Although Shen Hao assured her that his parents were quite amiable, she still desired to leave a favorable impression upon them. Within the mall, Lin Qingxiao and Secretary Qin browsed several skincare counters. After over an hour of meticulous selection, they ultimately chose a skincare set perfectly suited for middle-aged women for Shen Hao's mother. Subsequently, they devoted nearly another hour to selecting a tea set for Shen Songlin. Once they had gathered all the items, Lin Qingxiao returned home, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Upon entering her home, Lin Huayan and Han Shuhan approached her with eager expressions. Qingxiao, my dear, what is this? It's not even a holiday, yet you've gone and bought gifts for your father and me. What a waste. Han Shuhan chuckled as she reached out to take the gift box from Lin Qingxiao. However, before her hand could grasp it, Lin Qingxiao deftly evaded her. Mom, these gifts are not for you and Dad. Han Shuhan was momentarily taken aback. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Lin Huayan's eyes as he inquired, Qingxiao, if these gifts are not for us, then for whom are they intended? At this moment, Han Shuhan also grasped the situation, looking at Lin Qingxiao with a peculiar expression tinged with jealousy. Qingxiao, you truly lack conscience, making your mother so happy for nothing. Lin Qingxiao's cheeks turned a shade of crimson as she cast a shy glance at her parents, lowering her head and murmuring, Dad, Mom, I am meeting Shen Hao's parents tomorrow. Lin Huayan and Han Shuhan were instantly taken aback. After a brief moment, realization dawned on them as they glanced at the gifts in Lin Qingxiao's hands, their expressions shifting to one of understanding. So, you bought these gifts for Shen Hao's parents? Lin Qingxiao nodded, showcasing the presents to Han Shuhan and Lin Huayan. Dad, Mom, please have a look and see if the gifts are appropriate. Lin Huayan and Han Shuhan each took a gift box and examined it closely. After a moment, they exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of surprise in their eyes. Qingxiao, you must have put considerable thought into preparing these gifts, Lin Huayan remarked meaningfully. He then pointed to the tea in his hand, stating, This tea is a new variety for this year, with a pure flavor that is neither bitter nor astringent, leaving a lingering fragrance and a long-lasting aftertaste, perfect for middle-aged drinkers. Meanwhile, Han Shuhan, holding the skincare product, added, This skincare line is also quite commendable. It is not greasy and boasts hydrating, whitening, and anti-aging properties, making it ideal for middle-aged women. At this juncture, she leaned closer to Lin Qingxiao, her expression turning serious. Qingxiao, tomorrow marks your first meeting with Shen Hao's parents. It is essential to exhibit proper etiquette, ensuring you leave no unfavorable impression. Understood? Lin Qingxiao nodded. Without needing to be reminded by Han Shuhan, she grasped this principle well enough. Lin Huayan gazed at the gift in his hands for a moment before earnestly addressing Lin Qingxiao. Qingxiao, as you previously mentioned, Shen Hao is truly a remarkable young man. You're no longer a child. After meeting Shen Hao's parents, if they find you agreeable, do seize the opportunity to bring him home so we can meet him. If all aligns well, let us swiftly solidify your relationship. Lin Qingxiao appeared taken aback. Dad, my relationship with Shen Hao is still in its infancy. Isn't this a bit hasty? Not at all. It is hardly premature. Han Shuhan interjected, grasping Lin Qingxiao's hand and speaking earnestly. Such matters should be addressed promptly. Your father and I approached it in the same manner. Moreover, Shen Hao is exceptionally talented. If you do not act decisively, you might find him spirited away by another. Lin Qingxiao chuckled helplessly. She had no fears of Shen Hao being taken away by another woman, for her faith in him and her own judgment was unwavering. Enough. You must perform well when you meet Shen Hao's parents tomorrow, so retire early this evening. Han Shuhan advised as she and Lin Huai turned to ascend the stairs. At the stairwell, they turned back to Lin Qingxiao, offering her a gesture of encouragement. After freshening up and returning to her room, the thought of meeting Shen Hao's parents the next day kept Lin Qingxiao tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Shen Hao. What are you doing? I can't sleep. Can you keep me company? In no time, Shen Hao replied. I'm lying in bed. If you can't sleep, I'll chat with you for a while. Lin Qingxiao smiled sweetly. Sound good, she replied, adding a shy emoji. They conversed for about half an hour until drowsiness overcame her. Lin Qingxiao yawned and messaged, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed now. Good night. Shen Hao quickly responded with a good night emoji. The next day, Lin Qingxiao rose early and prepared herself. However, as their meeting was scheduled for noon, she did not rush out, but rather experimented with various outfits in her wardrobe. In his rented apartment, Shen Hao intended to enjoy a leisurely sleep-in since it was the weekend. However, fate had other plans. Shortly after 8 o'clock, his mother, Bai Fong, arrived. Upon entering and seeing Shen Hao still asleep, her expression turned immediately stern. Xiao Hao, you truly are carefree. Qingxiao is coming to meet us today, and you're still in bed? Hurry and get ready. Shen Hao opened his bleary eyes and let out a wry smile. Mother, didn't we arrange to dine out at noon? What is there to prepare? You and Dad just need to finalize the location, Bai Fong remarked, lightly tapping Shen Hao's forehead in discontent. We discussed it further, she continued. Today marks our first meeting, and dining out may not convey the warmth of a familial atmosphere. Hence, we have decided to host Qingxiao at home. Hurry and rise. You shall drive me to buy groceries. After all, it is Qingxiao's first visit to our home, and we must prepare a sumptuous feast. Under the pressure of Bai Fong's authoritative gaze, Shen Hao had no choice but to get out of bed. Just as he finished tidying up, a sudden voice resonated in his mind. A smile graced Shen Hao's lips as he realized he had acquired a pair of couple's toothbrushes. Truly, the system never ceased to amaze with its peculiar offerings. However, owing to his obligation to accompany his mother, he had no time to delve into this newfound treasure and resolved to explore it later. Chapter 72. President Lin in the supermarket. Shen Hao pushed a shopping cart brimming with goods, watching his mother, who was zealously purchasing items ahead. A wry smile crept across his face. Mom, there are only 4 of us. Can we possibly consume all of this? Bai Fong halted her steps, turning to shoot Shen Hao an exasperated glance. What do you know? This is Qingxiao's first visit to our home. We must not appear impolite. These items may go unused, but we simply cannot be without them, understand? You simpleton. I truly wonder how you managed to win her heart. Win her heart. Shen Hao was momentarily speechless and began to protest. Mom, please don't misjudge me. Qingxiao and I share genuine affection. However, Bai Fong had already wandered to another section, engrossed in her shopping, oblivious to his words. Resigned, Shen Hao hastened to catch up with her. It is often said that women can be fervent shoppers, and today he witnessed this firsthand. After more than an hour of frenzied purchasing, Shen Hao and Bai Fong left the supermarket with a trunk full of goods. Shen Songlin had chosen not to go to work that day, but had instead stayed home to tidy up. Dad, have you taken up a part-time cleaning job? Upon entering the house, Shen Hao's eyes widened at the sight of his father, Shen Songlin, donned in an apron, wielding a mop and cloth as he busied himself. In Shen Hao's recollection, household chores had always been the domain of his mother, while his father managed the business affairs. Indeed, I have. Shen Songlin beamed with pride, gesturing towards the freshly cleaned rooms as if showcasing a treasure. Xiao Hao, I am quite the expert at cleaning. It's merely that I have been too busy over the years to showcase my skills. Come, Take a look at my handiwork. Shen Hao inspected each room, noting that even the corners had been meticulously cleaned. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Dad, impressive. Your level of cleanliness rivals that of a top-notch housekeeper. Flattered by Shen Hao's compliment, Shen Lin swelled with pride. Of course, just look at who your father is. At that moment, Bai Fong emerged from the kitchen, also wearing an apron. I say, you two, could you possibly refrain from boasting? I'm nearly overwhelmed with work. Honey, come help me in the kitchen. Turning to Shen Hao, she added, Xiao Hao, it's about time. Go pick up Qingxiao. By the time you return, lunch should be nearly ready. Shen Hao nodded. Dad, Mom, I appreciate your hard work today. Once I receive my paycheck, I'll treat you both to a meal. With a smile, he grabbed the car keys and stepped out. Watching Shen Hao's departing figure, Bai Fong and Shen Lin exchanged looks of contentment. Honey, it seems we have aged. Our Xiao Hao has a girlfriend now. Time truly flies. Bai Fong reflected wistfully. Time may pass swiftly, but we are not old yet. Shen Lin chuckled, flexing to showcase his robust physique. Just look at these muscles. Today's youth may not possess a physique like mine. Bai Fong couldn't help but chuckle playfully. All right, enough of the banter. Our daughter-in-law is about to arrive. Let's hasten our preparations. We certainly wouldn't want to keep her waiting with unfinished meals. With a mischievous grin, the couple made their way into the kitchen, bustling about with fervor. After leaving their home, Shen Hao dialed Lin Qingxiao. Qingxiao, have you set out yet? Shall I come to fetch you? Her voice came through the receiver. No need. I've already hit the road. However, since it's the weekend, traffic is a bit congested. I might take over half an hour to arrive. Shen Hao glanced at the clock. It was 10:30. Lin Qingxiao would likely arrive around 11. A perfectly timed arrival. All right, I will wait for you at the entrance. Drive safely, he replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ended the call. In her BMW, Lin Qingxiao appeared somewhat anxious as she navigated the streets. Today, she donned a delicate light-colored dress, her hair styled elegantly, cascading down her back. With a touch of makeup and a soft hue of lipstick, she exuded an enchanting charm, a delightful contrast to her usual cool demeanor. Half an hour later, Lin Qingxiao finally reached the designated location, Longyuan Community. She parked her car beneath Building 2 and was about to call Shen Hao when a gentle tapping on her window startled her. Looking up, she saw Shen Hao gazing at her with a warm smile. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Qingxiao quickly opened the door and retrieved 2 gifts, handing one to Shen Hao. Qingxiao, you look absolutely stunning today, Shen Hao exclaimed, captivated by her ethereal presence. Unlike her usual poised image at work, today she resembled a graceful, intellectual neighbor, effortlessly inviting warmth. Shen Hao, what do you think of my outfit? Will your parents like it? Lin Qingxiao asked, her expression betraying her nervousness. Is that truly so significant? Shen Hao chuckled, lightly pinching her cheek. As long as I like it, that's what matters. Of course, it is important. Lin Qingxiao frowned, concern evident in her voice. Today is my first meeting with your parents. I cannot afford to leave a poor impression. Don't worry, silly girl, Shen Hao reassured her, taking her delicate hand in his as they walked towards home. The mere fact that you are here will bring them immense joy. I've told you before, my parents are very kind. If they see such a beautiful daughter-in-law like you, they will surely be all smiles. Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Lin Qingxiao felt a surge of confidence. They took the elevator to the 10th floor, and Shen Hao pointed to an end unit, saying, "This is our home." As he spoke, he retrieved the key and unlocked the door, ushering Lin Qingxiao inside with him. Dad, Mom, Qingxiao is here. Come quickly and meet your future daughter-in-law. No sooner had Shen Hao's words left his lips than a cacophony of clattering emerged from the kitchen. Almost immediately, Bai Fong rushed out from the kitchen. Although Lin Qingxiao felt a twinge of shyness, she gracefully inclined her body slightly towards Bai Fong. Hello, Annie, I am Lin Qingxiao, Shen Hao's girlfriend. Upon witnessing the stunningly beautiful and poised Lin Qingxiao, Bai Fong's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden clatter sounded from behind. Shen Lin had dropped the spatula he was holding, his gaze fixated on Lin Qingxiao in a daze. Lin, is that you? Chapter 73. Am I a super rich second generation? Old man, what are you doing? Bai Fong exclaimed in surprise, quickly crouching down to pick up the spatula. Turning around, She offered Lin Qingxiao a faintly apologetic smile. Qingxiao, please don't mind. Your uncle is usually quite composed, but today he seems. However, her words trailed off midway as she noticed Lin Qingxiao, who was staring wide-eyed and utterly astonished at Shen Songlin, oblivious to the gift she had dropped on the ground. Bai Fong was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the situation. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, Shen Hao also appeared dazed. In his memory, Lin Qingxiao was a person of formidable strength. Though she might feel shy meeting his parents, she shouldn't be so flustered. Father, Qingxiao, what is wrong with you? Shen Hao asked, bewildered. Shen Songlin regained his senses, gazing at Lin Qingxiao, rubbing his eyes in disbelief while murmuring to himself, I must be mistaken. That truly is President Lin, but how has she become Xiao Hao's girlfriend? At the same moment, Lin Qingxiao also collected herself. She gazed at Shen Songlin with a hint of uncertainty, stammering, You are President Shen? President Lin? President Shen? Bai Fong, in a state of urgency, tugged at Shen Songlin's shirt and said irritably, Shen Songlin, you. Shen Songlin suddenly burst into laughter, interrupting Bai Fong. Xiao Hao, your girlfriend is actually President Lin. Why didn't you mention it? You've made your father look foolish. Shen Hao, still in a state of shock, turned to Lin Qingxiao with a questioning expression. Qingxiao, do you know my dad? At that moment, Lin Qingxiao steadied herself. She looked at Shen Hao with surprise, exclaiming, You didn't know? President Shen is the president of the Tongfei Group, but judging by your expression, it seems you were completely unaware. What situation is this? Shen Hao queried, even more baffled, his gaze shifting to Shen Songlin. Father, what kind of riddle are you both playing? I am utterly confused. Suddenly, Bai Fong seemed to have an epiphany, gasping in astonishment. Darling, are you saying that Qingxiao is the president of Lin Corporation, which collaborates with our company? Her mouth fell slightly agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Precisely. Shen Songlin nodded with a smile, marveling at the serendipity of it all. I never expected that the girlfriend Xiao Hao has been talking about all along is actually President Lin. Lin Qingxiao shyly lowered her head. Uncle Shen, please just call me Qingxiao. Given that she was Shen Hao's girlfriend, and Shen Songlin was Shen Hao's father, addressing her as President Lin felt rather peculiar. Ha ha ha. Shen Songlin laughed heartily. From now on, I shall call you Qingxiao. Come, don't just stand there. Take a seat. Xiao Hao, do not just stand there foolishly. Since Qingxiao is visiting our home for the first time, we must uphold our decorum. At that moment, Bai Fong also came to her senses. Lin Qingxiao, with her unparalleled beauty and admirable figure, was not only stunning, but also the president of the Lin Group. Such a daughter-in-law was beyond Bai Fong's expectations. Qingxiao, come sit down. Once you are here, consider it your own home. Do not hesitate to make yourself comfortable. Both your Uncle Shen and I are quite amiable. Thank you, Auntie. Bai Fong took Lin Qingxiao's hand, inviting her to sit. It is often said that mothers-in-law grow fonder of their sons' wives the more they see them. In Bai Fong's case, her affection for Lin Qingxiao only deepened. Lin Qingxiao fulfilled all her fantasies of a daughter-in-law. Qingxiao, I just bought these fruits this morning. They're still fresh. Do try them, Bai Fong continued. And here's some snacks. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I picked a variety. Feel free to indulge. As Lin Qingxiao settled in, Bai Fong brought forth an array of delightful treats. Shen Hao watched in astonishment, thinking to himself how overly enthusiastic his mother was. At that moment, Shen Songlin's voice broke through his thoughts. Xiao Hao, stop dawdling and come help me with the dishes. Shen Hao had a question for Shen Songlin, so he followed him into the kitchen. Dad, how do you know Qingxiao? He inquired eagerly as they entered. Shen Songlin glanced back at Shen Hao, his expression suddenly turning serious. I actually have something important to discuss with you today. Let us serve the dishes first, and we can talk while we eat. He had not intended to reveal the matters concerning the Tongfei Group just yet, but given that Shen Hao was now in a relationship with President Lin, the moment had arrived for disclosure. All right, Shen Hao nodded, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. He had never witnessed the serious demeanor his father had just displayed. Soon, the table was set with a feast. The three members of the Shen family and Lin Qingxiao gathered around the dining table. Bai Fong, beaming with joy, continued to serve Lin Qingxiao dishes. Qingxiao, I don't have much to offer, but I prepared this delightful spread just for you. I hope you enjoy it." Lin Qingxiao smiled and shook her head. "Auntie, your cooking is exquisite, far surpassing that of chefs in high-end hotels. How could I possibly complain? Please, do not only serve me. You and Uncle should eat as well." Seeing Lin Qingxiao's graceful demeanor and polite speech, Bai Feng's fondness for her only grew. "Dad, you mentioned earlier that you had something to tell me. Please, share it now. I am listening." Shen Hao set down his utensils and turned his attention to Shen Songlin. Shen Songlin's gaze grew serious as he addressed Shen Hao earnestly. "Xiao Hao, we had intended to wait before revealing this to you, but it seems the time has come." Hearing this, Shen Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "Father, why are you so serious? You can't possibly be about to tell me that I am a super wealthy second-generation heir, can you? Such jokes are only seen online and are utterly implausible in reality." However, what Shen Songlin said next nearly caused a morsel of food in Xiao Hao's mouth to be spat out. "Xiao Hao, you are indeed correct. Given the financial standing of the Shen family, you are, without a doubt, a super wealthy heir. Have you heard of Tongfei Group? I am the president of Tongfei Group." Puffed. Shen Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Shen Songlin. "Father, today is not April Fool's Day. Please do not jest with me." Before Shen Songlin could respond, Lin Qingxiao interjected, "Uncle Shen is not joking with you." Chapter 74. Harmony and Joy. Qingxiao, you. Shen Hao looked at Lin Qingxiao in astonishment. "How could you conspire with my father to deceive me?" Upon seeing the disbelief etched on Shen Hao's face, Lin Qingxiao finally comprehended the situation. It was evident that Shen Songlin had concealed the truth about Tongfei Group from Shen Hao, leaving him entirely unaware. No wonder Shen Hao had previously appeared indifferent when mentioning Tongfei Group. He had no inkling that it was their family's enterprise. At that moment, Bai Feng interjected. "Xiao Hao, your father and Qingxiao did not deceive you. The reason your father and I withheld the truth was to cultivate your independence and to help you understand the challenges of earning a living. We previously mentioned that our family owned a small company, but in reality, it is not a small company at all. It is a publicly listed company, the very Tongfei Group we wish for you to join." Shen Hao was instantly taken aback. How could this be possible? He glanced at Bai Feng and Shen Songlin, then at Lin Qingxiao, and realized they were not jesting in the slightest. His heart sank. Could it be that everything they said was true? Tongfei Group truly belonged to our family? This was simply too incredible. "Qingxiao, so you mean to say that your acquaintance with my father stems from the collaboration between Lin Group and Tongfei Group, and that my father is the president of Tongfei Group?" Shen Hao asked Lin Qingxiao, his voice trembling. "Yes," Lin Qingxiao nodded. "I mentioned this to you before. Uncle Shen even gifted me tea, which you have tasted." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Qingxiao glanced at Shen Songlin. "Uncle Shen, I apologize. I had no idea you were Shen Hao's father." Shen Songlin chuckled heartily and waved his hand. "Qingxiao, please don't say that. You are the president of Lin Group. Aside from your romantic relationship with Xiao Hao, we stand on equal ground. You mustn't feel any pressure. I am quite pleased with you as my future daughter-in-law." Hearing Shen Songlin's words, Lin Qingxiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His reassurance alleviated her concerns about how to interact with him in the future. Witnessing this harmonious scene, Shen Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Dad, Mom, you truly are something. You've kept this from me for so long. Do you really lack confidence in me? Even if I know I'm a super rich heir, I would never lose my true self to wealth. I would never follow in Si Tsong's footsteps." "Si Tsong," Shen Songlin playfully scolded, "Stop your banter. However, I must say, you have good taste. Truth be told, every time I met Qingxiao, I hoped she would become my daughter-in-law. I never expected you to make my wish come true." Shen Hao grinned. "Dad, that only proves that your son has a good eye. Qingxiao is indeed the most beautiful girl in this world. Encountering her in my lifetime is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes." Shen Songlin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Qingxiao is indeed a remarkable young woman, and urged, "You must cherish her." He then added, "Qingxiao, if this rascal dares to wrong you, just tell your uncle, and I shall ensure he is taught a lesson." Bai Feng joined in support, exclaiming, "Exactly. Qingxiao, the moment I laid eyes on you, I took a liking to you. I have already decided that you shall be my daughter-in-law. No one else will do." If this scoundrel dares to mistreat you, just let me know, and I'll take care of him. Seeing the approval from Shen Songlin and Bai Fong, Lin Qingxiao felt a delightful shyness blossom within her heart. Uncle, Auntie, Shen Hao treats me very well. He has never bullied me, she said, her gaze toward Shen Hao filled with tenderness and affection. Shen Songlin and Bai Fong exchanged glances, silently giving Shen Hao a thumbs up, and he wore a proud expression. Dad, Mom, rest assured, Qingxiao is my beloved wife. I cherish her dearly and would never dream of mistreating her. Upon hearing Shen Hao's endearment, Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, for it was her first encounter with Shen Hao's parents, and she felt a tinge of shyness. Haha, splendid. Shen Songlin was thoroughly pleased with Shen Hao's words, especially since a girl as exceptional as Lin Qingxiao had become his son's girlfriend. His heart swelled with joy. Dad, Mom, Qingxiao has brought you gifts. Please take a look and let me know if you like them, Shen Hao said, presenting the gifts Lin Qingxiao had chosen. Qingxiao, dear, you needn't have brought gifts. Your presence is already more than enough. Our home lacks for nothing. Just coming is sufficient, Shen Songlin remarked. Bai Fong echoed. Indeed, Qingxiao, please do not feel obliged in the future. Though they spoke thus, Shen Songlin and Bai Fong were genuinely pleased with the gifts Lin Qingxiao had brought. They admired them, turning them over in their hands, their joy palpable. Uncle, Annie, this is merely a small token of my appreciation. I hope you do not find it lacking. Lin Qingxiao spoke softly. Not at all, Bai Fong exclaimed, cradling Lin Qingxiao's gift with a radiant smile. Qingxiao, I truly adore the gift you gave me. Shen Songlin, holding the tea leaves Lin Qingxiao had selected, brought them close to his nose, savoring the aroma. Ah, this is exquisite tea, rich in flavor. I absolutely adore it. I shall gratefully accept it. Lin Qingxiao smiled and nodded, relieved that her gifts were so well received. I am glad you like it, Uncle. Once you finish, I shall buy you more. Observing Bai Fong and Shen Songlin's delight in her gifts, Lin Qingxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Shen Hao, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, Qingxiao, you brought gift for my parents, but what about me? This hardly seems fair. Lin Qingxiao cast a sidelong glance at Shen Hao, playfully pouting, I am here to see uncle and aunt, not you. The once aloof and frosty CEO now revealed a rare glimpse of youthful femininity. Shen Songlin and Bai Fong exchanged knowing smiles at this scene. Oh, the joys of youth. All right, let's eat and chat, lest the dishes grow cold, Bai Fong suggested. Qingxiao, you are too slender. Come, have some more meat to replenish your strength. In an instant, Lin Qingxiao's nearly empty bowl was filled to the brim with a generous serving of dishes by Bai Fong. Annie, this is already plenty. I cannot possibly eat so much. You and uncle should enjoy some too. At that moment, Shen Hao, with a slight pout, extended his empty bowl towards Bai Fong. Mom, please add a little for me as well. Chapter 75. A major problem. Bai Fong playfully struck Shen Hao's bowl with her chopsticks, chiding him with a laugh. Off you go. You have arms and legs. Serve yourself. With that, she beamed as she began to serve Lin Qingxiao. Qingxiao, come eat more. Shen Hao was taken aback. After a moment, a hint of grievance flickered in his eyes as he pitifully remarked, Mom, you're showing favoritism. I won't accept this. Bai Fong rolled her eyes and shot him a look. If you're unhappy, keep it to yourself. Qingxiao and I have much to discuss. You can eat quietly and not interrupt our conversation. Seeing no other option, Shen Hao could only sulk and eat alone, feeling as if he had been cast aside. It is often said that three women make a drama. With only Bai Fong and Lin Qingxiao present, he found himself without a voice. Meanwhile, Shen Songlin glanced at Shen Hao with a hint of schadenfreude before diving into his meal with gusto. At the dining table, Shen Hao and Shen Songlin were unable to contribute to the conversation, leaving only the sounds of Bai Fong and Lin Qingxiao. Bai Fong would occasionally say something that made Lin Qingxiao burst into laughter. As time passed, the bond between Bai Fong and Lin Qingxiao rapidly deepened, making them appear less like two individuals meeting for the first time and more like a mother and daughter who had shared decades together. Ironically, Shen Hao, the biological son, was left neglected in their midst. Although he complained outwardly, inside he felt a profound sense of joy. The fact that Lin Qingxiao got along well with his parents lifted a great weight off his heart. Soon, the delightful meal came to an end. Bai Fong picked up the dishes, preparing to head to the kitchen when Lin Qingxiao suddenly stood up. "Auntie, let me help you," she exclaimed, reaching for the bowls on the table. Bai Fong was startled and quickly interjected, "Qingxiao, don't. Leave the heavy lifting to me. You are the cherished gem of your parents and the president of the Lin Group. You shouldn't be doing such labor. Just sit and rest. I will finish tidying up shortly." Hearing Bai Fong's words, Shen Lin couldn't help but smirk. "Dear, I'm also a president. Does that mean I can avoid work too?" "Dream on." Bai Fong shot him a glare, playfully pinching his ear. "Come help me clean up." Shen Lin chuckled ruefully and quickly yielded, following Bai Fong into the kitchen. Lin Qingxiao watched this scene unfold, a smile gracing her lips. She had not anticipated that the esteemed president of Tongfei Group would be so afraid of his wife. At that moment, Shen Hao leaned closer. "Qingxiao, see? I wasn't lying to you. I told you my parents are very easygoing." Lin Qingxiao nodded gently. Though it was their first meeting, Shen Lin and Bai Fong struck her as exceedingly warm and approachable, devoid of any airs, and they treated her with great kindness. The familial atmosphere in Shen Hao's home brought her immense comfort. "Shen Hao, should I be sitting here while Uncle and Aunt are busy?" Lin Qingxiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Not at all." Shen Hao chuckled and shook his head, saying, "It's your first visit to my home. It would be unreasonable for us to have you work. My parents are still young and do not require our service just yet. When they grow older, we will have the opportunity to show our filial piety. At that time, you, as my daughter-in-law, must care for them." "Daughter-in-law?" Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed, and she nodded seriously. If we truly marry in the future, I will certainly honor them diligently." Shen Hao scoffed disapprovingly. "It is not if, it is a certainty. Qingxiao, I am now a super-rich heir. With my circumstances, how could you possibly look down upon me?" Lin Qingxiao shot him a glance and retorted, "I am not lacking in money. Moreover, I am not dating you for your wealth. Prior to this, I had no idea you were Shen Uncle's son." "I certainly knew." Shen Hao smiled slightly, taking Lin Qingxiao's hand earnestly. "Qingxiao, now that you have met my parents, when will I have the pleasure of meeting yours?" Just as Lin Qingxiao was about to respond, Bai Fong and Shen Lin emerged. "Xiao Hao, Qingxiao, what were you discussing just now? Was it something interesting? Share it with us so we can enjoy a laugh." Lin Qingxiao's face turned crimson, while Shen Hao chuckled and replied candidly, "Mom, I was just discussing with Qingxiao the matter of meeting her parents." Bai Fong's eyes brightened, instantly intrigued. "This is wonderful. Xiao Hao, since we're on the topic, I must have a serious talk with you." Bai Fong adopted a lecturing demeanor and continued, "Since Qingxiao has visited our home, we must uphold our manners. You and Qingxiao should find a time to meet her parents. Xiao Hao, when you go, you must conduct yourself well. Do not bring shame to your father and me. Understand?" Shen Hao nodded with a smile. "Understood, Mom. I'm not a child. I do not need you to teach me these things." Bai Fong continued to lecture, suddenly recalling something and glancing at Lin Qingxiao with a hint of embarrassment. "Ahem. Qingxiao, was I a bit too forward just now? You should consult your parents before deciding whether to meet Shen Hao." Lin Qingxiao smiled and shook her head. "It's all right, Aunt. In fact, my parents have also mentioned that they would like to meet Shen Hao." At this, she shyly lowered her head, adhering to the modesty expected of a young lady. "That's wonderful." Bai Fong's eyes sparkled. "Xiao Hao, did you remember everything I just said?" "I did, Mom. I know what to do." He suddenly realized that his parents were even more eager about his relationship with Lin Qingxiao than he was. "By the way, Xiao Hao, there's something I need to ask you." At this moment, Shen Lin suddenly spoke up. "You must be honest. If you dare to lie, do not blame me for turning against you." Shen Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Was it merely a question? His father was being excessively harsh. "Father, please go ahead with your inquiry. I assure you I will speak without reservation and disclose everything." Shen Hao replied, embodying the demeanor of a dutiful child. Shen Lin was quite pleased with Shen Hao's attitude. He scrutinized Shen Hao for a moment before saying, "I heard from Qingxiao that you are currently the deputy leader of the research team at the Lin Group." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of pride sparkled in Shen Hao's eyes. "Yes, father. Is there a problem with that?" Observing Shen Hao's smug demeanor, Shen Lin felt a surge of discontent. The problem is far greater than you realize. Chapter 76. Distant yet near. Shen Hao was taken aback. Observing Shen Lin's gloomy expression, he felt even more perplexed. Dad, what exactly do you wish to inquire about? I'm utterly confused by your questions. Shen Lin snorted and replied solemnly. The Lin Group is currently delving into the realm of artificial intelligence. If you aspire to become the deputy head of the research team and wish to earn the respect of others, your abilities must at least reach the level of a top-tier expert in the country. How have you achieved this? Where did you acquire your knowledge in artificial intelligence? Shen Hao suddenly realized the crux of the matter. A smile crept onto his face as he responded, Dad, as you know, I have an affinity for tinkering with peculiar gadgets, particularly those related to artificial intelligence. Over the years, while you and Mom were preoccupied with business, I took it upon myself to self-study the relevant knowledge during my leisure time. As Shen Hao spoke, a wave of guilt washed over Shen Lin. For years, he and Bai Fong had been engrossed in their business affairs, inadvertently neglecting Shen Hao's emotional and educational needs, providing primarily financial support instead. Wait, he mentioned, he taught himself? Shen Lin immediately seized on this point, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Shen Hao. Are you saying that all your expertise has been self-taught? Artificial intelligence is an exceedingly intricate field, and even the existing theoretical knowledge is far from complete. Even the world's foremost experts navigate this domain cautiously, having undergone systematic education and extensive practical experience to achieve their accomplishments. The fact that you have reached the level of a top expert solely through self-study is truly remarkable. Indeed, Shen Hao nodded, responding candidly. With no one to instruct me, I had no choice but to learn independently. Self-taught. Shen Lin's lips twitched in disbelief. Was this truly the same son who spent his days engrossed in video games, rarely stepping outside? What did he become so exceptional? Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Shen Lin asked, his eyes wide with incredulity. Of course not, Shen Hao replied with a wry smile, exuding a sense of helplessness. There is no advantage for me in deceiving you. Besides, if I lack genuine skills, I could never have aspired to be the deputy head of the Lin Group's research team, even if Qingxiao is my girlfriend. Nearby, Bai Fong couldn't help but interject, noticing Shen Lin's incredulous demeanor. Honestly, you should be proud of our son's achievements instead of being skeptical. What kind of father reacts this way? Snapping back to reality, Shen Lin offered a rueful smile. But what? Bai Fong shot him a disapproving glare. Our little Hao is truly exceptional. Shen Lin, are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy, seeing that your son excels so greatly? Shen Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. Why would I feel envy for my own son? His remarkable performance simply left him astounded by Shen Hao's words. Lin Qingxiao, witnessing the exchange, smiled and spoke up. Uncle Shen, I can attest to the truth of Shen Hao's claims. As the president of Tongfei Group, I assume you have come across that groundbreaking paper on artificial intelligence on the SCL platform? A paper? Shen Lin nodded. Of course I have read it. That paper is universally recognized in academia as the pinnacle of research in artificial intelligence. The advanced knowledge and concepts it presents far surpass those of so-called top international experts. In fact, for the next 50 years, no one will exceed its brilliance. As he spoke of the paper, Shen Lin's face lit up with enthusiasm, clearly holding it in high regard. If only I had the opportunity to meet the author. Regardless of the cost, I would certainly invite him to join our company. I can guarantee that with his presence, our artificial intelligence technology could surpass the world's leading companies within 5 years. Shen Hao, with an odd expression, touched his nose. Am I truly that remarkable? Yet, being praised by my father in person feels rather gratifying. Noticing Shen Lin's look of regret, Lin Qingxiao stifled a laugh. Uncle Shen, have you never considered that the talent you seek is not as far away as you think, but rather right before your eyes? Not far away, yet right before my eyes, Shen Lin murmured to himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened in excitement as he looked at Lin Qingxiao, incredulous. Qingxiao, are you suggesting that it is little Hao? Lin Qingxiao nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is Shen Hao. Uncle Shen, You may not be aware, but that sensational paper that stirred the international artificial intelligence academic community was written by Shen Hao. Written by Shen Hao. Shen Songlin gazed at Shen Hao in disbelief, only to find him adopting a serene, otherworldly demeanor. This left him utterly bewildered. Could it truly be that Shen Hao authored that paper? But how could that be possible? Dad, please refrain from looking at me like that. I can assure you, I am the author of that paper, Shen Hao stated calmly. What do you think? Your son is quite impressive, isn't he? Shen Songlin fell silent, retrieving his phone to locate the paper. Upon seeing the author's name, he instantly believed Lin Qingxiao's words. Previously, he had glanced at the author's name while reading the paper, but had never paid much attention, as he had never considered Shen Hao in that context. However, after Lin Qingxiao's remark and a second look at the author's name, he finally accepted the truth. Shen Hao is an unparalleled genius. Such a talent should not be squandered by not inviting him to the company. In that fleeting moment, Shen Songlin felt an undeniable urge to have Shen Hao return to the company. However, upon seeing Lin Qingxiao, he fell into an immediate silence. Shen Hao had already joined Lin's group and was even romantically involved with its president, Lin Qingxiao. To insist on having Shen Hao return to his own company would indeed be rather inconsiderate. Yet, he could not shake off the lingering sense of reluctance within him. Caught in a moment of dilemma, he found himself at a loss. Lin Qingxiao, with her remarkable intelligence, swiftly discerned the change in Shen Songlin's expression. Uncle Shen, are you hoping to bring Shen Hao back to Tengfei Group? Chapter 77. A win-win solution. Lin Qingxiao's voice was gentle, laced with a hint of concern. Shen Songlin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Qingxiao could perceive his thoughts. However, he cast a glance at Shen Hao, remaining silent. His expression caught in hesitation. The atmosphere in the room abruptly became tense. Noticing Shen Songlin's silence, Lin Qingxiao's delicate face paled slightly. She understood the predicament he faced. After all, Shen Hao was Shen Songlin's son, and it was entirely reasonable for him to work at his own company. Had it not been for the barrier created by her relationship with Shen Hao, Shen Songlin would undoubtedly have acted without hesitation. Yet at this moment, his heart was filled with reservations, leading to his silence. Nonetheless, deep down, she was reluctant to let Shen Hao leave the company, as he was not only vital to the Lin Group, but also held significant importance to her. If Shen Hao were to return to Tengfei Group, their opportunities to meet would undoubtedly diminish substantially. No, I cannot be selfish. Lin Qingxiao suddenly shook her head, her gaze becoming resolute. Uncle Shen, Tengfei Group, is, in every respect, more suitable for Shen Hao's development. I believe that allowing him to return to Tengfei Group would facilitate a better future for him. Shen Songlin was taken aback, his expression complex as he glanced at Lin Qingxiao. He had not expected that a young woman like her could possess such determination. Qingxiao. He took a deep breath, poised to speak, but at that moment, Shen Hao interjected. What are you two doing? Should you consider my opinion regarding where I will work in the future? Shen Hao looked at Lin Qingxiao, his expression tinged with reproach. Under his gaze, Lin Qingxiao felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her head. Indeed, her previous remarks had been somewhat thoughtless. Shen Hao was right. Regardless of where he worked in the future, the decision should ultimately be his own, and others had no right to dictate it for him. Shen Hao, em sorry. Her complexion was somewhat pale as she softly apologized to Shen Hao. Qingxiao, I do not hold you accountable. Shen Hao quickly interrupted her. However, since we are all here today, let us lay everything bare. After all, we will be family. Whether I am at the Lin Group or Tengfei Group, there is no substantial difference, is there? Meanwhile, Bai Fong, caught in her own turmoil, suddenly brightened. Indeed, Xiao Hao is right. There is no need for us to be entangled in this matter. The Lin Group and Tengfei Group have always been partners, and now we are even more closely connected. Sooner or later, both companies will belong to Xiao Hao and Qingxiao. Wouldn't you agree, old Shen? Shen Songlin abruptly smacked his thigh and gave Bai Fong a thumbs up. Dear, I've realized that after all these years of marriage, you finally had a moment of brilliance. Bai Fong immediately rolled her eyes in response. I've been clever many times. You just lack the eyes to see it. The atmosphere became harmonious once more due to Bai Feng's words. Shen Songlin cast a smiling glance at Shen Hao and remarked, Xiao Hao, since you are my only son, the company will inevitably be yours in the future. You should decide whether to remain with the Lin group or join the Tongfei group. Both your mother and I will support your choice. Lin Qingxiao nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting her approval. Upon witnessing this, Shen Hao burst into laughter. Choosing is for children. I want both. This proclamation left both Shen Songlin and Lin Qingxiao momentarily speechless. Xiao Hao, what do you mean by that? How can one person hold positions in two companies? Do you possess a magical ability to clone yourself? Clone myself? A spark of inspiration flickered in Shen Hao's eyes. To others, the notion of cloning might seem fantastical. Yet for him, it was different, for he had a system. A product of the system is undoubtedly exceptional. Although he had not acquired anything extraordinarily powerful through his years of signing in, this did not imply that he would not in the future. There is always hope. What if it becomes a reality? However, considerations such as cloning were far too abstract. It was better to remain grounded in reality. Returning from his lofty reverie, he gazed at Shen Songlin and said with a smile, I may not have the ability to clone myself, but I can certainly take on a part-time role. Father, I'm not boasting. With my capabilities, I am fully qualified to be a research expert at Tongfei Group. ISNT had said on television that those experts don't work every day. They only step in when the company faces challenges. Some experts even hold positions in multiple companies. If they can do it, why can't I? After Shen Hao spoke, both Shen Songlin and Lin Qing's eyes lit up. This idea was feasible, brilliant, truly ingenious. Shen Songlin erupted in hearty laughter, unable to resist giving Shen Hao a thumbs up. Xiao Hao, how did I not see this before? Your mind is remarkably sharp. Before Shen Hao could respond, Bai Feng suddenly playfully flicked Shen Songlin's forehead. How can you say that? For all these years, you've been so focused on making money, neglecting Xiao Hao, that you failed to notice his strengths. Realizing the truth in her words, Shen Songlin smiled sheepishly and refrained from further comment. Xiao Hao, don't mind your father. Share your plans. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Hao began. Here's what I propose. I will continue working at the Lin Group during regular hours, while I can hold a nominal position at our own company. If my expertise is needed, I can return. This way, neither side is neglected. Wouldn't you agree? Bai Feng nudged Shen Songlin with her elbow, inquiring, Do you think this is feasible? Of course, it is feasible, Shen Songlin nodded. Next Monday, I will arrange a position for Xiao Hao, but as he spoke, the conversation continued. He cast a glance at Shen Hao and continued, Xiao Hao, although this is merely a nominal position, you must come to the company on Monday. I wish to formally introduce you to our staff. Despite his youth, it is inevitable that the Tongfei group will eventually belong to Shen Hao. This opportunity is perfect for him to elevate Shen Hao's presence, allowing him to gradually establish his own authority. In doing so, Shen Hao will be well-positioned to take over the company from him in due course. All right, no problem. Shen Hao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. To be honest, upon discovering that Tongfei Group was his family's company, he was eager to take a look. Qingxiao, may I borrow Xiao Hao for a day? Chapter 78. Not only a perfect match, but a strong alliance. Upon hearing Shen Songlin's words, Lin Qingxiao's charming face instantly flushed crimson. Uncle Shen Hao is your son. Please do not say such things. It is only fitting for him to accompany you, she murmured softly, her cheeks rosy and undeniably adorable. Ha! Very well, Shen Songlin chuckled, turning his gaze towards Shen Hao. Xiao Hao, you shall accompany me on a trip this Monday. All right, Shen Hao nodded in agreement. Soon after, the group engaged in casual conversation. However, it was predominantly Bai Feng and Shen Songlin who posed an array of questions to Lin Qingxiao, leaving Shen Hao seated beside them, often unable to interject. Whenever he managed to chime in, he was met with the disapproving glances of Bai Feng and Shen Songlin, prompting him to offer a wry smile of resignation. Unbeknownst to them, the clock had already struck past 3 in the afternoon. Uncle, Andy, it's getting late. I must take my leave. I shall visit again when time permits, Lin Qingxiao stated, rising to depart. Why the rush? Bai Feng grasped Lin Qingxiao's hand, a hint of reluctance in her gaze. Qingxiao, You're simply too cherished, and he truly wishes you could stay longer. How about you remain for dinner, and let Xiao Hao escort you home afterward? Shen Songlin chimed in. Indeed, Qingxiao, it would be a shame for you to leave so soon. If you go, Biani will surely be lamenting in my ear. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingxiao turned to glance at Shen Hao. Then I shall stay for dinner, she decided. Shen Hao smiled. It has been ages since I enjoyed hot pot. The weather is pleasantly cool tonight. Let us indulge together. With Shen Hao's suggestion, Lin Qingxiao readily agreed. The ensuing hours were spent watching television and engaging in lighthearted banter. Shen Hao had anticipated Lin Qingxiao would find the evening tedious, yet to his surprise, perhaps influenced by Baifeng's warmth, she became increasingly talkative. Especially during conversations with his parents, she would giggle when the dialogue turned cheerful, shedding her icy demeanor. Shen Hao was pleased to witness this transformation, contentedly munching on sunflower seeds without interruption. As evening fell, Baifeng prepared the ingredients, while Lin Qingxiao, disregarding the protests, insisted on assisting in the kitchen. Yet, as a sheltered young lady unaccustomed to domestic chores, she found herself in a series of amusing predicaments within mere minutes. Shen Songlin and Baifeng refrained from mocking her, instead growing ever more fond of Lin Qingxiao. After a delightful hot pot feast, as the clock struck 7, Lin Qingxiao bid farewell to Shen Songlin and Baifeng, departing alongside Shen Hao. From the window, Baifeng observed the two figures below, a smile gracing her face as she remarked to Shen Songlin, Qingxiao is truly a well-behaved child. She and Xiao Hao are simply perfect for one another. Shen Songlin nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiments with a sense of reflection. Indeed, Xiao Hao has truly risen to the occasion this time. I never anticipated that he would be in a romantic relationship with the president of the Lin Group. It truly reflects the charm I possessed in my youth. Ha ha! Observing Shen Songlin's triumphant demeanor, Baifeng felt a surge of indignation. She shot a fierce glare at Shen Songlin and seized his ear. Pray tell, what charm did you possess in your youth? Do you think you are above me? After all these years of washing your clothes, cooking, bearing children, and managing our household, you dare to look down on me? Upon hearing this, a look of innocence crossed Shen Songlin's face. He racked his brain, unable to comprehend how his words had offended Baifeng. My dear, I am wronged. I merely remarked that Xiao Hao resembles my former self. I never insinuated any disdain towards you. Please let go, it hurts. Baifeng suddenly burst into laughter, releasing her grip. She was well aware that Shen Songlin meant no disrespect. Her earlier reaction was solely a response to his smug expression. At the base of the apartment complex, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao strolled side by side through the courtyard. Together, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, perfectly matched, captivating the attention of those seeking respite in the shade. The admiring glances from onlookers filled Shen Hao with pleasure. How was my performance today? Lin Qingxiao suddenly halted, looking up at Shen Hao. Perfect, Shen Hao replied with a smile, a hint of jealousy creeping into his tone. After living with my parents for over 20 years, I have never experienced such kindness from them. Qingxiao, to be honest, I am a bit envious. With a chuckle, Lin Qingxiao couldn't help but laugh at Shen Hao's aggrieved expression. You always have a way with words. Yet I must admit, I never expected President Shen to be your father. Your Tongfei group is undoubtedly far more formidable than our Lin group. Shen Hao, you have truly become a super-rich heir. At this juncture, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Lin Qingxiao's eyes as she let out a soft sigh. Shen Hao, have your standards now risen so high that you no longer find me appealing? Shen Hao nearly choked in disbelief. He managed a wry smile. Qingxiao, please do not jest about me. My parents have truly kept such a monumental secret from me all these years. Nevertheless, regardless of my status as a wealthy heir, my love for you remains unwavering. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, even if I am indeed a super-rich heir, you are the president of the Lin Group. You are far more impressive than I. With a playful laugh, Lin Qingxiao entwined her arm around Shen Hao's, leaning against him comfortably. Her lustrous black hair danced in the breeze. Does this signify that we are indeed a match made in heaven? Lin Qingxiao inquired softly. Of course, Shen Hao replied. Shen Hao smiled and nodded, gently lifting Lin Qingxiao's delicate chin, gazing at her with profound affection. We are not only well-matched in status, but we also form a formidable alliance, do we not? Lin Qingxiao remained silent, merely tightening her embrace around Shen Hao's arm. After strolling through the community for a while, they settled into the car. Although Shen Hao intended to drive, Lin Qingxiao firmly declined. "Allow me to take the wheel and showcase my driving skills," she playfully asserted. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Shen Hao's eyes as he took his seat in the passenger side. Despite the late hour, the roads were still bustling with vehicles. As they rode along, Shen Hao gazed at Lin Qingxiao in astonishment, a hint of admiration evident in his eyes. "Qingxiao, I often see you letting the driver take the reins. I assumed your driving skills were lacking. To my surprise, you drive exceptionally well." Chapter 79. Are your parents satisfied with him? On the bustling road, Lin Qingxiao drove remarkably smoothly. Hardly a bump could be felt, and there were no sudden breaks. Naturally, Lin Qingxiao smiled with pride. "The driver is provided by the company. I prefer not to drive myself during work hours. Not that I am incapable." Shen Hao nodded, beginning to comprehend why Lin Qingxiao chose not to drive. After all, she was the president of Lin Group, a figure of immense respect among her employees, who must always maintain an air of superiority. It would indeed be somewhat inappropriate for the IC president to be seen behind the wheel herself. As they chatted and laughed along the way, and with Lin Qingxiao driving at a leisurely pace, they finally arrived at her residence after half an hour. "I've arrived," Lin Qingxiao softly announced. Shen Hao looked up, and a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. "I suddenly find it hard to let you go," he said, taking her hand with tender affection. Lin Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Shen Hao's sudden gesture. However, she did not find his affection unwelcome. Rather, it was quite endearing. "Then I shall stay with you a while longer," she replied gently. Shen Hao glanced at his watch, noting it was already past 8 o'clock, and shook his head. "You should head back quickly. If you return late, your parents will surely worry." Saying this, he exited the car and opened the door for Lin Qingxiao. As she stepped out, she looked up at him and asked softly, "How will you get back? Would you like to drive my car?" She extended the car keys toward him, having arrived in her vehicle. "No, thank you," Shen Hao replied with a smile, gesturing to the stream of cars passing by. "I will just take a taxi. You should hurry inside. I will leave once you are safely in." Seeing his determination, Lin Qingxiao refrained from insisting further, waved goodbye, and turned to enter the villa. Only when her figure disappeared did Shen Hao turn to leave. Upon returning home, Lin Huayuan and Han Shahan approached her. "Qingxiao, why are you back so late? Your father and I have been anxiously waiting. By the way, tell us about your visit to Shen Hao's home. How did his parents receive you?" Han Shahan rapidly fired off several questions. Lin Qingxiao let out a wry smile. "Mom, is it really appropriate to ask so many questions at once? How am I supposed to respond?" Han Shahan shot Lin Qingxiao a disapproving glance. "How else should you respond? Of course, you must answer each question in turn. Now, tell us what transpired." Lin Huayuan frowned at Han Shahan, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Shahan, why are you in such a hurry? Qingxiao has just returned. Could you allow her a moment to catch her breath before we continue?" "Qingxiao, do not heed your mother's words. Speak at your own pace, for there is no rush." Nevertheless, despite his verbal reassurances, a glimmer of anxiety betrayed him in his eyes. Lin Qingxiao pondered for a brief moment, carefully crafting her words before she began to speak. "Uncle Shen and Aunt Bai are exceedingly kind. They treated me with great courtesy, preparing a sumptuous lunch to host me, and they insisted that I stay for dinner, which is why I return a little late. Furthermore," at this juncture, she abruptly paused, lifting her gaze to Lin Huayan and Han Shahan, her expression betraying a sense of hesitation. Observing this, Han Shahan felt a weight in her heart, and her countenance instantly turned solemn. "What else is there? Qingxiao, has something occurred? Please share with us. Regardless of the circumstances, your father and I are your steadfast support." Lin Huayan remained silent, yet his expression mirrored an unprecedented gravity. Unable to contain herself, Lin Qingxiao chuckled at the couple's demeanor. "Father, mother, you have misunderstood. There is nothing amiss. Uncle Shen and Aunt Bai are quite pleased with me. It is merely that Shen Hao's background." Han Shahan exhaled with relief, interrupting Lin Qingxiao. "Qingxiao, rest assured, Your father and I are not antiquated in our views, even if Shen Hao comes from an ordinary family. As long as you love each other and he possesses good character, we shall not oppose, shall we? Lao Lin? Lin Huan nodded gravely in agreement. Qingxiao, your mother speaks true. Our family is not lacking in resources, and we care not for Shen Hao's background, as long as you both share mutual affection. Moreover, isn't Shen Hao a remarkable talent? Listening to their words, Lin Qingxiao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Father, mother, you have misunderstood once again. With a wry smile, she shook her head. I intended to express that Shen Hao's background is rather significant. If we were to discuss it candidly, his family's circumstances exceed our own. Lin Huan and Han Shuhan's eyes widened in astonishment. Qingxiao, why do you say that? Could it be that Shen Hao's family has some extraordinary connections? At that moment, both Lin Huan and Han Shuhan were left in utter disbelief. Not quite. Lin Qingxiao shook her head gently, speaking softly. Father, you are aware that our company has a partnership with Tongfei Group, correct? Lin Huan nodded. Before he entrusted the company to Lin Qingxiao, he had dealings with Tongfei Group and had even met President Shen of Tongfei Group. However, wait a moment. President Shen, Lin Huan seemed to have a realization, staring at Lin Qingxiao in astonishment. Qingxiao, you cannot be implying that Shen Hao has connections to Tongfei Group, can you? Lin Qingxiao smiled and nodded. Father, mother, in truth, Uncle Shen is the president of Tongfei Group. Tongfei Group is Shen Hao's family business. Upon hearing Lin Qingxiao's words, Lin Huan and Han Shuhan both gasped in astonishment. They exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of shock reflected in the other's eyes. Qingxiao, were you unaware of this all along? Has Shen Hao never mentioned it to you? After a moment of surprise, Lin Huan could not help but furrow his brow and inquire. Father, in fact, even Shen Hao himself was oblivious to the fact that Tongfei Group belongs to his family. Lin Qingxiao replied with a wry smile. Over the years, Uncle Shen and Aunt Bai have refrained from informing him in order to foster his independence. He only learned this today, so that's how it is the two of them suddenly realized. Lin Huan then pondered a question and asked, Qingxiao, what is your perspective on this matter? Since President Shen is Shen Hao's father, does that mean Shen Hao will return to his family's company to work? Chapter 80. Old Lin, you must not be confused about this matter. Lin Qingxiao shook her head. After a moment of contemplation, she reiterated the solution proposed by Shen Hao. Upon hearing this, Lin Huan's eyes revealed a glimmer of admiration. Qingxiao, from your words, it is evident that Shen Hao is a remarkable young man, both intelligent and devoted. You must cherish him well. In this day and age, such young men are a rarity, with decades of life experience. He understood that Shen Hao's suggestion was largely motivated by Lin Qingxiao. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to remain at the Lin Group. Lin Qingxiao nodded gently. In truth, even without Lin Huan's words, she would deeply treasure the bond she shared with Shen Hao. Han Shuhan had always held a favorable view of Shen Hao, and now, after hearing Lin Qingxiao's words, her satisfaction with him only grew. Qingxiao, you have met Shen Hao's parents. Since they are pleased with you, why not invite Shen Hao over for a meal at our home? It will be a good opportunity for us to formally get acquainted. Our families are quite similar in circumstance, and given the strength of your relationship, it should be quite manageable. If you have no objections after meeting Shen Hao, our families can find a time to sit down together and settle your matters. What do you think? Before she knew Shen Hao, Lin Qingxiao would have found such matters quite distasteful. Yet now, she discovered an unexpected sense of anticipation blossoming within her. She responded softly, her voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. Dad, Mom, I will return to my room to rest. After all, she was a girl, and her shyness was evident. Upon finishing her words, Lin Qingxiao retreated to her room. Lin Huan and Han Shuhan exchanged knowing smiles filled with contentment. Old Lin, it seems that Qingxiao's major life event has finally found its resolution. I can now set my heart at ease. Indeed, seeing our daughter find her place brings me considerable comfort. Yet, Lin Huan hesitated, a hint of worry glimmering in his eyes. Shuhan, do you recall the jest we shared with old Su 20 years ago? 20 years ago, Han Shuhan furrowed her brow. lost in thought. After a moment, she seemed to recollect something, her expression shifting slightly. Old Lin, are you referring to the betrothal joke we made with old Sue? Yes. Lin Huayan nodded solemnly and continued. I had nearly forgotten about it, but just a few days ago, old Sue called me and brought it up. It seems he is intent on matchmaking his son, Su Mingyu, with Qingxiao, and he inquired if that arrangement from years ago still holds any weight. Upon hearing this, Han Shahan's expression grew grave. If it were anyone else, she would not be so troubled, for everyone understood that the events of the past were merely a jest, never to be taken seriously. However, this matter inevitably involves Su Guohua, particularly when she recalls the kindness Su Guohua extended to them in the past. Her emotions grow increasingly complicated. Old Lin, how did you respond to old Sue? Han Shahan inquired in a low voice. I said nothing at all. Lin Huayan replied with a bitter smile. You know how Qingxiao is. I have always supported her right to pursue love freely. I never considered the idea of childhood betrothal. As for back then, it was merely a jest among friends, and I spoke without thought. Yet now, old Sue has taken it seriously, and Qingxiao has found someone else. I am at a loss for how to address this with old Sue. Han Shahan furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. What else can we say? We must speak the truth. You know old Sue's character. He is a reasonable man and will likely understand our position. By the way, I heard that old Sue's son went abroad for further studies. Why has he suddenly brought this matter to you? Lin Huayan chuckled softly. Old Sue called me for another reason, actually. Su Mingyu has just returned to the country. He specializes in artificial intelligence. And I heard from old Sue that he has obtained his doctorate. He wishes for his son to work at our company. Han Shahan was taken aback. A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. From what you say, given his qualifications, he could easily find a good position abroad. Why would he choose to return? Lin Huayan took a deep breath, pausing for a moment before replying with a somewhat grave tone. Do you remember 8 years ago when we gathered with old Sue's family? Han Shahan nodded. I remember. Qingxiao came along with us. What of it? Lin Huayan sighed. At that gathering, old Sue's son met Qingxiao. Old Sue mentioned that ever since, Su Mingyu has been infatuated with her. However, due to his studies abroad, the matter was left unresolved. Now that Su Mingyu is returning, old Sue has brought this up again, indicating he wishes for his son to pursue a relationship with Qingxiao. Han Shuhan's expression tightened upon hearing this. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and remarked, We must clarify this matter with old Sue. Though I have yet to meet Shen Hao, from Qingxiao's demeanor, it is clear he is an exceptional young man in every respect. I have already accepted Shen Hao as my future son-in-law in my heart. Old Lin, you must not be muddled about this. Lin Huayan chuckled softly. Of course I understand. Yet, I still do not know how to approach old Sue, considering that without him, we would not have our present circumstances. Han Shuhan shook her head, her expression serious. One matter must be separated from another. Gratitude is gratitude, and principles are principles. These two must not be conflated. Since you are unable to articulate your thoughts, I shall call Lao Su tomorrow, confident that he will comprehend. Lin Huayan nodded in agreement. It seems this is the only course of action. Early the next morning, as Shen Hao was enjoying a deep slumber, Bai Feng's voice resonated at the door. Xiao Hao, it's time to rise. Breakfast is ready. Your father and I are waiting for you. With a groggy demeanor, Shen Hao slowly emerged from his bed. Yet he did not immediately descend. Instead, he opened WeChat, where 3 unread messages awaited him, all sent by Lin Qingxiao. Shen Hao hastily perused the messages. Upon completing his reading, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Today, for chapters have been updated. There truly isn't a drop left. Please refrain from claiming the author is lacking. My mind feels as muddled as porridge. I shall continue writing tomorrow. I'm grateful for everyone's support. Thank you, my brothers, for your gifts and encouragement. I implore you to keep supporting me with gifts, urging updates, and lively comments. For these are the very motivation that fuels my writing. Chapter 81. Lin Huayan's old friend Lin Qingxiao informed him that every Sunday afternoon, she would visit the welfare home and asked if he would like to accompany her. Shen Hao was taken aback by Lin Qingxiao's compassionate nature. A smile crept upon his lips as he composed a message in response. Sure, I have nothing planned, so I'll join you in spreading some love. At the end, he added a kiss emoji. Within 10 seconds, Lin Qingxiao's message pinged back. All right, let us meet at the entrance of a CAF where we first met at noon. Her message concluded with a shy emoji. Shen Hao replied with an affirmative gesture and then stepped out of his bedroom, urged by Bai Feng's insistence. At the dining table, Bai Feng glanced at Shen Hao and suddenly said, Xiao Hao, today is the weekend, and you aren't working. Do you have any plans? If not, why don't you accompany me for a hike? Hike? Shen Hao looked over at Shen Songlin, his eyes revealing surprise. Mom, usually you go on trips with Dad. Why the sudden interest in spending time with me today? This is a bit out of the ordinary. Bai Feng playfully scolded, Look at you. How can you say such things? Your father has an important client to meet today. He doesn't have time for me. Shen Hao immediately wore an expression of understanding. He pouted and said, Mom, that's rather unfair. I assent it. I'm your son after all. It seems you only remember me when Dad is busy. Sometimes I really wonder if I'm your biological child. Bai Feng shot him a glare. What? Do you want me and your father to accompany you to the hospital for a DNA test? Shen Hao finished the last bite of his breakfast, wiped his mouth, and shook his head. Let us skip that. However, I truly cannot join you for the hike today. I have plans with Qingxiao. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's interest piqued, and she leaned in with a curious expression. Oh, son, I didn't realize you had such skills in dating. You're far better than your father was back in the day. Shen Songlin nearly spat out the water he had just sipped, coughing a few times in a mock display of grievance. Am I being ambushed here while lying down? Shen Hao chuckled, reveling in his father's misfortune. Dad, Mom is just lamenting that you don't accompany her on weekends. Bai Feng shot Shen Songlin another glare. Shoo, I'm talking Xiao Hao. What are you interrupting for? Turning back to Shen Hao, she inquired with renewed curiosity. Xiao Hao, do share, who asked him out and what are your plans? Shen Hao felt a touch exasperated. At that moment, he wanted to exclaim, Mom, you're being too nosy. It was Qingxiao who invited me. She mentioned wanting to visit the welfare home this afternoon and hoped I would accompany her. Bai Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh my, that child Qingxiao is truly endearing. She is not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also serves as the president, possessing a heart of gold. A daughter-in-law like her is truly rare to find. Xiao Hao, I have firmly decided that Qingxiao shall be my daughter-in-law. You must strive to bring her home soon. Do you understand? Shen Hao nodded helplessly. Mom, you've repeated this 100 times already. Rest assured, Qingxiao and I are well aware of our situation. Bai Feng smiled satisfactorily upon hearing this. Since you and Qingxiao have made plans, I want to keep you company. I have some good friends who invited me to play mahjong, so I shall join them. Half an hour later, Bai Feng left with Shen Songlin, leaving Shen Hao alone at home. Seeing that he still had time before meeting Lin Qingxiao, he decided to lie down for a while longer. At the Lin residence, Lin Qing remarked, Mom, Dad just called Uncle Sue. We've arranged to have a meal together, so we might not be home for lunch. You can eat something at home. Han Shihan replied to Lin Qingxiao. Lin Qingxiao nodded. You all go ahead. I have plans with Shen Hao. We'll be visiting the welfare home this afternoon, so don't worry about me. Upon hearing their daughter's words, Han Shihan and Lin Huai exchanged a glance, both revealing genuine smiles. All right, have fun with Shen Hao. We'll take our leave now. In the car, Han Shuhan glanced at Lin Huayan and said solemnly, Old Lin, there's no need to deliberate further. Today, we will clarify everything with Old Sue. Qingxiao and Shen Hao are indeed a perfect match. Aren't they? Lin Huayan nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. Observing these two children in love reminds me of our younger days. How can we possibly bear to separate them? Moreover, given Qingxiao's character, once she has set her sights on Shen Hao, her resolve will not waver. As they conversed, they arrived at a Western restaurant. Old Lin, over here. Just as they entered, a sprightly elderly gentleman, appearing in his 50s with graying hair, waved at them from a window side table. Beside him sat a fashionable, graceful middle-aged woman, and next to her was a young man in a white suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance. Lin Huai and Han Shen's eyes brightened, and they hurried toward the elderly gentleman. Old Sue, it's been years. You haven't lost your charm. Sister-in-law, you've become even more youthful. It's truly enviable. This must be Mingyu, right? No wonder he is a returnee. Yes, indeed handsome. The elderly gentleman and the middle-aged woman were none other than Lin Huayan and Han Shehan as old friends, Su Guohua and El Xiuqin. After being seated, Lin Huayan and Han Shehan engaged in small talk. Old Lin, it's been 5 or 6 years since we last met, hasn't it? Su Guohua remarked with nostalgia. Indeed, it's been a full 6 years, Lin Huayan replied with a sigh, reminiscing about some amusing anecdotes from the past with Su Guohua. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Su Mingyu. I recall that the last time I encountered Mingyu was 8 years ago. How swiftly time has passed, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years have elapsed. Old Su, you have indeed raised a remarkable son. At Lin Huayan's commendation, a hint of pride illuminated Su Mingyu's countenance. Uncle Lin, I have just completed my doctoral degree. I originally planned to return a couple of days, but I came back early because I wished to see Qingxiao. Lin Huayan's brow furrowed ever so slightly, and he offered a polite smile without uttering a word. It was Han Shehan who, with a smile, interjected, Old Lin has now completely entrusted the company to Qingxiao. That girl is so busy every day that there are times we hardly see her even a few times a month. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Guohua glanced at Lin Huayan and suddenly spoke, Old Lin, now that the children have grown, do you reckon our old jest still holds true? Chapter 82. The next generation will have their own fortunes. Some matters cannot be forced in an instant. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Su Mingyu's eyes. Uncle Lin, I genuinely admire Qingxiao. If she could be my girlfriend, I would certainly treat her well. He had met Lin Qingxiao once and was aware of her beauty, and the fact that she was the president of the Lin Group only intensified his desire to have her as his partner. Lin Huayan's expression shifted slightly. After a brief pause, he let out a wry smile. Old Su, I fear I must disappoint you. In truth, Qingxiao already has a boyfriend, and their relationship is nearly settled, so he did not continue, but he was confident that Su Guohua would grasp the implication. This. Su Guohua was momentarily taken aback. He and Lin Huayan have been good friends for many years. The prospect of their children uniting in marriage would indeed strengthen their bond. He had harbored hopes of such a union, yet he had not anticipated that Lin Qingxiao was already in a relationship. This complicated matters considerably. Old Su, we all understand that what happened back then was merely a jest, Han Shehan interjected with a smile. We never took it seriously, did we? Moreover, times have changed. The children have their own aspirations, and Qingxiao is now committed to someone. Mingyu is a fine young man, but there may simply be no destined connection between him and Qingxiao. Su Guohua and his wife wore expressions tinged with regret. Is that so? Su Guohua managed a somewhat sheepish smile, his tone slightly awkward. I was presumptuous. Old Lin, sister-in-law, since Qingxiao already has a boyfriend. Let us consider this matter as if I had never mentioned it. El Xiuqin chimed in. Shehan, Old Lin, we should have clarified the situation beforehand. We were too forward, so please do not take it to heart. Han Shehan quickly waved her hand. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Worrying for our children is precisely what we, as parents, ought to do. There is nothing presumptuous about that. However, the next generation will have their own fortunes. Some matters simply cannot be forced. Su Guohua and El Xiuqin were reasonable individuals. Once they had addressed the matter, they chose not to dwell on it further, instead reminiscing about the past. As they recounted delightful anecdotes, laughter erupted among them, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Though Su Mingyu wore a smile on the surface, his heart was heavy. After all, his return to the country was primarily for Lin Qingxiao, and now, discovering that she had a boyfriend plunged him into deep disappointment. By the way, Old Su, you mentioned over the phone that you wished for Mingyu to work at our company. Is that also Mingyu's desire? Lin Huayan suddenly inquired. Su Guohua was about to nod in agreement, but before he could express himself, Su Mingyu interjected, Uncle Lin, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, I have already received an offer from an overseas company, so I'm preparing to go abroad in a couple of days. I still believe that the foreign environment is more conducive to my development. Su Guohua and El Xiuqin's expressions changed slightly. They intended to say something, but upon seeing Su Mingyu's resolute demeanor, they seemed to understand and sighed helplessly. Old Lin, Lin Huayan chuckled, interrupting Su Guohua. Old Su. Mingyu's thoughts are quite commendable. Young people should venture out and explore the world. As parents, we ought to support them, shouldn't we? Su Guohua not that? Old Lin, you truly possess a profound understanding of life. Over the years, I feel as though I have regressed. Lin Huayan laughed heartily. Not at all. Old Su, let's not dwell on that. Come, let us raise our cups in a toast with tea instead of wine. All right. As Lin Huayan and his wife dined with Su Guohua's family, Shen Hao also stepped out. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the CAF where he first met Lin Qingxiao. Sir, how many of you? As he entered the CAF, a server warmly greeted him. Shen Hao was taken aback. He did not expect that the server who greeted him was the same one he had encountered during his last visit. What a coincidence. Shen Hao chuckled softly. I have an appointment. She has already arrived. He then glanced toward the table where he had sat with Lin Qingxiao last time. There, a stunningly beautiful woman with an air of elegance leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside. This person was indeed Lin Qingxiao. Shen Hao walked over to Lin Qingxiao. So, what do you think now that we are back here? Shen Hao sat opposite her and asked with a smile. Lin Qingxiao smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of charming amusement. I find fate to be quite marvelous. I was just thinking, if I hadn't come here that day, would we have ever crossed paths in this vast sea of people? Shen Hao, do you think it's possible? Shen Hao shook his head with a smile. There are no ifs. The reality is that we both came that day. It was destiny that brought us together. Qingxiao, thus I believe your ifs would never have materialized, for it was heaven that orchestrated our encounter through a beautiful misunderstanding. Lin Qingxiao wrinkled her delicate nose, expressing her discontent. I meant if... Shen Hao interrupted her words. If there truly were ifs, I believe we would still have met because in a mysterious way, I feel that our bond is predestined. Even if we hadn't met that day, we would eventually cross paths again. Wouldn't we? With a giggle, Lin Qingxiao suddenly resembled a child. Her laughter bright and joyful. Indeed, our connection is indeed destined by the heavens. Smiled faintly and glanced at his watch. It was already noon, time for lunch. Pondering what to eat, he declared, Today, I shall treat you. As he extended the menu towards Lin Qingxiao, he was met with a look of confusion as she shook her head and posed a curious question. Are you willing to endure hunger alongside me? Was momentarily taken aback. Lin Qingxiao's words left him perplexed, but after a brief pause, he nodded with a smile. Of course, I am willing. However, before he could finish his thought, Lin Qingxiao suddenly beamed at him, grasped his hand, and stood up, exclaiming, Let us go to the supermarket. Despite his lingering confusion, followed Lin Qingxiao as they exited the CAF. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a large comprehensive supermarket. The sudden appearance of Su Mingyu serves a dual purpose, one for your interpretation and the other to address a sense of regret. The author has encountered such situations in reality, but has not been as fortunate as the protagonist, lacking the approval of the female lead's parents, and thus missing out on opportunities. This has left the author feeling quite solitary, lamenting their plight. Wouldn't a small token of appreciation be a comforting gesture for this unfortunate author? Chapter 83. Have you had enough? At the entrance of the supermarket, Lin Qingxiao paused and turned to Shen Hao, playfully inquiring, Aren't you the least bit curious why I brought you here? Shen Hao glanced up at the supermarket facade and shrugged. Isn't it obvious? We're here to shop. There's no need for curiosity. Lin Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback. Then, what do you suppose we're going to buy? Shen Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, Earlier, you mentioned visiting an orphanage. So I assume we'll be purchasing educational supplies, toys, and perhaps some snacks? Children certainly adore those. Lin Qingxiao let out a resigned sigh. It's rather dull that you guessed it so quickly. But soon, a spark of excitement illuminated her face. Let us unleash our shopping frenzy. Go. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao headed to the children's section, zealously selecting an array of educational stationery, toys, and beloved snacks for children. Shen Hao, taking on the role of a diligent assistant, pushed the shopping cart closely behind Lin Qingxiao. Before long, their cart was brimming with an abundance of items. Yet Lin Qingxiao was eager to continue selecting. Noticing her enthusiasm, Shen Hao chuckled wryly. Miss, we have no more space to store these. Lin Qingxiao turned to him, her beautiful eyes flashing with frustration. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she exclaimed, the car has ample space. Let us load these items into the car first before returning to shop again. This was indeed a sensible solution. Shen Hao nodded in agreement, aware that the orphanage would be filled with many children, and while they had gathered a considerable amount, it would surely not suffice. After transferring their purchases to the car, they returned to the supermarket to continue their shopping spree. Their frequent comings and goings quickly drew the attention of several shoppers. Wow, they are incredibly extravagant, one exclaimed. They've filled 3 shopping carts and are back for more. That guy looks like a kept man. Why can't I be so lucky to have a wealthy and beautiful partner? Lamented a jealous onlooker. His gaze towards Shen Hao was laden with envy. Having observed that it was Lin Qingxiao who handled all the payments while Shen Hao displayed no signs of contribution. Isn't this the epitome of living off a woman? Please, just look at yourself. With that face, you think you can be a kept man? Dream on. Only someone as dashing and charming as I am deserves such a beauty, cried a rather average-looking yet slender young man, dramatically lamenting his fate. No sooner had he uttered these words than a robust girl emerged from the crowd. The girl possessed a sturdy physique, appearing to weigh at least over 200 pounds. Although her appearance could not be deemed unattractive, it certainly left much to be desired. In that moment, her face was adorned with a radiant smile as she approached the youthful gentleman who had spoken earlier, casting him a flirtatious glance and playfully declaring, "Young sir, I am the affluent beauty you seek. My family is extraordinarily wealthy. Why not consider accompanying me?" The slender youth, confronted by such an amusing spirit, trembled in astonishment, nearly choking on his own breath. With a look of sheer terror, he cast a glance at the girl, emitted a startled cry, and fled, wailing for his parents. "Please don't go. I like you and wish to be your affluent beauty." The girl, incensed by his sudden retreat, stamped her foot in frustration and hurried after him. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in laughter, their amusement so intense that tears streamed down their faces. Shen Hao happened to observe this spectacle and could not suppress a shiver, silently offering a prayer for the unfortunate youth. Seeing Shen Hao's reaction, Lin Qingxiao's eyes glimmered with mischief. "Shen Hao, were you perhaps also smitten by that affluent beauty? Shall I assist you in forging a romantic connection?" Shen Hao felt on the verge of tears. He forced a wry smile and cautiously glanced in the direction the girl had departed. "My dear lady, such jesting is ill-advised. Did you not see? She is quite the heavyweight. My slender frame could scarcely endure the encounter." Lin Qingxiao pouted. "I have heard that men are fond of ample figures. Are they not?" Shen Hao found himself momentarily speechless. "My lady, while men may appreciate abundance, that particular individual was excessively so." As he spoke, an image flashed in his mind, prompting him to shudder involuntarily. Giggling, Lin Qingxiao reveled in Shen Hao's awkwardness. Remembering her earlier question, her cheeks flushed slightly as she straightened her posture and, with determination, inquired, "And what do you think of me? Am I not your ideal type?" Shen Hao's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Noticing his reaction, Lin Qingxiao furrowed her brow. "What troubles you?" Shen Hao subtly gestured with his eyes to their surroundings. Having heard a chorus of gulping sounds, Lin Qingxiao glanced around, her face turning crimson as she realized the nearby men regarded her with fervent eyes, as if they wished to devour her whole. In contrast, the women cast her envious glares, as though a deep-seated animosity existed between them. "This is all your fault." Lin Qingxiao shot an indignant glare at Shen Hao. He, taken aback, wore an expression of innocent bewilderment. "How can this be blamed on me? It is your beauty that has captivated their gaze. How could they not regard you with envy?" Feeling slightly bashful, Lin Qingxiao tugged at Shen Hao's hand. "Let's not linger. We should hasten to settle the bill. I certainly do not wish to be scrutinized like an exhibit in a zoo. Come on." Observing Lin Qingxiao's adorable demeanor, Shen Hao could not suppress a chuckle. It was truly endearing to see the typically stoic CEO in such a flustered state. After completing the transaction, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao departed the supermarket amidst the envious gazes of their companions. In the car, Lin Qingxiao, panting slightly, patted her ample chest, her lovely face still bearing traces of lingering trepidation. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard the sound of someone swallowing. Turning to look, she found Shen Hao's gaze fixated on a particular area of her. A wave of embarrassment and indignation washed over Lin Qingxiao, and she instinctively placed her hands over her chest. Have you finished staring? Chapter 84. Are you Lin's husband? No, Shen Hao instinctively replied. Upon saying that, he immediately realized his mistake. Lifting his head, he found Lin Qingxiao gazing at him with a frosty expression on her delicate face. Clearing his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed for being caught in an inappropriate act, Shen Hao coughed a few times and opened the car window, waving his hand to create a breeze. It's quite hot today. Qingxiao, are you feeling warm? Observing Shen Hao's awkwardness, Lin Qingxiao suddenly burst into laughter. Look at you. I am your girlfriend. If you wish to admire, do so openly, rather than sneakily like a thief. Gulp. Shen Hao swallowed hard, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Lin Qingxiao. Qingxiao, what did you just say? He never expected that the formidable Ice Queen could utter such words. Lin Qingxiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare. I meant if you want to look, just look openly. I'm not angry. By the end of her sentence, her voice had faded to a near whisper, her face as red as a ripe apple, utterly adorable. Shen Hao chuckled, leaning closer to Lin Qingxiao's ear. Then I won't hold back anymore, but you mustn't call me a rogue. Lin Qingxiao lowered her head, nervously tugging at her clothes, and nodded slightly. But you can only look at me, not at any other women. If you dare to be fickle, I will. Shen Hao took her small hand in his, pressing it to his chest, gazing at her with deep affection. Qingxiao, rest assured, ever since I met you, no other woman has captured my attention. Moreover, I refuse to believe there exists a woman better than you in this world. Hearing Shen Hao's heartfelt words, Lin Qingxiao felt as though she had tasted honey, her heart swelling with sweetness. Am I really as wonderful as you say? She lifted her head, her gaze tender as it met Shen Hao's. Of course, he affirmed with a nod. You are the angel sent from heaven to rescue me, and indeed my goddess. As Shen Hao's words grew increasingly grandiose, Lin Qingxiao playfully scoffed. You only know how to sweet talk. All right, it's getting late. We should hurry. Okay. Shen Hao started the car, and together with Lin Qingxiao, they headed toward the welfare home. At the entrance of Xinghe Welfare Home, an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s, stood with a group of children, gazing in one direction as if waiting for something. The grandmother wore a gentle expression, cradling a baby still in swaddling clothes, who occasionally let out a melodious giggle. The children beside her, though not dressed in fine clothing, were remarkably clean, each pair of eyes sparkling with a purity akin to stars. At that moment, a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, suddenly looked up at the grandmother and chirped, Grandma Director, is Sister Lin not coming today? Miss here. Upon hearing the girl's words, the elderly woman shook her head with a gentle smile. No, my dear. Your Sister Lin called me this morning and will arrive this afternoon. There is no need to worry. She will be here shortly. At the sound of the director's reassuring words, Xiaohua and the other children leaped up in excitement. Hooray! How wonderful it is to see Sister Lin again. She promised to bring me the colored pens and drawing paper I like, and I will make sure to create a beautiful piece of art for her. Listening to the innocent chatter of the children, Director Chun felt a mix of nostalgia and warmth in her heart. She had never married. In her youth, she defied her family's objections and used her entire savings to establish this orphanage. Now, reflecting on the passage of time, it had been several decades. Initially, the orphanage housed only 4 or 5 orphans, but over the years, the number of children grew, while she herself grew older. As the years advanced, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. Just as she was consumed with worries about the future of the orphanage, she unexpectedly received a mysterious donation. That donation enabled her to navigate through the most challenging years. At that time, she had no idea who the benefactor was. It was only later, with the arrival of Lin Qingxiao, that she realized the truth. It was Lin Qingxiao who had donated the money, although Lin Qingxiao never admitted it. She was well aware of her contribution. Over the years, Lin Qingxiao visited the orphanage almost every month, bringing with her a plethora of toys, clothing for the children, and an assortment of food. As time passed, the children of the orphanage developed a deep bond with Lin Qingxiao. Their happiest moments were when she came to visit them. Each time she was due to arrive, the children would spontaneously gather at the entrance, eagerly awaiting her presence. In their innocent world, Lin Qingxiao was their angel. Just then, the sound of a car horn pierced the air, and a familiar sedan came into view for Director Chen and the children. "Sister Lin." "Director, it's Sister Lin," the children shouted excitedly, rushing towards the vehicle. Director Chen watched this scene with affectionate indulgence, reminding them, "Slow down. Be careful not to fall." Due to her old age and somewhat impaired mobility, she remained still, patiently awaiting Lin Qingxiao's arrival. As Shen Hao noticed the group of children running towards them, he quickly reduced the speed of the car. "Qingxiao, it seems you are quite popular," Shen Hao remarked in surprise. "Indeed," Lin Qingxiao replied, her heart touched by the sight of the running children. "I stumbled upon this orphanage by chance, and Director Chen's story moved me profoundly. Long before I took over the company, I frequently visited here. It has been over 5 years now." Hearing this, Shen Hao felt an immediate respect for Lin Qingxiao. He had not anticipated such depth. Having grown up in a life of ease and privilege, Lin Qingxiao's profound compassion is truly remarkable. The children exhibited a remarkable sense of understanding, merely standing around the car and waving at Lin Qingxiao from a distance, refraining from rushing forward. It was only after Shen Hao parked the vehicle that they surged forward, enveloping the car in an instant. "Sister Lin, we can I pick you up? We missed you," one exclaimed. "Sister Lin, we're having dumplings this afternoon. Some were made by me, and I couldn't bear to eat them. I've been waiting for you," another chimed in. "Sister Lin, Grandma Dean taught me how to make fruit pies. They're delicious, and you simply must try them." As soon as Lin Qingxiao stepped out of the car, she found herself surrounded by a throng of eager children. However, a few children gazed curiously at Shen Hao. "Big brother, are you Sister Lin's husband?" Chapter 85. Director, you have an eye for talent. As Shen Hao was about to greet the children, he suddenly froze upon hearing those words. After a brief moment, he turned to the little girl who had spoken, crouching down to her level with a gentle smile adorning his face. "Why do you think I am your Sister Lin's husband?" Upon hearing Shen Hao's question, the little girl, resembling a miniature adult, furrowed her brows in contemplation for a moment before responding. "Grandma Director said that only handsome big brothers could be Sister Lin's husband. You are so handsome and came with Sister Lin, so you must be her husband, right?" Shen Hao found the girl's words incredibly endearing. He affectionately ruffled her hair and nodded with a smile. "You are absolutely correct. I am indeed your Sister Lin's husband." As he spoke, he retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and offered it to her. "Your words are so sweet that this lollipop is a reward for you." Upon seeing the lollipop, the little girl licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with desire. However, instead of reaching for it, she glanced at her younger companions nearby, swallowed hard, and chirped, "Big brother, can I give this lollipop to my younger siblings?" Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback. The girl's words filled him with an overwhelming sense of bittersweet emotion. He was astonished that such a young child could be so considerate. It was truly remarkable. He then pulled out several more lollipops from his pocket. "You can have this one, and I have enough for each of your younger siblings." Only then did the little girl eagerly accept the lollipop from Shen Hao's hand, placing it in her mouth with a beaming smile. "It's so sweet." Shen Hao glanced at the other children, who were eagerly swallowing in anticipation, and with a smile, he distributed the lollipops to them. "Grandma Director, Sister Lin's husband is giving us lollipops. He is so handsome." Several children, holding their lollipops, skipped joyfully towards Director Chen. Watching the children's gleeful expressions, Shen Hao was filled with a sense of wonder. It was astonishing how something as simple as a few lollipops could bring them such joy. Indeed, the happiness of children is remarkably uncomplicated. At that moment, Lin Qingxiao's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "What nonsense are you telling the children? Husband? How utterly embarrassing." Shen Hao turned to see Lin Qingxiao with a flushed face, gazing at him with a hint of reproach. "Qingxiao, you are unfairly accusing me," he replied with a wry smile, innocence shining in his eyes. "It was the children who said it. I did not teach them." He then reiterated the little girl's earlier statement. Upon hearing this, A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Qingxiao's beautiful eyes. I won't talk to you anymore. Coming back to her senses, she shot Shen Hao a glance filled with mock annoyance before striding towards Director Chen. Noticing her reaction, Shen Hao chuckled softly and, with a bold face, followed closely behind. Director, you are unwell. Why not step inside? Lin Qingxiao expressed her concern as she gazed at Director Chen. Over the years, in her dedication to caring for the children, Director Chen had taken on an immense workload daily. Consequently, this had led to a myriad of health issues over time. It's nothing to worry about, Director Chen replied with a gentle shake of his head. These are merely the ailments of old age. They won't claim my life, so it's of no consequence. Qingxiao, I heard from Xiaoyan and the others that you came with your husband. Is he the young man over there? Director Chen inquired, gesturing towards Shen Hao. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiao's face flushed a deep crimson. Director, please don't listen to their nonsense. His name is Shen Hao. He is my boyfriend. We are not yet married. Seeing her embarrassment, Shen Hao quickly stepped forward to greet Director Chen. Hello, Director. I am Qingxiao's boyfriend, Shen Hao. Director Chen regarded Shen Hao with a warm smile, surveying him from head to toe, his expression brightening further. Qingxiao, having lived a considerable part of my life, I can discern character well. Mr. Shen is indeed a worthy companion. You must hold on to him tightly. Should another girl snatch him away, you would surely regret it. Both Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao were momentarily taken aback by Director Chen's words. Director, how can you be so sure he is a good person when this is your first meeting? Lin Qingxiao asked, curiosity etched on her face. Shen Hao shared her intrigue, eager to learn the reasoning behind it. The countenance reflects the heart, Director Chen replied with a slight smile. At first glance, I can tell from Mr. Shen's demeanor and the way he looks at you that he is a man of integrity. Shen Hao, upon hearing this, struggled to contain his pride. Director, you truly have an eye for talent. Director Chen, however, adopted a serious demeanor as he turned his gaze to Shen Hao. Mr. Shen, I must impart this same sentiment to you. Qingxiao is the most beautiful and kind-hearted girl I have encountered in all my years. You must cherish her deeply. There is likely no girl better than her in this world. Lin Qingxiao, feeling triumphant, cast a smug glance at Shen Hao. Director, rest assured, I will only marry Qingxiao. Since meeting her, no one else has captured my heart. He continued, Director, when Qingxiao and I wed, you and the children must come to celebrate with us. Married? Lin Qingxiao was momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated Shen Hao would make such a declaration in public. For a moment, she stood frozen, her expression a complex tapestry of feelings as she regarded Shen Hao, struggling to process his words. Haha, splendid. Director Chen laughed. I shall certainly be there. Qingxiao, Mr. Shen, the children and I have already prepared dumplings. You must be hungry. Let us head inside and enjoy a meal while we converse. Upon hearing the director's words, Shen Hao instantly understood why Lin Qingxiao had refrained from allowing him to eat earlier that day. It turns out she wished to dine with the children. Director, there are still quite a few items we brought in the car. Let's bring them inside before we eat, Lin Qingxiao remarked, casting a knowing glance at Shen Hao. They approached the vehicle and commenced unloading the cargo. Observing this, Director Chen quickly summoned the children to assist. Sister Lin, we are here to help you, exclaimed one child. Wow, this is my favorite Ultraman. How wonderful. I now have an Ultraman toy. Another chimed in. Oh, what a beautiful pink panther. It's my favorite, exclaimed yet another. I see watercolor pens. I can create colorful paintings now, yay. With the children's assistance, within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao had successfully transported all the items inside. Chapter 86. When will you marry? Sister Lin, please try this. These dumplings are handmade by me and are exceptionally delicious. And look at mine, Sister Lin. Aren't they adorable? Big brother, these dumplings are for you. This is my favorite flavor, so I want you to have some. At the dining table, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao found themselves encircled by a dozen children from the welfare home. Each child held a plate of dumplings, yet rather than eating for themselves, they eagerly offered their servings to Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao. Observing the enthusiastic innocence of the children, Shen Hao began to comprehend why Lin Qingxiao had allowed him to go hungry earlier that day. The children were overwhelmingly spirited, and before long, he found himself nearly satiated. "Big brother, Grandma Director said you were an adult and should eat more. Here you go." A small boy, appearing to be around 4 or 5 years old, approached Shen Hao, holding several dumplings, and chirped brightly while looking up at him. The boy's endearing demeanor melted Shen Hao's heart in an instant. This time, Shen Hao did not finish all the dumplings. He only consumed one before picking up another and placing it near the boy's mouth. "I've had enough. Now it's your turn." The little boy joyfully opened his mouth and devoured the dumpling. Shen Hao continued to feed him. The other children nearby watched the scene with eager anticipation in their eyes. Before long, the boy had finished all the dumplings on his plate. "Big brother, I'm full now." As soon as the boy's words were spoken, several other children rushed over. "Big brother, I want you to feed me too." "Me as well. I want some too." Director Chun's expression shifted slightly at the sight, and just as she was about to speak, Shen Hao intervened. "Director, I'm already full. Since the children enjoy it, I shall feed them." With that, he turned to the children who were eagerly watching him. "If you want Big Brother to feed you, line up nicely, one by one." As soon as he finished speaking, the children instinctively formed a line, each holding half a plate of dumplings. Shen Hao nodded in satisfaction and began to joyfully feed the children. Witnessing Shen Hao transform into a beloved figure among the children, Lin Qingxiao couldn't help but stifle a laugh, pulling out her phone to capture this delightful moment. Half an hour later, after feeding the last child, Shen Hao looked at the beaming faces of all the children and felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment wash over him. This feeling brought him immense comfort. Director Chen cast an apologetic glance at Shen Hao, saying with a hint of embarrassment, "Mr. Shen, I'm sorry for the trouble caused by the children." "Director, please don't say that." Shen Hao quickly waved his hand and smiled. "I genuinely enjoy being with the children. I feel as if I have grown younger by a few years." Beside him, Lin Qingxiao chuckled and added, "Director, please don't be so formal with him." Director Chen chuckled in return. "Mr. Shen truly is a wonderful person." "Qingxiao, when are you and Mr. Shen getting married?" Lin Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback by Dean Shen's unexpected inquiry. Shen Hao, on the other hand, wore a cheerful smile as he watched her, eager to see how she would respond to such a question. After a brief pause, Lin Qingxiao regained her composure, casting a shy glance at Dean Shen and lowering her head. "Well, that depends on Shen Hao's intentions." Shen Hao couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Lin Qingxiao had deftly passed the ball back to him. Upon hearing her words, Dean Shen furrowed his brow slightly, directing a questioning gaze toward Shen Hao. "Mr. Shen, I have known Qingxiao for several years. She is a wonderful girl, beautiful and kind-hearted. A girl like her is hard to come by. When do you plan to marry her?" Shen Hao smiled gently. "Rest assured, Dean, we are currently meeting each other's families. Our relationship will soon be solidified, and it won't be long before we are married." Lin Qingxiao was taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked at Shen Hao, who was playfully winking at her, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of red. Dean Shen chuckled, regarding Lin Qingxiao with the knowing gaze of someone who has been through it all. He then turned to Shen Hao, saying, "I have already come to regard Qingxiao as my granddaughter. You must not let her down." Shen Hao nodded vigorously, earnestly assuring him, "Dean, you need not worry. I, Shen Hao, will only ever marry Qingxiao." Lin Qingxiao felt a sweet warmth blossom in her heart at his words. Just then, Xiao Hua piped up, "Sister Lin, big brother. Grandma says you can only have children after you get married. Hurry up and get married, so you can have a little brother for us to play with. By the way, big brother, when will you and Sister Lin have children?" "Children?" Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao exchanged wide-eyed glances, both astonished. "Are children today so mature?" Dean Shen, "Really? Why would you share such matters with them?" However, Shen Hao glanced at Lin Qingxiao and found himself somewhat intrigued. Surely, their child would be remarkably adorable. Lin Qingxiao, blushing profusely from Xiao Hua's innocent remarks, lowered her head. Although she cherished Shen Hao, the thought of having children was far from her current considerations. After all, she still felt like a child herself. Yet, amidst her shyness, she felt a flicker of anticipation. What would their child be like if they were to marry? "Sister Lin, why aren't you saying anything?" Noticing Lin Qingxiao's silence, Xiao Hua approached her, grasping her hand and inquiring further. Lin Qingxiao felt her cheeks burn, unsure of how to respond. Seeing her flustered state, Shen Hao gently ruffled Xiao Hua's hair with a smile, saying, "Once your sister Lin and I are married, we shall have many children, so they can keep you company while you play. How's that sound? Many children?" Lin Qingxiao, upon hearing Shen Hao's words, felt a mix of shyness and a touch of speechlessness. How could one describe having children with such an abundance of terms? All right, little Hua exclaimed with excitement, bouncing up and down. "Sister Lin, you and the big brother should hurry and get married. We want to play with little brothers and sisters." Faced with little Hua's eager insistence on marriage, Lin Qingxiao could only nod helplessly. "Big brother, Sister Lin, let us go play together." Several children looked up at Lin Qingxiao and Shen Hao with eager anticipation. "Sure," Shen Hao replied with a smile. He crouched down and lifted a child of about 3 years old in his arms, heading outside. "Let us go, let us play." A lively group of children chattered cheerfully behind him as they followed out. Chapter 87. Such loveliness one afternoon. Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao were immersed in the delightful atmosphere of playing with the children. Time, in its beauty, always slips away too swiftly. As the clock approached 6, they reluctantly bid farewell to the children and the director before departing from the orphanage. In the car, Lin Qingxiao glanced at Shen Hao, who was driving and lazily stretched, a hint of lingering joy visible on her face. "So, Shen Hao, weren't the children delightful?" she suddenly inquired. "They were indeed quite amusing." Shen Hao replied with a smile, nodding appreciatively. "I haven't felt this happy and relaxed in a long time. Qingxiao, I didn't expect you to be so compassionate," he added. "Of course," Lin Qingxiao responded with a smile, though her expression soon darkened. "They are unfortunate children without parents, inherently deprived of familial affection. The first time I met them, the look in their eyes profoundly moved me. That's why, over the years, I've tried to visit them every month whenever possible." Hearing this, Shen Hao's eyes reflected a sense of shared sentiment. "In the future, whenever you wish to visit, I will accompany you. I cherish them too." "Yes, that sounds good," Lin Qingxiao said, her face lighting up with a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with happiness. "By the way, Qingxiao, there's a question I wish to ask, and you must answer truthfully," Shen Hao suddenly stated. Lin Qingxiao paused, curiosity piquing her interest. "Go ahead and ask. I promise I won't deceive you." With a playful grin, Shen Hao continued, "Well, Xiaohua asked us when we plan to have children. What are your thoughts on that?" Lin Qingxiao was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from him. Regaining her composure, she felt both shy and annoyed, playfully tapping Shen Hao on the head. "Shen Hao, what nonsense are you thinking about? How exasperating." Shen Hao chuckled, a satisfied expression gracing his face. "Qingxiao, you still haven't answered my question." Blushing, Lin Qingxiao retorted, I'm ignoring you." All right, I won't tease you anymore," Shen Hao said with a laugh, affectionately glancing at Lin Qingxiao. "Even if we were to marry, there's no rush for children. I still want to relish a few more years of our romantic world together." Lin Qingxiao fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, she looked at Shen Hao and softly asked, "Do you truly feel that way?" "Of course," Shen Hao replied with a smile. "We are still young, and I wish to savor the freedom of our time together. What do you think?" Lin Qingxiao nodded gently, her shyness evident as she murmured, I feel the same way." Throughout the journey, Shen Hao and Lin Qingxiao shared laughter and conversation. After escorting her home, he hailed a taxi to return, as he was to accompany Shan Songlin to Tongfei Group the following day, opting to go directly home rather than returning to his rented apartment. As soon as Bai Fong entered the house, she approached with a glimmer of curiosity lighting up her face. "Xiao Hao, do tell." Shen Hao paused, casting a perplexed glance at Bai Fong. "Mom, weren't you out playing mahjong? How come you're back so early?" "Don't even mention it. It infuriates me," Bai Fong replied, her expression darkening as she waved her hand dismissively. "Their skills are simply too good. Every time, I end up losing. After several hours, I lost a few hundred. It was pointless, so I decided to come home." "A few hundred in just a few hours?" Shen Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "Is that really worth the fuss? We aren't lacking in money. Tongfei Group is a publicly listed company and significantly more powerful than the Lin family enterprise." It was hard to believe that Bai Fong, the president's wife, would be so distraught over a few hundred yuan. Surely no one would believe it if the story got out. Yet, Shen Hao understood all too well. Since he could remember, his mother had always been a meticulous guardian of their finances, particularly when it came to spending. Are you saying a few hundred isn't money? Bai Fong shot him a reproachful glance. Now, let's not stray from the subject. Tell me, did you and Qingxiao make any progress today? Shen Hao sighed, a wry smile escaping him. Mom, Qingxiao and I went to the welfare center, not on a date. There was no progress to speak of. And where's Dad? Why hasn't he returned yet? It was then that Shen Hao realized his father, Shen Lin, was absent. Your father has an engagement tonight. He likely won't be back until late, Bai Fong explained before steering the conversation back to Lin Qingxiao. That girl is truly remarkable. She's not only beautiful, but also incredibly compassionate. Xiao Hao, you struck gold. Bai Fong's face lit up with enthusiasm at the mention of her future daughter-in-law, clearly pleased from the bottom of her heart. Of course, Shen Hao replied with pride. Your son has an excellent eye. Bai Fong rolled her eyes at him. Enough of your banter. Go wash your hands. I've saved you some dinner. Come eat soon. Shen Hao shook his head. Mom, I've already eaten. You should enjoy your meal. I need a rest. I'll be accompanying Dad to the company tomorrow. Without waiting for Bai Fong's response, he headed straight to his room. Bai Fong let out a resigned smile. This child never thinks to inform me after his meal. Truly. Once in his room, Shen Hao opened his phone to find several messages from Lin Qingxiao. Silly Shen Hao, are you home yet? I've finished my shower and am already in bed. Thank you for accompanying me to see the children today. It really touched me. Tomorrow you'll be off to the company with your uncle, so don't forget about me. The message concluded with an angry emoji. Reading her words, Shen Hao smiled softly, envisioning Lin Qingxiao's adorable pout on the other end of the line. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with a message. I have arrived home. Rest assured, with such a stunning beauty like you at Lin's group, I could never bear to leave you behind. Tomorrow, I will accompany my father to the company, and once our matters are settled, I shall return. After editing, he pressed send. Before long, his phone chimed again, signaling a response from Lin Qingxiao. You do have some sense. This lady is quite sought after. If you do not return promptly, you may find someone else has taken my place, and then you shall have cause to weep. Shen Hao read her message and could not help but chuckle. To others, Lin Qingxiao appeared as a lofty, frosty CEO, but in his presence, she revealed a delightful charm. Chapter 88. The feeling of being a young master little girl. You shall not escape from my grasp. Having sent the message, Shen Hao wore a smug expression. He and Lin Qingxiao continued their conversation for nearly half an hour, until drowsiness overtook him. They exchanged good nights and drifted into slumber. The following day, while still enveloped in dreams, Shen Hao was roused from his slumber by Bai Fong's boisterous voice. Xiao Hao, hurry and get up. You, of all people, should know that you're supposed to accompany your father to the company today, yet you dare to linger in bed. Get up quickly. Amidst his mother Bai Fong's incessant nagging, Shen Hao struggled to rise from his bed. Just after finishing his morning routine, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. However, this time the information he received was rather trivial and of little use, prompting him to disregard it. He realized that since acquiring the ability to read minds, he had not obtained anything particularly useful or skillful. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned about such matters of chance. Upon entering the living room, he found Bai Fong and Shen Lin already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Shen Hao sheepishly smiled and quickly sat down, devouring his meal voraciously. Observing this, Bai Fong couldn't help but chide him, eat more slowly. If others see you, they might think I've been mistreating you for days. Between mouthfuls, Shen Hao replied, Isn't it true that my father and I are going to the company today? Although the company belongs to our family, it's still inappropriate to be late. I assent it. Bai Fong's face lit up with satisfaction upon hearing this. That's the spirit. I must tell you, even though the company is ours, its operation relies on everyone's efforts. When you accompany your father today, you must not act like a young master. Understood? Shen Hao let out a wry smile. Mother, do you truly have such little faith in me? After all these years of being kept in the dark by you and father, I have grown accustomed to a commoner's life. Even now that I know I am the heir of Tongfei Group, I don't feel particularly affected. Bai Fong pursed her lips. But Tongfei Group has a market value of several hundred billion. Are you not even a little intrigued? Before Shen Hao could respond, Shen Songlin interjected, "My dear, you might be surprised, but Xiao Hao has always exhibited an attitude of detachment. It seems he genuinely has little interest in wealth." Bai Fong paused, reflecting on Shen Songlin's words. Suddenly, she realized he was right. Xiao Hao indeed appeared indifferent to money. This simply wouldn't do. At such a young age, how could he lack ambition? With this thought in mind, she snatched the chopsticks from Shen Hao's hand. "Mother, what are you doing?" Shen Hao looked at Bai Fong in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. "Xiao Hao, while your father and I do not wish for you to become corrupted by money, you cannot be devoid of desire either. You are still young and should embody the vitality of youth. You must not be lethargic. Do you understand?" Shen Hao nodded languidly. "Yes, mother, I understand." "Quickly, pass me the chopsticks. I have but one last bite to finish." For him, dining always held precedence over listening to others' lectures. "You child." Observing Shen Hao's demeanor, Bai Fong could only let out a resigned chuckle. "I must tell you, your father and I will eventually grow old, and you are our only son. When that time comes, the company will inevitably fall into your hands. If you possess no desire for wealth, how can you possibly manage the company?" Upon hearing this, Shen Hao felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. To be frank, he was genuinely indifferent to money. As for managing a company, he harbored even less enthusiasm. Why expend energy on such a tedious endeavor when he could enjoy a leisurely life filled with late mornings, casual workdays, gaming, and romancing an icy CEO? However, such thoughts remained unspoken, confined to his mind. "Mom, I understand. I will study hard with Dad. You needn't worry." Upon seeing Shen Hao's insincere expression, Bai Fong was unconvinced by his words. She subtly exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Songlin, who discreetly signaled an okay gesture. This scene did not escape Shen Hao's notice. Yet, he chose not to expose their little charade, curious about their intentions. After breakfast, Shen Hao and Shen Songlin departed from home. As they reached the ground floor, an Audi A8 pulled up, piquing Shen Hao's curiosity. "Dad, are there truly so many wealthy individuals in our community? An Audi A8, and a top-tier model at that. This is the standard for the elite. Could it be that?" Just as Shen Hao uttered these words, he froze. The car door swung open, revealing a sharply dressed young man in his 30s, who stepped out and bowed deeply to Shen Songlin. "Mr. Shen, young master, please get in." "Young master?" Shen Hao was taken aback. How could this person refer to him as young master? Suddenly, realization struck him, and he turned to Shen Songlin in shock. "Dad, this car can't possibly belong to you, right?" "Of course it does," Shen Songlin affirmed with a proud nod. "What do you think? Isn't your father's vehicle impressive?" Coming back to his senses, Shen Hao scoffed slightly. While such a car might symbolize status and be favored by the elite, he found no appeal in it. At the very least, it was not to his taste. As a young man, he preferred vehicles that exuded a more commanding presence, like an imposing SUV. "All right, enough dawdling. Let us get in," Shen Songlin urged. Stepping into the vehicle first, Shen Hao glanced at the respectful driver standing by the door, a strange sensation bubbling within him. Once seated, that peculiar feeling intensified. "Xiao Hao, allow me to introduce Lu Lin, my personal secretary and driver," Shen Songlin said, gesturing towards Lu Lin. "Greetings, young master. I am Lu Lin. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out to me." Lu Lin smiled warmly at Shen Hao. Upon hearing the term young master repeatedly directed at him, Shen Hao felt a sense of discomfort wash over him. Could this truly be what it felt like to be a young master? Yet, why did it not resonate with him? He had never perceived himself as superior to others. Even after learning that the Tongfei group belonged to his family, he maintained this sentiment. Being addressed with such reverence was indeed an unfamiliar experience for him. "Lu Ge, I believe you are older than I am, so I shall address you as Lu Ge. Please refrain from calling me young master. Simply call me Shen Hao." Chapter 89. "Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Very well, sir," Lu Lin respectfully replied. A shadow of frustration crossed Shen Hao's brow, realizing that he had been speaking in vain. Glancing at Lu Lin, who was focused on driving, he shook his head and chose to remain silent. Observing this, Shen Songlin chuckled softly. "Xiao Hao, Lu Lin is a man of strong principles. You will need to interact with him frequently, so you must adapt." As he spoke, Shen Lin cast a disapproving glance at Lu Lin. Lu Lin, you possess many admirable qualities, but your mindset is rather inflexible. Although Shen Hao is my son, he is merely an ordinary employee in the company. Just address him by his name. He is not yet worthy of being called sir. Lu Lin nodded gently. Understood, President Shen. With that, he offered Shen Hao a warm smile through the rearview mirror. Young Shen Hao. At this, a satisfied smile emerged on Shen Hao's face. Now that feels right. Being called sir makes me quite uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, Shen Hao and Shen Lin arrived at the Tongfei Group. Standing before the towering office building, gazing up at the imposing letters spelling Tongfei Group, Shen Hao was awestruck. Dad, is this really our family-esque company? Although he had heard of Tongfei Group and had a basic understanding of it, his knowledge was quite limited. In truth, he was not fully aware of the company's immense strength. Shen Lin nodded with a smile, pointing to the corporate edifice, pride gleaming in his eyes. Xiao Hao, this is the kingdom I have built for you. What do you think? Shen Hao found himself at a loss for words in response to his father's inquiry. Discovering that his family owned such a significant company filled him with joy and even a hint of excitement. However, to say he was particularly fond of it would be inaccurate, as he had never been significantly motivated by wealth. Even if Tongfei Group were to be the most formidable enterprise, it seemed to hold little relevance for him. You little rascal. Noticing Shen Hao's demeanor, Shen Lin felt a twinge of disappointment and playfully scolded him, while internally lamenting their lack of concern for Shen Hao. Dad, please don't misunderstand. I was just pondering how you and Mom managed to build such a large company over the years. It's truly impressive, Shen Hao suddenly exclaimed, his words reflecting genuine admiration rather than mere flattery. He introspected, acknowledging that without the aid of a system, he might not have achieved such success at Shen Lin's age. Hearing this, a pleased smile finally graced Shen Lin's face. At least you have some conscience, recognizing the challenges your mother and I have faced. Cool, me. Let me show you around the company. Shen Hao nodded in agreement and accompanied Shen Lin into the corporate building. At this bustling peak hour, the throng of people making their way to the office was substantial. The moment Shen Lin and Shen Hao appeared, they drew the attention of the crowd. As the esteemed CEO of the company, Shen Lin was well known to all. However, the presence of the unfamiliar Shen Hao at his side sparked curiosity and astonishment among onlookers. As they noticed Shen Hao, expressions of bewilderment spread across their faces, and they trailed behind the duo, speculating about Shen Hao's identity. Hey, look, there's a young man accompanying President Shen. Who might he be? They seem quite close. Could they be relatives? One onlooker remarked. That young man is so handsome. Sisters, do you think I should bravely approach him for WeChat? Another chimed in. Please, with that appearance, you should really reconsider. I wouldn't even glance in your direction. Came a dismissive reply. Clearly, their relationship is special. Don't even think about it. The crowd continued to murmur about Shen Hao. Noticing the commotion, Shen Lin furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Lin. Lu Lin instantly understood and halted, turning to face the crowd. All right, everyone, stop the wild speculation. This is Shen Hao, President Shen's son. Today, President Shen has brought him here to familiarize himself with the environment. Now disperse. A collective gasp swept through the crowd as Lu Lin's words settled in. President Shen's son. They gazed at Shen Hao with astonishment, unable to fathom that this striking young man held such a distinguished status. In an instant, the fervor in their gazes intensified, with several infatuated women attempting to catch Shen Hao's attention, their admiration palpable. If not for Shen Lin's presence, they would have eagerly approached him. Nonetheless, their eyes were fixed on Shen Hao with an intensity akin to that of hungry wolves spotting a tender lamb. Moments later, spurred by a bold employee, the crowd surged forward, enthusiastically greeting Shen Hao. Greetings, young master. You are so handsome. Shall we add each other on WeChat? Welcome, young president, to our company. In contrast to their more exuberant female counterparts, the male employees maintained a more subdued demeanor, yet their enthusiasm still overwhelmed Shen Hao. Dad, they're being quite fervent. Aren't they? Shen Hao exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. Shen Lin chuckled, having anticipated such a scenario before revealing Shen Hao's identity. After all, as his son, it was only natural for Shen Hao to generate a stir within the company. He welcomed this attention, recognizing that Shen Hao would eventually take the reins of Tongfei Group. Xiao Hao, as my son, you must acclimate to such scenes, Shen Songlin said, patting Shen Hao's shoulder with a smile. Shen Hao sighed with a hint of exasperation. To be candid, he preferred a more understated demeanor compared to the ostentation surrounding him. Such occasions were sufficient for him. Any further engagement made him anxious about his fragile heart. Xiao Hao, why don't you greet everyone? Shen Hao cleared his throat and offered a courteous smile to the crowd. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Hao. As I am new here, I kindly ask for your guidance in the future. His words instantly elicited a chorus of excited shrieks from the onlookers. They had initially assumed that, being the son of the esteemed Mr. Shen Hao would exude an air of aloofness. However, they were pleasantly surprised to discover his remarkable humility. The voice of the young heir was so gentle. Unbeknownst to Shen Hao, his recent demeanor had already garnered him a substantial following. Chapter 90. The honorable expert perplexed by the reactions of those around him. Shen Hao found their behavior rather puzzling. Was it merely a casual greeting that warranted such a response? At that moment, Shen Songlin cleared his throat and raised his hand to quell the murmurs of the crowd. All right, everyone, back to work. As the esteemed CEO of Tongfei Group, his words commanded immediate respect. Once he spoke, the crowd hastily dispersed to their respective duties. Nevertheless, in the interstices of their labor, they engaged in discussions regarding Shen Hao. The male employees maintained their composure, while the female employees, particularly the younger ones who possessed some charm, could not help but fantasize about capturing Shen Hao's attention. Alas, they were destined for disappointment. For Shen Hao had no inclination to notice them, and instead accompanied Shen Songlin to the president's office. Father, this is quite impressive, Shen Hao remarked as he entered Shen Songlin's office, taken aback by its decor. It was evident that Shen Songlin had a penchant for wooden furnishings. The majority of the office furniture was crafted from wood. Notably, a magnificent wooden tea table on the balcony, polished to perfection and uniquely designed, immediately captivated the eye. Overall, Shen Songlin's office exuded a distinctly Chinese aesthetic, with meticulous arrangements and decorations that eschewed any sense of vulgarity while showcasing depth, perfectly aligning with Shen Songlin's stature. Upon hearing Shen Hao's praise, a look of pride washed over Shen Songlin's face. Indeed, Xiao Hao, this was custom designed by your mother. What do you think? Quite tasteful, isn't it, mother? Shen Hao paused momentarily. However, recalling his mother Bai Feng's character, he soon found it less surprising. Although Bai Feng predominantly played the role of a homemaker, it did not imply a lack of sophistication. On the contrary, she was a genuine university graduate, having specialized in design. Shen Hao had previously struggled to comprehend why. With her talents, she would willingly remain in the shadows of Shen Songlin's success. Now, he understood. Managing a vast enterprise like Tongfei Group demanded immense dedication, leaving little room for family life. Thus, for many years, Bai Feng had assumed the role of a supportive partner. He also finally grasped that her leniency in his upbringing stemmed from a desire to devote greater attention to Shen Songlin. What are you pondering, Xiao Hao? Shen Songlin inquired, noticing his son lost in thought. Nothing, Shen Hao replied, shaking his head with a smile as he returned to the moment. Father, my mother indeed has an exquisite taste. This place truly reflects your essence. Shen Songlin laughed heartily. Enough of the flattery. Tell me, what position do you wish to hold in our company? I will assist you in completing your onboarding process. Without hesitation, Shen Hao responded, I prefer the same position I held at Lin's group. Just assign me a role in the research department, as I'm merely here to lend a hand. Shen Songlin chuckled and teased. Ah, you young rascal, already learning to slack off at such a tender age. However, he found himself in agreement with Shen Hao's earlier remarks. After all, Shen Hao primarily worked at the Lin Group, and if there were no pressing matters at the Tongfei Group, he would likely only visit a few times a month. It would be impractical to assign him to a crucial position. Yet, how should he be arranged? Shen Songlin furrowed his brows in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and his eyes gleamed with realization. Eureka! How about I appoint you as an honorary expert in the research department? If there is a technical challenge that proves insurmountable, You can come in to address it, and otherwise, you needn't come in regularly. What do you think? Honorary expert. That sounds splendid, perfectly aligning with my current circumstances. Shen Hao replied enthusiastically. However, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he glanced at Shen Songlin and said solemnly, Dad, I'm your son. On my very first day at the company, without having achieved anything, I'm being designated as an honorary expert. Won't the others have something to say about that? Shen Songlin waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. Fear not. Your identity is already known to many in the company. Even if I were to assign you the position of general manager, no one would bat an eyelid, for you are my son. However, Shen Hao quickly interjected. However, what? It's those old-timers in the research department, Shen Songlin sighed. Though I am the president of the company, those individuals are quite obstinate. If you were to work in any other department, they wouldn't raise an eyebrow, but the research department is another story altogether. They are all quite proud and unruly, and unless you demonstrate some genuine expertise, it may be challenging to earn their respect. Shen Hao understood immediately. He had faced a similar predicament at the Lin Group. Yet, he was unfazed. The knowledge of artificial intelligence instilled in him by the system was at least 50 years ahead of the most advanced concepts in the world. A few well-chosen words from him would surely astonish them. Dad, you needn't worry about that. I am the bona fide deputy head of the research team at the Lin Group. Do you think I would fear their scrutiny? Shen Songlin's eyes brightened, and he smacked his thigh in realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Secretary Liu, please escort Shen Hao to the HR department to complete his onboarding process. I will head to the research department, and once the formalities are finished, bring him directly to me. Understood, President Shen. Secretary Liu nodded and led Shen Hao toward the HR department. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Lin Group, Lin Qingxiao held an invitation in her hand. She glanced at the invitation before looking up at Manager Sun, who stood a short distance away. Manager Sun, there's a high-end talent recruitment fair at the talent market tomorrow. This invitation was sent over from there. As a prominent publicly traded company, the Lin Group boasts formidable strength and serves as a significant patron of the talent market. Invitations of this nature grace their presence nearly every month. However, in the vast majority of instances, the recruitment fairs organized by the talent market fail to showcase high-caliber professionals, predominantly focusing instead on mid to low-tier talent acquisition. Even on the rare occasions when exceptional candidates do appear, they seldom align with the specific needs of the Lin Group. Consequently, it is Manager Sun who typically attends to such invitations. Lin Qingxiao was taken aback when Manager Sun approached her with the invitation in hand. Indeed, Director Lin. Manager Sun nodded, speaking in a grave tone. This upcoming recruitment fair is somewhat exceptional. Chapter 91. Recruitment fair. Lin Qingxiao immediately became intrigued. Do elaborate. What makes it so special? Manager Sun handed her a promotional poster from the talent market. Our company is currently seeking to recruit a number of talents, and I noticed that this recruitment fair is specifically targeting overseas students and graduates from prestigious universities, both domestically and internationally. Moreover, to ensure the success of this event, the talent market has collaborated with several renowned domestic enterprises, investing nearly 10 million in promotional efforts alone. Lin, I've gathered some insider information from several colleagues, and it appears that the quality of candidates attending this fair is exceptionally high. There are also numerous returnees from overseas, including many professionals in the field of artificial intelligence. Since our company plans to recruit additional talents, I believe this presents a significant opportunity for the Lin Group. After hearing Manager Sun's words, Lin Qingxiao glanced at the poster again, a glimmer of excitement sparking in her eyes. If this is indeed the case, then the Lin Group should certainly participate in this recruitment fair. However, this matter is of considerable importance and will require thorough discussion. After a moment of contemplation, she formed an idea. Manager Sun, please summon Li Wei. We need to deliberate on our participation in the recruitment fair. Li Wei, a member of the Human Resources Department, also serves as Manager Sun's assistant. Historically, all recruitment efforts for the Lin Group have been overseen by Manager Sun and Li Wei. Hesitating for a moment, Manager Sun replied, Lin, Li Wei is currently dealing with a family matter and has taken a half-day leave. Leave? Lin Qingxiao furrowed her brow slightly, not overly concerned. Then you may proceed with your tasks. When she returns this afternoon, Both of you can come to see me so we can finalize a plan. Understood, Lin. Manager Sun turned to leave. Lin Qingxiao's gaze returned to the poster in her hands as she meticulously studied it. Wang Group. In the president's office, Wang Tianming was reviewing the quarterly financial report submitted by the finance department, his expression darkening with dismay. Before him stood a middle-aged woman in her 40s, Wang Qian. Despite sharing the same surname, had no relation to Wang Tianming. She held the position of financial director at Wang Group. At this moment, her gaze towards Wang Tianming was tinged with unease and apprehension. With a resounding thud, Wang Tianming slammed the financial report onto the table, lifting his head to glare at Wang Qian. Wang Qian, why has the company's profit this quarter plummeted so significantly compared to last quarter? Can you provide an explanation? A pang of anxiety gripped Wang Qian's heart, and a bitter expression crossed her face. Wang, I am merely responsible for preparing the financial reports. The company's profitability is influenced by various factors, and although she was the financial director overseeing financial matters, other aspects were not directly within her purview. She had never anticipated that Wang Tianming would unleash his fury upon her. Enough! Wang Tianming coldly interrupted Wang Qian. None of you seem inclined to alleviate the burdens of the company. Instead, you excel at shirking responsibility. Am I merely sustaining you all as idlers? Witnessing Wang Tianming's ire, Wang Qian felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yet, she dared not utter another word. What is the matter? Lost your voice? Noticing Wang Qian's silence, Wang Tianming's expression darkened further. Do you think that because I've reprimanded you, you have cause to feel wronged? Wang Qian quickly shook her head. President Wang, I truly do not think that way. You. Enough. Wang Tianming roared, get out. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian hastily gathered the financial reports and exited the room with utmost caution. Wang Tianming's gaze was as turbulent as stormy waters. He was well aware of the reasons behind the company's reduced profits this quarter. His earlier outburst was merely a means of venting frustration. Several major clients had allowed their contracts to expire during this period. He had intended to renew those contracts, but they had rebuffed him. To add insult to injury, those clients had opted to partner with the Lin Group instead. The thought of such substantial profits slipping into the hands of the Lin Group ignited a fierce anger within him. Lin Qingxiao. He gritted his teeth while uttering her name, his eyes betraying unmasked resentment. Though young, since taking over the Lin Group, Lin Qingxiao had not only prevented its decline, but had strengthened it significantly. Particularly vexing was the fact that those major clients had been swayed away by the Lin Group. In order to counter the Lin Group, he had begun strategizing years ago, and now that victory seemed within reach, the fury of Hu Wenyuan and Zhao Liang had rendered all his efforts futile. This indignation was unbearable. Consequently, he resolved to devise a new plan targeting the Lin Group. With this fresh strategy in mind, his expression brightened considerably, and he cast a hopeful glance toward the door. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knocking echoed from outside. Come in. Moments later, two figures entered, one after the other. Leading the way was Wang Tianming's secretary, followed closely by a woman. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, of average height. Her face was etched with hesitation and struggle, her complexion slightly pale, her demeanor somewhat dazed. President Wang, the person has arrived, the secretary announced respectfully. Wang Tianming nodded, scrutinizing the woman from head to toe before gesturing to the secretary. All right, you may leave. I wish to speak with her privately. The secretary nodded gently, exited the office, and closed the door behind her. The office was left with only Wang Tianming and the woman. After observing her for a moment, Wang Tianming suddenly smiled. You must be Li Wei from the Human Resources Department of the Lin Group. Am I correct? The woman hesitated for a moment before nodding and sitting down to converse. Wang Tianming gestured towards the chair opposite him with a commanding gaze, asserting in an undeniable tone. Li Wei's body quivered slightly. She did not take a seat, and the turmoil in her eyes intensified. Observing this, Wang Tianming's expression hardened. Li Wei, it seems you have yet to come to a decision. I, Wang Tianming, am not one to impose upon others. If you're uncertain, then you may leave. However, I must convey one crucial point. You may return, but your mother's illness cannot be delayed much longer. Depart now. Li Wei's complexion shifted dramatically. No, I cannot leave. Chapter 92. He is my son. Li Wei raised her pale face, her voice trembling as she addressed Mr. Wang. If I assist you, are you truly willing to save my mother? Her mother was gravely ill, and the hospital had issued a critical care notice. They informed her that only surgery could potentially restore her mother's health. Otherwise, she might not survive beyond 3 months. However, the initial cost of the surgery alone exceeded 600,000, and when factoring in additional treatment and recovery, the total would amount to at least 1 million. Despite her decent salary at the Lin Group, Li Wei had managed to save very little due to her mother's medical expenses over the years. The exorbitant costs were beyond her means. Mr. Wang nodded, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. You are aware of Tianming Group's capabilities. A mere million is trivial. I could procure 10 million if I so desired. Li Wei had no reason to doubt his words. For Tianming Group was a publicly listed company as formidable as Lin Group, and Mr. Wang had every right to claim such wealth. After a moment of hesitation, Li Wei clenched her teeth and asked, Mr. Wang, what do you require of me? If it involves any wrongdoing, I absolutely refuse. Mr. Wang raised a hand, interrupting her. I, Wang Tianming, am a law-abiding citizen. Why would I ask you to engage in such actions? Rest assured, what I need from you is quite simple. He gestured for her to come closer. Li Wei hesitated briefly before approaching him. Mr. Wang, do not speak, Mr. Wang asserted in an undeniable tone. He then leaned in, whispering a few words into her ear. Upon hearing his request, Li Wei's eyes widened in shock. No, I cannot do this. Mr. Lin has treated me well. I cannot betray the Lin Group. Her complexion drained of color as she instinctively recoiled, panic etched across her face. Of course, this is voluntary. I will not coerce you, Mr. Wang replied with a sinister smile. However, you must understand that I am currently your only hope for your mother's treatment. If you wish to prevent her demise, it would be wise to heed my words. Thud! Li Wei's face went deathly pale as she collapsed to the ground, her eyes devoid of life. Observing her state, Mr. Wang furrowed his brow. Li Wei, your mother's fate rests entirely in your hands. How you proceed is for you to decide. With that, he turned away, closing his eyes to rest. Li Wei was engulfed in intense turmoil, and after a prolonged moment, she lifted her gaze to meet Mr. Wang's, her eyes bloodshot as she spoke in a hoarse voice. Fine, I agree. However, once this is accomplished, you must provide me with the money. Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death. Mr. Wang's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of excitement flickering within. Rest assured I, Wang Tianming, am a man of my word and would not deceive you over such a trivial sum. As long as you perform well, I may even bestow upon you an additional reward. Li Wei, you shall soon comprehend that only by following me, Wang Tianming, will you savor the fruits of success. As for Lin Qingxiao, she is destined to serve as a stepping stone on my path to triumph. Li Wei's expression was one of profound contemplation. In this moment, her emotions were more intricate than ever before, yet fate offered her no alternative choices. President Lin, I beg your pardon. At Tongfei Group, in the Human Resources Department, Zhou Yin's gaze flitted back and forth between Shen Hao and Lu Lin, astonishment etched upon his features. As the HR manager of Tongfei Group, he was responsible for personnel appointments and assessments. Yet the words Lu Lin had just uttered left him perplexed. Secretary Lu, our company does not have a position of honorary expert. How could President Shen? Lu Lin smiled and interjected. Manager Zhou, this is President Shen's directive. As the head of the enterprise, he undoubtedly has his reasons. We are merely required to execute his wishes, are we not? Zhou Yin hesitated, poised to voice his concerns. But Lu Lin leaned closer, whispering a few words in his ear. Upon hearing, Zhou Yin was taken aback. He looked at Shen Hao, a spark of enthusiastic recognition illuminating his expression. Ah, it is young Master Shen. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your identity earlier. Shen Hao smiled and shook his head. Manager Zhou, you are only fulfilling your duties. You have done nothing amiss. Although Tongfei Group is my family's enterprise, here I am, but an ordinary person. Please, do not feel pressured. However, I truly qualify for the position of honorary expert. Zhou Yin was taken aback by Shen Hao's amiable demeanor. especially for someone of his status. Please hold on for a moment, young Master Shen. I shall attend to your employment formalities immediately. Zhou Yin spoke respectfully before bustling about. Now aware of Shen Hao's identity, he certainly would not foolishly question whether Shen Hao was qualified for the role of honorary expert. After all, it was his family's company, and they could manage it as they pleased. Other matters were no longer his concern. Observing Zhou Yan's demeanor, Shen Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that sometimes one's identity can be a burden. Now that everyone at Tongfei knew he was Shen Tsonglin's son, they treated him with utmost deference. This feeling was not one he particularly relished, as he preferred to engage with others on an equal footing. Nonetheless, he was confident that one day, the people at Tongfei Group would genuinely acknowledge him, rather than merely regard him with apprehension due to his lineage. After completing the employment formalities, Shen Hao and Lu Lin wasted no time and proceeded directly to the research department. There, a throng of experts and researchers encircled Shen Songlin, each one eagerly inquiring. President Shen, is it true that you have recruited a new expert? Which prestigious university did he graduate from? Or has he spent years studying abroad as a returnee? The crowd looked at Shen Songlin with anticipation. In response to their inquiries, Shen Songlin merely smiled gently and shook his head. You are all mistaken. He is neither a graduate of a prestigious university nor a returnee from abroad. He is my son. Silence. As his words fell, the previously cacophonous atmosphere was instantly enveloped in stillness, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at Shen Songlin. After a brief moment, as reality set in, the expressions directed towards Shen Songlin transformed dramatically. The expert summoned by President Shen was, in fact, his son? Was this not utter nonsense? Nonsense. It was simply ridiculous. An elderly gentleman with graying hair, appearing to be in his 60s, was the first to voice his discontent. Chapter 93. The Elder, named Wu Dio, was a national treasure-level expert whom Shen Songlin had hired at a considerable expense. Wu Dio's reputation in the international community was resounding, particularly due to his remarkable achievements in the field of artificial intelligence. Domestically, he also held a significant position in the academic realm of artificial intelligence. Consequently, he served as the head of the research department at Tongfei Group, commanding great respect from his subordinates. With Wu Dio at the helm, others readily echoed his sentiments. Indeed, President Shen, the teacher is correct. We are engaged in scientific research and must treat it with utmost seriousness. Every piece of research data is crucial to the success of our experiments. We cannot afford even the slightest error. Please retract your orders. If young Master Shen wishes to engage in play, he should do so in another department. He must not be permitted to intrude upon our work. Almost everyone voiced their objections to Shen Songlin's words. Only within the research department would they dare to speak to him in such a manner. In other departments, his authority was not to be challenged. Listening to their remarks, Shen Songlin's expression darkened. Prior to his arrival, he had anticipated such a scenario, yet he had not expected that nearly everyone present would stand in opposition to him. However, these individuals were the company's most invaluable assets, and the future of Tongfei Group in the realm of artificial intelligence relied heavily upon them. Therefore, he refrained from reacting with anger. Clearing his throat, he turned to Wu Dio and said solemnly, Old Wu, there are certain matters you may not yet fully grasp. Although Xiao Hao is my son, he is also the deputy head of the Lin Group's research team. You are aware of the incident with Jin Tai Lai, which he uncovered. Do not let Xiao Hao's youth deceive you. His expertise in artificial intelligence is by no means inferior to yours. Upon hearing Shen Songlin's words, the crowd stared in disbelief. Young Master Shen is the deputy head of the Lin Group's research team? What an outrageous international joke. Furthermore, considering President Shen's age, young Master Shen can only be in his early 20s. If he is a latecomer to education, he might not have even graduated from university yet. How could he possibly be regarded as an expert in artificial intelligence? Especially the assertion that his expertise was on par with theirs was utterly unacceptable. President Shen, Wu Dio let out a heavy snort. You are the president of the company, and the projects we are researching are funded by you. We ought to respect you. However, Our respect does not imply that you can speak frivolously. Scientific research is a matter of great rigor. It is perfectly reasonable for you to wish for young Master Shen to gain some experience at the company. We would have no objections even if you appointed him as general manager. However, at this point, Wu Dio turned and gestured towards the numerous instruments, experimental materials, and other staff members behind him, speaking with gravity. However, those who are permitted entry here are all individuals who have achieved remarkable accomplishments in the realm of artificial intelligence. We have gathered for the purpose of scientific exploration. If you invite young Master Shen to join us, will we be entertaining him or engaging in scientific research? Wu Dio eloquently expressed a multitude of thoughts, prompting those behind him to echo his sentiments. Even the ever-composed Shen Tsonglin found himself somewhat irked at that moment. After all, he was the CEO of a burgeoning enterprise, and these individuals were showing him no respect whatsoever. A group of self-important frogs in a well. I shall await the moment they realize my son's exceptional talents and witness their expressions then. Old Wu, since you harbor doubts, shall we place a wager? Upon hearing this, Wu Dio furrowed his brow. How shall we wager? Shen Tsonglin replied in a low voice. Quite simply, we shall bet on whether my son, Shen Hao, can fulfill the role of an honorary expert. Should he succeed, you must henceforth center your research efforts around him. If he fails, I will immediately send him away. Furthermore, your salaries will be doubled, and I will grant you an additional sum for research funding. What do you say? Gasp. Upon hearing Shen Tsonglin's words, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. This is an extraordinarily generous offer. A salary increase of that magnitude is something they have longed for. Moreover, the prospect of a doubled research fund is not a trifling matter. With such financial support, they can acquire a wealth of new equipment. Wu Dio paused, staring intently at Shen Tsonglin for a considerable time before finally speaking. Mr. Shen, are you certain you are not jesting with me? Shen Tsonglin's lips curled into a slight smile. Old Wu, we have known each other for quite some time. Think carefully. When have I ever made light of our discussions? The others wholeheartedly agreed with Shen Tsonglin's statement. Very well, I accept your wager. Wu Dio responded solemnly. If young Master Shen truly possesses genuine talent, what harm is there in my becoming his disciple? As a fervent researcher, he is solely focused on scientific technology and data analysis. Should Shen Hao indeed prove himself worthy, he would not be one to cling to age and experience. Ha, splendid. Shen Tsonglin laughed heartily. Old Wu, I eagerly await the moment you address Xiao Hao as master. Observing Shen Tsonglin's confidence, Wu Dio felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that young Master Shen truly possesses remarkable abilities? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. Artificial intelligence is a burgeoning discipline, and even at his age, he would not dare claim an abundance of knowledge or skill. Young Master Shen, even if he began learning in the womb, could not possibly reach his level of expertise. Not just him, but all present were skeptical of Shen Hao's capabilities. They even looked forward to his arrival, as it would hasten their salary increases and the acquisition of substantial research funding. Understanding the expressions of the crowd, Shen Tsonglin was well aware of their thoughts. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Shen Hao's excellence is beyond the comprehension of these individuals. Moments swiftly passed, and soon 5 minutes had elapsed. The sound of footsteps approached, revealing two figures, Secretary Liu and Shen Hao. With their entrance, all eyes immediately gravitated towards Shen Hao. Is this indeed the son of Mr. Shen? Setting aside all else, young Master Shen is truly striking. This was the collective first impression of Shen Hao. Xiao Hao, come here. Allow me to introduce you. These will be your colleagues henceforth. Get to know one another, Shen Tsonglin said as he affectionately pulled Shen Hao forward, introducing him to Wu Dio and the others. While Shen Tsonglin's introductions were generally brief, he made a point of elaborating when it came to Wu Dio. Chapter 94. The Trial of Wu Dio Xiao Hao. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Wu, the head of our research department. Mr. Wu is a renowned expert in our country, and I exerted considerable effort to bring him on board. He is indeed a precious asset to our Tongfei group. I encourage you to engage with him frequently. So this is the esteemed figure. Shen Hao smiled slightly and extended his hand toward Wu Dio. Hello, Mr. Wu. My name is Shen Hao. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Instead of shaking Shen Hao's hand, Wu Dio scrutinized him from head to toe and suddenly remarked, "You are Shen Zong's son, the one referred to as an honorary expert?" Shen Hao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the implication of Wu Dio's words. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Here I hold but one identity, that of an employee of Tengfei Group." Upon hearing Shen Hao's statement, Shen Songlin nodded approvingly. "Truly, he is my son, humble and composed, embodying the qualities I once possessed." A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Dio's eyes. He had anticipated that Shen Hao, as the son of Shen Songlin, would display arrogance and disdain. However, he was taken aback by the young man's amiable demeanor. Nevertheless, this was the research department, and success in scientific inquiry was not solely predicated on congeniality. Although Wu Dio's perception of Shen Hao had shifted slightly, he maintained a stern expression and offered no warmth. "Young Master Shen, I have heard from Mr. Shen that you possess profound knowledge in artificial intelligence. Is that so?" Wu Dio initiated his challenge. Shen Hao understood Wu Dio's intent. He was clearly attempting to assert his authority. However, Shen Hao was not one to be easily intimidated, for the knowledge residing in his mind was sufficient to surpass any challenge. With that thought, he smiled and nodded. "I would not dare claim profound knowledge, but I do possess some understanding in this field." How arrogant! Wu Dio's momentary appreciation for Shen Hao evaporated with that remark. Even after decades of research, he would never presume to speak so boldly. Such ignorance was indeed fearlessness. It appeared that young Master Shen was quite confident in himself. With a forced smile that did not reach his eyes, Wu Dio said, "In that case, I happen to have several questions that have perplexed me for quite some time. Might I request your insights, young Master Shen?" Shen Songlin clenched his fists, his expression tense. He understood that Wu Dio intended to put Shen Hao in a difficult position. "Xiao Hao, please do not disappoint me. I have wagered with them. Losing money is trivial, but losing face is significant." "Of course," Shen Hao replied with a smile. "Mr. Wu, please proceed with your questions." Seeing Shen Hao's calm and composed demeanor, Wu Dio could not help but glance at him with renewed interest. It must be said that Shen Zong's son indeed possessed commendable qualities. Even if he could not answer today's inquiries, he still exuded a trace of Shen Zong's charisma. Regaining his composure, Wu Dio looked at Shen Hao and said solemnly, "You are familiar with the black box problem, I presume?" "Of course," Shen Hao replied with a smile and a nod. "This issue represents a significant conundrum within the realm of artificial intelligence, as the black box dilemma imposes considerable constraints on its advancement." A glimmer of insight flickered in Wu Dio's eyes. Judging by Shen Hao's earlier response, it was evident that he possessed a certain understanding of artificial intelligence, igniting a spark of anticipation within Wu Dio. "Pray tell, in the current environmental and contextual landscape, how might we address this challenge?" Shen Hao fell silent, taking a moment to organize his thoughts rather than responding immediately. Observing his silence, Wu Dio felt a twinge of disappointment, assuming Shen Hao was unable to articulate a response. After all, if he struggled with his question, how could a fledgling like him offer any solutions? It was indeed an unfair burden to place upon him. The others present, witnessing this exchange, felt a glimmer of hope. If Shen Hao could not tackle this question, their salaries and research funding would surely be jeopardized. Despite such thoughts as researchers, they still harbored a desire for Shen Hao to deliver a miraculous insight. Yet, observing his demeanor, they understood that such a possibility was exceedingly slim. Shen Songlin, too, gazed at Shen Hao in bewilderment, perplexed by his demeanor. What on earth was this young man doing? Although not a specialist, he had perused Shen Hao's paper several times. Given Shen Hao's capabilities, he should not be stumped by this question. Just as anxiety surged within him, Shen Hao finally spoke. "Old Wu, addressing this issue is not inherently difficult. However, with your current artificial intelligence technologies and theories, even if one knows the methodology, achieving a breakthrough in the short term appears improbable." Wu Dio paused, taken aback. Shen Hao had indeed pinpointed the crux of the matter. Yet he had merely referenced the constraints faced by artificial intelligence without providing a solution to the black box issue. Was he merely concocting excuses? Contemplating this possibility, Wu Dio's expression darkened. Young Master Shen, we are all aware of the problems you mentioned. What I seek from you is how to resolve the black box dilemma. I desire to hear your thoughts, even if they are merely theoretical and unattainable. Shen Hao nodded. In that case, allow me to share my humble perspective. With the advancement of science and technology, we have entered a comprehensive industrial internet era, leading to significant transformations in our application of artificial intelligence. Currently, artificial intelligence, in comparison to humanity, lacks the capacity for thought, inference, and decision-making. Its intelligence is not genuine, but rather a product of data computations ascribed by algorithms. Therefore, I believe that to resolve the black box issue, we must endow artificial intelligence with the capacity for reasoning about causal relationships. Regrettably, with the existing technologies and methodologies, this challenge remains insurmountable. What is your opinion, Old Wu? Initially, during the system sign-in process, he had acquired comprehensive theoretical knowledge regarding artificial intelligence. Among those theoretical concepts, there exists a complementary tool known as the open-source algorithm toolkit, which elegantly addresses this challenge. If he were to share this algorithmic toolkit, the realm of artificial intelligence would advance by at least a decade. However, he currently has no intention of doing so, for the timing is not yet ripe. Wu Dio found himself in profound astonishment. Causality. These four words echoed relentlessly in his mind. As the adage goes, amateurs revel in the spectacle, while experts discern the intricacies. Although Shen Hao spoke in a manner that seemed simplistic, he had swiftly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Shen Hao was indeed correct. Once this issue is resolved, the enigma of the black box in artificial intelligence research could be effortlessly unraveled. Chapter 95. I believe in Mr. Shen Hao spoke with remarkable accuracy, identifying the crux of the issue at hand. However, the academic community now grapples with a significant dilemma. Their technical and theoretical frameworks are inadequate to tackle the enigma of the black box problem. Wu Dio lifted his gaze to meet Shen Hao's, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his eyes. Mr. Shen, do you possess a solution to this scholarly conundrum? The depth of Shen Hao's previous remarks had profoundly impressed him, prompting a shift in how he addressed Shen Hao. With a gentle smile, Shen Hao replied, Old Wu, might this be considered your second inquiry? He was well aware of Wu Dio's intent, yet he felt it was not the appropriate moment to reveal his insights. His principle has always been to utilize resources judiciously. As a newcomer to the company, he lacked a solid foundation, having merely scratched the surface with a few remarks. He had already altered the perceptions of those around him. However, this was far from sufficient. From a marketing perspective, he needed to maintain an aura of mystery. Observing the playful glint in Shen Hao's eyes, Wu Dio's face momentarily displayed an awkward smile. Nevertheless, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Shen Hao. Mr. Shen, should you possess knowledge on this matter, I humbly seek your guidance. Alternatively, I would be honored to become your disciple. As Wu Dio spoke, he prepared to bow in reverence. Shen Hao, upon noticing this, furrowed his brow and gently shook his head. Old Wu, you are considerably my senior. I cannot accept such an act of deference. Wu Dio, unwavering, shook his head in response, his eyes filled with determination. Knowledge knows no boundaries. Those who excel are worthy of being mentors. Given your profound insights, Mr. Shen, it is only fitting that I seek your tutelage. Shen Hao was slightly taken aback. Though Wu Dio's earlier demeanor had been somewhat brusque, his seriousness towards academia was evident. If the opportunity arose, he would not mind offering Wu Dio some guidance, but not at this moment. Old Wu, I indeed know how to unravel this dilemma. Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Wu Dio and those behind him were visibly stirred with excitement, particularly Wu Dio himself. At that moment, he trembled with anticipation. Gripping Shen Hao's arm tightly as he stammered, Mr. Shen, is what you say true? Shen Hao nodded affirmatively. Such matters were not ones he would fabricate. Old Wu, please remain calm. With your current theoretical knowledge and understanding, even if I were to articulate my solution, it would be beyond your comprehension. Therefore, to resolve this challenge, we must commence from the fundamentals. Science has never offered shortcuts. It must be approached step by step. Wu Dio was momentarily speechless, having spent decades in this field. He was hearing such sentiments for the first time. Their perspective was insufficient to grasp the concepts. Although he believed Shen Hao possessed extraordinary abilities, he couldn't help but harbor doubts regarding Shen Hao's assertions at this juncture. Mr. Shen, he opened his mouth as if to speak, yet hesitated, seemingly apprehensive. The words lingered on his lips before he swallowed them back. However, the others were far less reserved, casting skeptical glances at Shen Hao and questioning him. Mr. Shen, while we may lack international renown, we consider ourselves somewhat knowledgeable in this domain domestically. I must respectfully disagree with your earlier statement. With our capabilities, even the most challenging theories can be comprehended. Surely your prior remarks were not mere theatrics? Wu Dio's expression shifted slightly. He turned to admonish a man and a woman in the crowd. Chenwen, Zhao Lili, what nonsense are you spouting? Mr. Shen is an extraordinarily talented individual. How can you dare to question him? Chen Wen and Zhao Lili, clearly unconvinced, exchanged glances and, with expressions of indignation, began to voice their dissent. Teacher, I firmly believe he is merely being cryptic. Although he addressed your earlier question, I sense he is deceiving us regarding the solution to this conundrum. If so many top-tier experts globally have failed to resolve this issue, how could he possibly succeed? Upon hearing their words, Wu Dio was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, their arguments seemed to hold some truth. Indeed, Shen Hao had not provided any substantial insights on how to tackle the black box problem. Just as he was hesitating, Shen Hao suddenly spoke up. Old Wu, in fact, I have already proposed a solution to this problem in my paper. A paper? Wu Dio's eyes widened with excitement as he urged, Mr. Shen, may I inquire where this paper can be found? Could you show it to me? Amidst Wu Dio's puzzled expression, Shen Hao retrieved his phone, opened the ICL paper website, and displayed his work for all to see. This is it. You should be familiar with it. Wu Dio and those behind him quickly gathered around, eyes widening in astonishment as they scrutinized the document. After merely a glance, Chenwen gasped, Isn't this the paper authored by my idol, which is considered a pinnacle in artificial intelligence? It contains many novel concepts and ideas beyond our comprehension. How could, realizing something, he abruptly halted, looking up at Shen Hao with incredulity, his voice trembling as he asked, Mr. Shen, you cannot possibly be suggesting that you wrote this paper? Indeed, Shen Hao replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. If you can comprehend my paper, you shall undoubtedly grasp the meaning behind my earlier statements. Chen Wen shook his head, his conviction unwavering. Impossible. That paper represents the zenith of artificial intelligence, and the concepts and theoretical knowledge it presents are at least 50 years ahead of the most advanced technologies available today. Even many concepts elude the comprehension of even the most esteemed international experts. So how could it? Just as he was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by Wu Dio. Mr. Shen, is this paper truly authored by you? The inquiry arose from his recollection of the name on the manuscript, which appeared to be Shen Hao, albeit presented in pinyin. Shen Hao nodded affirmatively. Of course, as you all know, science is a matter of precision. Even if I were to deceive you, the truth would inevitably come to light, which would serve no benefit to me, would it? The expressions of the crowd varied, and though Chenwen wished to interject further, he was silenced by a cold glare from Wu Dio. I believe in Mr. Shen. Chapter 96 Acceptance and Consultation. Upon the utterance of Wu Dio's words, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Yet, Shen Tsonglin remained remarkably composed throughout, for he had long been aware that the paper in question was authored by Shen Hao, and he had anticipated the reactions of the crowd. Teacher you. Chenwen gazed at Wu Dio in disbelief, his expression betraying an unspoken hesitation. I firmly believe that the paper was written by Mr. Shen, Wu Dio reiterated, surveying the crowd. You may now access the website and verify the authorship of this paper for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Chenwen and the others promptly retrieved their phones, searching for the paper online. When they beheld the author's name, they were instantly rendered speechless. The author was prominently listed as Hao Shen, unmistakably translating to Shen Hao in Chinese. Gasp! The audience collectively inhaled sharply, their faces etched with astonishment as they regarded Shen Hao. A young man, yet he had published a paper of exceptional caliber on SCL, addressing the pinnacle of artificial intelligence. Is Mr. Shen even human? Delighted by the astonishment of the crowd, Shen Lin could hardly contain his satisfaction. Now, do you still question my decision to appoint Hao as the honorary expert? Embarrassment washed over the audience as they lowered their heads in silence. Wu Dio, however, bowed deeply to Shen Lin, a look of contrition crossing his face. Mr. Shen, I must apologize. It was my narrow-mindedness that led me to overlook the vastness of talent beyond my own. I am willing to relinquish my position as head of the research department. With Mr. Shen's capabilities, he is far more suited to occupy that role. Shen Wan and Zhao Lili exchanged startled glances. Teacher, that cannot be. We only acknowledge you as the head of the research department. No one else can take your place. Why would you pass on the position when you're doing so well? Listening to their protests, Wu Deyo's expression darkened, and he could not restrain a sharp retort. This is utter nonsense. The decision of who shall be the head belongs to Mr. Shen alone. When did it become your prerogative to meddle? With that, he bowed again to Shen Lin. Mr. Shen, please disregard their thoughtless remarks. Shen Lin chuckled softly and shook his head. Old Wu, let's not rush. Let's first hear Shen Hao's perspective. Wu Dio paused, taken aback by Shen Lin's suggestion, and instinctively turned to Shen Hao. Old Wu, there is no one more suitable for the position of head of the research department than you. Shen Hao smiled warmly. My appointment as honorary expert was due to my limited presence at the company. My primary role is as the deputy leader of the Lin Group's research team, where I am regularly employed. As for Tongfei Group, I may visit only a few times a month. Wu Dio appeared momentarily flabbergasted. Mr. Shen, if I may speak candidly, while the Lin Group possesses commendable strength, it pales in comparison to Tongfei Group. Moreover, as the son of Mr. Shen, it is even more imperative for you to work within your family's company. Why venture into another organization? The onlookers behind him gazed at Shen Hao with perplexity. Shen Hao offered a faint smile, a glimmer of tenderness illuminating his eyes as he softly replied, for love. Except for Shen Lin. Everyone who heard Shen Hao's words wore expressions of utter disbelief. For love? What ist? Wu Dio, regaining his composure, looked at Shen Hao with pained concern and solemnly remarked, Mr. Shen, Tongfei Group belongs to your family. You are destined to take the helm of Tongfei Group. It would be far wiser to remain here than to join Lin's group. He was a man who cherished talent, and knowing Shen Hao's capabilities, he could not bear the thought of such a prodigious individual working elsewhere. Mr. Wu, please refrain from further discussion, Shen Hao interjected, shaking his head resolutely. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. I have compelling reasons to work at Lin's group, and my father is in agreement. Wu Dio immediately became anxious, casting a worried glance at Shen Lin. Mr. Shen, you must persuade your son. If he stays, I assure you that our company will usher in a new era in artificial intelligence development. Talent like Mr. Shen should be retained within our organization. Shen Lin smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Wu, I wholeheartedly concur with your previous statements. However, just as Shen Hao has indicated, he possesses valid reasons for his choice. Although I am his father, I cannot compel him. Rest assured, our research in artificial intelligence at Tongfei Group will still be primarily led by your team. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, Xiao Hao will step in to assist, albeit he may not be frequently present at the office. Upon hearing Shen Lin's words, Wu Dio sighed, opting for silence, though he felt a tinge of regret. The prospect of Shen Hao aiding in resolving any issues was a consolation. Mr. Shen, we warmly welcome your arrival. Having come to terms with the situation, Wu Dio extended his hand to Shen Hao, his face adorned with a radiant smile, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Mr. Wu, your team is the true asset of the company. As a newcomer, I hope for your continued guidance. Shen Wan and others also expressed their enthusiastic welcome. Influenced by Wu Dio's attitude, they genuinely accepted this young, esteemed expert named Shen Hao. By the way, Mr. Shen, we are currently facing a bottleneck in our research, as several data points are consistently misaligned. Would you be willing to lend your expertise? Zhao Lili suddenly interjected. Wu Dio snapped his fingers, a look of exasperation crossing his face. How could I have forgotten? Mr. Shen, we are quite troubled by this issue. Your assistance is essential. Otherwise, we may waste a considerable amount of time grappling with it. Shen Hao nodded with a smile, and followed Wu Dio to a cluster of machines. Under Wu Dio's explanation, he began to examine the several screens before him. It appeared that they were recommending an artificial intelligence program. However, a contradiction had emerged in the data calculations. Shen Hao was quite familiar with this situation, as it often arises during the research process of artificial intelligence programs. After observing the various sets of data on the screen for a while, a confident smile appeared on Shen Hao's face. "Old Wu, your methods and direction are indeed correct, and there is no significant issue. However, there is a minor error in the calculations where one piece of data has a slight discrepancy." As he spoke, he picked up an electronic marker and highlighted the relevant sets of data on the screen. "It is right here." Chapter 97. The essence of romance. Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, Wu Dio and Shen Wan, along with others, gathered around. They scrutinized the data highlighted by Shen Hao for an extended period, their brows furrowed in perplexity. Wu Dio turned to Shen Wan, frowning as he inquired, "Alwan, I recall that this set of data was calculated by your group, correct?" Shen Wan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, teacher. There is absolutely no error in pursuit of precision. I meticulously worked with the team to compute it at least 10 times, and we have validated our findings, ensuring that no mistakes could have occurred." "Mr. Shen, could it be that you have misinterpreted the data?" Wu Dio, too, regarded Shen Hao with a questioning gaze, uncertain as to why Shen Hao would assert such a claim. The issue indeed lay within this data. Shen Hao smiled gently, shaking his head as he addressed Shen Wan. "You just stated that these figures were derived from your validation process. Yet during that process, you overlooked a crucial element, the variable, in the realm of artificial intelligence. Particularly concerning data statistics and computations, variables hold immense significance. Although they may be minuscule to the point of insignificance, science demands rigorous precision, a principle that is particularly pronounced in artificial intelligence. Any minute error can lead to substantial discrepancies. And the reason you are unable to proceed is that the error originated from the very source." At this juncture, Shen Hao pointed to the first set of data. "If I am not mistaken, this data set contains a 7th digit following the 6th, does it not?" Shen Wan glanced at the first data set, shaking his head without hesitation. "That is impossible. We have meticulously recalculated this data set, and there are only 6 digits after the decimal point, without the 7th you mentioned." The others in his group nodded resolutely, clearly convinced of their correctness. Observing their reaction, Shen Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Science is inherently a rigorous discipline, and in data computation and experimentation, it is vital to maintain sufficient patience and a humble, cautious demeanor. Yet, he did not perceive such qualities in Shen Wan and his colleagues. They exhibited an excess of confidence. This was untenable. He needed to impart a valuable lesson to temper their inflated self-assurance. "Wu Lao, could you please provide me with a sheet of paper and a pen?" Wu Dio seemed to comprehend Shen Hao's intentions and personally retrieved the requested items, handing them to Shen Hao. Upon receiving the paper and pen, Shen Hao swiftly began to calculate, filling nearly half the page with an intricate array of numbers. After completing the entire sheet, he paused and handed the draft to Shen Wan. "Now, take a look and discern the differences between my calculations and yours." Shen Wan, with a look of skepticism, accepted the paper and began to examine it. Initially, his expression remained unchanged, but as he progressed through the data, a pallor washed over his face. As he reached the conclusion, his body involuntarily trembled. Shen Hao had indeed calculated to the 7th decimal place. Not only did he encounter no issues, but he also addressed all the overlooked aspects. "We were mistaken." Shen Wan stared blankly at the draft paper in his hands, his expression growing increasingly vacant. The others, noticing his demeanor, gathered around to scrutinize the contents of the paper. Upon reading it, their faces turned as pale as Shen Wan's. They never anticipated such a swift blow to their pride. Could it be that Mr. Shen was correct? Did you miscalculate the data?" Wu Dio inquired gravely. "Yes, teacher." Shen Wan, coming to his senses, replied with a look of deep shame. "Mr. Shen was indeed right. We overlooked variables during the data collection process, resulting in slight discrepancies. Teacher, I apologize for my negligence." Wu Dio's countenance darkened upon hearing this. Shen Wan was his personally mentored disciple, and such an error reflected poorly on him as a teacher. Mr. Shen, I am sorry for failing to meet your expectations, Wu Dio said, turning to Shen Songlin with a sense of guilt. Before Shen Songlin could respond, Shen Hao spoke first. Mr. Wu, this is not your fault. Scientific research is rarely a smooth journey. We all learn from our errors, accumulating experience and continually surpassing ourselves, do we not? Although Chen Wan and his team had erred, their research direction was correct, and as long as they rectified the significant mistakes in the future, their potential achievements were boundless. Chen Wan and his colleagues cast grateful glances at Shen Hao, fully aware that his words were intended to support them. However, Wu Dio wished to say more, but was interrupted by Shen Songlin. Mr. Wu, what Xiao Hao said is accurate. Since the mistake has occurred, the focus should be on correcting it. This is not the moment for criticism, but rather for extracting lessons and experiences from failure. Is it not? Wu Dio nodded in agreement. Mr. Shen, rest assured, I will organize everyone for a thorough self-examination to promptly identify and resolve the issues. Shen Songlin nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Wu, you have no objections now to Xiao Hao serving as the honorary expert in the research department, do you? Wu Dio forced a bitter smile and waved his hand dismissively. Mer Shen, you yist. Someone as exceptional as Mr. Shen has every capability to replace me. I reiterate, should he wish it, I would gladly relinquish my position at any time. After the earlier incident, Wu Dio had been thoroughly convinced by Shen Hao. For him, as long as Shen Hao could remain in the research department, it was not inconceivable for him to serve as Shen Hao's assistant. Mr. Wu, let us refrain from that. Shen Hao replied with a gentle smile and a shake of his head. My primary task is to assist you in resolving the issues that you find insurmountable. As for everything else, I shall not concern myself, nor do I possess the time to do so. For me, romance holds paramount importance. Wu Dio's lips twitched with frustration, and a sigh welled up within him. Someone as exceptionally gifted as Shen Hao is naturally suited for research. Yet his thoughts seemed to dwell solely on romantic pursuits, truly a dereliction of duty. However, such sentiments he dared not articulate, confining them to the recesses of his mind. Very well, I have other matters to attend to. Xiao Hao, your task today is to familiarize yourself with everyone. I have instructed Secretary Liu to guide you through each department of the company shortly. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult Liu Lin. I must take my leave now. Chapter 98. Li Wei's anomaly. As soon as Shen Songlin finished speaking, he departed. No sooner had he left than Wu Dio and Chen Wan, among others, surrounded Shen Hao. Mr. Shen, I have a perplexing question. Could you please enlighten me? I too have a point of confusion. I would appreciate your guidance, Mr. Shen. And I as well. Mr. Shen, what do you think about this matter? Enthralled by the warmth of the crowd, Shen Hao found himself besieged by an onslaught of inquiries. Yet, he exhibited no signs of annoyance. Rather, he patiently elucidated each question posed to him. What seemed exceedingly complex to others, he was able to distill into clear, relatable explanations, adeptly illustrating his points from various perspectives. Throughout this process, his vast knowledge and solid expertise utterly captivated his audience. The gaze of all present, including Wu Dio, shifted from mere respect to genuine admiration. Eventually, the crowd appeared almost numb. It seemed to them that nothing in the world could pose a challenge to Shen Hao. By the time Shen Hao addressed the final question, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, yet the crowd showed no inclination to cease their inquiries. With high spirits, they continued to engage Shen Hao with further questions. Liu Lin glanced at his watch, his brow furrowing. This cannot go on. He still needed to escort Shen Hao to various departments within the company to assess their operations. If Shen Hao remained here indefinitely, his task would remain unfulfilled. Resolving this dilemma, he swiftly intervened. Mr. Wu, let us call it day for now. Everyone hasn't had lunch yet, so let us head out for a meal. I still need to take Mr. Shen on a tour of other departments. Although the crowd felt a twinge of reluctance, they acquiesced to Liu Lin's directive. After bidding farewell to the group, Shen Hao, accompanied by Liu Lin, began his exploration of the various departments within the company. It must be said that the prowess of the Tongfei group is indeed formidable. Each department performed its designated role with utmost diligence, and the delineation of responsibilities was remarkably clear, with departments collaborating seamlessly while maintaining their distinct functions. After this observation, Shen Hao formed an initial impression of the Tongfei Group's capabilities. Compared to the Lin Group, Tongfei Group appeared somewhat more seasoned. Mr. Shen, would you care to grab a bite to eat? Lu Lin inquired solemnly. Shen Hao patted his stomach, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry, and nodded in agreement. Secretary Lu, are there any delightful eateries nearby? Lu Lin replied with a smile. Mr. Shen, our company cafeteria serves excellent meals. Would you like to give it a try? Shen Hao's eyes brightened. Very well, let us dine at the cafeteria then. He was curious to experience the culinary offerings of the Tongfei Group's cafeteria. With that, the two made their way to the company cafeteria. Lin Group, President Lin, Manager Sun has informed us that Li Wei has returned. Should we have them come directly here? Or? Secretary Qin spoke respectfully. Lin Qingxiao set down the documents in her hand, furrowing her brow in contemplation for a moment before gently shaking her head. Have them wait for me in the small conference room. Understood, General Manager Lin. 10 minutes later, Lin Qingxiao arrived at the small conference room, where Manager Sun and Li Wei were already waiting for her. General Manager Lin. Upon seeing Lin Qingxiao enter, Manager Sun and Li Wei quickly stood to greet her. Lin Qingxiao nodded slightly. Please take a seat. Today's meeting is quite impromptu. There is no need for such formality. As she spoke, she suddenly cast a glance at Li Wei. Li Wei, I heard from Manager Sun that you had some matters at home. Have they been resolved? Despite her elevated position as CEO, she remained genuinely concerned for her employees. It was just a minor issue, and it has been resolved. Thank you for your concern. General Manager Lin. Li Wei replied softly, though her demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. Lin Qingxiao noticed Li Wei's unease and could not help but inquire, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Li Wei quickly waved her hand, forcing a faint smile. No. Perhaps it is just due to lack of rest recently. It's nothing to worry about. Seeing this, Lin Qingxiao chose not to press further. She regarded the two of them and spoke in a serious tone. What are your thoughts regarding tomorrow's job fair? Li Wei, Manager Sun has already informed me that this aspect has traditionally been your responsibility. Please, share your perspective. Li Wei felt a jolt of anxiety. If possible, she truly wished to refrain from voicing her opinion. However, thoughts of her mother compelled her to grit her teeth and respond. General Manager Lin, tomorrow's job fair is a selection event aimed at high-end talents and enterprises. Our Lin Group is currently focusing on high-tech advancements. Therefore, I believe it is imperative for us to participate in the job fair. I have heard from several friends working in the talent market that the candidates attending this time possess commendable qualifications, with many meeting our recruitment criteria. Lin Qingxiao nodded gently, having already confirmed with contacts at the talent market that Li Wei's assertions were largely accurate. Since you both agree to participate in tomorrow's job fair, I will leave this matter in your capable hands. As before, please provide me with a recruitment plan by the end of the day. Additionally, you must bear in mind that our company prioritizes character when recruiting talent, followed by capability. If a candidate lacks integrity, we absolutely cannot consider them. This is non-negotiable, and you must remember it. Manager Sun and Li Wei nodded in unison. Rest assured, General Manager, we have handled recruitment matters numerous times before, and there will be no issues. Lin Qingxiao nodded lightly. Manager Sun was a long-standing employee with considerable experience, and she felt confident in his abilities. However, casting a glance at the distracted Li Wei, she felt a twinge of concern. Li Wei, you may attend to your tasks. I have a few matters to discuss with Manager Sunday. Upon hearing this, a look of palpable relief crossed Li Wei's face, and she hurriedly departed. Once Li Wei had left, Lin Qingxiao spoke up. Manager Sun, have you noticed that Li Wei seems somewhat out of sorts? Manager Sun paused momentarily, furrowing his brow. Director Lin, what do you mean? Lin Qingxiao shook her head slightly. I cannot quite articulate it, but I have an impression that she bears a heavy heart. In any case, please keep a watchful eye on her. Manager Sun instantly grasped Lin Qingxiao's implication. Director Lin, I understand what needs to be done. Lin Qingxiao nodded. There is no need to be overly deliberate. Just exercise a bit of vigilance. Chapter 99. Lin Qingxiao's banter as Lin Qingxiao exited her office. Li Wei sought a secluded spot to dial a phone number. Mr. Wang, our company has decided to participate in tomorrow's job fair. On the other end of the line, Wang Tianming erupted into hearty laughter, followed by a sinister tone. Excellent. Li Wei, the sum of 100,000 has been transferred to your account. Do check. You are an astute individual and should know the appropriate course of action. I trust you require no further guidance from me. Li Wei refrained from responding immediately, instead opening her text messages. Upon noticing the notification of the $10,000 deposit, her eyes sparkled with newfound determination, dissolving any lingering hesitation. Rest assured, Mr. Wang. I am well aware of what must be done. Wang Tianming nodded in satisfaction. I shall await your good news. Do remember, Li Wei, your mother's illness cannot afford delays. Do not let her down. Before Li Wei could respond, Wang Tianming disconnected the call. Gazing at her phone for a moment, Li Wei experienced a flicker of internal conflict. Yet that fleeting struggle was swiftly supplanted by resolve. Given the circumstances, she had no alternative but to proceed. In the cafeteria of Tongfei Group, Shen Hao devoured the last morsel of his meal, letting out a satisfying burp, a look of lingering delight gracing his features. Observing this, Lu Lin smiled slightly. Mr. Shen, what do you think? I did not deceive you, did I? Shen Hao accepted the tissue Lu Lin offered, wiping his mouth and giving him a thumbs up. Lu Secretary, you are indeed correct. The food here is quite delectable. I wonder if my father has hired a 5-star hotel chef? Lu Lin chuckled softly. Yuyist, this is an employee cafeteria. How could a 5-star chef possibly work here? Mr. Shen has engaged a seasoned chef, over 60 years of age, who, at his age, struggles to find employment elsewhere. It was Mr. Shen who ultimately brought him on board. All the meals here are prepared by that master chef. Ah, I see, Shen Hao replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. After departing the cafeteria with Lu Lin, Shen Hao did not venture to another department, but instead proceeded to Shen Songlin's office. However, he found it empty. Mr. Shen, would you like to wait for Mr. Shen here? Lu Lin suggested tentatively. No, that won't be necessary, Shen Hao replied, waving his hand dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, my purpose for coming to the company today has been fulfilled, and it seems there is nothing more to occupy my time here. Lu's secretary, I will take my leave now. When my father arrives, please inform him. Lu Lin nodded gently. Shen Hao, now an honorary expert at Tongfei Group, was not bound to adhere to the same schedule as other employees and could depart at will. Moreover, being the son of Mr. Shen, he could hardly be reproached for leaving early. After all, the entire company belonged to his family. Upon exiting the Tongfei Group, Shen Hao glanced back at the towering edifice of the company, feeling as though the entire experience was surreal. In the span of a single night, he had transformed from a reclusive individual into the heir of a publicly listed company. Even now, he had yet to fully acclimate to this sudden shift in identity. Accustomed to the life of an ordinary person, being addressed as young master felt rather disconcerting. In comparison, he found solace in his time spent at the Lin Group, especially with the enchanting presence of Lin Qingxiao. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to call Lin Qingxiao. The call connected swiftly, and her cool, yet alluring voice resonated through the line. Young Master Shen, weren't you accompanying Uncle Shen for an inspection at Tongfei Group today? What brings you to call me? Sensing a hint of jealousy in her tone, Shen Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly. My dear miss, please do not mock me. After a long day, I feel utterly exhausted, and with everyone addressing me as young master, I truly feel out of place. The company belongs to my father, not me. A light laugh escaped Lin Qingxiao at Shen Hao's lament. Now you understand my troubles, don't you? You're merely a young master, while I, as the CEO, bear such burdens daily. In comparison, your situation is far more fortunate. Shen Hao paused, contemplating her words. They held a semblance of truth. His grievances were indeed trifling when juxtaposed with Lin Qingxiao's challenges. With this realization, a sense of equilibrium washed over him. Hey Lin, do you have any plans after work this evening? Lin Qingxiao shook her head, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. No plans. Why? Is young Master Shen inviting me out for some entertainment? Shen Hao grinned. Given the sweltering heat, the evening is perfect for a bit of relaxation. I heard there would be a street culture performance at Woola Square near the company tonight. Would you care to join me? Street culture? Lin Qingxiao's eyes brightened. Sounds delightful. I have no other engagements, so let's meet at the company entrance at 6. All right, Shen Hao replied, nodding before hanging up the call. He hailed a taxi, heading directly to the Lin Group. En route, a private message from his QQ account caught his attention. Upon opening it, he found himself both amused and exasperated. The message was from a gaming friend, expressing discontent over his recent absence from online gaming sessions, implying that he had been too preoccupied with romance to remember his friends. The tone was laden with melodrama, reminiscent of a forlorn lover. Reflecting on this, Shen Hao felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, he had been quite busy lately, caught up in the whirlwind of romance and the life of an heir. After a moment of contemplation, he composed a reply. Recently, my friend has indeed been quite busy. After a couple of days, when he finds some leisure, I shall inform you, and we can engage in a few rounds of gaming together. Once he clicked send, he promptly put away his phone. The journey was remarkably smooth, and upon arriving at the entrance of the Lin Group, it was only 10 minutes past 5. With ample time before 6, and given the warmth of the outside air, Shen Hao decided to wait for Lin Qingxiao in her office. Upon entering the company, everyone he encountered greeted him warmly. After all, many in the office were now aware of his relationship with Lin Qingxiao, and in the eyes of others, he had become quite the catch. Shen Hao responded to their greetings with a smile. 2 minutes later, he arrived at the door of Lin Qingxiao's office. Upon observing her state, he could not help but chuckle. Chapter 100. I miss you at this moment. The illustrious president of the Lin Group, Lin Qingxiao, reclined languidly upon her desk, idly twirling a fountain pen in her hand. It must be said that the sight of her twirling the pen was exceedingly pleasing to the eye. With her exquisite features and elongated fingers, the pen danced nimbly at her fingertips while she hummed an unknown tune. Shen Hao had never before witnessed such an endearing side of Lin Qingxiao. He did not immediately enter, but instead lingered at the doorway, quietly observing this enchanting scene, his eyes brimming with affectionate delight. After 2 minutes, Lin Qingxiao set the pen down, glanced at her watch, and then picked up her phone to compose a message. Simultaneously, Shen Hao's phone chimed unexpectedly. Upon opening it, a smile spread across his face. It was a WeChat message from Lin Qingxiao. The content of the message inquired if he was on his way. Shen Hao replied succinctly with 4 words. Look up. Lin Qingxiao, upon reading the message, abruptly lifted her head when she spotted Shen Hao standing at the doorway. Her eyes sparkled with the innocent joy characteristic of a young girl. She disregarded the aloofness associated with her role as the IC president. Rising to her feet and hastily crossing the room to open the office door, throwing herself into Shen Hao's embrace. It's been a day since you came. I've missed you, she declared, her voice laced with emotion. Hearing Lin Qingxiao's tender words, Shen Hao enveloped her tightly, lowering his head to take a lingering breath amidst her flowing locks. I missed you too, he replied, extending his right hand to gently lift her delicate chin, gazing at her with warmth. Did you really miss me? Lin Qingxiao, like a well-behaved child, softly murmured an affirmation, though her expression soon turned wistful. I thought you, the young master, would not return. Shen Hao playfully pinched her dainty nose, feigning irritation. How could that be? With such a stunning beauty waiting for me, how could I possibly stay away? You haven't found someone else in my absence, have you? Lin Qingxiao gave a few light punches to Shen Hao's chest. You're incorrigible. You were here already. Why didn't you come straight in? I was left waiting for you a few extra minutes. Shen Hao shrugged. I saw you enjoying yourself so much. I didn't dare to disturb you. After all, you're the IC president. What if I interrupted your reverie and you decided to fire me? A soft laugh escaped Lin Qingxiao as her gaze turned triumphant. You'd best be cautious then. If you ever annoy me, I might just let you go without a salary. Humph. At her words, Shen Hao exaggeratedly raised his arms in feigned despair. Oh heavens! How did I end up with such a heartless boss? Who will save me? Watching Shen Hao's antics, Lin Qingxiao laughed even more joyfully. All right, enough of your nonsense. I have something serious to ask you. Lin Qingxiao gently pulled Shen Hao into the office and inquired softly, Didn't you go to Tongfei Group with Uncle Shen today? How did it go? Was everything smooth? Shen Hao nodded in affirmation. It was indeed quite smooth, but I must admit, I am not accustomed to being addressed as young master. They all regard me as a dandy. I am a model youth, a paragon of labor. How can I be labeled as a playboy? Lin Qingxiao's eyes widened in surprise, a peculiar expression crossing her face as she gazed at Shen Hao. I recall when we first met, you claimed to be a homebody. How have you transformed into a model of labor now? Shen Hao slightly curled his lips in response. Who says a homebody cannot engage in labor? Even gaming constitutes a form of labor, does it not? Listening to Shen Hao's nonsensical defense, Lin Qingxiao shot him an exasperated glance. To articulate laziness so refreshingly and elegantly, you might just be the first in history to achieve that. I am in awe, she remarked, playfully clasping her fists in salute to Shen Hao. Just as Shen Hao was about to respond, a sound of footsteps approached, and Secretary Qin abruptly entered. President Lin, this is... Secretary Qin held a document in her hand and, upon entering, was about to speak, but her words faltered as she spotted Shen Hao, her eyes widening in astonishment. Shen Hao had not been at the company today, and she had assumed he had other matters to attend to. She did not expect him to appear just before closing time. However, she did not dwell on it, understanding that this was a private matter between President Lin and Mr. Shen, and as a secretary, it was not her place to inquire further. Mr. Shen, Secretary Qin greeted him before extending the document to Lin Qingxiao. President Lin, this is the recruitment plan drafted by Manager Sun and Li Wei. Please have a look. Lin Qingxiao accepted the plan and began to peruse it, while Shen Hao patiently waited nearby. 5 minutes later, Lin Qingxiao finished reviewing the document and nodded at Secretary Qin. I've looked it over. There are no significant issues. Let us proceed, as they suggested. Understood, President Lin, Secretary Qin replied, preparing to leave. However, just as she reached the door, Lin Qingxiao called her back. Secretary Qin, if I remember correctly, you and Li Wei joined the company at the same time, did you not? Secretary Qin was puzzled by Lin Qingxiao's sudden inquiry, but she nodded nonetheless. Yes, President Lin. Moreover, Li Wei and I graduated from the same university. We met back in school, though we were not particularly close. Lin Qingxiao responded with an "oh" and, after a moment's hesitation, suddenly asked, have you noticed anything unusual about Li Wei today? Secretary Qin furrowed her brow, trying to recall her earlier encounter with Li Wei. After a brief pause, she subtly shook her head. President Lin, Li Wei seemed perfectly normal today. I did not observe anything amiss. Oh, by the way, I heard that her mother appears to be quite ill, and it seems rather serious. She may appear somewhat listless these past few days, likely due to her concern for her mother's health, resulting in restless nights. Lin Qingxiao nodded in acknowledgement. You may proceed with your tasks, she replied. Although Secretary Qin expressed this sentiment, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Li Wei's peculiar behavior was not merely a trivial matter. However, she had already instructed Manager Sun to remain vigilant, thus alleviating some of her worries. After Secretary Qin departed, Shen Hao could not restrain his curiosity. Qingxiao, what did your earlier inquiries to Secretary Qin imply? Lin Qingxiao sighed and recounted the entire sequence of events to Shen Hao once more. Do you think I'm being overly cautious? Shen Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding gravely. Not at all. One must always remain vigilant.